Chapter 1. Within the confines of a frigid tent, nestled in a cold bee-skin sleeping bag, a traveler from another world opened a notebook he had stumbled upon, swiftly reading line by line. Hunter's notes. Item quality, excellent. Description, a personal journal belonging to a 4-star hunter, detailing the ecological map of New Continent 18, illustrations of 12 large creatures, 16 small creatures, 75 environmental organisms, and techniques for wielding a one-handed sword. On the first day in the New Continent, despite encountering the molten mountain dragon mid-journey, resulting in losses to the fleet, we were fortunate to have no casualties, and everyone arrived safely at the Starry Haven. On the second day, the weather was fair. I accepted a commission to hunt 7 thieving dragons, a 1-star task, despite it being beneath my 4-star status. However, after losing my weapons and armor during the encounter with the molten mountain dragon at sea, I am left with only a hunter's dagger purchase from the weapon shop and leather armor. On the 12th day, the skies were overcast. It is no wonder that the powerful hunter, who kept us in the 5th research team waiting for a week, successfully vanquished a savage jaw dragon with nothing but a novice's iron sword. Scholars refer to this beast as the forest marauder, known as Anganav, and it certainly appears formidable. I, a member of the 5th team, could not achieve such a feat. Is the disparity between individuals truly so vast? On the 20th day, the sun shone bright. Our operation to capture the molten mountain dragon ended in failure due to the interference of the ancient dragon. Could it be the annihilation dragon? A predator of ancient dragons. Merely seeing it made my legs tremble uncontrollably. Am I truly terrified of the ancient dragon's majesty? I must admit, I am indeed afraid. On the 25th day, the weather was gloomy. Today, we advanced our investigation into the Miasma Valley and established a central camp. We owe a debt of gratitude to the predecessors of the first team for providing us with vital information. It is truly admirable how they conducted environmental research alone in such a perilous setting. On the 30th day, a light rain fell. Following the captain's devised plan to lure the molten mountain dragon, we successfully guided the creature, intent on ending its life, to the open sea, mitigating the explosive impact. To celebrate our victory, Starry Haven hosted a grand feast, where I also laid eyes upon the grand captain of the research team, who exuded an aura as fierce as a raging golden lion. Scratch that. I indulged in 2 extra cups of Starry Brandy, the drink recommended by the research team, potent indeed. On the 65th day, the skies were cloudy. After 3 days, our small team of 4 completed the Scholars' Ecological Investigation Commission, successfully capturing a venomous demon bird. Just upon returning to Starry Haven, I heard that she single-handedly repelled the ancient dragon, the Flame King. What extraordinary strength! The disparity between individuals sometimes seems greater than that between a human and a feathered chick. On the 70th day, the day was bright. Without any commissions, I spent the day resting in the cabin. When I went to dine with the chef that evening, I learned that that esteemed individual had single-handedly hunted the annihilation dragon. Truly godlike strength. I cannot fathom any dragon beast she could not defeat. Impossible. This cannot be. I refuse to believe it is true. The Grand Captain said she fell into the depths of the geological corridor alongside the mysterious ancient dragon-born within the crystallized realm of dragons during battle. Oh, Azure Star, please bless her with abundant hunting fortune and a safe return. The Grand Captain descended on a wyvern, bringing news that the dragon still lives, absorbing energy and growing within the geological corridor. However, he found no trace of that esteemed individual. The lantern dragon lingers within the geological corridor, refusing to depart. Starry Haven has repeatedly dispatched elite hunter teams to subdue it, all returning in failure. The geological energy is currently abnormally active, causing the dragon beasts of a new continent to become restless. Hunters venturing out have repeatedly witnessed powerful subspecies of dragons. If only she were still here. An ancient dragon assaulted the Starry Haven stronghold, its body encased in ice crystals, a deep azure hue, effortlessly manipulating cold air to unleash frigid breaths. Although we ultimately repelled it with the dragon cannon, we lost many comrades in the process. Snow has begun to fall. Snowflakes dance through the ancient forest site I have yet to witness in the new continent. The snowfall has intensified, accumulating over half a meter in just a day. The temperature drops swiftly, rendering gathering and hunting in the forest increasingly difficult. The dragon horde stirs, with powerful dragon beasts attacking Starry Haven amidst the snowstorm. Calamities abound, and sea routes have been besieged by sea dragons, resulting in the supply ships being ambushed. We find ourselves increasingly isolated. The new continent no longer holds a place for us. The captains unanimously decided to withdraw from this realm. We have failed. Today, I completed my final hunt and gathering in the ancient forest. The temperature showed no signs of rising, and snowflakes continued to fall from the sky. Fortunately, the supplies on the ship are nearly collected tomorrow. We shall set sail, returning to our homeland. I left my notebook and initial weapon at the camp, marking my presence in the new continent. Under the dim light, 2 fingers, now frostbitten and crimson, turned the pages of the written tome, only to find the subsequent pages blank. The notes concluded at this juncture. Having perused the thick volume, Lin Ke's mind conjured an image of a shadow clad in black, wielding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, performing basic actions such as slashing, chopping, and slicing. I believe I've acquired a modicum of skill in wielding the one-handed sword. What a remarkable experience. He closed the read notebook and stowed it in his backpack, switching off the flashlight on his phone. In an instant, the tent was enveloped in utter darkness. Tent. Item quality, ordinary. Description, a sturdy tent crafted from canvas and thick animal pelts. Even when left unattended for an extended period, it retains commendable warmth and insulation. Ignoring the characters flickering at the corner of his vision. In the dark, Lin Ke expressionlessly extended his left hand from the now warm bee-skin sleeping bag, rubbing his eyes with his thumb and middle finger. He truly did not know how to confront this world. What a predicament! As a novice experiencing his first traversal, he had already sensed the overwhelming malice of the new continent through this thick volume of notes. Summarizing the 4 pieces of information gleaned from this anonymous journal. First, the title bestowed upon the strongest hunter of the Azure Star's new continent mysteriously vanished during the hunt for the Lantern Dragon, while the prematurely born chosen Lantern Dragon remains alive. Second, the Azure Ancient Dragon, capable of controlling cold air, is likely the ice-cursed dragon from the frozen plains. For reasons unknown, it has arrived in the new continent, and the now snow-covered ancient forest must be influenced by the ecological niche of the ice-cursed dragon. Third, all research teams have withdrawn from the new continent and may very well be the only surviving human here now. Since the disappearance of the Azure Star's expedition against the Lantern Dragon, events have unfolded like a mud truck that has shattered everything familiar to him. He had thought to rely on the Azure Star in the world of monster hunters, only to find her missing. What a hellish beginning. Now, to survive in this new continent, he may have to face a combination assault of the monster hunter world and the frozen plains. Fortunately, he still possesses a golden finger. Let us hope it proves to be of great assistance. World information collection complete, generating player profession. Over 50 minutes had elapsed since he traversed into this world and sought refuge in the tent. He had finished reading the journal, yet the system's progress had only loaded 1/3 of the way. I can no longer afford to delay. I must take action. Lin Ke clenched his fists, realizing his current situation was far from favorable. According to the notes, he found himself at a cave camp on the edge of the ancient forest, where he need not worry about the threat of wild beasts for the time being. However, the temperature outside the tent had likely plummeted below freezing. In such frigid conditions, he could only endure for about 2 hours before succumbing to hypothermia. Failing to warm up in time could result in a life-threatening situation. Yet if he remained within the tent, trapped in a sleeping bag without food and water, he could only last a maximum of 1 day. If he were to hide in the tent for over half a day, by the time he sought to take action for survival, his physical state would likely no longer permit it. After a moment of silence, Lin Ke emerged from the sleeping bag, warmed by his own body heat. Though obstacles abound, one must confront them head-on. Best to take advantage of my current physical state and address the simplest issues step by step. As he lifted the tent flap and bent to step outside, Lin Ke inhaled sharply at the chilling air. The cold outside seeped directly into his neck and ankles, robbing him of warmth and raising goosebumps on his skin. He shivered involuntarily. How cold it is! At this moment, Lin Ke was clad in a short-sleeved cotton shirt, topped with a thin black jacket. Below, he wore only a pair of cotton briefs and casual athletic trousers, both composed of polyester fabric. While these garments offered some protection against wind and rain, their insulation properties left much to be desired. His athletic shoes and cotton socks provided a measure of warmth. Yet in the face of the already sub-zero temperatures, his autumn attire was woefully inadequate. Bending down, Lin Ke first adjusted his socks to cover the cuffs of his trousers, then stood up to zip his jacket to the top, tucking his chin in an effort to minimize skin exposure to the frigid air, thereby mitigating heat loss. Once he had arranged the cuffs, Lin Ke slipped his hands into the side pockets of his jacket and raised his gaze to survey the surroundings of the tent. It appeared that he was situated within a mountain hollow, the cave spanning approximately 80 square meters, with a height exceeding 3 meters, forming a semicircular shape reminiscent of an inverted bowl. Despite the absence of mobile phone illumination, the cavern was not shrouded in darkness. Clusters of luminescent plants adorned the surrounding rock walls, each cluster comprised of several ping-pong ball-sized purple orbs pressed together. Although their emitted glow was insufficient to illuminate the entire cave, it at least allowed Lin Ke to discern the objects within. Standing outside the tent, having grasped the nature of his environment, Lin Ke recognized the necessity of addressing the 3 pressing challenges that threatened his survival in this frigid climate. The first concern was temperature compared to the interior of the tent. The cave was undoubtedly below freezing. The garments he wore were utterly ineffective against the cold, and having spent merely a short time outside, he found himself involuntarily shivering. He needed to devise a method to kindle a fire for warmth. The second challenge was procuring food and water, essential resources for survival. Without nourishment and hydration, it would be arduous to endure even 2 days in such harsh conditions, regardless of having a fire. The third issue pertained to clothing. The cave, akin to an ice house, was already below zero, not to mention the external environment. In the face of potentially sub-zero temperatures outside, lacking adequate insulation would render any attempt to traverse the snow futile, ultimately leading to entrapment within the cave. In his dormitory, aside from indulging in video games, he had also gleaned some knowledge from survival guides. His theoretical understanding was impeccable now. The test lay in practical application. After spending approximately 10 minutes meticulously exploring the cave, Lin Ke observed that the entire 80-plus square meter campsite was sparsely furnished, with a simple layout. At its center stood the tent. Aside from the hunter's journal he had discovered upon his arrival, the only other item within was a fur sleeping bag. Approximately 3 meters to the left of the tent lay the cooking and dining area, featuring a long-extinguished stove and 3 stone stools. A thorough search of the vicinity yielded no firewood, charcoal, or ignition materials. The stove's firebox contained only the remnants of ash. Behind the tent, adjacent to the rock wall, was an irregularly shaped water pool, spanning over 10 square meters. In the dim light, Lin Ke could not discern the water's depth, yet he could faintly perceive dozens of darting black shapes beneath the surface. Dipping a finger into the water, he was pleasantly surprised to find it was not as frigid as he had anticipated, but rather quite warm, likely sourced from a nearby geothermal spring. Lin Ke tasted the droplets on his finger. It was neither salty nor bitter, but fresh water. It seemed he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck, as both food and water issues were simultaneously resolved. Now, only the tasks of starting a fire for warmth and acquiring suitable clothing remained. Lin Ke directed his gaze toward the final object within the cave. It was a wooden crate positioned beside the exit, measuring over 1 meter in width and half a person's height. Its blue hue suggesting its purpose. At first glance, Lin Ke recognized it as a supply box, identical in appearance to those found in games. Surely, such a sizable container must be filled with a considerable amount of items. He hoped that the hunter had stashed something useful inside. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Ke approached the box, withdrew his hands from his pockets, and lifted the lid, bending down to inspect the contents within. The first thing to catch his eye was a set of heavy black metal weaponry that a character prompt materialized at the corner of his vision. Hunter's dagger weapon quality. Common description, do not be misled by the name. This is a set of one-handed swords, designated as hunter's equipment. It comprises a single-handed sword forged from iron ore and a corresponding pure iron shield. The sword weighs 52 pounds, while the shield weighs 51 pounds. After perusing the description of the so-called hunter's dagger, Lin Ke activated the attribute panel bestowed upon him by the system. A luminous screen appeared before his retina. Name: Lin Ke. Age: 20. Identity: player. Dimensional backpack: 1 cubic meter. Hunter's notes: mobile phone equipment slot: 03. Universal talent: civilization, constant language comprehension, literacy proficiency, capable of understanding the written and spoken languages of the current world. Eye of truth: when gazing at an object, one can perceive its fundamental information. Learning: able to rapidly acquire knowledge and skills through images, text, video, and personal practice. Physical attributes: strength: 5. Agility: 5. Constitution: 5. Spirit: 5. He had reached the average standard for a 20-year-old male. The strength value represents the intensity of muscle, the resilience of fascia, and the hardness of bones. The agility value reflects the speed of neural reflexes in the limbs and the coordination and flexibility between them. The constitution value denotes the vitality of bodily cells, the functional strength of internal organs, and immunity to viruses, as well as stamina recovery speed. The spirit value represents the speed of cognitive processing, memory capacity, sensitivity of the 5 senses, and resistance to negative states. Every increment in attribute value enhances the corresponding physical quality by a factor of 0.5. For instance, a strength score of 5 allows one to lift a 60-kilogram barbell overhead, while a score of 6 enables lifting 90 kilograms, and a score of 7 permits lifting 135 kilograms. World information collection completed. Generating profession. Lin Ke possessed quite balanced attributes across the 4 dimensions. These attributes had been augmented by the system upon its activation. Otherwise, his previously lethargic physique, spent gaming in his dormitory, would hardly have achieved the average standard for a 20-year-old male. Furthermore, the system had also remedied numerous minor ailments afflicting his body. Now his back was no longer sore, his legs felt strong, and his nearsightedness had been corrected, allowing him to see without glasses. Even the cavities in his molars had been restored, freeing him from the embarrassment of being offered gum by girls. This system, known as the multiverse, was his greatest assurance for survival in the hunter's world. Not to mention the profession still loading, he was curious about what profession the system would ultimately grant him. And a sense of anticipation welled within him. With these reflections swirling in his mind, Lin Ke lifted the sword and shield from the box. Using both hands as the pure iron weaponry was exceedingly heavy, making it impossible to retrieve with one hand alone. Under the dim light, he surveyed the one-handed sword designated for newcomers in the game. Though referred to as a sword, its shape resembled that of a knife, reminiscent of the large machetes wielded by revolutionary ancestors during the war against Japanese invaders. The handle extended 30 centimeters, providing ample space for a two-handed grip. The blade, measuring approximately 1 meter from the hilt to the tip, was entirely black, showcasing the unique sheen of iron. With a width of 20 centimeters and a thickness of 1 centimeter, at first glance, it was evident that an ordinary person could hardly wield it with one hand. Lin Ke gripped the handle with both hands, exerting all his strength to raise the formidable blade before him. Gazing at the gleaming edge and the deep blood groove, he involuntarily shivered. While the weapon might lack the necessary power against large dragon beasts, it would undoubtedly inflict grievous harm upon human targets. One strike would suffice to fell an opponent without a sound. That he stowed the sword in his dimensional backpack and then lifted the sturdy, hefty round shield to place it inside as well. The system's backpack currently had a capacity of only 1 cubic meter, and both retrieval and storage required the use of both hands. After securing the one-handed sword, Lin Ke delved deeper into the box, searching for more items. Degraded recovery potion. Item quality. Common description: a potion that has far exceeded its expiration date. Consuming it may provide slight healing effects. Dried rations. Item quality. Common description: dehydrated herbivore dragon meat, air-dried in a cold environment. Consuming it restores stamina. Hunting knife. Item quality. Fine description: a sharp little knife, a premium tool used for extracting valuable materials from prey. Binoculars. Item quality. Common description: a 10x magnification device, suitable for long-distance observation. Damage paralysis trap. Item quality. Common description: a trap designed to immobilize colossal beasts, temporarily paralyzing them. Its core lightning bug is deceased. Lin Ke extracted 6 glass bottle-sized recovery potions, 2 fist-sized pieces of dried meat, an exquisite sharp dagger, a pair of binoculars, and a circular paralysis trap from the supply box. With that, the box was now empty. He had not found any firewood or ignition materials within. Lin Ke sighed, then looked at the now barren box, his expression unchanging as he remarked, "I had hoped to conserve some energy, but since you have proven so ungrateful, I shall not spare you. Behold the sword." "No, the knife," Lin Ke bellowed, exhaling a plume of white mist as he retrieved the 52-pound pure iron blade from his backpack, gripping the handle with both hands. His arm muscles bulged as he summoned all his strength to lift the sword halfway. Goodness, this blade certainly felt heavier than its claimed 50 pounds, struggling to raise the sword to a height of 20 centimeters above the box. Lin Ke found he could lift it no further. While the one-handed sword was deemed a lightweight weapon for hunters, for an average person like Lin Ke, wielding even just the sword was no trivial feat. Hunters were indeed muscular behemoths, Lin Ke silently complained to himself, gripping the knife tightly as he forcefully struck down upon the empty box. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air and struck the wooden crate with a resounding thud. Splintered wood flew in all directions, and the heavy long knife cleaved a deep gash into the box. Breathing heavily, Lin Ke lifted the long knife once more, shifting it half a meter to the left of the crack, and slashed downwards with vigor. A crackling sound ensued. Still attached to a sliver, he decided to make another small cut. With 3 decisive strikes, a V-shaped notch appeared in the box. Yet Lin Ke felt a twinge of pain in his shoulder. Perhaps from overexertion, the knife remained a tad too heavy for him. Nevertheless, it was worth it. Lin Ke procured a triangular wooden board weighing approximately 5 pounds. Next, he needed to break this substantial piece of wood into smaller, more combustible firewood. Rubbing his shoulder to ease the strain, he momentarily rested before wedging the blade of the long knife into the notch of the box and grasping one corner of the wooden board, striking it against the upward-facing edge of the knife. Each strike produced a slender stick of wood flying out. After about 10 strikes, he had amassed more than 10 sticks suitable for burning. "Clever as I am," Lin Ke smirked. Retrieving the knife lodged in the box, he happily gathered the scattered firewood and carried it to the stove. Squatting before the stove, he picked up a stick of wood and drew out his hunting knife to scrape it. The stone bench beside the stove, which he had previously touched, felt as cold as a block of ice, and he had no desire to suffer by sitting upon it. Amidst the scraping sounds, a fine layer of wood shavings quickly accumulated on the ground. With the kindling in hand, all that remained was a source of fire. Lin Ke gathered the wood shavings, took out his phone from the backpack, and pressed the power button, only to find the screen illuminated after several attempts. At that moment, he noticed a slight numbness in his palm. He clenched his fist, feeling a sense of weakness. He needed to ignite the fire immediately. Checking the phone screen, he saw it still had 70 battery. Under the glow of the screen, he grimaced as he dragged the small blue bird icon into the trash bin and cleared the browser history. Once everything was settled, he placed the screen on the cold, rocky ground. This companion throughout his university life, since it came so cleanly, ought to depart in the same manner, burying the phone beneath the scraped wood shavings. Lin Ke stood up and retrieved the remarkably heavy long knife from his backpack. With the tip of the knife pointed downward, he pressed it through the wood shavings onto the phone. Closing his eyes to mourn for a second, "Brother, help me one last time. I will forever remember your kindness." Upon reopening his eyes, Lin Ke resolutely thrust the knife down, with a faint cracking sound. The blade pierced through the phone's casing, penetrating the heart of its lithium battery. As the battery ruptured, lithium ions reacted violently with the air, generating a substantial amount of heat. A wisp of white smoke emerged from the wood shavings, followed by a fierce explosion. The bright flames illuminated the entire cave in an instant. The light reflected in Lin Ke's pupils, radiating a glimmer of hope. Now that he had a source of fire, the first problem was resolved. Adding another stick of wood to the burning flames, Lin Ke stretched out his hands towards the stove, fingers splayed, relishing the warmth radiating from the fire. The stove, constructed entirely of black stone, perfectly absorbed the heat, and the warmth it radiated raised the surrounding temperature by over 10 degrees. Sitting on the now less frigid stone bench, Lin Ke tended to the fire while monitoring the system loading status. World information collection completed, generating profession 87. Well then, nearly an hour had passed from chopping wood to igniting the fire, and only 40 had been loaded. It seemed he would have to wait another half hour to gain his extraordinary profession. During this time, he couldn't merely wait. He should chop more firewood, as the current amount wouldn't last long. With some reluctance, he rose and walked back to the supply box, drawing out the long knife once more to begin hacking at the box. This time, there was no need to slice the firewood into long, easily combustible pieces. Any method that would serve to fuel the fire would suffice. Thud, crack, thud. With each 6 or 7 strikes, Lin Ke paused to catch his breath. Collecting the fallen wood into his backpack, half an hour passed in this manner. Apart from refueling the stove once, he had been relentlessly dismantling the supply box that in that half hour, he had delivered over 40 strikes, each requiring nearly all of his strength. Consequently, he now found himself gasping for breath, his chest muscles aching from overexertion, a dull soreness radiating through his back, and his arms feeling as though they had lost sensation from the recoil of his strikes. Lin Ke felt as though his hands were no longer his own, that he was utterly exhausted. Were it not for the will to survive, he would have given up 20 minutes ago. Yet, this labor served a purpose. Hard work would yield rewards. The box had completely vanished, and his backpack now bulged with an assortment of irregularly shaped wooden pieces, totaling over 40 kilograms, with the rate at which the stove consumed the flames. This would likely last him 2 days. His survival time had effectively doubled from 2 to 4 days, significantly increasing his chances of enduring in this world. After collecting the firewood, Lin Ke returned to the stove to check the text information in his mind. Profession generated. Please confirm if you wish to accept. What if I don't confirm? Can you offer me an alternative? He silently grumbled at the system before mentally confirming his acceptance, filled with anticipation. Lin Ke's mind buzzed with thoughts. What profession would it be? Perhaps a chi refinement master, one who consumes the wind and drinks dew, soaring through rainbows and flying to the heavens, impervious to death through the consumption of chi. Or maybe a mage, one who studies magic and commands the elements like a divine being that a fighter could do as well, one who cultivates fighting spirit, a fighter king who can transform their fighting spirit into a steed. Or a fighter emperor who embraces abundance, at the very least, he could breathe fire. Player confirmed. Loading hunter profession. Lin Ke's fantasies shattered in an instant. The moment the system's text materialized, he closed his eyes. And a vivid image emerged in his mind, in a snow-laden forest. A hunter clad in a thick cotton coat and a fur hat, his eyebrows frosted over and his nose a bright red, slowly raised the wooden bow in his hands, stringing an arrow as he aimed at the prey he had tracked through the storm for a day and night. Of course, this was not a scene played by the system, but rather Lin Ke's own imagination, piecing together movie scenes and his understanding of the hunter profession. As the imagined scene shattered, Lin Ke felt a sudden brightness. Although his eyes were closed, it seemed as if a silvery light had ignited in the darkness. A white orb of light swirled and rose in the shadows, its surface entwined with wisps of silvery flames, resembling a solar prominence, making the orb appear as a burning silver sun, mysterious and grand. Akin to a deity, that moment, the sun unleashed a silver tongue of fire, charging toward him. With a resounding boom, Lin Ke felt his consciousness lift away, as if his soul had separated from his body. And he beheld himself from an external perspective. His body was engulfed in silver flames, yet his clothing showed no signs of burning, and he felt no pain. His flesh and bones gradually transformed into a transparent state within the silvery flames. From above, Lin Ke observed his own brain, a stark white, through which he could see the flowing blood and writhing organs. After about 10 minutes of burning, the flames gradually extinguished, eventually merging into his body as specks of starlight. As the fire dissipated, his consciousness returned. Lin Ke hurriedly checked his body. The warm sensation brought him relief. Was this the process of profession loading? Though the title of hunter may not sound particularly grand, the experience of loading was undeniably exhilarating. Moreover, Lin Ke now felt an indescribable sense of comfort and ease in his body. The aches and fatigue had vanished. His fists felt powerful, as if he had boundless strength. And his entire being felt light, as though he could soar with a mere exertion. Sitting on the stone chair, Lin Ke quickly opened his attribute panel to examine the changes. The luminous screen gradually unveiled, the numerical information shifting before his eyes. Name: Lin Ke. Age: 20. Identity: player. Dimensional backpack: 1 cubic meter. Items: hunter's notes, burnt mobile phone remnants, one-handed sword, deteriorated healing potion x6, dried food x2, hunting knife, telescope, damaged paralysis trap, 42 kilograms of broken wood, equipment slot, 03 Universal talent. Civilization. Constant linguistic comprehension and literacy, capable of understanding the written and spoken languages of the current world. Eye of truth. When gazing at an object, one can perceive its fundamental information. Learning. Can swiftly acquire knowledge and master skills through images, text, videos, and personal practice. Physical attributes. Strength. 6 agility. 7 constitution. 6 spirit. 7 his physical condition has reached the pinnacle for his age. Extraordinary profession. Hunter level. 1 experience. 100 professional talent. Killing. Unique slaying prey allows the refinement of blood into bloodstones, extracting souls to create soul crystals. Consuming bloodstones enhances strength, while absorbing soul crystals augments spirit. Current professional skills. None generated professional quest. Novice hunter's first hunt description. Conduct a hunt to acquire the first prey of a newcomer. Quest reward. 10 experience points. Hunter profession skill crystal. Upon reviewing the status panel, Lin Ke could only exclaim 666. The golden finger truly is formidable. Just the attribute points alone have increased by 6. In no wonder he felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through him. Such physical prowess was previously unimaginable, now bestowed upon him in a single professional load. It is no surprise that everyone yearns for a golden finger, as a mere flick of the wrist could alter destiny. If these attribute points continue to proliferate through the hunter's talents, what might he ultimately become? A superhuman or a citizen of his homeland? Oh dear, such a difficult choice. Huh? Lin Ke involuntarily chuckled. Brilliant flames flickered from the furnace's hearth, casting numerous dancing shadows upon the cave's rock walls. Before the furnace, Lin Ke steadied his tumultuous heart. There was no use in overthinking. He was currently in a life-or-death survival situation in the extreme cold. So he ought to address the immediate concerns first. Seated on a chair, Lin Ke closed his eyes, recalling the wilderness survival videos he had previously watched. Images, text, videos. Upon reopening his eyes, under the influence of his learning talent, he felt as if he had acquired new knowledge. Lin Ke retrieved a wooden stick approximately 1.2 meters long from his backpack, took out his hunting knife, and began to carve and shape it by the firelight. Embarking on a handcrafted project, this long piece of wood had been intentionally saved when he had split open a supply crate. Its thickness and length were quite suitable, taken from the horizontal planks of the supply box's lid. He intended to fashion this long stick into a rudimentary spear. After all, he would need some tool to catch the fish swimming in the pond behind him. Attempting to catch them by hand would be the most foolish method. It is the creation and application of tools that has enabled humanity to ascend as the apex of all beings. Spear fishing serves not only to procure sustenance, but also to complete the novice task of the hunter profession. And it provides him an opportunity to test the effectiveness of his hunter talent skills. The hunting knife was remarkably sharp, and with his agility of 7 combined with a strength of 6, Lin Ke wielded the knife with such swiftness that it left behind afterimages. He was not concerned about cutting his fingers, as thin wooden shavings fell like snowflakes, quickly accumulating beneath him, while the long stick gradually took on the shape of a spear. Once the stick was fully shaped, Lin Ke used the knife's edge to scrape away the rough splinters from the pile of wood shavings before him. He selected the first piece he had cut, slightly larger, and crafted 2 small wooden strips the thickness of a pencil and 5 centimeters in length. Next, gripping the knife in his right hand and taking hold of one end of the long stick with his left, he carefully cut a cross-shaped incision about 12 centimeters deep, then inserted the 2 small wooden strips crosswise into the cut. Thus, the stick was segmented into 4 pointed tips. He then sharpened and polished the 4 points with the knife, taking care to gather the wood shavings on the ground and toss them into the hearth to burn, wasting nothing. Lin Ke then stood up and cut several long strands of black beast hair from the edge of a nearby tent, intertwining and twisting them into a 1-meter-long thin rope that he wrapped the thin rope tightly around the tips of the spear's cross, securing the 4 points in place and preventing the spear from splitting further during use. With that, a handmade 4-prong spear was completed. 4-prong spear item quality. Ordinary description. A wooden spear crafted by a hunter, perfectly adequate for dealing with smaller fish. Lin Ke, filled with confidence, picked up the freshly made spear and approached the pond. However, upon bending down to peer into the water, he was taken aback. The furnace's opening faced away from the pond, blocking the light. The water's surface remained unclear. Only shadowy figures swimming beneath the surface were vaguely visible. In such conditions, spear fishing was utterly futile. Well then, it seems I must first resolve the issue of illumination. The furnace cannot be moved, as it is firmly constructed into the cave's floor as for making a torch or lighting a bonfire by the pond for illumination. Lin Ke dismissed those ideas. There was hardly enough firewood to sustain a fire, let alone waste it. Surveying his surroundings, his gaze landed on clusters of luminescent plants along the rock wall. Instantly, he recalled the item information he had viewed through the eye of truth. Approaching carefully, he plucked a luminescent moss the size of a ping-pong ball. Holding it in his hand, he squeezed it gently. The moss, resembling a pink pom-pom, felt cool and damp to the touch, soft as if he were squeezing a ball of jelly. Shaking it near his ear, he could hear the sloshing of liquid within. This was far more engaging than the mere images one could see in a game. Luminescent moss item quality. Ordinary description. A glowing plant that thrives in darkness. It can be used as ammunition for a projector. When loaded into a projector and fired, it will illuminate the area upon impact. Though lacking a projector, tossing it by hand should yield similar effects. Lin Ke thought. He aimed at the rock wall across from the pond and hurled the luminescent moss with all his might. With a soft poof, the delicate moss burst upon contact with the rock wall, spraying its internal liquid across a wide area. The spot on the wall where the moss's liquid splattered instantly illuminated with a gentle lavender glow, casting light over a significant portion of the area. The previously small pond now lay fully revealed under the newfound illumination. Gazing into the pond, Lin Ke found himself momentarily entranced. Beneath the lavender light, the water was crystal clear, as if devoid of any substance. Dozens of fish swam gracefully, appearing to glide through the air. They seemed to float without support. This was an echo of a line from a poem he recited in childhood, a line from the little stone pond. Yet it perfectly encapsulated the scene before him. Lin Ke lacked the eloquence to articulate further, merely exclaiming, "The water quality is truly remarkable." After a moment of astonishment at the pond, he raised the spear. The world may be vast, but the necessity of sustenance outweighed all. He aimed for a fish that had swum near the pond's edge and thrust the spear downward. The spear pierced the water's surface, causing ripples that disrupted the tranquility, startling the fish into a frenzied dash. However, as Lin Ke retrieved the spear from the water, he found it empty. Not even a scale had been pierced the moment he threw the spear. He had anticipated the outcome. Due to the refraction of light in the water, the fish he had seen was merely a distorted shadow. The actual fish likely resided slightly deeper. Recalling his middle school physics, he was relieved that he hadn't entirely forgotten his lessons. Picking up the spear once more, Lin Ke fixed his gaze upon the water's surface, readying himself to strike as soon as another fish approached. With heightened concentration, time seemed to slow. The fish's movements appeared languid. Its slender, pink body and menacing spiny dorsal fin glimmered as it swam at a small creature, albeit quite fierce-looking. Pink irregular fish aquatic creature food quality. Ordinary description. A fish that has remained unchanged since ancient times. Thriving in the new world, possessing remarkable vitality, and subsisting by filtering microorganisms from the water. With a powerful thrust of the spear, amidst the splashing water, Lin Ke successfully speared a fish approximately 20 centimeters long. Despite being pierced by the 3 prongs of the spear, the slender fish writhed and struggled, desperately attempting to escape. Its vitality was indeed quite tenacious. Lin Ke attempted to stow the fish into his backpack, but failed. As it seemed the bag could not accommodate living organisms, he set the fish down a short distance from the pond, stepped on it with one foot, and extracted the fish spear to stow it away. Carefully avoiding the sharp dorsal fin of the pink aberrant fish with his hunting knife, he plunged the blade into the fish's head, ending its life. The clear strand of white light emerged from his arm, piercing through the wound at the fish's head and entering it through the dagger. Was this the innate talent of a hunter to take life? It was indeed a curious sensation that a crisp notification chimed in his mind, indicating that the task was complete, yielding 10 experience points, and the reward had been allocated to his backpack. As he withdrew the knife, he noticed 2 tiny crystals, one red and one white, rolling out of the fish's severed head. Together, they were barely larger than a grain of rice. One could easily overlook them without keen eyesight. Using the pad of his index finger, he pressed down to pick up the 2 crystals and brought them closer to examine their shapes. The red one was an irregular crystal with multiple facets, reminiscent of the philosopher's stone from Western mythology. The white one was a diminutive, transparent sphere, too small to discern what lay within. The shattered remnants of the fish yielded bloodstone quality. Crude. Description: edible. It can slightly restore stamina. Having completed the system task, it was time to process the catch. As the fish's blood had congealed into bloodstones, the task was straightforward. Lin Ke pressed down on the fish's tail to slice off the spiny dorsal fin. Then used the back of the knife to scrape away the scales. Next, he gutted the fish, discarding the gills and entrails into a corner of the cave, before carrying the fish to the pond for a rinse. After thoroughly cleaning the fish's belly and shaking off the excess water, Lin Ke retrieved a bottle of spoiled restorative potion from his backpack. He uncorked the bottle and poured the dark green liquid onto the ground. Feeling no remorse, as there were still 5 bottles left, he rinsed the empty glass bottle in the water and filled it with pond water before returning to the stone oven. This stone oven, standing half a meter in height, featured a fire chamber at the bottom for burning fuel, while above it was a smaller compartment known as the furnace chamber, typically used for heating food or roasting ingredients. Separated from the fire chamber by a thin stone slab, Lin Ke took a larger piece of wood from his backpack and fashioned it into a paddle-like shape with his knife, ensuring it would fit neatly into the furnace chamber, leaving a small handle protruding. Now, Lin Ke was ready to cook. With no concept of day or night, he was unaware of the time, nor did he adhere to the traditional 3 meals a day. He simply knew he had been busy for 2 hours and was now famished. Lifting the roughly 1-pound pink aberrant fish, the information from the Eye of Truth indicated it was suitable for braising. However, being in an alternate realm and trapped in this cave, he lacked oil, salt, soy sauce for seasoning, as well as onions, ginger, and garlic to mask the fishy odor. Thus, braising was out of the question. Merely cooking it through would be an achievement. He scored the thickest part of the fish with his knife, then laid it belly down on the wooden board, positioning the water-filled glass bottle beside the fish. Lin Ke slid the wooden board into the furnace chamber and began roasting. Although he was not adept at using such archaic cooking implements and struggled with timing the cooking process, he reasoned that if the water in the glass bottle began to boil, the fish would likely be cooked as well. After all, anything edible would suffice. Even if it was undercooked, it would still be better than eating it raw under the current circumstances that as for the possibility of the glass bottle shattering due to uneven heating. He trusted in the materials used for hunting supplies in this monster hunting world, designed to hold various concoctions. These containers were built to withstand the intense battles between hunters and monsters, ensuring they wouldn't easily shatter and could endure various environments, be it lava or snow. While waiting for the fish to cook, Lin Ke took out the task reward from his backpack. It was a fist-sized, colorless, polygonal crystal, skill crystal, extraordinary item quality, rare. Description: a crystalline block containing a hint of rule power. Using it grants the skill of throwing. Having read the information, Lin Ke promptly crushed the crystal in his hand. A glimmer of light emerged and merged into his body. Skill: throwing has been loaded. Class: Hunter level, 1 experience, 10,100 class talent. Killing: unique. Class skill: throwing, novice, proficiency, 0-300. Effect: throw objects with 100 accuracy within a range of 10 meters. The skill's effect was straightforward. Although the range was merely 10 meters, in this ruthless natural world, that distance represented a sharp claw extending from his body, a formidable weapon for self-defense. Moreover, the guarantee of 100 accuracy seemed to imply an inevitable connection to causality. It was an excellent skill. The system's offerings were indeed of high quality, and Lin Ke felt a surge of excitement. Initially, it could be used to strike at small monsters like the rabbit or the peach blossom bird, and later, as his strength increased, this skill would become akin to a guided missile. At that moment, sizzling sounds emanated from the furnace chamber as the oils from the fish skin seeped out. Cooking the fish meat, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the oven, a unique fragrance released from the heating fat and protein. Lin Ke's stomach growled in response. Sitting on a stone bench, he leaned forward to peek into the furnace chamber. The water in the glass bottle was bubbling vigorously under the intense heat. It should be ready soon. Thinking of food, Lin Ke remembered he had yet to procure any utensils. He thus whittled a rough but functional wooden spoon from a piece of wood. Once the spoon was prepared, the water in the furnace was boiling, and the meat was cooked. Bubbles surged upward in the glass bottle, and steam burst forth from the opening. Lin Ke withdrew the wooden board, using the nearby stone bench as a makeshift dining table, placing the board laden with food and water on it. The roasted fish on the board had curled edges, with the flesh sizzling and turning golden brown. The appearance was not too shabby. Plain roasted fish food quality. Crude description. Sufficient to fill the stomach and maintain basic nutritional balance. Well then, the ordinary quality fish had surprisingly diminished in quality after his culinary efforts. Just from the textual description, Lin Ke held no hopes for the fish's flavor. However, regardless of taste, it was essential to eat, for there was no room for picky eating in this place. Grasping two thin pieces of wood as makeshift chopsticks in his right hand and wielding the knife in his left, he cut a piece of fish, blew on it to cool it, and placed it into his mouth. Lin Ke winced as he chewed, his facial expression contorted in discomfort. The fish's texture and taste resembled rubber imbued with a fishy essence, bland and difficult to chew. It was undeniably unpalatable. Yet, he had no choice. Abstaining from food would lead to starvation, and starvation would lead to death, in the face of death. This minor suffering was insignificant. Thankfully, the fish had no small bones. After chewing and swallowing the fish meat, Lin Ke continued to cut and consume piece after piece until he had finished the entire pound of fish, leaving only the fish head attached to a spine with remnants of flesh clinging to it on the board. After finishing the fish, the temperature of the water in the glass bottle had also cooled. He cupped the bottle in both hands and took a sip from the mouth of the bottle. Warm liquid flowing down his throat and into his stomach, creating a comforting warmth within. Plain water beverage quality. Ordinary description. Drinking while hot can restore core body temperature. Having satisfied his hunger and quenching his thirst, Lin Ke tidied up and sat on the stone bench, pondering his next course of action. Food and water were not in short supply for the moment, but the firewood would only last for 2 days. And procuring warm clothing was proving to be a challenge, unless he decided to take a gamble and dismantle the camp tent and sleeping bag, using needle and thread to stitch animal hides into warm garments, and then venture out into the snow to harvest timber. However, doing so would complicate his nightly rest. The uneven ground of the cave would be uncomfortable to sleep on, even with clothing. Moreover, he had no interest in sewing. He had never watched any instructional videos and couldn't learn, but it had not yet come to that in this world. He had no viable options, trapped in the cave. Yet, in another realm, his other self had been freely traversing the wilderness for nearly 2 hours. Lin Ke waved his arm, and a device identical in appearance, model, and internal data to the one he had used to start the fire earlier appeared in his hand. Brother, it is good to see you again. In a multiverse, could there exist another self identical to him? When the barriers between worlds are pierced by the system's might, what wondrous reactions might unfold? Lin Ke's consciousness traversed infinite dimensions, connecting with his other self in an alternate world. As the twilight gently brightens, the darkness gradually recedes, and light begins to spread from one end of the horizon, enveloping Lin Ke, who has been traversing the desolate wilderness for 2 hours, clad in the same autumn attire. Possessing the same physique and strikingly handsome features, Lin Ke, wandering through the golden fields, bears no distinction from his counterpart in the world of Monster Hunter. This is an unexpected twist of fate. For reasons unknown, Lin Ke discovers himself endowed with 2 bodies after his traversal point. One awakens in a frigid cave, while the other opens its eyes in a desolate expanse, despite being 2 separate entities. They share identical memories and consciousness, akin to the mythological concept of an external avatar. Both are Lin Ke. Under the immense power of the system, the Lin Ke in the wilderness can even retrieve the longsword stored in the dimensional backpack of his counterpart in the Monster Hunter realm, utilizing the same personal attribute panel. Now he possesses 2 bodies and a singular consciousness, granting him an entire extra 24 hours each day, effectively doubling his lifespan. Moreover, he is now a man with 2 lives. Should he encounter insurmountable troubles, he can afford to act recklessly once. However, prudence is still paramount, for losing 1 life would mean sacrificing an entire world, a considerable loss indeed. Navigating around a cluster of Joshua trees, Lin Ke continues towards his objective, a structure resembling an abandoned factory. After such a lengthy journey, the traces of human architecture finally emerge within his sight. As for why he did not simply cut down those Joshua trees and stow them in his backpack for the Lin Ke in Monster Hunter to use as firewood. It is due to the information provided by the Eye of Truth. Joshua Tree Introduction. The original specimen was birthed in a laboratory, genetically edited through biotechnological means, with roots capable of stabilizing sandy soil and resisting dust storms. Adapting to the post-war contaminated environment, in the year 2075, in the suburban outskirts, now referred to by citizens as the wasteland of malevolent soil, the warm winds from the ocean carry abundant moisture into this desolate land. Gazing up, one sees sparse vegetation scattered across the dust-laden expanse, with cacti, Joshua trees, and an array of unknown low shrubs dotting the landscape at this moment. These resilient green life forms draw moisture from the air through their needle-like leaves and spines, condensing it into droplets stored within their trunks and roots. In such a severely desertified area, survival necessitates certain means. Only these hardy drought-resistant plants can endure. The logistics airport, long forgotten in this corner of the malevolent soil since the conclusion of the Fourth Corporate War, now welcomes new visitors after a lapse of half a century. Lin Ke cautiously peeks through a breach in the surrounding wall, carefully assessing the environment within. The scene before him is reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic wasteland. What an apocalyptic aesthetic this is! Several walls enclose an area of several thousand square meters. Beneath the gentle morning light, yellow dust dances in the breeze, while wild grass and shrubs tear through the concrete surface, defiantly growing and enduring the alternating onslaught of sunlight and acid rain. Several abandoned car wrecks lie in a distant clearing, their bodies overtaken by moss. Nearby stands a large building in the style of war-damaged Syria, occupying a vast expanse. Through the gaping holes in the walls, Lin Ke glimpses the interior. Broken pipes, halted machinery, and a plethora of refuse suggest it has long been neglected. Scattered outside are several red and green shipping containers, adorned with various cryptic graffiti. It remains uncertain whether they contain anything, but given their abandonment here, they are likely empty. Surely, no one resides in this forsaken place. Drawing a hunting knife from his backpack, Lin Ke cautiously steps into the long silent, abandoned factory. Without first surveying his surroundings, he approaches a half-open container door. Utilizing the faint morning light, he inspects the interior, discovering it to be utterly devoid of contents. Save for the sand blowing in through the crevices, he steps inside and pulls the door shut behind him. As sunlight vanishes, darkness envelopes everything within the container. In the obscurity, Lin Ke rubs his hands together, excitement evident on his face as he activates the system interface. Name: Lin Ke. Age: 20. Identity: player. Dimensional backpack: 1 cubic meter. Hunter's journal: equipment slot: 0.3. Universal talent: Eye of Truth. Learning physical attributes: strength 6, agility 7, constitution 6, spirit 7. Generated profession: please confirm your occupation. Player. In this world, his attribute panel does not reflect the hunter profession from Monster Hunter. However, he can acquire an entirely new profession, distinct from that of a hunter. It can be said that the Lin Ke from both worlds share a singular attribute panel, with any changes reflected simultaneously in both. Yet, professions are unique to the individual in the current world. Rubbing his hands, Lin Ke confirms his profession. In fact, the system had already generated his profession over an hour ago. However, at that time, it was still dark, and he found himself in a largely exposed wilderness. Fearing that the noise generated during the profession loading might attract unwanted dangers, player confirmed. Chef profession loading. Couldn't the profession have a more grandiose name? Something like Demon Chef would suffice. I wouldn't mind. Lin Ke has grown weary of voicing his complaints. Light ignites in the darkness, illuminating the entire interior of the container, revealing every detail, not from the sun, but from silver flames igniting upon Lin Ke's body. His consciousness drifts, half floating in the air. The translucent form, even after having witnessed it once, still invokes a sense of eeriness upon further inspection. Experiencing the profession loading anew, Lin Ke's consciousness returns to his body. As soon as he reawakens, he feels an immediate transformation within his physique. His strength has increased, his once fitting clothes now cling tightly to his form, the contours of his muscles clearly visible beneath the short-sleeved cotton garment. His pants, too, reveal more of his calves than before. Standing at 1.7 meters, he had previously been of average height among his peers. Now, with his pant legs having lengthened by at least 10 centimeters, he has finally attained a height of 1.8 meters. How delightful! Furthermore, his skin has become remarkably smooth. Upon touching his face, he finds no blemishes or pits, only a sleek, radiant surface. He has grown taller, sturdier, and likely more handsome as well. If only there were a mirror, he would relish the opportunity to admire his current appearance. Within the container, curiosity leads Lin Ke to open his attribute panel. Name: Lin Ke. Age: 20. Identity: player. Dimensional backpack: 1 cubic meter. Hunter's journal. Equipment slot: 0-3. Universal talent: Eye of Truth. Learning physical attributes: Strength: 8. Agility: 7. Constitution: 8. Spirit: 7. The pinnacle of human physicality. The increase of 4 attribute points has elevated the previously lowest 2 attributes to the highest. The physical qualities of strength and constitution have more than doubled compared to before, 3 times that of an ordinary person. Impressive. With such physical attributes, should he return to his original world, he could earn a fortune through manual labor. Dealing with those yellow-haired thugs, he could go from a feeble punch to a single, silencing blow, all within half a day of acquiring the extraordinary system. Profession: chef level, 1 experience, 0-100 profession talent. Super supplement: unique cooking food can grant dishes special enhancement effects. With the quality of ingredients determining the strength of the effect, completing cooking grants professional experience. Current profession skills: none. Generated task: the chef's first meal description. Perform a cooking task to commence your career as a chef. Task rewards: 10 experience points. Chef profession skill crystal. The chef profession and the hunter profession complement each other perfectly. The hunter can obtain bloodstone soul crystals through hunting, growing stronger while simultaneously acquiring various ingredients. The chef can enhance their profession by utilizing the ingredients provided by the hunters. Quite remarkable, isn't it? One might suspect it is intentional, but pondering it further would be futile. Lin Ke pushed open the box door and stepped into the sunlight. Thus began the path of the extraordinary. Upon exiting the container, Lin Ke was reminded that his hunter companion was still freezing. It was indeed time to scour this abandoned factory for materials to keep warm. He decided to start with the nearest building. Entering the adjacent large structure, Lin Ke surveyed the interior layout. Though the building was expansive, it lacked any internal walls to obstruct the view, presenting a vast hall spanning over 1,000 square meters, where everything could be seen at a glance. The concrete floor was littered with stagnant water and scattered refuse, with the most common items being discarded cans and plastic bags. That moment, a drop of water fell from above, prompting Lin Ke to look up. The ceiling soared approximately 7 to 8 meters high, with several large holes torn through the steel beams that could easily accommodate an elephant. Surely, this damage could not have been caused by hail. This war, in a factory abandoned due to conflict, surrounded by land tainted by chemical pollutants, it seemed this world was far from safe. Lin Ke conducted a thorough search of the building, but found nothing of value amid the debris, only rubbish. The machinery inside was merely a shell, indicating that previous visitors had stripped it of anything useful. Finding nothing worthwhile, Lin Ke ventured outside to rummage through the surrounding containers. However, they were mostly empty, with one even containing a half container's worth of household waste. The nauseating stench of carbon dioxide, methane, nitrogen, and sulfur gases wafted from within, nearly overwhelming him. Truly toxic. The few cars left were nothing but rusted shells. The wheels, tires, glass, and engine parts had all been removed, leaving not a scrap of value behind. In such a vast abandoned factory, not even a piece of garbage was salvageable. Lin Ke grumbled inwardly, deciding instead to collect a few suitably sized chunks of concrete to stow in his backpack. A stone the size of a fist, when thrown with force, could inflict considerable damage. It would serve to hone Lin Ke's skills as a hunter, increasing his proficiency in throwing, and in critical moments, could be hurled at an enemy's face to cause blindness, dizziness, and bleeding, among other effects. Moreover, there was a small chance of triggering a fatal outcome. Remarkably, these concrete fragments could be deemed a perfect ranged weapon. Indeed, there is no such thing as useless trash, only those who lack the skill to utilize it. With this thought, Lin Ke gathered a few more pieces from the ground before preparing to leave the looted factory. However, before departing, Lin Ke needed to determine his next course of action in this unfamiliar territory. Proceeding blindly was unwise. He required a clear direction. Given the presence of such a large abandoned factory, it was likely that more structures, or perhaps even a town, lay nearby. He resolved to find a higher vantage point to survey the surroundings. Lin Ke fixed his gaze upon the tallest building within the abandoned factory. It was constructed entirely of silver-gray alloy, standing about 6 stories tall, reminiscent of a high-voltage power tower. That's the one, Lin Ke declared. Approaching the base of the tower and circling it, he discovered a metal ladder welded to the tower's side, which would allow him to ascend to its peak. However, due to years of neglect, many sections of the ladder had rusted away, and several rungs were missing from the 10-meter-long structure. He decided to test its sturdiness. Grasping the cylindrical sides of the ladder, he shook it vigorously back and forth. The clanging sound echoed as rust particles rained down like droplets of rain. Fortunately, the ladder remained intact and securely attached to the tower. It appeared unlikely that it would detach mid-climb and send him plummeting. Despite the apparent danger, Lin Ke stepped onto the creaking rungs and began his ascent. His enhanced physical capabilities, augmented by the system, provided him with confidence. Even if he were to misstep, his grip strength, capable of supporting hundreds of kilograms, would easily allow him to hang on. After breaking 2 rungs, he safely reached the top of the tower. The wind at the summit was brisk. Lin Ke tightened his left hand around the sturdy iron frame behind him for balance while using his right hand to shield his eyes as he gazed into the distance. In his line of sight, a black horizon loomed to the left, while a massive shadow obstructed his view to the right. Blinking twice in disbelief, Lin Ke quickly retrieved a portable telescope from the world of Monster Hunter and pressed it to his eyes. Through the double-layered lenses, he peered across the desolate wilderness for miles, finally discerning the true form of the shadow. It was a city, rising from the coastline. A cluster of towering structures enveloped in a hazy mist emerged before him. Those grand and magnificent buildings coalesced to form a highly modern metropolis. With just a glance, his entire vision was captivated, and he found himself unable to turn his neck even the slightest bit. Time slipped by silently as the sun ascended. Its rays dispersed the thick fog, revealing the distant skyline. The cityscape, now clearly visible, showcased a plethora of towering edifices, each exhibiting unique architectural designs that exuded a sense of futurism. Skyscrapers, arranged in a staggered formation, rose like mountains, dominating the horizon, while airborne vehicles appeared as diminutive birds flitting through the steel forest. The facades of those towering structures were adorned with vibrant neon advertisements, which remained visible even in daylight. Notably, at the city's center stood a soaring projection screen that pierced the clouds, vanishing into the heavens. Against a backdrop of red and blue, advertisements for firearms, adult themes, and advanced technology permeated the air, imbuing the scene with a distinct cyberpunk essence. Lin Ke's gaze lingered on those advertisements momentarily, captivated by their lifelike quality. "Remarkable," Lin Ke exclaimed, lowering the telescope. The distant metropolis was vast, and what he could see was merely the surface layer of the city. The deeper inner workings, illuminated streets, and glowing neon were concealed behind the city's facade and the shadows cast by its towering structures. Despite never having visited before and encountering this colossal city for the first time, Lin Ke felt he already knew its name. Although many scenes diverged from those in the games, the iconic buildings bore a striking resemblance to their modeled counterparts. It was Night City. "Good morning, Night City. Welcome to the realm of Cyberpunk." Standing atop the tower, Lin Ke greeted Night City in the morning light, while simultaneously welcoming his own reflection in the dawn. Realizing where he had arrived, he was resolute in determining his next direction. That path led straight to the city of Sin, which in 2077 had earned the notorious title of the worst city in America. Raising the telescope once more, he began to study the terrain and roads connecting this abandoned factory to Night City, meticulously planning his route. Protein farms, greenhouses utilized for cultivating genetically modified wheat, molten salt tower solar thermal power plants, and various iconic structures of Dogtown all appeared familiar, yet slightly foreign. After dedicating half an hour to the task, Lin Ke successfully charted 2 routes leading to Night City. The first involved heading left, traversing approximately 10 kilometers of wilderness to reach the biotechnology farm. Then following the roads surrounding the greenhouse farm. Point 1 can either proceed directly to Taipingshao or take a detour through the Santo Domingo Valley. The advantage of this route lies in its accessibility via well-maintained roads, characterized by a flat and smooth terrain, thus offering a shorter distance. However, the downside is also the road itself, as it serves as the main artery leading to the City of Night, resulting in heavy traffic and a plethora of potential dangers that he may encounter heinous incidents such as robbery or kidnapping. His mortal form is not formidable enough to disregard the threat posed by firearms. A mere handgun could indeed jeopardize his life. Therefore, Lin Ke devised a second plan to veer to the right. This necessitates traversing dozens of miles of wilderness, circumventing 3 molten salt tower-based solar thermal power stations. and taking a longer route via the winding mountain roads from the dam to enter the Coronado farm in Santo Domingo. The advantage of this route is the heightened concealment afforded by solitary travel, ensuring personal safety. However, the drawback is the extended distance and the challenging terrain of the arid desert and gravel plains. Perched atop the tower, Lin Ke rubbed his head in contemplation. The decision was indeed difficult. Should he take risks or adopt a cautious approach? While he was still embroiled in indecision atop the tower, a faint sound of gunfire reached his ears that seemed to be gunshots, not far from his location. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he adjusted his binoculars to scan the direction from whence the sound emanated. Soon, his gaze locked onto two swirling plumes of yellow dust rising from the wilderness. He observed a dirt bike and a pickup truck engaged in a fierce chase across the barren land, approaching his vicinity at an angle. "Trouble is brewing," he muttered as he zoomed in on the scene. The motorcycle rider, clad in a snug black leather outfit, exhibited a lithe physique, her upper body quivering with the bike's every jolt, revealing a strikingly well-proportioned woman. This female rider wore a black mask to filter the air and goggles to shield her from the dust, obscuring her features. However, her flowing, pastel-pink hair added a vibrant touch to the otherwise monochromatic landscape. In the pickup truck behind, a diminutive Asian man was at the wheel, his eyes replaced by two black, semicircular lenses that gave him an insect-like appearance. Beside him, a burly man with slightly darkened skin sat in the passenger seat, his exposed flesh marred by visible implant lines, with both arms replaced by metallic prosthetics gleaming under the sun. Inside the truck, the dark-skinned giant had just retracted his cybernetic arm that had been holding a rapid-fire rifle out the window. "Hey, big brother, don't shoot. It won't be fun if you ruin it," said the yellow-skinned driver. "Damn it, then step on the gas and catch up." The irritable dark-skinned man, frustrated by his missed shot at the motorcycle's tires due to the bumpy ride, slammed his palm against the driver's head, barking at him. The driver instinctively recoiled and responded, "Sorry." Ahead, the motorcycle had to navigate around some bushes, while the pickup truck crashed through the obstructing shrubbery, barreling straight ahead. The distance between them was rapidly diminishing, reducing to a mere 10 meters as they approached the makeshift airport. The yellow-skinned driver, his optical eye zooming in on the scene, focused intently on the female rider. Suddenly, his eye detected a figure standing atop the tower. "What? There's someone here," he thought, excitement surging through him. "Let me see what you look like." He licked his lips in anticipation. However, before he could adjust his optical lens for a closer view, the image before him began to glitch, and an error message blared in his mind. "Warning, invasion detected." Warning. Before he could process the situation, darkness enveloped him as he lost all vision. "I can't see. Damn it, that woman is a hacker," the yellow-skinned driver screamed in terror, his hands gripping the steering wheel while his foot instinctively loosened its hold on the accelerator. "Damn it." The dark-skinned giant, now disregarding the notion of capturing anyone alive, leaned out of the passenger window, ready to fire his rifle. Yet, before he could pull the trigger, arcs of electricity flickered from his prosthetic arms, followed by a high-pitched whine as the miniature motors embedded within overloaded. His cybernetic arms malfunctioned and fell limp, causing the rifle to tumble from his grasp into the arid wasteland below. "Damn it, if I catch you, I'll slice you up and eat you alive," he bellowed in frustration as he watched the motorcycle swiftly distance itself. The magic puppet activated, and upon hearing the fading sound of the truck's engine, the female rider exhaled a sigh of relief. In this damned world, no matter where one goes, these pests seem to emerge." Passing an abandoned factory on her dirt bike, she deliberately slowed her speed and called out to the boy atop the signal tower, "Find a place to hide. My puppet can only disrupt them for 5 minutes at most." With an optical eye possessing tenfold magnification and dynamic tracking capabilities, she could see the boy from quite a distance. Noticing his gaping expression, she cast him one last remark before shifting her focus back to her ride, twisting the throttle and roaring off into the distance, leaving a plume of yellow dust in her wake. Lucy, age, 20, identity, cyber hacker, prosthetic coverage, 43. Description, a punk girl chasing her dreams, an exceptionally skilled cyber hacker. She knew that on foot, she could never outrun the technological creations that boasted 4 wheels. If she were to hide, it would be too passive if those two restored their prosthetics and returned. Lin Ke had previously noticed that the driver had glanced in his direction. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative and eliminate the 2 threats to his safety. They were merely 2 night walkers. He had slain plenty of them in the game. Lin Ke recalled Lucy's warning, swiftly stowing away his binoculars and descending the iron tower with agility. 0.5 minutes was ample time. He dashed through the gap in the wall towards the location where the pickup had halted. The power of his 8-point strength endowed him with muscle akin to an Olympic weightlifting champion. Each powerful stride kicked up clouds of dust. His 7-point agility allowed for rapid leg movement, propelling him forward with remarkable speed. The combination of muscular strength and quick reflexes enabled Lin Ke to sprint at a velocity exceeding 10 meters per second. His 8-point physique endowed him with formidable cardiovascular capacity and endurance, allowing him to maintain that speed for over 1,000 meters. As for his 7-point mental acuity, when focused, his sensory perception heightened, creating an illusion of time slowing down. With his current attributes at their peak, Lin Ke was confident he could best 2 malfunctioning cyberpunks. After sprinting 100 meters from the abandoned factory, he spotted the dark-skinned giant standing beside the pickup truck just 40 meters away. At such a close distance, the giant noticed him, his expression shifting from astonishment to sheer terror. Roya Soma Lordpez, of Mexican descent, age 36, identity a low-ranking member of the Night Walkers, prosthetic coverage 35. Description: involved in organ trafficking, drug transportation, assaulting police, kidnapping, extortion, first-degree murder, and cannibalism. Bounty: €300. Status: arm prosthetic overloaded. Recovery time: 2 minutes and 21 seconds. Seeking death. Roya attempted to draw his sidearm, but the malfunctioning prosthetic arm betrayed him, his fingers refusing to obey. After futile attempts to retrieve the gun, he realized the dire consequences of a malfunction in the heat of battle. That damned woman. Damn it, this kid runs fast. Faced with the oncoming figure of the mysterious boy, he had no time for complaints and could only cross his arms defensively, confident that his armored skin and steel hands would withstand the impact. Once my arms are operational, I will surely twist your head off. The grotesque and bloodthirsty expression on Luo Ya's face had yet to fully manifest when he suddenly froze. In the midst of his sprint, Lin Ke clasped his hands in front of his chest, summoning a hefty round shield forged from pure iron into his grasp. Pressing the shield against his chest, in the final 20 meters, each stride propelled his body forward by 5 or 6 meters. As he took his 4th step, he unleashed the full strength of his physique. His right leg's muscles bulged, the fabric of his trousers audibly tearing at the thigh. With a thunderous stomp, he launched himself against the ground. Covering 3 meters, the 51-pound shield, coupled with Lin Ke's sturdy frame of over 150 pounds, collided with Lord Pei's at an unparalleled speed reminiscent of a 100-meter dash for those devoid of combat experience. A charge represents the most formidable means of attack. The immense mass combined with rapid velocity equates to absolute destructive force. A resounding crash akin to the tolling of a great bell echoed as the powerful impact sent the 200-pound behemoth flying 7 to 8 meters away. Under such an assault, a normal person would likely have met their demise. However, for a cybernetic individual, survival was not guaranteed. With subdermal armor, metallic lung lobes, and a blood pump integrated into their physiology, one could hardly survive in this ruthless wasteland without such enhancements. Yet, even with these advantages, Luo Ya found himself lacking against this titanic impact. He collapsed to the ground, his ocular implants protruding grotesquely from their sockets due to the force, while his steel prosthetic arm twisted and fractured. The subdermal armor over his chest caved in, surely fracturing his sternum. Luo Ya attempted to rise, but any movement left him gasping for breath. His implanted iron lung had been compromised. Lin Ke, having sent the dark-skinned adversary flying, was not in much better shape himself. He swallowed the metallic taste of blood and hastened to the fallen foe's position, denying him any chance to resist. He brought the shield crashing down upon the man's forehead, a sharp crack resonating through the air, leaving a mixture of red blood, white matter, and unknown fluid smeared across the shield's surface. Only one remains, Lin Ke declared, shifting his gaze towards the yellow-skinned driver fumbling in the vehicle. In the dimness, Inoue Saburo, a 30-year-old of Japanese descent, registered the furious roar of his leader, realizing they were under attack. Assuming they were still without firearms, he feigned panic to lower the unknown enemy's guard. Yet, his ears perked up as he discreetly drew his handgun, flicking off the safety. Any sound would warrant a full magazine emptied in that direction. Suddenly, he heard it. A sound. Thud. Before he could raise his firearm, A jolt coursed through his face, and then darkness enveloped him. Lin Ke had swiftly utilized a concrete rock he had just retrieved, striking true and knocking the enemy unconscious. Lin Ke then leaned towards the passenger side window, forcefully tossing in two stones that struck the driver squarely, confirming the enemy's stillness. Exercising caution, he raised his shield to his chest and approached. Flinging open the car door, he hoisted the unconscious driver out with one hand. For good measure, Lin Ke struck the dazed man's vividly colored forehead with his shield once more. With a crunch, the enemy's limbs spasmed twice before he lay still, yet another life claimed upon the shield. In the span of merely a minute, he had dispatched 2 night stalkers. He gazed upon the lifeless bodies before him. An unusual emotion surged within Lin Ke, a recognition that this was the tangible world. Not the game Cyberpunk 2077 that had he truly taken lives. He had killed 2 individuals. The line between game and reality had blurred. Yet, he quickly rationalized his actions. They were scum. Their deaths served to protect the innocent. If he did not eliminate them, they would surely seek his life. Lin Ke, it was mere self-defense. This was a world where man devours man. Taking a moment to steady his racing heart, he proceeded to inspect the newly acquired items from the fallen foes. He discovered 2 identical pistols, for fragmentation grenades, several rounds of ammunition, a roll of bills, and 3 jars. Venturing another 50 meters, he picked up an automatic rifle that D5 copper-striped Serpent kinetic assault rifle quality. Excellent description, from Arasaka to Zimbabwe. This versatile weapon adapts to the unpredictable nature of combat. Effective range of 1,100 meters, with a kinetic energy of 4,200 joules. After collecting his spoils into his system backpack, Lin Ke turned to the pickup truck nearby. Despite its chaotic decorations and graffiti marring its appearance, the vehicle's performance remained unblemished. Machino Ghoul quality. Ordinary description. Manufactured in 2067. Rear-wheel drive. For 20 horsepower. Modified by Wanderers. Enhanced with heavy ballistic armor. Curb weight 4458. Every country song necessitates its presence. This model even boasts its own museum in the remote areas of Tennessee. He unceremoniously tossed the now-cold, dark-skinned man and the enemy into the truck bed. Hastily covering them with a tarp, Lin Ke climbed into the Machino and began to familiarize himself with the vehicle, eager to discover if he could operate it. To his surprise, as soon as his hands grasped the steering wheel, the engine roared to life, the truck starting automatically. Futuristic technology, indeed. It seemed the vehicle lacked specialized biometric recognition or electronic locks. Any human could drive it. A stroke of luck, as he never expected his first vehicle would be in this cybernetic realm. With a sense of delight, Lin Ke examined the controls. The Machino featured no clutch or gears, aside from various mechanical buttons whose functions eluded him. There were only the brake, accelerator, and steering wheel. The operation was straightforward. Through the vehicle's electronic clock, Lin Ke gleaned the current time in the cyber world. May 11, 2075, at 9:40 a.m. It was still early. The red-haired lady likely had not encountered her troubles yet. He couldn't help but wonder about the fate of the cat girl. Not wishing to linger, concerned that more night stalkers might arrive, he decided it prudent to make his exit. With his newfound driving skill, he navigated the vehicle in a few swift circles before confidently pressing the accelerator and steering towards the road leading to the farm, for any potential troubles along the way. With a vehicle and a weapon at his disposal, he felt fearless. If things went awry, he could simply empty the magazine. Night City, here I come. As a novice behind the wheel, Lin Ke did not drive at excessive speed. Thus, as he left the desolate wasteland and hit the smooth, straight road, he relished the unique atmosphere of Night City. Move faster, or you'll die. I can drive quicker than you with my little brother, he thought, irritation bubbling within him. If you block my path again, I'll put you down with a single shot. Lin Ke was on the verge of flooring the accelerator to ram into him, sending him sprawling. However, considering that he had just arrived in Night City, familiar with the terrain but not the intricacies of life, he decided against engaging in a reckless shootout. He suppressed his anger, merely pressing harder on the gas to increase his speed. The several dozen miles traveled with the car passed swiftly. Ahead lay a fork in the road. Glancing at the sign, he chose to turn left. In 3 kilometers, he would reach Taipingzhou. However, in the game, Taipingzhou was notorious for its utter lack of law and order, where bullets flew freely in the streets without any NCPD patrols. And it was even beyond the political jurisdiction of Night City. Thus, Lin Ke had no intention of veering left and continued straight ahead. 2 kilometers ahead lay Night City. Welcome to Santo Domingo. The Santo Domingo Valley District, or rather the southern industrial area of the city, was home to numerous heavy metallurgical factories, nuclear power plants, and toxic waste landfills. Towering smokestacks incessantly belched out excessive black smoke. Casting a dreary pall over the entire neighborhood, Lin Ke drove through the valley. A thin layer of black dust swiftly coated his car windows. If it were merely a matter of obstructed vision, he might have said nothing, but the stench in the air was unbearable, making him feel as though he were on the brink of death with each breath, even with the windows closed. A faint, acrid smell lingered at the tip of his nose, a reality of Night City that failed to offer him any genuine sensory experience on the streets. Nearly every passerby wore an air-filtering mask. Those without were either equipped with lung cyberware, having had their entire respiratory systems modified, or were impoverished, so destitute they could not afford a mask and resorted to rummaging through trash bins for sustenance. Lin Ke's gaze fell upon an elderly man sifting through a garbage can, his spark of life flickering like a candle in the wind. It was likely that the organ harvesters had grown indifferent to him. With a turn of the steering wheel, he parked directly on the sidewalk. Before stepping out, Lin Ke rummaged through the glove compartment in the passenger seat, retrieving a few items. Protective padding, face mask quality, ordinary description, a spray-painted air-filtering mask adorned with a grotesque demon design. Intended for nighttime, where to intimidate the timid. Clumsy monkey beverage quality, subpar description, a high-sugar corn syrup juice, capable of significantly replenishing bodily sugars and calories. Giant burrito food quality, ordinary description, synthetic with artificial additives, providing basic nutritional sustenance. After a moment's thought, he returned the mask to its place. These synthetic foods were the true refuse. Lin Ke donned the hood of his jacket, covering much of his head. In this cyber world, where even the elderly scavengers possessed neural interfaces, it was prudent for a native without any enhancements to remain inconspicuous, with items in his left hand and his right hand pulling up the collar of his short-sleeved shirt to cover his mouth and nose. He exited the vehicle, his destination being the convenience store on the street, while also discarding some trashed as he passed the garbage can. Lin Ke tossed the items in his left hand towards it. But his aim faltered. They arced through the air and landed at the feet of the elderly man still laboriously searching through the refuse. Pausing his somewhat stiff movements, the old man slowly lifted his mottled gray head, his murky eyes reflecting the blurred figure of Lin Ke, who had already entered the convenience store. What does he wish to buy? Let us see. Inside the convenience store, Lin Ke's gaze swept past the black female shopkeeper, scanning the items displayed behind a wire mesh. Condoms, refrigerator magnets, makeup kits, lighters, spray paint, lottery scratch cards, chewing gum, postcards of Night City, and disposable air filtering masks were all primarily industrial products. Don't you sell sugar, salt, soy sauce, or other seasonings? Lin Ke inquired, puzzled, addressing the shopkeeper. The residents here had little time to cook. When hunger struck, they simply bought a few burritos or energy bars from street vendors or vending machines in their rooms to satiate their appetites. For those items, you might want to check out the large supermarket in Watson's Chinatown, the shopkeeper replied, slightly impatient yet still answering Lin Ke's query. All right, it seems the high-tech, low-living standards of this cyber world are even more exaggerated than I imagined. With no other options, Lin Ke settled for 2 lighters, 3 disposable masks, and a postcard of Night City. The lighters cost 6 yuan each, the masks 15 for 3, and the postcard 10 yuan, totaling 31 yuan. Transfer or cash? The shopkeeper announced the price and then ceased her actions, scrutinizing Lin Ke from head to toe, as if deeming him a pauper without funds. Indeed, Lin Ke's present appearance was far from impressive. After 2 hours of trekking through the wilderness, followed by scavenging through trash and dispatching 2 cybernetic beasts, his clothes and shoes were coated in dust, and his pants were torn as he moved. The muscular definition of his thighs was evident, resembling a rugged wanderer. Reaching into his jacket pocket, he discreetly retrieved cash from his system space to pay. He had scavenged over 400 yuan in cash from those 2 nocturnal beasts, which should suffice for some basic supplies. Upon witnessing him pay promptly, the shopkeeper finally retrieved the products from the shelf and handed them through the gap in the wire mesh. Thanks, Lin Ke expressed his gratitude. Lowering his collar to reveal his face, donning one of the masks, and then picking up the remaining items as he exited the convenience store. Thanks, That's a word I haven't heard in ages. She mused, her face reflecting a clean disposition, likely another wealthy scion from the North Oak district. Once back in the car, Lin Ke stowed the lighters and the remaining masks in his backpack. Yet he did not drive off immediately. Instead, he spread open the postcard of Night City he had purchased for €10, perusing its contents. Aside from some descriptive text about Night City, the postcard featured a detailed map, outlining the names and routes of various districts and streets. Lin Ke examined the map, locating Santo Domingo in the lower right corner, cross-referencing it with the surrounding buildings to ascertain his position. He meticulously scrutinized the routes depicted on the map. According to the shopkeeper, if he intended to go to Watson's Chinatown for shopping, any route he took would require traversing the entirety of the district. After pondering for a while with no favorable options emerging, Lin Ke started the car and opted for the nearest route. He drove from Martin Luther King Boulevard in the Valley District to the Westbrook District, then cut through Charter Hill, traversing all of Japantown, finally entering Watson's Chinatown via the overhead bridge. The idea was splendid, but reality had other plans. 2 hours later, Lin Ke found himself aimlessly cruising the streets of Santo Domingo in his Maquino. Or rather, he could only navigate this dilapidated district in this vehicle. The streets were littered with heaps of garbage, graffiti plastered everywhere. Towering buildings stood alongside smaller ones, and factories were in close proximity to power plants. Cracked smokestacks and crumbling skyscrapers loomed ominously. The distant echoes of gunfire reminded him that the security here was as abysmal as the environment itself. Without comparison, there could be no harm, in contrast to other districts. Santo Domingo could hardly be deemed the oldest in Night City. It was more accurately described as the slum of Night City, a place providing cheap labor to the myriad factories. Police officers patrolling the streets of Santo Domingo would ignore any illegal activities they witnessed. While in Westbrook, as soon as he drove into Charter Hill, he was stopped by the NCPD. The reason given was that his vehicle lacked the necessary clearance to enter the districts of Night City. And Lin Ke himself had no official identification registered with the city. He was essentially an undocumented individual. Ultimately, if it hadn't been for the kind-hearted officer, who, seeing his youth and recognizing it was his first offense, let him go, Lin Ke's first day in Night City might have been spent in a detention center. However, Lin Ke suspected that the officer's leniency was significantly influenced by the €300 he had discreetly slipped him. Now, Lin Ke needed to find a way to resolve his identity issue. Yet, the character relationships within the game offered him no assistance in reality. Without a phone, a neural interface, or any means of contact, he was left to seek help in the most primitive manner. After wandering the streets of Santo Domingo for over 4 hours, his eyes weary and strained, he still had not located the intermediary known as Old Captain. Where on earth had that pompous figure run off to? Lin Ke, in a fit of anger, slammed his hands against the steering wheel, realizing that relying on intermediaries was an unfeasible path. Now, he was left with but one final recourse: to wait. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the digital clock in the car indicated it was 6 p.m. Inside the vehicle, Lin Ke wore a pained expression as he struggled to consume the grilled fish from another world, swallowing the unpalatable flesh with great difficulty, alternating between bites and sips of water. That an overly heightened sense of taste was not without its drawbacks. It made the already unpleasant meal doubly distasteful. After all, it was time for dinner in the world of Monster Hunter, where Lin Ke was also feasting on freshly grilled fish. Moreover, with his enhanced constitution, his appetite had grown considerably. A single fish was no longer sufficient to sate his hunger. 2 individuals required 4 fish for a single meal, and the dozens of fish in the pond would scarcely last a few days. Outside the car, Lin Ke found himself beneath the towering H4 skyscraper in the River Valley District. His parking spot afforded him a clear view of the underground parking lot and the building's entrances and exits. He awaited a dilapidated yellow Galena G240 or a lady clad in a yellow jacket with fiery red hair. Having seen Lucy that morning, it stood to reason that, as a fellow edgewalker, he could also wait for her at her doorstep. That a game of patience, indeed, posed no issue. Lin Ke needed the red-haired woman to assist him in resolving his identity and accommodation issues once and for all. He hoped she wouldn't be working the night shift. Otherwise, he would be forced to endure the night in vigil. The wait was both tedious and interminable. After finishing 2 plain grilled fish, Lin Ke retrieved his firearm from the novice kit in his backpack. Familiarizing himself with its operation, that he practiced the motions of aiming, disengaging the safety, firing in bursts, and reloading. Vivid images played out in his mind. Ultimately, he disassembled the copper snake rifle within the confines of the car, only to skillfully reassemble it moments later. Impressive. If only he had possessed such talents during his school days, he could have easily gained admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. As the clock struck 9 p.m., the nightlife in other districts was just beginning. Meanwhile, workers from the Santo Domingo factory, after enduring a grueling 15-hour shift, dragged their weary bodies home like the living dead. Consuming a meager meal before collapsing onto their beds, these laborers, oppressed by their employers in reality, could only dream of a brighter future in their slumber. At 11:50 p.m., as the hour approached midnight. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, Lin Ke finally spotted his target, a weathered yellow sedan, the Galena G240, a relic of an automobile long out of production for over 2 decades. Boasted a meager 86 horsepower and a curb weight of 2,255 pounds. Suddenly, a black Machino sped out from the side, blocking the entrance to the underground parking lot. Gloria Martinez slammed on the brakes, her antique vehicle shuddering to a stop. Who is this? Looking for trouble in the dead of night. Gloria drew her handgun from her lower back, a precautionary measure for a woman who often returned home alone in the wee hours. Such was the nature of Night City. When faced with uncertainty, one must draw their weapon first. Gloria Martinez, age 33, occupation, emergency medical technician at a medical center, contract worker, cybernetic coverage rate. 9. Her singular dream was for her son to one day stand atop Arasaka Tower. Well, it seems I've frightened the red-haired lady. Lin Ke exited the vehicle, raising his hands in a gesture of peace, and slowly approached the Galena G240 through the car window, illuminated by the interior lights. He caught a glimpse of Gloria's features, like a character from an anime. Her strikingly defined features exuded a sense of fierce determination, yet her eyes betrayed an underlying weariness. The red diamond-shaped implant, resembling a beauty mark, adorned the corner of her right eye, adding an alluring touch. Her wine-red hair was tied in a ponytail cascading down her chest, exuding a delicate, yet resilient, aura of a devoted wife. Gloria's complexion appeared visibly unhealthy. Although fair, it lacked a rosy hue, revealing a pallor that hinted at her exhaustion. Her hair was coarse and lacked luster, appearing a deep crimson. It was evident that the prolonged hours of labor, coupled with her harsh living conditions, had severely compromised her natural health. Please, do not be alarmed, ma'am. I merely wish to ask for your assistance. Lin Ke spoke softly. Please leave immediately. I'm just a worker. I have no means to help anyone. Gloria replied coldly, not opening her car door, but gazing at the stranger who had obstructed her path. No, you can indeed assist me. Kindly contact man. I have a commission for him. Lin Ke stated, momentarily disorienting Gloria with his words. Surely, no one should know of her connection with man. Doubt crept into her mind, yet she retorted, I do not know anyone by that name. You must have the wrong person. Gloria, you need not deny it. After all, you often come across unclaimed cyberware and firearms to sell to him. I presume you must have his contact information, Lin Ke asserted, leaving Gloria's inner turmoil unaddressed. His words struck a nerve, piercing through the depths of her concealed secrets. Panicking, Gloria gazed anxiously at the stranger outside her vehicle. How could he know about the stolen weapons and implants? The very secret she believed she had buried deep was so casually revealed by this unknown individual. The theft of deceased individuals' belongings was a clear violation of Night City law. What if this person informed the NCPD? Gloria wished to halt her spiraling thoughts, her right hand gripping the gun's handle, her index finger resting on the trigger. Lin Ke recognized her state of distress. It seemed his haste had frightened her. He quickly sought to remedy the situation. Ma'am, please lower your firearm. Rest assured, I will not disclose anything to anyone. I genuinely seek your help, and there are surveillance cameras here. Even if you were to shoot. Enough? Do not say another word. If you wish to contact man, I will assist you. Gloria interjected forcefully. Excellent, ma'am. Then you shall serve as our intermediary for this commission. Rest assured, it is a straightforward task, devoid of any danger. Westbrook's Japanese Street is a fusion of Las Vegas and Kabukicho, an entertainment district adorned with vibrant nightlife and extravagance. The towering buildings are draped with colossal billboards, broadcasting eye-catching advertisements around the clock. The streets are festooned with dazzling holographic projections, presenting a myriad of fantastical scenes, continuously beckoning passers-by to indulge in revelry. Here, one is ensnared in an overwhelming haze of opulence that dazzles the senses, causing one to lose track of time. More importantly, forget about how much money was spent. It was late at night, in a small square at the entrance of a turbo convenience store on the streets of Japan. Beneath the deep blue glow of neon lights, cybernetic mercenaries, having completed their tasks, gathered together as usual, sipping on zero-additive specialty beers purchased from the convenience store, while indulging in synthetic barbecued meat produced by a food factory at a nearby hot food stall. They exchange gossip about the latest happenings in Night City, one boasting about their high-end cybernetic enhancements, while another flaunted the profits from that night's job. In the midst of the crowd, a small clearing erupted with bursts of laughter and applause. Amidst the lively atmosphere, a burly man with a bushy beard donned in a punk-style vest, exposing his chest, and wearing dark sunglasses, showcased an array of tricks and acrobatics with his elongated cybernetic arms. His comical antics, paired with his lewd body language, provided a momentary release and relaxation for the tension-stricken cyberpunks who had just finished their missions. The back of the throng, a towering African-American man with a golden pompadour hairstyle injected a canister of immunosuppressants targeting cybernetic nerve stimulation into his arm. As the fiery pain in his nerves swiftly subsided, the muscular man let out a long sigh of relief. Beside him sat a petite young girl, her face smooth and refined, with charming patterns resembling whiskers on either side of her adorable visage. Clad in a pink sleeveless jacket over a black bodysuit, her fluffy black hair shimmered with a hint of pink under the blue lights. As she gazed at the bustling crowd, the neon essence sparkled in her beautiful pink eyes. Sasha took a sip of her spicy drink, glanced at the quirky Pira in the crowd, then turned to her leader man with a tone of exasperation, saying, "Man, those gorilla arms are too taxing on your body. You can't undergo any more cybernetic implants for the time being. I know, Sasha, I'll just install a projectile launcher and hold off on any further enhancements," man replied dismissively. After all, his principle was to equip himself with any enhancements that could make him stronger. Moreover, their mercenary team had just begun to gain a modicum of notoriety in Night City. Not only had the number of job requests increased, but so had the corresponding commissions. However, lucrative contracts also implied a greater degree of inherent danger. Man understood he had to swiftly augment his strength to protect the lives of his team members. For cyber mercenaries, once they began implanting cybernetics, there was no turning back. They continuously accepted missions, using the money earned to purchase advanced enhancements. Then, they would take on more perilous jobs to earn even more, perpetually upgrading their cybernetic configurations to replace them with more formidable combat enhancements. In a cyclical pattern, until one day, they met their demise at the hands of another S-gun or succumbed to a cyber psychosis, falling prey to the firepower of a violent tactical unit. Death is the inevitable fate of all life, and cyberpunks are among those who flirt most closely with it. A cadre of individuals teetering on the brink of mortality each day. Sasha shook her head, her voluminous hair bouncing with elasticity. After collaborating for so long, she understood man's temperament. She could not dissuade him at present. She was merely a newly recruited hacker in man's squad. However, it might be prudent to inform Dorio about man's condition and have her keep an eye on him. Just as she thought of man's girlfriend Dorio, Sasha blinked her beautiful eyes and scanned the area, failing to spot the robust woman whose physique rivaled man's. It was quite peculiar that even Rebecca, usually the most boisterous, was nowhere to be seen, especially since she had been hugging her in the car just moments before. "Hey, man, where did Dorio and Rebecca go? I haven't seen them." Sasha nudged her elbow into her leader's side. "Rebecca read somewhere that sleeping more can help one grow taller. So after we got out of the car, Falco took her home, and Dorio didn't want to leave her side, so she went along," man replied, his expression subtly shifting as he considered the young girl who served as a combat member in his team. He was at a loss for words, though she was reckless and unrestrained during gunfire. Her demeanor sometimes resembled that of a child, despite her youthful appearance. Ding! Gloria Martinez sent a message. Huh? Man was taken aback, surprised to receive a message at such a moment. His consciousness, or rather, his brain waves, opened the communication through the neural link. Virtual subtitles projected into his optical field of vision. "Gloria, man, are you free? I have a contract that requires your attention. Man, sister, when did you start playing the role of an intermediary?" "Gloria, the client is right next to me." a young man of unknown origin that he knows I've been selling you those cybernetics and firearms. Man, I haven't disclosed any of your information to anyone. Do you need me to handle him? Gloria. No, this person seems a bit mysterious and potentially troublesome. Gloria. Will you accept the contract? He wants to meet with you now. Gloria. He mentioned that if you're worried about potential danger, you can choose the meeting location, but it must be within Santo Domingo. Gloria. He also inquired if there's a hacker named Sasha in your team, that if you accept the contract, please bring her along. Man. Alright. Now I'm a bit curious about this client's identity, that I'll accept the contract. Mercenaries thrive on contracts. After all, as for the meeting place, let us go with Coronado Farm in Santo Domingo. I'll send you the exact location. We'll arrive in an hour. Man ended the communication, remained silent for a moment, then rose to head towards the car parked nearby. Let us go, Sasha. Bring Pyrrha along. We have work to do. Understood, man. Inside the car, man drove. Sasha occupied the passenger seat, while Pyrrha sat in the back. However, like his sister Rebecca, he was also a source of concern. He persistently teased Sasha in the front seat, taking on the role of an elder team member. Sasha, what do you think of me? Want to grab a meal together sometime? Or come over to watch some dream sequences? I have a particularly thrilling one that we could enjoy together. How annoying. Sitting in the passenger seat, Sasha closed her eyes, arms crossed, accentuating her ample bosom as she contemplated whether to retaliate against the crass, bearded man in the back. Cyberpsychosis? No, that was too harsh. He was, after all, a teammate. Perhaps a malfunctioning cybernetic would suffice, a full-body electric therapy session. But before Sasha could take action, she was interrupted by man's voice. All right, Pyrrha, quiet down. This job is a bit different. Listen to me. Man, while steering the wheel, addressed Pyrrha. The captain commanded absolute authority, silencing Pyrrha, prompting Sasha to open her eyes as the cabin fell silent. Man continued. This time, the client approached us through one of my suppliers. The client has some information issues. He somehow knows that our team's hacker is Sasha Dada. Sasha looked at Man, bewildered. Though she was acquainted with Man and had collaborated numerous times, she had only decided to join his team today after this mission. Who exactly was this client? And how did they possess such accurate information? I've set the meeting place at the base. Sasha, you'll scan the client through the entrance camera when they arrive. Whether it be biological signals or the models of cybernetic bodies, one can always discern subtle clues. The stroke of 1 in the morning, a yellow Galena G240, leading a black Machino, entered the Coronado Farm. After meandering through a shanty town, they finally halted before a squat edifice. The door swung open. Lin Ke alighted and surveyed his surroundings. Wild grasses, litter, and discarded oil drums. Indeed, yet another forsaken construction site. However, this location was none other than the base of Man's team from the Edge Runners, the very place where David had stolen a vehicle for the first time. How intriguing it was, as the scenes from anime intertwined seamlessly with the reality before him. This traversal had truly shattered multiple dimensional barriers. Still clad in his hat and mask, Lin Ke leaned against the car, nonchalantly addressing the red-haired woman inside. Sister Gloria, when is Man arriving? It has been over an hour since we drove here. Gloria, reclining in the driver's seat with her eyes shut, chose to ignore Lin Ke. Initially, she had been polite enough to be addressed as ma'am, but now he had taken the liberty to address her as sister. Regardless, she had no intention of exiting the vehicle before Man arrived. Of course, it wasn't that she feared Lin Ke. Rather, she simply wished to avoid engaging with this insufferable brat. Despite their brief acquaintance of merely 10 minutes, Gloria had discerned that Lin Ke was genuinely only interested in contacting Man through her for a commission. His temperament was unexpectedly mild. Even after being rebuffed several times, he showed no signs of anger. What puzzled her was how he had gleaned such intimate knowledge of her professional privacy. Bored, Lin Ke leaned against the vehicle, gazing up at the night sky, obscured by towering buildings. The city's neon lights shone so brilliantly that not a single star was visible beneath the shroud of night. That a yawn escaped him. He felt a tad sleepy, while the other Lin Ke from a different world had already nestled into his sleeping bag. The coexistence of clarity and chaos was indeed a remarkable experience. Suddenly, Lin Ke's body jolted as though jolted by electricity, sensing an unseen presence watching him from behind. Relying on the acute instincts bestowed by his seventh sense, he turned to face the low building behind him. He noticed a surveillance camera hanging from the eaves, its lens having pivoted towards him. a faint red light glowing ominously from its depths. It appears the time has come. Are they attempting to gather some preliminary intelligence? Who is the individual monitoring from behind the camera? Outside the abandoned construction site, Sasha severed her network connection, opening her eyes as she exited the camera's viewpoint. Noticing her awakening, Man inquired, "Did you uncover any information?" Sasha shook her head, perplexed. "It's strange. I detected no biological signatures, nor did I scan any cybernetic models. Not even a signal from a handgun. It's as if she were a moving humanoid stone. Devoid of any identifiable chip information. In this cybernetic age, nearly everything had been digitized. Through optical instruments or the scanning functions of cybernetic eyes, one could unveil a plethora of information invisible to the naked eye. Even a piece of clothing could reveal its manufacturer and materials through microchips embedded within it. To encounter such an absence of data was an unprecedented experience for her. Then let us proceed inside. Since the individual has come alone, they must possess some confidence. Ordinary folk would not dare to engage with our kind, Man declared, restarting the vehicle and driving into the team's base, in the open space before the building. Lin Ke observed 3 figures disembark from the car and first utilized his eye of truth to scan them. Man, age 33, identity, cyber mercenary, cybernetic coverage, 54. Description, the leader of the cyber mercenary squad. Known for his meritocratic approach and fairness, a reliable man deeply trusted by his team. Pila, age 26, identity, cyber mercenary, cybernetic coverage, 32. Description, a rough-tongued combat mechanic. Sasha Yakovleva, age 23, identity, network hacker, cybernetic coverage, 51. Description, beneath her semi-mechanical exterior beats a passionate heart. Man, Pila, and Sasha. If only Rebecca and Doria were present. Man, not yet afflicted by cyberpsychosis, and Pila, who had not yet fallen victim to its fatal grasp, alongside this amiable girl who resembled a neighbor's charming cat. Lin Ke shifted his gaze from Sasha's dark bobbed hair. Upon seeing Man's arrival, Gloria stepped out of the car to greet him. Man, nodding in acknowledgement to Gloria, Man turned to the masked figure before him, unable to discern their features, and spoke directly to the point. "I am Man. What is the nature of your commission, and what compensation do you offer? My sincerest apologies, but the funds I possess are merely enough to purchase a piece of chewing gum. Only upon the completion of your first task will I have the means to pay you," Lin Ke replied helplessly, for in a capitalist society, being penniless rendered one powerless. "What? Kid, are you mocking us?" Pila, standing beside Man, swung his long arms in exasperation, feeling disgruntled by the air of mystery, expecting a significant figure, but instead encountering a pauper. Sasha remained silent, merely observing with curiosity this enigmatic individual who emitted no signals whatsoever. Her hacking skills were rendered useless against such a person. Yet, Man retained his composure and continued to inquire. "What is your first task? Do you see that machino behind me? Estimate its value and assist me in selling it." Lin Ke gestured towards the vehicle. Mercenaries undertook a wide array of tasks, from border smuggling and protective security to corporate espionage and extracting individuals from gang strongholds that as long as it was profitable. Mercenaries would generally accept the job. Lin Ke was unable to resolve the vehicle's information issue by himself, and lacking funds, he preferred to sell it for a sum that could procure essential supplies. "Pila, you take care of this." Man instructed Pila to confirm the vehicle's components and check for any owner information or electronic lock systems. "All right, I'll take a look." Pila approached the machino, yanked open the door, and plugged his personal connector into the data port beneath the steering wheel. Although not a hacker, he possessed some mechanical skills. After a brief inspection, he reported, "The vehicle's components are intact. It is an unclaimed vehicle, and it has been outfitted with heavy ballistic armor, though the modification style suggests a drifter's touch." Upon receiving this confirmation, Man nodded and began to quote a price to Lin Ke. A new machino retails for 60,000 euros. This second-hand model is worth no more than 40,000. However, given the heavy armor, a second-hand dealer should offer between 45 to 48,000 euros. "Just give me 40,000 euros. You can take the car, and whatever you sell it for is none of my concern. Consider it the commission fee," Lin Ke stated, unconcerned about the several thousand euros difference. All he desired was to acquire some initial capital to swiftly alleviate his predicament in the hunter's world. "Agreed." Man nodded that it was an easy profit of at least 5,000 euros. Only a fool would refuse. Moreover, it wasn't necessary to sell to a dealership. Some competitors on the street favored such sturdy, well-modified, high-powered pickup trucks capable of carrying cargo, and selling it at the original price of 60,000 euros was entirely feasible. After all, who wouldn't want a ballistic pickup truck? Such armored vehicles could be lifesavers in critical moments. Thus, the first commission was concluded. Transfer the funds directly to Gloria. For now, she acts as my intermediary. Just as the red-haired woman was about to speak, Lin Ke raised a hand to interrupt her. Now, onto the second commission. Lin Ke removed his hat and mask, revealing a head devoid of any cybernetic implants, and calmly regarded Sasha, who had remained silent behind man. Assist me in obtaining a resident identity that allows for free movement in Night City, Sasha. I trust your skills will make this task a breeze. The four individuals present were taken aback by Lin Ke, who bore no evident traces of cybernetic modifications at that moment. Gloria comprehended why Lin Ke possessed such extensive knowledge and why he required her to contact man. She also understood the necessity of transferring money to her. Without a neural implant, disseminating information in Night City was an arduous task, let alone managing an electronic account. You came from outside? Impressive, brother. How have you managed to survive all this time without a neural implant? Man found himself perplexed by Lin Ke's origins. A natural human was indeed a rarity. Given the degradation of the environment, those living at the bottom of society would inevitably undergo modifications to their bodies. Otherwise, one would face the insane reality of dying upon stepping outside. The privilege of possessing an unmodified body was reserved for the elite, who could afford to utilize advanced biotechnologies to enhance or replace their organs, significantly prolonging their lifespan. Man sent several messages through the team channel, quickly gathering the 40,000 euros to transfer to Gloria. Meanwhile, Sasha, with hands behind her back, tiptoed around Lin Ke, observing him intently. No biological signal. I thought you had some means of cloaking it that I didn't realize you were simply unmodified, a pure natural. Obtaining residency status might be challenging, but I can forge the identity chip of a missing unfortunate soul to match your appearance and name. The NCPD won't detect any discrepancies, allowing you to operate within Night City. However, reading the chip's information necessitated a neural implant. Sasha thoroughly scanned Lin Ke's physical data before returning to man's side. All right, I'll find a way to procure an implant.as for your identity information. I'll leave that to you. Sasha. My name is Lin Ke, and the reward for the second commission is in the back of McKino's truck. No sooner had Lin Ke finished speaking than the impulsive Pila rushed forward, yanking the tarp aside to reveal two lifeless bodies beneath. Damn, they're dead. Pila's exclamation heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Do not be alarmed. I found them on my way here. They were all wanted criminals with bounties from the NCPD. Though the rewards might seem somewhat amusing, the cybernetics on their bodies are worth a fair amount. Lin Ke had truly maximized the benefits of his beginner's package. However, in the cyber world, the recycling and sale of second-hand implants constituted a legitimate industry. It was common for unlicensed black market doctors to buy and sell these second-hand implants harvested from corpses. Sasha scanned the bodies in the truck bed with her cybernetic eye and nodded at man. The NCPD database lists them as criminals, scum from the Maelstrom gang. Their implants hold decent value. We'll accept this commission. We will complete it before dawn, and by then, you shall be a resident of Night City, enjoying the freedoms and legal rights afforded to a citizen. Man adjusted his sunglasses with a finger, his mouth twitching in reluctant agreement to accept Lin Ke's commission. Found them, did you? Only a fool would believe that. This vehicle likely belonged to those two nocturnal wretches, and now both the vehicle and its occupants had become someone else's spoils. Who exactly is this person? A natural human, bravely wandering through the wasteland, and yet he has slain two cybernetic individuals with significant enhancements. Then let us collaborate amicably. Inform Gloria of any updates. Upon concluding his statement, Lin Ke dashed to the side of G240, opening the passenger door and settling inside. All he desired now was a place to rest peacefully. What are you doing? Gloria pulled open the car door. Observing Lin Ke lounging with the seat reclined, her expression filled with exasperation. That I'm going home with you. All the money is with you, and as an undocumented individual, I have no choice but to stay at your place for a few days. There are no spare rooms in my house that I can sleep on the couch. I don't mind. Sister Gloria, you surely don't want David to find out. All right, shut up. Understood. Man and the others watched the car's taillights disappear around the corner. Bemused, this individual must be somewhat deranged to trust us so readily. Sasha, however, felt as though he was familiar with them, as if he had known them for ages. Truly a peculiar character. At 7:20 a.m. Influenced by his biological clock, the boy who had grown up in Santo Domingo opened his eyes in his bedroom that he squinted, his pupils devoid of any spark, fixating blankly on the ceiling. After a prolonged moment, his lifeless gaze began to focus. Sigh. The boy exhaled deeply. The black hyperdream he had obtained from the doctor the previous night had been overwhelmingly intense. Even in his dreams, gruesome images continued to haunt his mind. Rubbing his temples, the boy tossed aside the thin blanket covering him, rose, and shook his head, attempting to rid himself of the lingering hyperdream visions. Alas, it was in vain. Grabbing his uniform from the end of the bed, he dressed while walking barefoot out of his bedroom. He needed to visit the restroom. Just before entering, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure reclining on the couch in the living room. A yellow jacket lay half draped over the person, the other half cascading to the floor. How troublesome. Why is someone sleeping on the couch again? The boy scratched his head and approached, intending to cover his mother with the garment. However, with each step, his expression subtly altered. Upon getting closer, he realized the individual on the couch was not his mother, but a completely unfamiliar young man soundly asleep. The flush of anger rose to the boy's face. Who the hell are you? What are you doing in my house? Enraged, he reached out to shake the sleeping man awake. Just then, the man, who had been in deep slumber, abruptly opened his eyes, his dark brown pupils reflecting the boy's furious visage and the hand reaching towards him. Acting swiftly, he seized the boy's wrist, and before the boy could react, he found himself restrained. Smack. A sharp slap landed on the boy's pineapple hairstyle. Lin Ke pinned the boy's hands behind his back with one hand, pressing his knee against the boy's back, subduing this audacious intruder who had disturbed his slumber. I am not one to be trifled with upon waking. Lin Ke had only managed to sleep for 4 hours after arriving at the apartment with Gloria at 3 in the morning. Let me go. Who are you? Why are you in my house? The boy struggled relentlessly, attempting to rise, but with his hands restrained and his back pressed down, he was utterly powerless. He could only lay on the couch, shaking his head in impotent fury. You dare disturb my dreams and expect no repercussions. As for why I am in your home, well, I just arrived in Night City and had nowhere else to stay. And your mother kindly offered me shelter for a few days. That you're lying. My mom would never bring a stranger home, the boy retorted, though tears began to well up in his eyes. That it was understandable that he would overthink the situation, as this was the first time in his 16 years that he had witnessed his mother bringing a stranger home, a man sleeping in her clothes. The mere thought of it filled him with indignation, intensifying his struggles. Unfortunately, the disparity in their physical capabilities was too great. The boy's strength was no match for Lin Ke. Observing the boy's futile attempts to break free, Lin Ke's eyes glimmered with amusement. Yet, the boy's demeanor resembled that of a fledgling edgewalker, entirely unfamiliar with the profanities of Night City. Gloria, as a mother, had raised her son in a manner that seemed incompatible with the realities of this era. He resembled a diligent student from a peaceful time in his homeland. However, in the Night City of 2075, such a disposition rendered the boy a naive fool. David Martinez, age, 16, identity, student, cybernetic coverage, 12. Description, a student at Arasaka Academy. Excelling academically, he possesses a unique insensitivity to cybernetics, allowing him to endure the mental encroachment of multiple implants. Lin Ke, what are you doing? Let go of my son. At that moment, Gloria, awakened by the commotion, rushed over, forcefully pushing Lin Ke aside to assist David, who was slumped on the sofa. She half knelt, her slightly reddened eyes anxiously scanning her son for any signs of injury. Lin Ke stood by with his arms crossed, remaining silent. That in truth, he had deliberately relaxed his posture when Gloria approached. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily shoved aside. That it was somewhat embarrassing to be caught bullying someone else's son in their own home. Moreover, witnessing the current state of the red-haired woman only amplified his discomfort. Gloria must have been roused by the ruckus he and David were making, and the fact that David had dashed out of the bedroom wearing nothing but a silk red nightgown likely added to her concern. As she half knelt, the shapely contours of her figure were unmistakably visible. Lin Ke's gaze inadvertently drifted from the loose neckline of her nightgown to the two plump, creamy mounds it revealed. What an unexpectedly splendid physique. Mom, why is this person in our house? David exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Ke, his voice brimming with indignation. Gloria, relieved to see her son unhurt, had no choice but to explain, he is a friend from work, staying with us for a few days due to some special circumstances. Upon hearing his mother's explanation, David exhaled a sigh of relief, his anger gradually dissipating. He understood how hard Gloria worked to support his education and hoped for her to find a reliable companion. Someone who could alleviate the burden of her relentless overtime, single-handedly holding up their household. However, David was opposed to the idea of his mother dating someone who appeared to be around his own age. Although this insufferable man had a somewhat handsome appearance, looks were the least valuable currency in this city. Furthermore, this man didn't even have a place to stay. Sitting on the sofa, David raised his chin, adopting a fierce expression as he glared menacingly at Lin Ke, like a wolf asserting dominion over its territory, signaling that Lin Ke should keep his distance from his mother. Well, the kid puts on quite a show. But a husky is still a husky. No matter how fierce it tries to appear, it needs more prowess to become the king of wolves. I am a close friend of your mother's. You can either call me Lin Lauda or Lin Uncle, Lin Ke replied with a slightly heavier emphasis on the phrase close friend, raising an eyebrow at David, flashing a cheeky grin that exuded a sense of arrogance. You scoundrel, David fumed, ready to charge forward, only to be restrained by Gloria. Lin Ke, shut your mouth, she commanded. David, you calm down as well. Gloria, cradling her head in exasperation, lamented how it had been ages since this home had been so lively. I'll prepare breakfast. David, go freshen up. She sought to draw David away, not wanting him to overhear certain conversations. Okay, David reluctantly jogged towards the bathroom, his urgency evident. Once David had left, Gloria turned her attention to the troublesome young man before her. No, now he was her employer. Just hours earlier, during their return journey, this man had offered 10,000 euros to secure her time for the day. 10,000 euros. In Santo Domingo, an ordinary worker would have to toil for 16 hours a day for 6 months straight to earn that much. Yet this man so generously dispensed it for merely needing a driver to tour him around the night city. According to him, it was his first visit to this city, and he required a guide and chauffeur to help him explore and gather supplies. Of course, this sum also covered his meals and lodging for the week ahead. But that was trivial. After all, she would merely be sleeping on the sofa, with meals akin to what David had, breakfast at home, and lunch and dinner consisting of a €10 nutritional meal from a vending machine. With a maximum cost of 200 euros, she could earn 10,000 euros for just a day's work. If only making money were always this easy. Do not bully David, or I will ask you to leave my home immediately, and I will return your payment, Gloria stated with a serious expression. Fine, I'll heed your warning, Lin Ke replied nonchalantly, though he felt the need to clarify that David had initiated the confrontation. Regardless, let us put this matter to rest. I need to prepare dinner. Also, we are out of toiletries, so after breakfast, I will take you to the supermarket. With that, Gloria turned and walked into the kitchen, observing the graceful figure of Gloria, clad in her red silk nightgown as she busied herself in the kitchen. Lin Ke picked up the yellow jacket lying on the floor, shook it out, and placed it on the sofa. What a tender mother she was, however, as he glanced back towards the kitchen, a thought crossed his mind. And a sly smile crept upon his face as he followed her inside. In the kitchen, Gloria was preparing breakfast on the electric stove. While she called it cooking, it merely involved heating pre-packaged ingredients produced by her company and sprinkling on some synthetic seasoning. Lin Ke stood by, watching the edible concoction heating on the counter, his lips twitching in dismay. He should never have held any expectations for the cuisine of the night city. Protein blend beverage quality, ordinary. Description: a meat substitute produced at the protein farm, containing protein, fat, carbohydrates, minerals, and all necessary nutrients for the human body. Bread quality, ordinary. Description: a synthesis of starch and a small amount of cellulose, baked to enhance satiety. Synthetic meat ingredient quality, ordinary. Description: primarily made from high-protein crickets, enhanced with beef flavor molecules and meat essence. What sort of food was this? Did the night city not offer anything resembling normal cuisine? No, perhaps this was indeed what the citizens of the night city considered normal food. Meat was meat, milk was milk, and bread was bread. Only someone from a peaceful era would find these ingredients abnormal. Are you hungry? Gloria inquired, mistaking his intense gaze at the preparation station for hunger. You'll have to wait a moment. Today's breakfast is a beef sandwich with milk. She regarded the ingredients with pride. knowing she had spent quite a bit on them. Had it not been for David's growth spurts requiring nutrition, she would have been reluctant to splurge. She could easily get by with a few starchy energy bars that cost €5 each, which could fill her stomach when soaked in water. Damn milk. If memory serves, the protein farm raises crickets and earthworms. Even if they process this stuff to taste like milk, I wouldn't drink it. In my hometown, these ingredients are only fit for feeding dogs, Lin Ke scoffed, feeling a twinge of insult at his own words. But once spoken, they could not be taken back. Your hometown must be quite affluent, Gloria remarked, unfazed by Lin Ke's comment. After all, in the night city, wanting to own a dog required a monthly pet tax of €1,000. Only the wealthy residing in North Oak could afford such pets. The dogs of the affluent even had dedicated caretakers and bodyguards, living lives far more lavish than the impoverished citizens of the night city. Lin Ke fell silent, initially intending to inspect the kitchen for ingredients to complete a novice task. It seemed more prudent to utilize what he already had to accomplish the task, as he had already delayed for 24 hours. Chef's first meal. Description: prepare a dish to initiate the culinary career task. Reward: 10 experience points. Chef career skill crystal. What dish should I make? Lin Ke mused, glancing at his backpack, which contained only a few pink mutant fish caught by hunters and 2 pieces of dried meat salvaged from a box. Inspecting the kitchen's spice jars, he found only salt, sugar, and a bottle of chemically synthesized peanut sauce. Salt seasoning quality: ordinary. Description: chemical compound sodium chloride. Sugar seasoning quality: ordinary. Description: carbohydrates, with only salt and sugar available. He decided to forego the fish and opt for a dragon meat soup instead, as long as he controlled the salt appropriately and refrained from adding random ingredients. The soup would be hard to ruin. Moreover, the flavor of herbivorous dragon meat should suffice. Dried meat quality: ordinary. Description: dried pieces of herbivorous dragon meat, dehydrated in cold environments. Consumption restores stamina. His eyes scanned the kitchen's available cooking equipment. Lin Ke retrieved a 3-liter capacity alloy soup pot from a nearby shelf and a metal cutting board. What are you planning to do? Gloria flipped the grilled patties with a spatula, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Ke's actions. That I'm preparing something to eat for myself, so don't mind me. Hee, do you have the ingredients? Ignoring Gloria's eye roll, Lin Ke turned to fill a pot with water from a nearby sink. Before he could place the pot on the stove to heat it, the liquid within began to emit a strange glow. Contaminated water quality: poor. Description: contains excessive microplastic components and trace radioactive substances. Prolonged consumption may lead to genetic mutations, chromosomal aberrations, and serious harm to health. Lin Ke had never encountered such a domineering water before. He dipped his finger in and took a taste. His tongue tingled slightly, overwhelmed by a strong metallic taste, reminiscent of licking the terminals of a battery as a child. Pa! He poured the water from the pot back into the sink and, turning his back to Gloria, stowed the empty pot into his backpack. A few seconds later, when he retrieved it, the pot was filled with clear pond water. Next, in the hunter's world, Lin Ke cleaned the only 2 pieces of dried meat, brushing off the dust and putting them into his backpack. In the kitchen, he feigned activity, pulling out a fist-sized piece of dried meat from his jacket pocket. The clean dried meat resembled cured pork, with the lean portions partially encased in a layer of solidified fat, showcasing a striking red and white contrast, visually appealing. Lin Ke took out his hunting knife and sliced the 2 pieces of meat in half on the metal cutting board. He then laid the cut side against the board and sliced the meat into thin red and white pieces. Since the jerky was already cooked, he directly pinched a piece and tasted it. His tongue savored the slightly salty, yet rich flavor. It seemed he would need to add less salt to the soup later. He tossed all the meat slices into the pot and placed it on the stove to begin heating. As the water temperature rose, tiny bubbles began to emerge. The dried meat absorbed moisture and softened. Lin Ke picked up a ladle and began stirring to prevent the meat from clumping together as it heated. From an unseen perspective, he noticed that with each stir of the ladle, faint glimmers appeared like fireflies in the void, descending and merging into the pot. The ingredients in the pot underwent subtle changes. The solidified fat in the meat easily melted into the water, causing the soup to turn cloudy, and then the protein in the meat began to hydrolyze, releasing flavorful amino acids. Rich aromatic substances wafted upward as steam escaped from the pot. Was this the effect of his culinary talent? It accelerated the reaction between the ingredients and the water, It felt as though he had simmered it for several hours in just a few minutes. While Lin Ke pondered over the milky soup, Gloria approached, sniffing the air and stepping closer to peer into the pot. The meat slices rolled in the cloudy liquid, releasing a rich, meaty aroma. "Mom, what are you making? It smells so good. I could smell it from the bathroom." David poked his head into the kitchen door, only to find the two almost pressed together. His smile faded. David squeezed between them. Using his body to create a barrier, Lin Ke ignored David, scooping a bit of the white, thick soup with his ladle. After blowing on it to cool, he tasted it, but found it lacking a touch of flavor. He grabbed the salt shaker from the spice area and sprinkled a thin layer over the soup, adding a few grams to enhance the base flavor. Then took the sugar jar and added a pinch to elevate the taste. After stirring, he tasted it again. Perfect. Task completed. He gained 10 experience points, and the reward was issued to his backpack. Cooking completed. He gained 3 experience points. Dried meat, thick soup, extraordinary soup quality, ordinary description, infused with life energy. Consuming it greatly alleviates fatigue and restores vitality. That he ladled half a spoonful of the thick soup, blowing away the steam, and disregarded David in the middle, bringing the spoon close to Gloria's lips with a smile. Saying, "Gloria, try the soup I've made." Rolling her eyes at Lin Ke, Gloria declined his offer, taking the ladle herself and sipping the milky soup. The meat juice lingered briefly in her mouth before being instinctively swallowed. A warm sensation spreading from her stomach, bringing a comforting feeling akin to soaking in a hot bath. Unbeknownst to Gloria, a faint life energy was absorbed by her body through the meat soup, nourishing her weary flesh. Though it was far too little to repair her battered form, that it's very delicious. Gloria offered a simple evaluation: if it's good, then drink more. Lin Ke cheerfully retrieved 3 soup bowls from the hanging cabinet and filled each to the brim with meat soup. David initially intended to refuse the food from a stranger, but as the enticing aroma wafted into his nostrils, it shattered his resolve. Maybe just a little taste. Yet, once the soup touched his lips, he couldn't stop. His body craved the nourishment and life energy within it. Thus, the 3 gathered around the pot, consuming bowl after bowl until it was nearly empty. Gloria giggled, covering her mouth shyly. David and Lin Ke both let out long belches, releasing the heat from their stomachs. That I couldn't help it. We finished everything. David's face flushed, feeling bashful. He decided to leave and catch the hover train to school. After seeing David off, Gloria returned to the kitchen, wrapped the untouched milk in plastic wrap, and placed it in the fridge. She made 3 sandwiches from the meat patties and slices of bread, placing them in a paper bag for her and Lin Ke's lunch. No less nutritious than a vending machine meal. Then, being diligent, she tidied the kitchen, washing the pot, cutting board, bowls, and ladles before scrubbing the stove. Meanwhile, Lin Ke lounged on the living room sofa, taking out a skill crystal and crushing it. Soup, beginner, proficiency 0.300, effect. While simmering ingredients, it can extract all nutrients into the soup. In general soups, even when boiled thoroughly, only 10 to 20 of the nutrients from the ingredients dissolve into the broth. As long as the form of the ingredients remains, most nutrients remain within them. The thick soup he had just made was no exception. He had consumed plenty of meat pieces along with the soup. With this skill, would he not soar? At that moment, Gloria emerged from the kitchen holding a paper bag, addressing Lin Ke. "Let's go. I'll show you around the night city." "All right." Hiccup. The yellow-painted G240 cruised through the streets of the River Valley district. Inside the car, Gloria, while driving, asked Lin Ke, who was lazily reclining in the worn passenger seat, "Is there anywhere you want to go, or should I just give you a tour of the night city first?" Lin Ke, wearing a disposable mask, replied, "I need to resolve my identity issue first. Has man sent any messages?" As he spoke, Lin Ke glanced at Gloria, who, despite not needing to work today, was still clad in that yellow work jacket, concealing her beautiful figure beneath the oversized garment. It was far from flattering. She looked far more appealing in her pajamas. Smack. One hand on the steering wheel, Gloria lightly slapped her smooth forehead, feeling slightly embarrassed as she replied, "I forgot. I haven't checked my messages since I got up." After saying that, the red diamond implant beneath her eyes began to glow, and her pupils lit up with an orange-yellow data ring, initiating the retrieval of information from her neuromail. Super Skyscraper Property Management. Dear Ms. Gloria, records indicate that we have not yet received your rent for this month at Super Skyscraper H4. According to lease agreement VD 233015242075. If payment continues to be delayed, you will be forcibly evicted from the property. Gloria directly ignored the property management's rent reminder. She had always waited until the last day to pay. She continued scrolling down. Man, Gloria. Mr. Lin's identity chip has been completed. Please inquire with the employer regarding the method of delivery at this moment. It is 8:28, and man's message was sent at 6 o'clock, thus it is 2 hours late. Casting a furtive glance at the person beside him, Lin Ke was gazing out the window. In a tone that conveyed indifference, Gloria remarked, "Man mentioned that your identity chip is ready and inquired about the delivery location." Lin Ke replied, "Have man deliver the chip to the small Chinatown in Watson. You can determine the exact location. However, prior to that, I require a neural implant. Kindly take me to procure one." Understood, Gloria acknowledged, promptly replying to man's message before instinctively steering the vehicle towards Coronado Farm, where a private clinic offered reasonably priced secondhand cyberware along with complimentary installation. Within a few minutes, as Lin Ke observed the suddenly diminishing edifices beyond the window, he suddenly realized that this woman was not taking him for secondhand cyberware. Uneasy, he cautioned, "Where are you headed? Take me to a reputable cyberware store. I have no desire to install a secondhand item recently extracted from some unfortunate soul." Got it, Gloria finally comprehended. Having been accustomed to frugality, she instinctively thought of where to purchase items at a lower cost, completely forgetting that Lin Ke was spending his own money at the upcoming intersection. The yellow G240 made a sharp turn, merging onto the elevated highway that led directly to the city center. An hour later, at a parking facility in the municipal center, Gloria opened the car door to the driver's seat and handed Lin Ke a shopping bag. "Here is the neural implant you requested, the new model released by Zeta Technology in 2072, equipped with 3 neural slots." Without heeding Gloria's explanation about the cyberware, Lin Ke extracted a palm-sized square packaging box from the shopping bag, immediately unwrapping the red and blue exterior to reveal the implant sealed within a dust-free bag. Neural data reading and interaction device, implantable, quality, standard description, manufactured by Zeta Technology, equipped with 3 neural slots. High-speed data reading, millisecond-level neural signal response, compatible with various cyberware. The first step towards mechanical ascension, the neural implant, the foundation for digital immortality. Upon seeing this implant, Lin Ke was reminded of the Relic Chip 2.0 developed by Arasaki in the game. Ignoring the numerous conditions and restrictions, Relic could replicate human thoughts onto a detached chip, which could then be inserted into another's neural slot to facilitate the transfer of personality consciousness. Wasn't this the essence of digital immortality? This cost €4,200, and the receipt is in the shopping bag. Now, you owe me €40,000. After deducting my fee of €10,000, you have €25,800 remaining. Lin Ke returned to reality, as Gloria continued to chatter on. Understood, he replied somewhat dismissively. He stuffed the packaging back into the shopping bag, discarding it from the car window into a nearby trash bin. Mingling with the heaps of refuse spilling from it, seeing Lin Ke toss the receipt without a second glance, Gloria felt a twinge of unease, whether Lin Ke was genuinely indifferent or merely putting on an act. In this city where money and interest reigned supreme, such individuals were affectionately dubbed fat sheep by the citizens. Such a fool. All right, let us head to small Chinatown to collect my identity chip. Certainly, young Master Lin the 2040s, particularly in 2040, the Watson district was once poised to become the next municipal center point 30 years prior. Major corporations invested heavily in this area, erecting numerous shopping complexes and essential facilities, such as the Night City Medical Center. One could say that if one did not trust their cyberware doctor, fearing they might extract a kidney while one was unconscious, they should bring their money here. Though it was slightly more expensive, it guaranteed at least a degree of personal safety. With the district's development, a multitude of immigrants poured in, primarily of Asian descent, the tendency of Asian expatriates to band together, coupled with a strong sense of national identity, brought about some changes in the Watson district. This was evident in the names of certain locales such as Small Chinatown, Kabukicho, and Sakura Street, areas adorned with cultural significance. However, in the ensuing 30 years, as more and more people flooded into the district, plans failed to keep pace with changes, and Watson gradually deviated from the path initially designed by the corporations. It is now 2075 in the eyes of Watson's residents. Small Chinatown is perceived as a relatively impoverished neighborhood. Yet even so, it is still an improvement over the slums of Santo Domingo. Small Chinatown boasts a plethora of entertainment options, with restaurants and gambling dens readily visible, specifically catering to patrons who cannot afford the prices in the city center or Japantown. The food, shops, neon lights, vernacular, and flavors here are distinctly Chinese, and residents from other districts in Night City often come to experience it during their leisure time. Gloria parked the vehicle at Ellison Square in Small Chinatown, which features an elevated metro station. Due to its convenient transportation and high visibility, Gloria decided it would be the ideal location for the transaction. Now alone in the car, Lin Ke chose not to exit to retrieve the chip himself, instead delegating that task to Gloria, much like when he had bought the neural implant. After all, he was an undocumented individual. Should he be spotted by the NCPD patrol, it would only bring additional troubles. While the car was empty, Lin Ke retrieved the recently purchased neural implant, attempting to add it to his equipment slot. "Would you like to load this implant into your equipment slot?" As the text materialized within his retina, Lin Ke confirmed with his mind. Yes, in an instant, the implant transformed into a beam of white light, merging with his body, leaving only an empty dust bag in his hand. Gazing into the rearview mirror, Lin Ke observed the neural slot appearing on the right side of his neck and pressed the hard bump that emerged at the back of his head. With a thought, he removed the neural implant from the equipment slot, causing the neural slot on his neck to vanish, reverting to the original flesh tone. For now, he could not equip the neural implant, lest Gloria see it and he be unable to explain. Nonetheless, it was indeed a novel experience. Currently, there were only 3 slots in his personal Panel S equipment section. It seemed he needed to carefully plan how to utilize them. With a clatter, the driver's door swung open, and Gloria angrily entered the driver's seat, muttering to herself, "I'm so furious, so furious. What's the matter? Why such anger?" Lin Ke inquired curiously. "It's all because of you." Gloria shot Lin Ke a glare, handing him the delivery chip. The courier sent by man was a green-haired child. She looked no older than 13 or 14, and she was already tattooed. When I merely spoke a few words to her, she cursed at me, and it was quite foul. This little brat is infuriating. A green-haired child? 13 or 14. It must be Rebecca. She is Rebecca. She tattoos, drinks, curses, and kills. Yet, she is a good girl, beloved by all. In the car. Seeing Gloria's ire towards Rebecca had nearly dissipated, Lin Ke spoke up. "Let us go. First, we need to find a doctor to install the cyberware." "All right, I know a cyberware doctor. No need. I'll lead the way." "You drive. I have a cyberware doctor I'm acquainted with." With the outdated car key ignition method, Lin Ke started the vehicle, interrupting Gloria mid-sentence. "What? You know a cyberware doctor here? Isn't this your first time in Night City?" Gloria was still very curious about how Lin Ke seemed to know so much about her. "Despite never having been to Night City before, it is indeed my first time here, but I know many people in this city and am aware of numerous matters. It's just that they do not yet recognize me, such as you, Miss Gloria." Lin Ke cast a sidelong glance at the red-haired woman, thinking, "Why are you so inquisitive? How should I respond? Should I reveal that I know this cyberware doctor from my time as V? Gloria Martinez, 33 years old, a technician at the Night City Emergency Medical Center, or rather, a contractor. Her daily work involves cleaning up corpses resulting from various accidents in Night City. Of course, she also takes advantage of her job to secretly remove the cyberware or firearms from the deceased to sell on the black market. Please, don't say any more." Gloria, her secrets nearly laid bare, hurriedly reached out to cover Lin Ke's mouth. "All right, I won't say anything further. Just refrain from asking so many questions. Now, drive according to my directions." Lin Ke grasped Gloria's wrist and spoke with a tone of resignation. In truth, he held a deep affection for her. In this cybernetic age, where familial bonds have grown tenuous, good mothers like Gloria are nearly extinct. Everything she does is for her son, David. Gloria desires for him not to remain languishing at the bottom of Night City as she has. She yearns for a brighter future for David. Thus, she resorts to stealing the possessions of the deceased and selling them on the black market, using the proceeds to enroll David in Arasaka Academy, hoping that one day he might ascend to the upper echelons of the corporation and stand atop the Arasaka Tower, becoming a significant figure in Night City. Yet, what does it mean to rise to corporate heights when one remains merely a pawn of capital? How many so-called big shots in Night City have been encased in concrete and tossed into the bay? Right, Aunt May. However, Since his timeline is crossed so early, he has the opportunity to alter the fates of the unfortunate and to rewrite the endings he dislikes. The matter concerning Sasha should be resolved soon. Sighing, he thought it best to focus on guiding the way to a region he often careened through in the game. The streets of Little Chinatown were familiar to Lin Ke. Turning left from Ellison Square and entering an alley would lead him to the Afterlife Bar. And continuing straight would bring him to the towering H10, where V would reside 2 years hence. Of course, those were not his destinations today. Lin Ke directed Gloria to steer the vehicle into an alley. They stopped before a shop illuminated by pink lights. Peering out from the passenger window, he observed several alluring women clad in revealing attire, their voluptuous forms twisting like serpents under the pink glow of the glass display, enticing passers-by with their provocative poses. Lin Ke mused, admiring the dancers, nodding in satisfaction as he stroked his chin, with ample bosoms, long legs, a slender waist, and a pert backside, not to mention faces that surpassed the aesthetic standards of upright apes. They embodied the essence of allure. This is more like it. In the cyber age, it should not be difficult to find attractive companions. Surely, the cybernetic doctor you seek wouldn't be found in a strip club. Gloria remarked dryly, observing Lin Ke's lascivious demeanor. But of course not. You wait here. I will find the doctor. With that, Lin Ke seized his neural implant and exited the vehicle, striding directly into a shop across from the strip club. Gloria caught sight of the shop's name, Misty's Spirit House. Lin Ke pushed open the glass door, stepping into the familiar interior. Dozens of electronic candles were scattered across the floor, tables, and decorative items, casting an everlasting glow that illuminated the entire small space. Ancient porcelain artifacts adorned the shelves, while a four-armed deity statue graced the altar, alongside skulls of various colors, all contributing to the room's mysterious ambience. As he gazed at Misty, who stood behind the counter adorned with heavy makeup, a glimmer of recognition flashed in Lin Ke's eyes. Misty Olszewski, age 23, identity, enthusiast of mysticism, cybernetic coverage, 14, introduction, owner of the Spirit House. Jack Wells, good girl. Welcome, dear guest. Are you here for a reading or a horoscope? Misty inquired softly, her voice soothing and pleasant to the ears. That I'm looking for Dr. Victor, but my name is Lin Ke. And Jack Wells referred me that he mentioned Victor is the best cybernetic doctor in Night City. Lin Ke wore a smile. Though he had yet to encounter Jack Wells in Night City, he mentioned him to Misty. Knowing that a stranger like him could not possibly know that Victor's clinic was located in the basement behind the Spirit House on his first visit, he gained Misty's cooperation. A reasonable pretext was necessary. Oh, Jack, you say? Misty's tone unknowingly turned a tad melancholic. Having grown up alongside Jack, she knew him well. Though he appeared robust and mature, inside he was merely a big boy, forever dreaming of becoming a significant figure in Night City. A legend, and thus engaging in dangerous tasks that could elevate his stature. Jack had been preoccupied lately. She hadn't seen him in over a month. Lost in reminiscence, Misty realized she had left her guest waiting. My apologies, dear guest. Dr. Victor is in the underground clinic just behind that door. Misty gestured toward the open rear door. Thank you. Upon entering the back space of the Spirit House, Lin Ke promptly equipped the neural implant. For he did not genuinely intend to seek old Victor for a surgical procedure. After all, with the System S equipment, he could remove it, but a surgical operation would make the implant an integral part of his body. Descending the staircase, he inserted his identity chip into the neural socket at the nape of his neck. Identity verification complete. Biological signals recognized. Contact added. Sasha, cathead, mysterious handsome guy. Let us chat sometime. Lin Ke. Thanks, Sasha. Not awaiting a reply, Lin Ke descended the staircase, passing through the gated door into a dimly lit underground clinic. The familiar scene unfolded before him. Dr. Victor was engrossed in his tablet, watching what seemed an interminable boxing match. Victor, age 47, identity, cybernetic doctor, cybernetic coverage, 26, introduction, the finest cybernetic doctor in Watson District, a veteran of Night City, and an old friend of Jack Wells. Upon noticing a visitor, Dr. Victor paused the video and spoke in a calm, mature voice. All right, Misty has informed me of your presence. Speak, child. Are you here for an installation or... Dr. Victor, I wish to understand the types of implants you offer and their prices, so I can consider my options when I have sufficient funds. Very well, I'll send you a data file. Feel free to review it on the chair beside you. After sending the information, Dr. Victor returned to his tablet and the boxing match. Old Victor was indeed a taciturn middle-aged man when faced with a stranger. Settling into the time-worn blue surgical chair, Lin Ke opened the file Victor had sent. Self, ICE 5115, Newton Module 15329, Military Technology Parallel Line Type 25539, Chi Road Division I Disaster Sign 51150, Smart Connection 1378, Optical Camouflage 15329, Heavy Subcutaneous Armor 5215. Well, as expected, he did not find the San Winston 1000 Replacement Reality Distortioner other powerful implants. Reality is not like a game. Such military-grade implants would undoubtedly be regulated and not easily accessible to just any cybernetic doctor. Perhaps old Victor did possess such advanced implants, but since Lin Ke was a stranger to him, they had not been presented in gaming terms. It's akin to needing a sufficient favorability level to unlock rare items. Nevertheless, the optical camouflage and heavy subcutaneous armor, which could enhance survival odds, were worth considering for purchase. However, he first needed to procure the supplies required by the hunter, then see how much he had left. After spending nearly an hour in the clinic, feeling that it was time to leave, Lin Ke rose without bidding farewell to old Victor, who remained engrossed in the boxing match. Exiting the underground clinic, he said goodbye to Misty and found the yellow G240, sliding into the passenger seat. So quickly done with the procedure. This doctor has impressive skills. I can't see any surgical scars from the implants. Did you have synthetic skin applied? Don't ask too much, Gloria. Next, I need to buy some clothing and daily necessities. The items will be quite varied, so let us find a larger mall. After a morning of shopping for the neural implant and visiting the doctor, it was nearing noon. Gloria, with her left hand on the steering wheel, reached into a paper bag beside her with her right, retrieving a beef sandwich she had packed that morning, offering it to her employer. It's almost noon. You should eat something today. Lin Ke gazed at the insect meat sandwich that Gloria handed him. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Even if it meant starving to death, he would rather leap from this vehicle than consume such a thing. Humph, so dramatic. Then just wait to perish from hunger. Gloria retorted, taking a hefty bite of the sandwich in her right hand. How could someone so large even exist? Could it be that she is truly the runaway heir of a major corporation? Shaking her head, Gloria continued to drive while devouring her beef-flavored sandwich. After all, this sandwich contained real meat, far superior to that tasteless, chewy energy bar. Watching Gloria relish her meal, Lin Ke felt a pang of resignation. He was hungry too. Yet, the mere thought of the meat being made from worms or crickets made his stomach turn, rendering him unable to eat. He silently vowed that in the future, he would prepare dozens, if not hundreds, of dishes to stow in his backpack, ready to consume whenever hunger struck. After all, time within the confines of his backpack should be at a standstill, evidenced by the pink, disemboweled fish that had been on the verge of decay for nearly a day, yet still retained its springy, fresh texture. The journey to the mall was brief, and as Gloria finished her sandwich, they arrived at their destination. Situated at the intersection of Little Chinatown and the Kabukicho district, they were greeted by an edifice soaring over 400 meters high. The building's design was peculiar, resembling a banana half embedded in the ground. Its curved exterior walls were adorned with dozens of massive electronic billboards, showcasing an array of advertisements that were either tantalizing, perverse, or disturbingly violent. Above, floating vehicles constantly ascended and descended from the building's upper platforms. Gloria maneuvered the car into the underground parking lot of the skyscraper. Except for the thoroughfare, virtually every parking space was occupied by various models of cars, including several luxurious sports vehicles. After a considerable search, they finally found an empty spot on the third underground level and parked. As they exited the vehicle and approached the nearby elevator, Gloria shared some information about the building, giving Lin Ke a glimpse of its significance. This skyscraper belonged to the Yesh Company, transformed into a multifunctional complex that amalgamated commerce, living, and entertainment. The underground levels 1 to 5 served as parking, while floors 1 to 8 above housed a commercial district filled with hundreds of shops and supermarkets selling a myriad of goods, including gun stores, pharmacies, cybernetic implant shops, and large supermarkets offering clothing, daily necessities, and various food items. Levels 9 to 20 were dedicated to entertainment, featuring Dream Cinema, Dream Gaming Experience Center, shooting ranges, extensive casinos, and adult entertainment venues. The 21st floor to the top level constituted the residential area, complete with a small hospital, cybernetic clinics, gyms, and numerous upscale apartments for rent that it could be said that a wealthy resident could live their entire life without ever needing to leave this building. The spacious elevator smoothly halted on the third floor as the doors opened. Lin Ke and Gloria stepped into a commercial floor that spanned over 10,000 square meters with a ceiling height of 5 meters. The entire third level was a vast supermarket selling various everyday items. Lin Ke, like Gloria, grabbed a shopping cart at the entrance, and together they began their shopping expedition, starting in the food section. Rows upon rows of shelves displayed an assortment of products, from carbonated drinks to high-proof spirits, from instant canned meals to synthetic meat and vegetables. Countless numbers flickered in Lin Ke's vision with the eye of truth. He discerned that many products were of inferior quality. Anything requiring natural ingredients was merely a concoction of various chemical additives and artificial syntheses. Soy sauce contained no soybeans, and peanut butter was devoid of peanuts. After perusing the entire food section, Lin Ke purchased only salt and sugar, opting for 10 kilograms of each at a price of €10 per 250-gram pack. Of course, there were authentic food items available. True water, product description, an inorganic substance composed of hydrogen and oxygen, non-toxic, and safe for consumption. A 500 milliliter bottle was priced at €100, while regular drinking water of the same quantity was merely €1. Albeit containing trace radioactive substances, TO think that water could have a genuine and counterfeit distinction, with a price disparity of 100 times, left him speechless. Yet, water was of no use to him. In another world, clean water was abundant, and he lacked for nothing in that regard. As for the organic, natural fruits kept in sterilized refrigeration units. Please, they were just apples, bananas, and pears. Was it really necessary to have armed security guarding them? Observing the muscle-bound guard stationed near the refrigerated displays made Lin Ke roll his eyes again as he departed the food section. Joining Gloria in the household goods area, they purchased an array of hygiene products, alongside a few synthetic fiber blankets. Then came the selection of various dining utensils, including Chinese and Western-style bowls, chopsticks, plates, knives, forks, spoons, and several cooking tools. In a corner, Lin Ke spotted camping gear and decided to buy a small tent that could withstand wind and rain, a steel fire pit, and several illuminating flashlights. Notably, the fire pit did not require wood. It burned alcohol and could also be used for basic cooking. All these items totaled over €5,000. Finally, the duo arrived at the clothing section, which was Lin Ke's primary reason for shopping. That he aimed to procure warm clothing. Yet after a thorough search, he found no down jackets or similar winter apparel. Upon inquiring with Gloria, he learned that Night City, situated in Northern California, enjoyed a temperate climate with year-round temperatures ranging from 10 to 26 degrees Celsius. Hence, there was no need to consider cold weather. Great. A city that never sees snow, Lin Ke mused, mentally docking points for Night City. Just as he was contemplating this, a familiar flash of pinkish-white caught his eye. No, the light shifted, revealing an iridescent, icy blue hue. Lucy? Lin Ke turned his gaze, with shoulder-length hair that changed colors with the light. A delicate face and strikingly cold features, complemented by vivid red accents on her eyelids and lips. What a coincidence! To encounter her again in this vast metropolis just a day later. What a twist of fate. Unable to resist, Lin Ke nudged Gloria's slender waist with his elbow. Gloria, what do you think of that short-haired girl? A stunning and refined girl, with quite an impressive figure. Are you smitten? Be cautious. Her cybernetic implant rate is not low. And the tall blonde woman beside her. That outfit screams cyberpunk. Don't get yourself into trouble. With years of experience in Night City and knowledge of numerous implants, Gloria's gaze remained astute. The tall blonde woman? Lin Ke took Gloria's words to heart, and then noticed that Lucy was accompanied by another individual. This woman was slender and tall, enveloped in a deep red leather coat, wearing a matching iron mask. Chi-Wei, age, 51, identity, network hacker, implant coverage rate, 51. Description. In Night City, trust no one. Betrayal is your own fault. Well, Chi-Wei's presence beside Lucy made sense. According to the narrative of the Edge Runners, she likely recommended Lucy to Night City. After Sasha's incident, it was also Chi-Wei who brought Lucy into Man's team. They must have known each other for quite some time. From a distance, Lin Ke observed the beautiful hacker selecting clothing in the women's section. Not intending to approach her at present, he was merely a stranger. To intrude would undoubtedly raise the older women's suspicions. After all, just yesterday, when he had approached Gloria, She had nearly drawn her weapon. The customs of Night City were notoriously fierce. Better to focus on finding clothes. Since warmth was lacking, he would just wear multiple layers. Having already explored the clothing section, Lin Ke spent the next half hour acquiring the garments he needed. To prevent snow blindness, he first bought a pair of black windproof goggles, along with a hat and a long scarf. For his upper body, he purchased 4 cotton long-sleeve shirts, complemented by 2 nanoplastic punk jackets that would shield against wind and water, along with 2 pairs of leather gloves. For his lower half, aside from changeable undergarments, he also bought several pairs of trousers, ensuring that the outermost layer was also windproof and water-resistant. Lastly, he picked up over 10 pairs of socks and 2 pairs of tactical high-top combat boots. Deliberately favoring white for most of his clothing choices, the total of over 5,000 euros was spent. All the exquisite garments had been placed into the shopping cart, filling both carts to the brim. With nearly all the necessary items procured, Lin Ke was ready to depart with Gloria, pushing their cart. However, before leaving, he cast a glance back at the women's clothing section, where amidst the bustling crowd, 2 hacker sisters were still selecting their desired attire. Indeed, the speed at which women shop for clothes is in a league of its own compared to men. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, followed by the sound of something shattering. Another shot echoed. This time, Lin Ke discerned that the gunfire originated from the adjacent household goods section. The nearby crowd began to panic. It seemed trouble was brewing. Uncertain of the situation, he decided to prioritize safety. He certainly did not want the red-haired lady beside him to encounter any danger. Releasing his grip on the shopping cart, Lin Ke grasped Gloria's hand, and together they retreated to the furthest recess of the clothing section. Specifically the women's area. Behind a row of changing rooms against the wall, they encountered acquaintances Lucy and Chi Wei. Lucy was brandishing a handgun, standing guard beside Chi Wei, who was extracting a personal link from her palm and inserting it into a port on the mall's wall. Seemingly engaged in some form of data intrusion, the gunfire continued to erupt in rapid succession, each shot growing louder. Damn it, the shooter is drawing closer. However, aside from the gunfire, there had yet to be any screams of the injured. What on earth was happening? Stay put. Don't move. Lin Ke reassured the trembling Gloria that he intended to investigate the situation, but don't go out. Since shots have been fired, the mall security will arrive soon. Gloria whispered, gripping Lin Ke's hand. Haha, those who dare to fire in public are either gangsters or cyber lunatics. Chi Wei snickered, clearly not willing to entrust her life to mall security at that moment. Her cybernetic eye flickered, having already breached the security protocols of the mall's surveillance cameras, and she was using the hacked feeds to ascertain the identity and location of the shooter. Don't worry. I've come from the Badlands. I've seen worse, Lin Ke said with a smile, attempting to reassure Gloria. Upon hearing the mention of the Badlands, Lucy, who was guarding Chi Wei with the handgun, scrutinized Lin Ke closely. That a flicker of realization crossed her iridescent eyes. Isn't that the fool who was squatting on the signal tower? Has he come to Night City? Looks like he has finally rid of those 2 scoundrels. Ladies, please keep an eye on her. I'll owe you a favor, Lin Ke said to the 2 female hackers before freeing himself from Gloria's grasp and cautiously moving towards the direction of the gunfire. Crouching behind a row of clothing racks, Lin Ke peered through the gap in the garments to get a clearer view of the shooter. It was a middle-aged white man clad in a combat vest, with visible lines of implanted technology embedded in his exposed skin. He was currently aiming his gun at the surveillance cameras mounted on the mall's ceiling. His optical cybernetics embedded in his eye sockets were quivering ominously. Jacob Bruce, age 48, identity, veteran, cyber mercenary, cyber lunatic, cybernetic coverage, 68, introduction, a veteran from the Unified War, the conflict between New America and the Free Independent States in 2069. He once enlisted for his ideals and fought for the freedom of this city. Damn, he truly is a cyber lunatic. Chi Wei was spot on. She's quite the seasoned veteran. The 68 cybernetic coverage made Lin Ke gasp in astonishment. More importantly, this cyber lunatic was surrounded by a group of people, with some even whistling and shouting at Jacob. Awesome, brother, shatter those company cameras. I can't even grab anything with them around. Good job. Big brother, there are more cameras over there. Go smash them. Hey, which gang are you with? So bold, one must admit, this is Night City for you. Teaching cyber lunatics to act this recklessly. Do you even know how to write the word death? Lin Ke found himself at a loss for words. 20 minutes earlier, Jacob was browsing the supermarket, intending to purchase a few new outfits for his son. However, he had rushed out today and forgotten his immunosuppressants. Now, he felt a burning sensation coursing through his body from his neck down to his limbs. The stimulation from his implants was worsening without the suppressants to mitigate it. Nonetheless, Jacob was determined to finish buying his son's clothes before heading downstairs to the implant shop for some emergency suppressants. He could still manage for now, but before he could reach the clothing section, a message flashed on his neural interface. Spider Skull, are you sure you're not going to inform the Vortex gang about the convoy route? Jacob, damn garbage, you'll get nothing from me regarding the employer. Since retiring, Jacob had taken up mercenary work, recently accepting a task to escort company goods across the border, set to depart tomorrow. Of course, it was just a small company. Larger firms had dedicated security teams. However, he expected the Vortex gang to have caught wind of it, fixating on the company's cargo and persistently attempting to pry the convoy's route through the Badlands from him. Spider Skull, no one can refuse the Vortex gang. I'll take good care of your son. Jacob, bastard, if you touch my son, I'll kill you. Spider Skull, don't worry, we'll take good care of him. Just look at how great he looks now. The photo Spider Skull sent Jacob featured a cybernetic individual that epitomized the Vortex gang's aesthetic. A massive, blood-red optical eye dominated half of the face. The nose had been removed and replaced with a ventilator-like implant, and the lips had been entirely cut away, exposing sharp metallic teeth and gums. From the photo, it was evident that the implantation procedure had been done brutally, with the juncture between the implants and flesh appearing inflamed and oozing a mix of red and yellow pus. This rendered the person in the image both grotesque and horrifyingly repulsive. Jacob stared at the image on his neural interface, feeling his body freeze, the light in his eye hardening. What on earth happened? How could his son, who had just left for school that morning, become like this? What had transpired? The middle-aged man, who had survived the ravages of war, was on the verge of collapse. After merely a morning apart, Jacob could only identify his once suave and understanding son by the clothes he wore in the photo of the cybernetic individual. A profound sorrow surged within him, swiftly followed by an anger that felt as though it could incinerate everything in its path. Vortex gang, I will annihilate every last one of you. Jacob now felt an intense heat coursing through his body. His mind pierced by the sensation of dozens of steel needles, his consciousness momentarily fogging. It felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. After standing still for a while, he pondered. Who am I? I am Jacob Bruce. What am I going to do now? Right, I must go to the Vortex gang and rescue my son. I will turn them into Swiss cheese. Jacob's optical prosthetic eye trembled oddly as a camera pointed directly at him. A point of red light in the lens magnified at the bottom of his eye, eventually resembling the blood-red prosthetic eye of a member of the Vortex gang. That a gunshot rang out, shattering the scum of the Vortex gang hanging from the ceiling, and a rigid smile crept upon Jacob's lips. There was another one that he raised his pistol again, aiming at another Vortex gang lowlife suspended from above. Lin Ke concealed himself behind a clothing rack, observing as Jacob repeatedly fired at the cameras within the shopping mall. This behavior was truly perplexing. However, in the game, each cyberpsychotic episode manifests differently. The thoughts, actions, and behaviors of these cybermaniacs are incomprehensible to normal individuals. Perhaps the world seen through the eyes of the insane diverges from that perceived by the average person. He watched the cybermaniac gradually approach the clothing section. Lin Ke refrained from recklessly intervening or silencing the onlookers. Being a good Samaritan in Night City was no easy task. Moreover, the mall's security had arrived. 6 large men clad in security uniforms pushed through the crowd, appearing not far away. Upon seeing Jacob still firing and vandalizing the cameras, they issued a warning. You are destroying company property. Put down your weapon immediately. Yet Jacob seemed oblivious, walking forward and firing again. Bang, as he shattered another camera. When the warning proved ineffective, the 6 men swiftly drew their issued tech pistols, aiming at Jacob and pulling the triggers. After a brief charge, several electromagnetic projectiles were launched, striking Jacob in the back. However, the bullets piercing his clothing emitted a sound akin to striking metal rather than flesh. Subdermal armor. The security guards exchanged glances, continuously pulling their triggers, unleashing the entirety of their magazines upon Jacob. After a barrage of dozens of rounds, Jacob's back was rendered entirely tattered. Had he been a mere mortal, his upper body would likely have been reduced to a pulp. But what of Jacob, whose cybernetic coverage exceeded 68? Although he appeared to possess only a limited handgun, Lin Ke, equipped with the truth eye, recognized him as a veteran who had survived the Independence War, coupled with his exaggerated implant ratio. He undoubtedly possessed formidable military enhancements. With a swift motion, Jacob tore off his already tattered shirt, casting it to the ground, his expression devoid of emotion as he turned to face the hulking figures obstructing his vengeance. His optical prosthetic eye trembled once more. From his concealed position behind the clothing rack, Lin Ke beheld the state of Jacob's back. His gaze was instantly captivated. The skin on his back was embedded with deformed metal projectiles. However, it was not these projectiles, intercepted by his subdermal armor, that drew Lin Ke's attention, but rather the implants that resembled a mechanical centipede, embedded along his spine, extending from the nape of his neck to his lumbar region. At that moment, the connection point at the back of his head glowed ominously red. Krenzikov military implant, spine, quality, excellent description, manufactured by Dinara Corporation. It passively enhances neural reflex speed. A Sion Wiston military implant, chip, quality, excellent description, a second-generation neural implant chip produced by Contao Corporation, capable of slowing personal perception of time to 40-50. Damn. The combination of Krenzikov and Sion Wiston, both of which stimulate the human nervous system and enhance bodily reaction speeds, could enable the user to achieve a time dilation of at least 30. Lin Ke barely caught a glimpse of a shadow passing by, and with 4 sounds resembling a single gunshot, 4 of the 6 security guards had their heads obliterated, high-pressure blood spraying across the ceiling like 4 crimson blossoms. The weaponry produced in the cyber world was indeed overkill against flesh and blood. A human head was akin to a balloon, easily bursting under a single shot, the resulting mess of red and white, along with fragments of implanted neural tissue, was utterly revolting. Using the edge of his shoe, Lin Ke pushed aside the brain fragments that had slid near him behind the clothing rack, continuing to observe the actions of this cyber-psychopath, searching for any additional combat implants he might possess. With his empty handgun discarded on the ground, Jacob's arms ruptured, revealing 2 heated mantis blades that sprang forth. With a single horizontal slice, he cleaved the remaining 2 security guards in half. There was no spray of blood. The scorching blades had cauterized the flesh, blood vessels, and bones at the severed edges. That moment, the 2 guards, though not yet deceased, lay on the smooth floor, screaming in terror as they frantically flailed their arms, dragging their upper bodies in a desperate attempt to distance themselves from the demon behind them. Had they purchased a trauma team membership, they might have had a chance at survival. However, Jacob offered them no such opportunity. The heated tip of the blade plunged into the nape of their necks, instantly searing their brain matter to a bubbling, smoky boil. SR Melt Cutting Mantis Blade Military Implant, arms, quality, excellent description, produced by Arasaka Corporation in 2067. This arm blade emphasizes lethality and stealth, matching in power and flair that if Jacob had merely shot at the cameras, no one would have suspected him. At most, they would have deemed him just another disgruntled cyberpunk. But now, having killed 6 individuals, blood splattered across his face. It was clear he was a cybermaniac. Call the NCPD, request the Anti-Terrorism Task Force. Oh my God, I don't want to die. The crowd of onlookers dispersed in a panic, screaming in terror as they scrambled for the elevators scattered throughout the mall. Yet it was too late. The mall had already recognized the situation in this area. Prevent the cyber-psychopath from escaping to other floors via the elevators. All elevators on the 3rd floor were promptly sealed off. The crowd could only scatter and hide in the various corners of the supermarket. Having killed 6 people, Jacob did not retract his mantis blades. He lifted his head, scanning his surroundings. His optical eye, equipped with infrared detection and heat source perception, allowed him to effortlessly locate those hiding behind the shelves, the blood-red thermal imagery imprinted in his vision. Jacob advanced with heavy steps, delivering a fatal strike. The shelves, along with the trembling figures concealed behind them, were cleaved in 2. Damn it. This game of hide and seek isn't fun at all. As he witnessed Jacob advancing towards him, having slaughtered several individuals with the ease of chopping vegetables, Lin Ke felt a surge of dread. Although he believed that if he wished to escape, Jacob would never catch even a corner of his clothing, he was still a transcendent being endowed with a system. Let us do this. He retrieved a hand sword from his backpack, but as he prepared to emerge from behind the row of racks, he nearly slapped himself. That aren't you armed? Why fight with a hand sword in close quarters? Retracting the hand sword, Lin Ke drew out the D5 copper mamba and disengaged the safety. If the kinetic energy of the electromagnetic projectiles from a tech pistol was 1,000 joules, sufficient to penetrate 3 millimeters of steel, then the kinetic energy of a 12.7 millimeters caliber bullet from an assault rifle exceeded 5,000 joules, capable of piercing 1 centimeter of steel with a swift motion. Lin Ke darted from behind the clothing rack, aiming the assault rifle at Jacob's head and pulling the trigger. The recoil from the copper mamba had no effect on him. His powerful physique kept the weapon steady. However, Jacob, equipped with Krensikov, reacted swiftly, raising his mantis blades to deflect the barrage of bullets. Although the impact forced him to stagger backward, he managed to block them all with his arms, causing the bullets to ricochet off the curved surfaces, shattering several tiles and ceiling panels in the process. In mere seconds, an entire magazine of 64 rounds was expended. The synthetic skin on his cybernetic arms had been completely shredded, revealing a silvery gray metallic sheen with numerous dented impressions. Damn, so tough? Just as Lin Ke reached for the empty magazine to replace it, Jacob activated Sion Wiston once more, his arm launching the mantis blade as he charged toward Lin Ke. Yet, Lin Ke remained focused, his attention unwaveringly fixed on Jacob. Though Jacob, equipped with the Sand Vistan, was swift, Lin Ke's keen eyes were still able to catch a glimpse of his figure. He raised his hand and forcefully hurled the empty magazine, seizing the moment while Jacob was preoccupied with blocking, to extract a fresh magazine from his backpack and insert it. Jacob's speed was impressive, but it only lasted for a few seconds after activating the Sand Vistan. With 7 points in agility, 7 points in mental acuity, and 8 points in physique, Lin Ke could unleash a velocity double that of an ordinary person, sustaining it for several minutes. Even if Jacob was a veteran who survived the Unification War, he would scarcely be able to utilize a cybernetic enhancement of Sand Vistan's caliber more than a few times. Moreover, with his mind currently in disarray, he was unlikely to take cover behind the shelves to evade ambushes. Charging straight at Lin Ke instead, the bullets fired from the copperhead could easily find their mark. Even if they failed to penetrate his dermal armor, aiming for his head would force Jacob to raise his arms in defense, thereby restricting his movements. Lin Ke pulled the trigger, opting for controlled bursts. As long as Jacob approached, he would send a few bullets his way. Jacob was currently unarmed with any significant ranged weaponry, allowing Lin Ke to maintain a safe distance with his rifle, preventing Jacob from closing the gap. Those 2 mantis blades posed no threat to him. However, this was not a sustainable strategy. The ammunition in Lin Ke's backpack was limited, and he feared he would run out before the NCPD arrived at AS for seeking assistance from other armed individuals in the supermarket. During the time he occupied Jacob, they had all long fled to hide. Good Samaritans were a rarity in Night City. A minute later, he had emptied 2 magazines once again. With the final magazine loaded, once it was spent, he would have no choice but to engage in close-quarters combat. An unscathed encounter was no longer feasible. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed in his mind. "It was Chi Wei. I need just 15 seconds to dismantle his personal IC." While burning through his system, his entire cybernetic body would experience a brief loss of control. Seize the opportunity for a decisive strike. Reinforcements have arrived. Elated, Lin Ke listened to the countdown in his mind, while simultaneously firing to suppress Jacob and advancing forward. Point 2. Before he could even count to 1, Lin Ke stowed away his rifle, propelled himself off the ground with his right foot, and charged like a blade towards his foe a dozen meters away. Point 1. Now, Jacob's body convulsed with arcs of electricity flashing across multiple points, causing him to lose control. His arms, which had been guarding his head, fell limply to his sides, and he sank to his knees. Maintaining his momentum, Lin Ke grasped a heavy iron sword that seemed to materialize from thin air and swung it horizontally towards Jacob's neck. The blade nearly shattered his cervical spine. Jacob's head was sent soaring amidst a cascade of blood and lubrication from his implants, only to fall back to the ground under the force of gravity. For a moment, Jacob, now merely a head, remained alive, seemingly regaining his senses. A profound sadness etched itself across his previously expressionless face, his eyes fixated on Lin Ke, the one who had severed his head. His lips moved soundlessly, but his vocal apparatus was already shattered, deprived of bodily sustenance. The light in his cybernetic eyes began to fade, and as the last glimmer extinguished, Lin Ke received an anonymous message in his brain interface. The orange-yellow data circles in his pupils dimmed as Chi Wei blinked, finally exhaling in relief after concluding the data confrontation that a blast of heated air surged from the mouthpiece of her red mask. As her elevated body temperature gradually subsided, rising from the ground, the two blue light points on her chest swayed gently with her movement. Gloria, who was fanning Chi Wei with clothing to help her cool down, approached anxiously. "How is it? Is the person with me all right?" "He is fine. The cyber psycho is dead." "That's good to hear. I will go check on him." With that, Gloria dropped the garments in her hands and dashed out from behind the changing room. Chi Wei stood up, accepted the undergarment handed to her by Lucy, donned the trench coat that had been under her, fastened her belt, and wrapped her bare form securely. This person can't be an ordinary cyber psycho. Breaching an individual IC shouldn't have caused your system to overheat. That Lucy's tone was tinged with curiosity as she holstered her pistol back into the thigh rig. She was well aware of Chi Wei's hacking prowess. A typical person's IC wouldn't hold her back for such a duration. Yes, he's a veteran, employing military-grade intrusion countermeasures, and fortunately, his protective protocols have not been updated in 5 years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have easily found a vulnerability. Pulling out a cigarette from her coat pocket, Chi Wei inserted it into the slot beneath her mask, igniting it, and taking a deep drag of the rich nicotine-laden smoke before slowly exhaling. At that moment, her brain interface still retained the footage captured by the camera. It depicted the entire confrontation between Lin Ke and the cyber psycho, but a mere raw body equipped solely with a brain interface, yet capable of matching the reflex speed of Sanvistan, coupled with extraordinary physical attributes and supernatural abilities to conjure objects from thin air. That a genetically modified new human from a megacorporation. Has space folding technology become operational? Shaking off the thoughts in her mind, Chi Wei decided not to delve deeper. That it was unwise for small players to know too much. She merely wished to survive in this city. However, Chi Wei sent a message to the signal source recorded in her brain interface. "Let us go. The elevator is restored for our departure." The trunk of the car was already packed to capacity, and the back seat was nearly piled high as well. Gloria climbed into the driver's seat and shut the door, glancing at Lin Ke, who seemed lost in thought beside her. She assumed he had yet to recover from the traumatic event involving the cyber psycho. Indeed, the gruesome scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse was unsettling to behold. Starting the car, Gloria drove Lin Ke back toward their home in the Valley District. That moment, the system-generated interface displayed Lin Ke gazing at the newly generated tasks. Commission task, a father's final love task description. In the cyber era, where machinery has replaced flesh and blood, and memories have been converted into data, familial bonds stand as the sole key to maintaining humanity amid the boundary between reason and madness. Rescue Bruce from the all-food factory in the northern Watson Industrial Zone. Task deadline: 7 days. Task reward: 1-dimension backpack space. Commission task: souls buried in history. World. Task description: it is said that before Night City was established, there existed a fishing town named Morro Bay, where the men fished to provide for their families while the women mended nets and cared for children. Hundreds of families thrived on fishing, leading a peaceful yet comfortable life in the town, until a group of devils with red eyes arrived, turning the town into a desolate wasteland overnight. Where have the townsfolk gone? They are still here. Their corpses lie buried beneath this city, their souls wailing day and night in the obscured history of Night City. The player has arrived. The time for the soul's vengeance has come. Please eliminate members of the Vortex Gang in Night City to grant the soul's peace. Task reward: 20 points of general career experience for each Vortex Gang member killed personally. How intriguing, a world commission task. Lin Ke recalled how he had just decapitated that cyber psycho and had not yet had the chance to collect the spoils when Gloria rushed over. And then he received Chi Wei's message in his brain interface. Chi Wei, I cleared the footage cache from the mall's cameras. The images of your battle will not be seen by anyone. Also, I intercepted a data packet from the cyber psycho's brain interface while breaching his IC. If you're interested, you can take a look. Lin Ke. Thank you. I owe you one. If you're in danger, let me know, and I will assist you. Chi Wei has been added to contacts. Lin Ke opened the data packet sent by Chi Wei, and the system subsequently generated the first task. The first task had a deadline of 7 days. Lin Ke surmised that perhaps after 7 days, the boy named Bruce would meet his demise at the hands of the Vortex Gang. However, with the task reward being an expansion of backpack space, he wondered if there might be other world tasks capable of increasing his equipment slots. Upon undertaking the first mission, the system subsequently triggered a second task to hunt down the members of the Vortex Gang. According to the lore of Cyberpunk 2077, the Vortex Gang boasts a membership of 1,300 individuals. Should they all be eliminated, a bounty of 26,000 experience points would be readily obtainable. However, a wholesale slaughter is not advisable. It would be prudent to periodically eliminate a few dozen members, allowing the gang time to recruit new ones, thereby establishing a sustainable development plan. The hunter class currently lacks a consistent means of accruing experience points. Thus, this opportunity presents itself as fortuitous. Yet, the members of the Vortex Gang are not mere fledglings to be dispatched at will. This gang is comprised of individuals who epitomize the essence of cybernetic madness. Not only are they well-equipped, but they also possess their own factories and advanced technologies. With a notably high rate of cybernetic augmentation, he must become even stronger. It seems he must seize the moment. The hunter must venture forth from his cave today to engage in gathering and hunting activities, all in pursuit of bloodstone soul crystals to enhance his power and to procure ingredients for culinary upgrades. He drove back to the underground parking lot of the H4 skyscraper in the River Valley district, and it took Lin Ke and Gloria 4 trips to transfer everything from the vehicle to their apartment. In the living room, Lin Ke meticulously unwrapped the items, while Gloria retreated to the bedroom for a much-needed rest. This arrangement suited Lin Ke perfectly. Having someone nearby would complicate his task. He methodically stripped the packaging from each piece of clothing. Stowing them away in his backpack in the hunter's world, Lin Ke stood beside the furnace, shedding his shoes and outer garments, before retrieving fresh attire from his backpack, layering them upon himself, after donning 2 pairs of socks and slipping into high-topped combat boots. He felt as if he had gained several extra layers of bulk. Clad in his new garments, Lin Ke eagerly rushed to the cave's entrance, prepared to clear the snow that blocked the way. He bent down at the mouth of the cave, wielding a long knife to break apart the snowdrifts, then retrieved a soup bucket from the kitchen to fill with the icy powder, stowing it in his backpack until he could repeat the process after clearing the snow. After half an hour of labor, Lin Ke had excavated nearly 3 meters of snow and emerged from the cave. The cave's exit was situated at the midpoint of a low rocky hill, approximately 20 meters above the ground, with a clearly carved slide leading downwards. The temperature outside hovered around -20 degrees Celsius, and the setting sun cast an orange glow that failed to provide any warmth to Lin Ke. The area surrounding the base of the rocky hill was blanketed in white snow. Devoid of any sign of vegetation, gazing further afield, he beheld an endless expanse of snow-covered forest, with a colossal ancient tree resembling a mountain peak marking the core of this region. The ancient tree, too, lay entombed in the frozen white. According to his notes, this encampment was established on the periphery of the ancient tree forest, with the core ecological zone lying 50 kilometers across the forest ahead. To the left, traversing a 10-kilometer expanse of snow, lay the abandoned Starlight Base, forsaken by hunters. Circumventing the rocky hill where the camp was situated, 80 kilometers away stretched the boundary of the Great Ant Mound wasteland, a buffer zone between it and the ancient forest still untouched by snow. Many creatures from the ancient forest had migrated there to reside, although the ancient forest had seen the demise of numerous flora and fauna due to the frigid climate. A portion had managed to survive within this white wilderness. For instance, a pterosaur soared above the treetops, approximately 1 kilometer from the rocky hill. Lin Ke resolved that his hunting target would be these creatures. With a shout, he launched himself down the slide from the rocky platform, experiencing a thrilling descent cushioned by the snow upon landing safely. Struggling to rise from the snow, he found his legs sinking into the soft drifts below the knees. Shaking off the snow that clung to his clothing, Lin Ke attempted to traverse the snow-laden ground. However, whether lifting his legs high or walking normally, he found it necessary to push aside the obstructive snow. Moreover, the bulk of his clothing made every movement laborious and slow. Indeed, this environment proved exceedingly inhospitable for a hunter that he wondered if, in future hunts for larger beasts, he might acquire a marsh pearl or stumble upon a windfall. Discovering a marsh guardian stone, the skill to adapt to watery terrains and deep snow in such conditions would indeed be a remarkable asset. Lifting his legs, he aimed to stretch the distance between his feet, increasing his stride as he adhered to the principle of long strides, moving towards the forest several dozen meters away. Walking in this manner across the snow would conserve energy and shorten the time spent traversing the snowy expanse. Upon entering the white forest, Lin Ke observed that the snow had imparted not only a hue to the landscape, but had also inflicted harm. The low shrubs, thickets, and grasses lay buried beneath the thick white mantle. Many trees had succumbed to the cold, collapsing under the weight of snow. Even the towering trees, standing dozens to hundreds of meters high, had their branches and leaves shattered by the burden of accumulated snow. Leaving the canopy sparse, sunshine streamed unobstructed through the treetops, illuminating the snow below with a brilliant sheen. Even in a lush environment like the ancient forest, the ecological system had suffered severe damage due to the snowfall. The law of nature, survival of the fittest, remains an unchanging truth, reflecting a ruthless reality of prosperity for the fortunate and demise for the unfortunate. Lin Ke gazed at the scene before him, unable to suppress a sigh of contemplation. However, now was not the time for reflection. He must complete his hunt before the sun dipped below the horizon. Donning black windproof goggles, Lin Ke vaulted over a fallen tree trunk buried in the snow. Striding towards the direction of the circling pterosaurs, the journey of 1,000 meters took him nearly an hour, yet it was not devoid of rewards. Along the way, Lin Ke fashioned over 10 snowballs, successfully knocking 7 fruits from the branches above. Not only did this enhance his throwing skill proficiency by 70 points, but it also yielded several edible fruits. Flying walnut, food quality, ordinary, description, a favored delicacy of pterosaurs and certain avian species. Its inner nut is rich in fats and various vitamins. Fortunately, he targeted branches. The fruits fell with the snow providing a cushion, or else he would have come away empty-handed. Throwing, beginner, proficiency, 280-300 effect, accurate throwing of objects within a 10-meter range. The previous 210 points of proficiency were obtained by fishing in the pond. During his 2 days in the cave, he had discerned that indiscriminately throwing objects would not yield proficiency. The system's criteria for acquiring proficiency in throwing skills necessitate that the object be aimed at targets relevant to hunting and gathering to gain points. Now, he needed just 20 more points to level up, requiring only 2 more successful hits. Yet, he had no time to seek out the remaining fruits on the branches. Lin Ke was now quite close to the location where the pterosaurs were circling. Although he could not yet see them in the sky, he could distinctly hear their cries. Utilizing the cover of several large trees, Lin Ke slowed his movements and cautiously approached the source of the sounds. At last, in a clearing surrounded by fallen trees, he caught sight of the pterosaur group. 3 pterosaurs hovered approximately 30 meters from Lin Ke's concealed position behind a tree. They were feasting on a dead beast with brown fur. Using their sharp claws to tear flesh from the carcass, their wings folded, they grasped the bloodied meat with their snake-like heads, extending their long necks to swallow the morsels whole. This group of pterosaurs resembled a massive serpent, albeit with a pair of membranous wings and sharp talons. Winter pterosaur, species quality, ordinary, description, a pterosaur species that thrives in icy environments and can exhale a breath of low temperature. This is not a species exclusive to the Everfrost region. The brown beast on the ground is a bobo, its pair of enormous, horn-like teeth unmistakably distinctive. Lin Ke pondered this. While the ice-cursed dragon might have flown here, how could these smaller creatures have followed? What upheaval had occurred in the Everfrost region? Moreover, how had they traversed from the Everfrost to the ancient forest? The winter pterosaur could be explained by flight, but surely a bobo could not have swum across the ocean on its 4 hooves. With a mind brimming with questions that eluded comprehension, Lin Ke chose to abandon his thoughts, resolving that he would venture into the icy expanse once his prowess had sufficiently developed. For now, he decided to deal with the 3 winter-winged dragons before him. Drawing forth his new star revolver from his backpack, he aimed at the head of one of the creatures. Confident that at a mere 30 meters, the pistol would maintain its accuracy, he pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, one winter-winged dragon, which had been tilting its head back to swallow a chunk of meat, collapsed lifelessly, a bloody hole opening up where its eye once resided. The echo of 4 consecutive gunshots reverberated through the forest as another dragon, just taking flight, fell from the sky, its chest cavity obliterated. Only one winter-winged dragon remained, circling in the air, its cries of alarm piercing the silence. The last bullet from the magazine struck its wing membrane, creating a small perforation that, surprisingly, did not impede its flight. However, upon noticing Lin Ke, the remaining dragon dove towards him, its mouth agape as if brewing a chilling breath. Lin Ke holstered his pistol and, with his right hand, retrieved a sturdy block of concrete. Assuming a throwing stance, the winter-winged dragon swooped down to within 10 meters. He hurled the stone with great force. The projectile accurately struck the dragon's mouth, its tremendous weight bringing the creature crashing down from the sky. With a throwing proficiency increase of 10, Lin Ke approached the struggling dragon, unsheathing his sword to deliver a decisive blow to its elongated neck. The sharp blade severed its head cleanly, a silver glint evident in his eyes. As the dragon's head fell, no blood gushed forth. Instead, two small crystals, each the size of a pinky finger, rolled out from the severed neck. The hunter's innate talent had activated, stowing the head and body of the winter-winged dragon in his backpack. Lin Ke picked up the two crystals, but chose not to use them immediately. Instead, he moved to inspect the bodies of the two dragons he had shot. Their crimson blood stained the snow beneath them. But Lin Ke found no bloodstones or soul crystals on the fallen creatures. It was evident that the damage inflicted by the pistol did not trigger his hunter's talent for harvesting. It seemed that weapons from another world were unrecognized by the prevailing rules. He realized he needed to thoughtfully consider the weaponry suited for a hunter's world. Each of the three winter-winged dragons boasted a slender frame exceeding 2 meters in length and weighing around 100 g. After securing all three trophies in his backpack, he found that nearly a cubic meter of space was filled to capacity. Lin Ke felt a pang of frustration. The limited space was inadequate, especially if he were to hunt larger dragon beasts in the future. Clearly, he needed to expedite the completion of his tasks in the cyber world, taking out the bloodstone and soul crystal. Lin Ke utilized the Eye of Truth to examine them. The small bloodstone from the winged dragon boasted the quality of ordinary, with the description indicating a crystal of blood and life energy. Consuming it can enhance current physical strength by 0.1. Under the sunlight, the bloodstone shimmered with a red halo, resembling a pristine ruby. Lin Ke surmised that the stone's aesthetic appeal made it more valuable for collection than for consumption. The soul crystal, on the other hand, was a translucent sphere encasing a miniature winter-winged dragon, described as containing the essence of a whole winter-winged dragon spirit. Applying it to the forehead can enhance current mental attributes by 0.2. Both items promised to augment his strength, and without further hesitation, Lin Ke consumed them. Strengthening himself was crucial for survival in this world. After using the bloodstone and soul crystal, he opened his attribute panel to review his progress. Name: Lin Ke. Age: 20. Identity: Player. Dimensional backpack: 1 cubic meter. Hunter's journal: Charred phone remnants, one-handed sword, firearms, winter-winged dragon corpses. 3 equipment slot, 13. Universal talent: Eye of Truth. Learning body attributes: Strength 8, increased by 0.1. Agility 7. Constitution 8. Mental 7, increased by 0.2. Profession: Hunter. Level 1. Experience 10100. Professional talent: Killing, unique. Professional skill: Throwing, novice. The gradual feeling of becoming stronger was delightful. If he continued to grow at this pace, one day he would stand at the pinnacle of the ecological chain in the new continent. Closing the attribute panel, Lin Ke turned his attention to the carcass of a bobo that had fallen prey to the winter-winged dragon. This bobo measured nearly 4 meters in length and weighed at least 2 tons, its brown fur marred by numerous lacerations inflicted by the dragon's sharp claws. Regrettably, its state rendered it unusable. Just as Lin Ke finished examining the severely damaged hide, he noticed something amiss. Crouching down for a closer look, he discovered a massive gash in the bobo's abdomen, its chest cavity entirely hollowed out, as if some formidable predator had devoured its innards and tender flesh in a single bite. Lin Ke's expression shifted. Damn, this bobo was not hunted by the winter-winged dragons. The shape of the wound suggested it had been attacked by a beast with terrifying biting power. The winter-winged dragons had merely scavenged the remains. Observing the surrounding toppled trees, Lin Ke noted that many smaller trees had been broken by sheer force. The grass indicated that this area was on the fringe of an ancient forest, where large dragon beasts still roamed and hunted. With little time to ponder, Lin Ke feared that the gunfire might have attracted that beast. After all, dragon species were known for their strong territorial instincts. He swiftly drew his long knife and, following the joints, severed the 2 relatively intact hind legs of the bobo. One leg barely fit into his backpack, while he had to hoist the other over his shoulder. Retracing his steps through the snow, with a strength of 8, Lin Ke could lift objects weighing up to 200 kilograms, and the hind leg, weighing less than 100 kilograms, did not hinder his pace. In less than an hour, before darkness fell, Lin Ke safely returned to the foot of the rocky mountain. According to the notes in his hunter's journal, he felt along the wall beside the slide and soon discovered a rope buried in the snow. The eye of truth revealed it to be woven from ivy. Thus, Lin Ke gripped the rope with one hand, freeing the other to carry the bobo's leg, and carefully made his way back up the slope to the cave. After 3 hours outdoors, his bounty was promising. Crouching at the cave entrance, illuminated by the fading rays of the setting sun, he began processing his spoils. 7 walnut-sized flying nuts were covered with a round shield. Yielding over 2 pounds of kernels, the 3 winter-winged dragons were meticulously stripped of their scales, claws, wing membranes, bones, and entrails, resulting in approximately 200 pounds of pure meat. As for the 2 bobo hind legs, they provided over 350 pounds of leg meat along with 2 robust thigh bones. The resources in this bizarre hunting world were truly abundant. A single hunt could sustain an ordinary person for an entire year. Unfortunately, he had yet to find any plants for seasoning or suitable accompaniments for the meat. After further refining the extracted meat, separating the fat from the prime cuts, he diced them into appropriately sized chunks to store in his backpack for another version of himself to cook later. With his butchering proficiency increasing by 1, Lin Ke returned to the cave camp. Retrieving a spear to skewer the remaining 10 or so fish in the pond, he decided to depart from this camp at dawn, heading towards the Starlight Outpost to see what remained there, perhaps uncovering unexpected treasures. After spearing the last fish in the pond, Lin Ke checked the changes in his throwing skill after its upgrade. Throwing, skilled, proficiency, 0600, effect. Throwing objects, achieving perfect accuracy within 50 meters, enhanced skill trait. Piercing. With the skill now at a proficient level, the last few fish he had speared had not contributed to his proficiency growth. Lin Ke understood that he needed to utilize his throwing skill to strike more formidable creatures at greater distances. Nevertheless, with his accuracy now heightened, the range of his attacks had significantly improved. And the newly acquired trait was intriguing. Lin Ke promptly extracted the last concrete block from his backpack, stepping outside the cave and hurling it towards the forest ahead. The sound of the object slicing through the air was nearly inaudible. As the stone left a fleeting shadow in its wake before plummeting into the depths of the forest, it seemed that the air resistance on thrown objects had been diminished, allowing him to throw farther. Remarkable indeed. I wonder if this skill, when fully developed, will enable me to launch projectiles with the effect and power of an electromagnetic cannon. With a smile, Lin Ke returned to the cave, settling before the stone furnace. Awaiting the nourishment from another version of himself, in the kitchen of the Gloria household, Lin Ke busied himself at the stove. Preparing dinner, he retrieved a chunk of fat from the hind leg of a bobo, deftly slicing it into thumb-sized cubes, which he tossed into a frying pan to render the fat. Next, he filled a pot with water and added more than a dozen bones of the winter-winged dragon. Complete with meat, to brew a hearty soup. His professional talent was activated, and the culinary skill of soup came into effect. The broth began as a clear liquid, gradually clouding as the meaty bones dissolved within. After half an hour of simmering, the bones and meat melded seamlessly into the broth, leaving only a creamy, meat-colored soup in the pot. Cooking complete, he gained 5 experience points, and his soup proficiency increased by 10. The winter-winged dragon bone soup attained an exceptional quality. Fine. Description: a broth infused with the essence of ingredients. Consuming it replenishes bodily deficiencies, and long-term consumption enhances the hardness of bones. As night descended, the neon lights shimmered brilliantly, illuminating the entire city in a dimly lit room. The red-haired lady slowly opened her eyes, stretching languorously as she sat up. Gloria's silk nightgown immediately accentuated her curvaceous figure. It had been ages since she had slept so soundly. Rubbing her eyes, Gloria glanced at the time. Oh dear, it was already 10 p.m. Startled, she jolted to full wakefulness, realizing she had intended merely to take a brief nap. She hadn't yet transferred the remaining money to Lin Ke. Surely he hadn't gone without a meal. With this thought, she hurriedly leapt from her bed, flinging open the locked bedroom door and rushing out. To her surprise, upon stepping out of the bedroom, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, tantalizing her senses. Unable to suppress a gulp, Gloria followed the delectable scent to the kitchen doorway. Peering inside, she spotted 2 figures engaged in conversation around the stove. "How is it? My meat steaks are delicious, aren't they?" Lin Ke chuckled. Under the influence of his chef's talent, he had completely eliminated any gamey or fishy taste from the meat. Even with just a sprinkle of salt, the inherent flavor of the meat was exquisite. Absolutely delightful. David nodded eagerly, swallowing a mouthful of tender meat. If only you added some black pepper or ketchup. It would be even better. That's merely modern culinary flair. Too much of it can be detrimental to health. Lin Ke retorted dismissively. Of course, if I had access to natural seasonings, I wouldn't mind enhancing the dish further. Agreed. I'll treat you to a meal, and afterward, you can teach me how to adjust the sensory data for the dream headband, and let me have a peek at those dream cards you've been hoarding. Absolutely. Just let me finish this piece of meat first. The dream cards I've collected are sure to be exhilarating. One glance, and you'll be hooked. Coughing delicately, Gloria interjected, standing with her hands on her hips. Interrupting their exchange. How many times must I tell you, David? Do not meddle with things that interfere with your studies. Hand them over to me. Confiscated. David froze, a pained expression crossing his face, and rather than resist, he resignedly replied, Yes, Mom. Meanwhile, Lin Ke smiled subtly, retrieving a plate and selecting a larger piece of steak from the cooking station, presenting it along with a knife and fork he had purchased earlier that day to Gloria. Here, Gloria, do give it a taste. As a chef, it was only fitting that the fruits of his labor be savored by someone. Praise from others regarding a dish was the ultimate acknowledgement of a chef's craft. Salted grilled steak, exceptional meat quality, ordinary. Description: a thoroughly cooked steak seasoned with salt. Regular consumption can enhance muscular strength. The enticing aroma wafted towards her. Gloria gazed at the golden brown steak on the pristine plate, her mouth watering uncontrollably. After such a lengthy slumber, she was ravenous that moment. The tantalizing scent overwhelmed her feeble willpower, rendering her unable to utter a refusal. Any lingering doubts about how Lin Ke could afford such fine meat were swiftly cast aside. Swallowing hard, Gloria reached out to accept the plate. Delicious, she exclaimed enthusiastically, in the cavernous space. Lin Ke could not contain his exuberance, shouting aloud, This is incredible. The memories of his previous days of gnawing on fish were nothing short of torture. As he reminisced about the taste of fish, tears streamed from the corners of his mouth while he savored the juicy steak. This flavor, even when compared to the highly regarded Wagyu beef, likely paled in comparison to the salt-grilled steak he was now indulging in. After finishing his third piece of grilled meat, Lin Ke retrieved another steaming piece of roasted meat from his backpack. Skewering it with a small knife and bringing it to his mouth to devour, the sensation was truly addictive. Soon, he polished off his fourth piece of grilled meat. Lin Ke patted his satiated belly through his clothing. Content with his feast, rising from the stone bench, he exited the cave and, under the clear moonlight, slid back onto the snowy terrain. He took out his soup bucket, finding a patch of clean snow, and began to shovel it into the bucket. Once filled and compacted, he inverted the cylindrical block of snow into his backpack. After spending half an hour, Lin Ke had collected 50 snow columns and decided to cease his efforts. He climbed back into the cave, entered the tent, and began to undress, preparing to snuggle into his sleeping bag for the night. Tomorrow, he needed to rise early to journey towards the stars. He had no intention of staying up late. As the night deepened, Gloria and David were sound asleep in their respective rooms. Alone, Lin Ke stood before the cooking station, heating and melting the blocks of snow in the soup bucket, then adding the winter-winged dragon bones with meat to commence his soup preparation. Tonight, he intended to pull an all-nighter. He aimed to rapidly enhance his chef level and gain proficiency in his skills, while 2 world tasks awaited his completion. Upon completing the cooking, he gained 3 experience points, and his soup proficiency increased by 8. Stowing the prepared soup into his backpack, Lin Ke opened his profession panel. Profession, chef level, 1 experience, 101 100, eligible for upgrade. Professional talent, super supplement, unique. Professional skill, soup, novice, proficiency, 280 300 effect, while simmering ingredients. All nutrients are absorbed into the broth. With a thought, he clicked to upgrade. The system notification chimed. Experience consumed, chef level increased by 1, and 1 free attribute point awarded. It seems the avenues for acquiring attribute points extend beyond the hunter talent to include upgrading professions. Profession, chef level, 2 experience, 1200. The reward of a single attribute point brought an involuntary smile to Lin Ke's lips. He allocated the point to his spirit attribute. Instantly, a refreshing clarity enveloped his previously drowsy mind. Delightful. The innate drive for evolution coursed through Lin Ke, filling him with vigor as he wholeheartedly immersed himself in the upcoming culinary endeavors. At dawn, 7:10 a.m., the sizzling juices on the cooking surface continued to sear the nearly golden steaks. As the steaks reached full doneness, they vanished one by one without any physical contact, as though devoured by an unseen force. At that moment, Lin Ke stood before the cooking station, his eyes aglow. His originally brown irises transformed into pure black. Those who met his gaze would perceive a glimmer of starlight dwelling within his profound pupils. This was the power he had acquired through an entire night of dedication. Now, every bone and piece of meat in his backpack had been transformed into a savory soup. Almost 100 liters of bone broth swirled in one corner of the backpack, occupying a tenth of its space. Meanwhile, the over 300 pounds of leg meat from Bobo had been reduced to around 200 pounds, transformed into more than 400 cuts of steak. His chef level surged directly to level 4. And the 2 newly acquired attribute points were entirely allocated to his mental acuity. Lin Ke felt that this enhancement in mental fortitude would aid him in detecting dangers ahead, especially in this cyber world where gunfire could erupt at any moment on the streets. Improving his sensitivity to threats was of utmost importance. With a mental attribute of 10, he gained a new ability, perception. Now, through sheer will, he could manipulate items within his backpack at close range. His hands were thus completely liberated. Name: Lin Ke. Age: 20. Identity: player. Dimensional backpack: 1 cubic meter of bone broth, 100 salted grilled steaks, 400 equipment slot. Neural interface: universal talent. Eye of truth. Learning body attributes: strength 8 plus 0. 1. Agility 7. Constitution 8. Mental 10. Perception detection evaluation. Extraordinary achieved. Mind, soul, and spirit unified, nurturing profound perception. Profession: chef level. For experience: 21,600. Professional talent: super supplement. Unique when cooking, can bestow special enhancement effects on dishes. The quality of ingredients will determine the strength of the effects. Cooking completion grants professional experience. Professional skill: soup. Proficient, proficiency 15600. The formidable perception brought forth by his heightened mental state transformed into an invisible net, centering around Lin Ke, forming an intangible sphere with a radius of 10 meters. Within this sphere, even with his eyes closed, he could vividly see the colors, sizes, and shapes of objects in his mind. As Lin Ke's mental attribute reached 10, he discovered the application of his new ability, perception detection, that he realized that lifeless objects like metal, stone, and wood could not obstruct his perceptive exploration. However, it seemed that the perception could not penetrate the magnetic fields of living beings to reveal their internal conditions, including any implants installed within them. This conclusion was drawn from an accidental glimpse he caught of Gloria, who was sleeping next door while experimenting with his newfound ability, though he paid a price for it. Alas, for now, the 10-meter detection range seemed rather limited. Yet, it might be possible to enhance the range by increasing his mental attributes. However, he could not afford to further augment his mental capacity at present. As he felt his body straining while concentrating on perceiving his surroundings, prolonged use would result in nosebleeds. For his own well-being, he now needed to bolster other aspects of his physical attributes. He also figured out the newly added feature of the soup skill. The feature, purification, allowed him to eliminate toxic components from the ingredients in his soup. For instance, when he filled half a pot with contaminated water from the tap, boiling it transformed the polluted water into pristine boiled water. The Eye of Truth confirmed that the water was entirely free of microplastic and radioactive substances. This feature sparked a bold idea in Lin Ke's mind. I wonder what the flavor would be like if I made soup from the flesh of a corpse dragon. In the future, when my chef level rises, could I use the entire ocean as a pot for a grand culinary endeavor? A faint sound of a door creaking interrupted his reverie. Lin Ke swept his perception across the room. It's Gloria. He retrieved 4 steaks from the backpack and placed them on a large plate. Then poured out 2 bowls of thick soup. Holding them with one hand, he exited the kitchen and set them on the table in the living room to Gloria, who was emerging from her room. He said in a deep, resonant voice, "Rise and shine. I've prepared soup and grilled steaks. It's about time to wake David for a meal. Oh, thank you. But why are you pinching your nose? Are you hurt?" Gloria inquired, tucking her scattered red hair behind her ears as she entered the living room, gazing at Lin Ke in confusion. "I'm fine. Just enjoying the good food. I've eaten too well. and it's causing a bit of heat. Leading to a nosebleed that I'll be alright shortly, Lin Ke replied, still pinching his nose and speaking in a deep voice. I've already eaten that I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm feeling drowsy and need to rest for a bit. You and David can enjoy the soup and meat. Lin Ke gestured towards the soup and steaks on the coffee table, then half reclined on the sofa, his eyes squinting with fatigue. Is it uncomfortable to sleep on the sofa? If not, you can sleep in my room. I'll be heading to work soon, Gloria suggested. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ke's half-closed eyes suddenly widened, and he stood up with excitement, entirely devoid of any signs of fatigue. Thank you so much, Gloria. I'll go sleep now. Goodbye. As soon as he uttered the word goodbye, Lin Ke dashed to Gloria's room, swiftly shedding his outerwear and diving onto the soft bed. Wrapping himself in the still warm blanket, he gradually closed his eyes, indifferent to whether David would wake up and make a fuss later. In the hunter's world, after brushing his teeth by the pond and devouring 3 steaks along with a large bowl of bone soup, Lin Ke gazed at the nearly untouched steaks and broth in his backpack, scratching his head in distress. Just 2 days prior, he had nothing to eat. Now, an abundance of food seemed insurmountable, even if he and Gloria, along with David, indulged heartily. It would take over 10 days to finish all this. It seemed necessary to find a way to consume some of this food. After organizing his belongings, Lin Ke extinguished the fire and stowed the animal skin sleeping bag from the tent into his backpack before stepping out of the cave. He mounted the slide and trudged through the snow, striding towards the coastline to the southeast of the new continent, located on the left side of the Rocky Mountains. That was where the stars resided. Upon entering the forest, the scenery was monotonous, filled only with white snow and fallen or standing trees, devoid of any other creatures or gatherable plants. The lengthy journey was exceedingly dull. However, along the way, he noticed some peculiar markings on a few downed tree trunks, though they were partially obscured by accumulated snow, making their original forms unclear. Lin Ke was too apathetic to brush off the snow for a closer look. After walking over a kilometer, with only 2 kilometers remaining to reach the stars, Lin Ke encountered a colossal tree with a diameter of 6 to 7 meters and a height exceeding 100 meters. On its stout trunk, he discerned several large carvings and graffiti. The effect of his talent, the eye of truth, activated. Words emerged at the corner of his vision. Giant graffiti of the insect cage tribe. Warning. Anganav's hunting territory. Warning. Leave quickly. Danger. Danger. Dead zone. Lin Ke stood beneath the tree, perplexed. Who was Anganav? A name of some ancient dragon. What could have frightened the feline members of the insect cage tribe so? Wait, let me think. I feel like I've seen this name before. A flash of realization struck Lin Ke. Damn. It's the forest marauder, the manticore dragon. Its name is mentioned in the Hunter's notes. With that thought, Lin Ke involuntarily recalled the corpse of Bobo he had seen in the snow yesterday. The massive bite marks on its body, unmistakably the work of the manticore dragon. How did this dragon end up here? Far from its ancient tree territory? As Lin Ke pondered beneath the tree, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound, the crunch of snow underfoot. Using perception detection, he confirmed there were no living beings within 10 meters. The range is still too short. Before he could finish lamenting, a small, white figure leapt forth from the distant snow-laden forest, bounding towards him with remarkable agility. As this diminutive figure approached, Lin Ke could finally discern it, a creature clad in white fur. Standing only half a meter tall, this unexpected appearance rushed to Lin Ke's side, standing upright and opening its rosy mouth. Meow, meow, meow. A human! A human! You've returned, meow. Is this an Ilu? Ilu, a race of beastmen residing in the hunter's world, capable of becoming the most reliable and versatile companions for admired hunters. Was this a companion delivered to his doorstep? Lin Ke blinked in astonishment at the creature standing before him, only 80 centimeters tall. Words materialized at the corner of his vision. Cloud Forest Insect Cage Tribe Age, 14 Identity, Ranger Description, a young, brave, and fearless ranger, meow. The insect cage tribe does not dwell in the ancient trees, but rather in the wilds. Ilu tribe? How could they appear here? Lin Ke, upon reviewing the information, felt a twinge of confusion at that moment. A creature named Yunduo from the insect cage tribe, speaking in the language of the beastmen, urgently addressed him. Meow, meow, meow. Human, this place is perilous. Come with me, meow. Seemingly concerned that Lin Ke might not comprehend her words, Yunduo animatedly gestured with her hands, mimicking the action of fleeing. Such adorableness. Lin Ke smiled and nodded at Yunduo, indicating his understanding. Her ears perked up, and a look of joy radiated from her round feline face as she turned, crouching on all fours, and waved a paw at Lin Ke, urging him to follow. Observing her nimble form bounding through the snow, Lin Ke lifted his feet and strode after her. Leaving shallow paw prints resembling plum blossoms in the snow, he decided to postpone his visit to the stars, as he found himself captivated by this delightful creature in the game. The insect cage tribe had always harbored a cautious attitude towards hunters. Why was this particular one so amicable? Was there an untold story not recorded in the anonymous notes? Filled with curiosity, Lin Ke prepared to inquire about her background and called out to Yunduo, "Hello, what is your name? You seem to be from the insect cage tribe. Where are you taking me?" Thanks to his innate talent for communication, his words transformed into the beastman tongue, comprehensible to Yunduo. My name is Yunduo, and I am a ranger of the insect cage tribe. As for where we are going, of course, I am taking you home, meow, Yunduo replied, having heard the human's question. However, she soon realized the implications of her words. Turning her head, her round eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Human, you can speak our language." Lin Ke nodded, finding it difficult to elaborate on the system's abilities that he offered a plausible explanation. "I learned the language of the insect cage tribe from an elderly beastman scholar. That is splendid. What is your name, meow? I have so many questions for you. Have you returned after such a long journey? Why did you venture into the forest alone without any weapons? It is so dangerous." Meow. Knowing that Lin Ke understood her words filled Yunduo with joy, her pointed ears flapping excitedly as she unleashed a torrent of inquiries. "It is a pleasure to meet you. Yunduo, my name is Lin Ke. But I am not one of those who departed from this continent long ago. I arrived in this new land due to an unforeseen accident." Lin Ke explained his circumstances before posing his question. "Did not your insect cage tribe always reside in the ancient trees? Why have you appeared here? Could you enlighten me on what has transpired?" As soon as Lin Ke's words left his lips, Yunduo's upright ears drooped sadly against her round head, her emotions visibly plummeting. "It is Ivalkana, the sovereign of cold, the dragon of frozen existence. He has built his lair within the ancient trees and has driven out or killed other tribes that dwelled there." She lamented. The ice dragon, Lin Ke mused, recognizing that such a creature would indeed eliminate disturbances from smaller beings. "We, the insect cage tribe, were forced to leave the ancient trees. Thankfully, your human chieftain took us in and taught us how to fish and cultivate. However, before 998 sunsets had passed, they boarded a grand ship and departed. So, you insect cage tribe members now reside in the stars?" Lin Ke inquired, intrigued by Yunduo's narrative. "The human chieftain? Either the supreme commander or the grand leader." "So, the insect cage tribe has settled in the stars. By following Yunduo home, I am indeed returning to the stars. Yes, our chieftain promised yours that after your departure, we would maintain the structures in the stars, ensuring that smaller creatures do not invade and cause destruction." Meow do. "I see." Lin Ke continued to follow Yunduo, his steps varying in depth as he navigated through the forest. That moment, his gaze fell upon the delicate plum blossom prints left behind by Yunduo in the snow. How is this possible? Even though Yunduo is considerably lighter than I, it is unlikely she could traverse such soft snow and leave only these shallow impressions, he pondered aloud. "Yunduo, how come you do not sink into the snow?" he asked. Yunduo slowed her pace and pulled out a necklace that shimmered with a faint blue glow from her collar. "It is this, meow. This was a gift from your chieftain before he left." Lin Ke gazed at the radiant necklace. Swamp Guardian Stone 2. Rarity, rare. Description, an alchemical accessory infused with mysterious energy. Wearing it grants the skill to adapt to watery terrains and deep snow. Indeed, it is this item, and it is a second-tier Swamp Guardian Stone, an exquisite treasure, he exclaimed. "May I take a closer look?" Lin Ke tentatively inquired. "Of course, meow," Yunduo replied, removing the necklace from around her neck and handing it to him. She displayed no wariness towards this human she had only known for less than an hour. How adorably Navi as Lin Ke accepted the necklace. He noticed Yunduo suddenly sink, her body half submerged in the snow. He quickly reached out and hoisted her weighty form, placing her upon his shoulder, gently petting her round, fluffy head. Then, grasping the necklace, he took a step into the snow, the moment his foot met the surface. He felt an upward force supporting his entire body, preventing him from sinking into the snow. He continued this way for a couple of steps, finding that his speed remained unaffected by the accumulation of snow. In such snowy conditions, the efficacy of this protective stone was truly remarkable. Yunduo, I will use this necklace for now. You can sit on my shoulder and guide me, he proposed. Okay, meow. Under Yunduo's guidance, Lin Ke soon emerged from the woods. Upon exiting the forest, he instantly felt a noticeable rise in temperature. After walking for over 10 minutes, the white snow vanished, revealing a plethora of green vegetation. Clearly, the ice dragon's influence on the ecological environment had extended to this area. Following Yunduo's directions, Lin Ke navigated a narrow, descending rocky path until he reached a beach. Before him lay a shoreline adorned with black reefs, and beyond that, an endless ocean stretched out at that moment. The sun rose, casting golden waves that sparkled under the radiant sunlight. A truly magnificent sight. Stepping onto the rocks, Lin Ke returned the swamp guardian stone to Yunduo and asked, "Do we need to travel by sea to return to the stars?" Yunduo donned the stone and leaped down from Lin Ke's shoulder. Yes, meow. Recently, a fierce manticore has arrived on the land leading to the stars, so traveling that way is too perilous, meow. Yunduo, a white cloud against the black rocks, nimbly leapt ahead, eventually leading Lin Ke to a rocky outcrop where a small wooden boat, approximately 2 meters long, was anchored. Yunduo jumped onto the vessel, untied the rope securing it to the rocks, and beckoned, "Hurry up, meow." As Lin Ke stepped onto the small boat, it rocked violently, and once he fully settled on board, the entire vessel sank slightly into the water, nearly flooding the cabin. Yunduo wielded 2 paddles, skillfully navigating the heavily overloaded canoe along the coastline towards the stars. Observing Yunduo's efforts, Lin Ke took the oars from her. "Let me handle this, Yunduo. Tell me about your life in the stars." "Thank you, meow." "All right, meow." Through the narration of Yunduo, Lin Ke gained a clear understanding of the insect cage tribe living in the star point. The insect cage tribe, residing within the stars, could be considered a large clan. Boasting over 120 members, their daily sustenance was maintained through fishing, farming, and foraging for game. However, recently, a ferocious mani-long had appeared, claiming territory near the stars, and the tribe's members responsible for hunting and gathering had suffered attacks from this beast. Over 10 tribe members had perished, and now they dared not venture outside, relying solely on coastal catches and cultivated crops for survival. The diminishing avenues for food acquisition were beginning to affect the tribe's way of life. As the bravest and youngest ranger of the tribe, Yunduo had set out to explore a path that would circumvent the mani-long. The oars splashed gently against the surface, propelling the small wooden boat forward across the vast ocean. On board, Lin Ke, with a smile, praised Yunduo after hearing her tale, saying, "Yunduo, you are truly a courageous kitty." "Oh no, that's merely what I ought to do as a member of the tribe," Yunduo replied bashfully. Scratching her head with her paw, her slender white tail raised and swaying behind her, a faint blush surfacing beneath her cheek fur. Such an adorable sight made one wish to embrace her and take a deep breath of her cuteness. Who could resist a brave, innocent cat that would converse with you? It was a delight for any admirer. They continued to row for another half-hour across the ocean as their small boat approached the coastline and rounded a rocky outcrop. Lin Ke beheld their destination, the star point. Unconsciously, he loosened his grip on the oars. The scenery of the star point was reflected in his eyes that it was a large living stronghold constructed from several massive ships, stacked and built upon one another. Towering cliffs rose on either side, while a rocky cove lay in the center. Several grand vessels were firmly anchored atop the rocks, with logs, stones, and planks laid down to form a vast and solid platform. Upon this platform, numerous multi-layered wooden structures and smaller boat houses were erected. This constituted the first level of the star point. Above it, there were many additional layers built along the cliffs, as well as a fourth level formed by large ships extending over 50 meters in length atop the cliffs. Each layer featured different buildings, each serving distinct functions. Between each platform, sturdy walkways, wooden bridges, and steps connected them, forming a colossal and three-dimensional architectural complex. This was the once singular hunter stronghold of the new continent, Star Point. The reality before him was far more astonishing than any game graphics. Lin Ke stood in a daze for a while before fervently grasping the oars and rowing again. "Star Point, I am coming." As the wooden boat drew closer to Star Point, Lin Ke spotted other members of the insect cage tribe, the Ailu. These orange-furred Ailu were also paddling their 2-meter-long wooden boats, casting nets for fish or fishing with poles in the rocky coastal area. Upon seeing Yin Duo, they paused their tasks to greet her warmly. Yin Duo, you're back. Did you encounter any dangers on your journey? Duo, it's so wonderful that you returned safely, Yin Duo. Is this a human by your side? Have the adults returned? Oh, Yin Duo has safely made it back. Standing on the boat, Yin Duo waved her paw in response to the enthusiastic greetings from her kin. Lin Ke, as he rowed, curiously observed these clothed mews of the tribe at that moment. The Ailu were also gazing at him with intrigue. This human, a race long vanished from the new continent. Soon, the wooden boat navigated through the fishing grounds of the insect cage tribe and docked at the harbor of Star Point. Lin Ke, come, let us go meet the chieftain. All right. Securing the boat with a rope tied to a wooden post at the dock, Yin Duo led Lin Ke from the boat to the pier. Following closely behind Yin Duo, Lin Ke ascended the wooden steps, arriving at the first level of Star Point, the flowing area. The scene before him contrasted vividly with the images in his mind from the game. Everything felt both familiar and foreign. The stacked boxes of supplies had vanished, and the resource management office beneath the massive gears was devoid of life. The once towering piles of books in the Ecological Research Institute were now completely absent of any paper. Just as recorded in the notes of an unnamed author, they had all departed the new continent. Yin Duo guided Lin Ke to a great tree. Lin Ke looked up, admiring this towering tree, its lush canopy spanning over 1,000 square meters. This must be the ancient tree cultivated by scholars for ecological research. At that moment, over a dozen Ailu were busy climbing up and down the tree, some carrying small buckets to water the trunk, while others used woven baskets to collect parasitic fungi and other plants from the branches. Yin Duo approached a pond shaded by the tree, where an elderly Ailu, wrapped in burlap and leaning on a staff, sat. Grandpa Chieftain, Yin Duo is back. Lin Ke observed the elderly Ailu, whose fur and beard had turned gray. Characters appeared at the corner of his vision. Ancient tree forest insect cage tribe age, 257 years identity. Chieftain description, leader of the Zhuozhi tribe. Upon reading the information, Lin Ke was astonished by the Ailu's age. 2.5 centuries were nearly equivalent to an entire dynasty's history in his own world. Even though the lifespan of beastmen was generally several times longer than that of humans. This Ailu was approaching the limits of life. At any moment, he could ascend to the heavens. The old chieftain lifted his heavy eyelids, gazing at Yin Duo, and raised his staff, gesturing toward the busy Ailu behind him on the ancient tree. Yin Duo, please lend a hand. I wish to speak with the guest you brought back. Of course, Grandpa Chieftain. Yin Duo replied brightly, glancing back at Lin Ke before picking up a small bucket from the pond's edge and beginning to fetch water for the tree. Lin Ke stood 3 meters away from the chieftain, as getting any closer would require the elderly Ailu to look up at him. Greetings, Chieftain. My name is Lin Ke, and I am a human from beyond the new continent. His voice was soft and gentle, as if fearing that a louder tone would scare away the elderly Ailu. I am aware, not only are you a human from beyond this continent, but you are also an otherworldly traveler. Are you not? The giant tree chieftain's murky eyes regarded Lin Ke, his voice, weathered by time, resonating slowly beneath the ancient tree. Lin Ke was taken aback by the chieftain's words. Was it truly that easy to reveal the identity of a traveler? To have his secrets exposed upon their first meeting? I indeed come from outside this world, as the only human in the new continent. Lin Ke felt no need to conceal his identity. So he chose to admit it outright. Yet, driven by curiosity, he still posed his question. But how did you know of my identity? You bear no resemblance to the group that departed long ago. Your aura and appearance are distinct, and your attire is different. The moment I laid eyes upon you, the ancient tree informed me that you do not belong here. The differences in clothing and appearance alone could not confirm my status as a traveler. There are other continents and nations beyond the new continent, and the cultural and physical disparities between people of different nations are vast, Lin Ke thought, unconvinced that the giant tree chieftain could discern his status solely based on his appearance and attire. That is because, 987 sunsets ago, a silver-haired human arrived here, whose life essence bore a striking resemblance to yours. He claimed to be from beyond this world and was a monster hunter from Livia. Upon hearing the chieftain's words, Lin Ke could only exclaim in disbelief that he recalled that there had indeed been a crossover event between Monster Hunter World and The Witcher 3. However, he never expected that this segment of the game's storyline would manifest in reality. The Azure Star was already in disarray. The plot had gone awry, and Geralt was somehow present in the new continent. Truly remarkable. Is that silver-haired man still here? Lin Ke inquired excitedly, wondering if he could traverse to the Witcher world through him. He longed to experience the taste of a sorceress. Ahem, you were mistaken. It should have been learning magic. He resolved the anomalies in the ancient forest before returning to his own world. Alas, what a disappointment. The salty sea breeze from the ocean caressed the canopy of the ancient trees of Xingqian, causing the leaves to rustle against each other with a soft whisper. Beneath the trees, the elder of the giant tree clan continued to speak to Lin Ke in a slow and venerable tone. This place was built by humans, and we are but tenants here if you wish to stay. We, the Insect Cage clan, can provide you with ample food and a secure, warm dwelling until your departure. Thank you, Elder, Lin Ke replied with a bow of gratitude. Pleased with Lin Ke's demeanor, the elder extended a claw to stroke the whiskers on one side of his face. Suddenly, a cry interrupted the elder's actions. Oh no! Oh no! Lin Ke turned to see two young Ailu rushing towards him from a nearby beast-bone passage. They scurried on all fours, leaping anxiously before the old elder, exclaiming, Elder, Elder, Onganafu has come to batter the door again. What? The elder was taken aback. His claw faltered, inadvertently pulling out two of his whiskers. However, there was no time for lamentation, as the elder turned to the busy Ailu in the trees and shouted, Young ones, grab buckets and fill them with water. All of you come with me to the main gate. Yinduo, go to the sea and call the fishing clansmen to assist at the main gate. And remind them to bring weapons. Understood, Elder. Yes, Grandfather Elder. Yinduo promises to fulfill the task. Lin Ke stood there, dumbfounded by the elder's commanding voice. The robust tone and resounding volume belied the frailty he had previously exhibited. He then witnessed a throng of Ailu rushing out of the beast-bone passage, carrying water-filled buckets or weapons, with the 257-year-old leader of the Insect Cage clan at the forefront, sprinting ahead of his kin. Observing the elder's swift pace, Lin Ke could only marvel. It seems the old truly possess wisdom. Not every creature is as innocent as Yunduo, such an age, yet still putting on airs. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to ascertain the situation. Lin Ke followed the Insect Cage clan out of the beast-bone passage and, upon emerging, heard the resounding thuds of violent impacts. He quickened his pace along a well-trodden earthen path to the wooden gate at the forefront of the Xingqian stronghold. At this moment, numerous Ailu had climbed up the rocky walls flanking the gate. Lin Ke joined them, scaling the 20-meter-high cliffs. Once atop, he peered down. Before the wooden gate stood a colossal red and black beast, thrashing the door with its powerful tail. Each strike resonated with a deafening boom, causing the wooden gate to shudder violently. Lin Ke focused intently, discerning the full form of the beast. Its body was encased in pink scales, with dense black fur growing from the seams of its scales beginning at the shoulders, giving it an overall dark appearance. Its small, short forelimbs seemed more ornamental than functional, yet its powerful thighs bore the weight of its massive frame. The beast's enormous head was fierce and menacing, and its thick tail bore sharp spines. The creature stood at least 6 or 7 meters tall and was no less than 16 meters long, resembling a scaled-up version of a Tyrannosaurus rex. However, Lin Ke knew this beast was not a T-Rex, for it possessed the ability to breathe fire. That a character prompt appeared in his peripheral vision. Man-eater dragon, quality, excellent, extreme, description, a large beast dragon species primarily preying on herbivore dragons, exhibiting extreme territoriality, ferocity, and a propensity to attack other creatures intruding upon its domain. From the rocky walls, the elder of the giant tree clan directed a group of felines to hurl stones at the dragon's head in an attempt to drive it away. At that moment, one of the felines dropped a makeshift small explosive barrel. The wooden explosive barrel traced a minuscule arc before crashing against the back of the man-eater dragon, with a resounding boom. A small fireball erupted at the point of impact. Though loud, its power was negligible. The explosion did not even dislodge a single scale from the dragon's back. It merely singed a few of the creature's coarse hairs. Roar! The man-eater dragon seemed annoyed by the diminutive disturbance above, opening its massive jaws to unleash a furious roar. spewing forth a torrent of sparks from its sharp fangs that a pungent scent of sulfur permeated the air. Danger! Everyone, duck down. Quickly, the elder, familiar with the dragon's habits, commanded the clan members to take cover behind the rocky outcrop. Yet, Lin Ke remained atop the cliff, for he understood that the man-eater dragon was not adept at breathing fire. Its primary means of attack relied on its formidable bulk and terrifying bite strength. Below, the man-eater dragon's heat-dissipating wing membranes suddenly unfurled, causing its already colossal form to swell even larger. The overwhelming visual presence was imposing. Lin Ke's pupils constricted, and he involuntarily shuddered, instinctively stepping back. He recalled a similar scene from a previous game, where he would control his character to flee, fearing the beast would swallow him whole if he hesitated. Damn, the memory haunted him. The beast's nasal bones expanded, releasing 2 jets of flame from its flared nostrils. The fiery streams crashed against the rocky wall, scattering into countless sparks, leaving only 2 charred imprints on the resilient surface. Indeed, its aim was lacking. Lin Ke waved his hand, dispersing the sparks that had drifted toward him. Just as the man-eater dragon opened its gaping maw, flames surging from deep within its throat, aimed at the wooden gate of Xingqian. The inferno ignited the door, prompting the elder to urgently direct the clan members to douse the flames with water-filled buckets. Several buckets were poured down, extinguishing the fire that clung to the wooden surface. The response was remarkably adept, indicating that this man-eater dragon was not a first-time visitor. The insect cage clan's felines had endured multiple assaults. Lin Ke realized he could not merely stand by. Observing the felines valiantly resisting the man-eater dragon's onslaught, he retrieved 2 fragmentation grenades from his backpack. Fragmentation Grenade FGX, quality, ordinary description, contains 15 grams of TNT with a lethal radius of 6 meters. A disposable item. Please throw it far away during use. 0.1 gram of TNT releases 4,000 joules of energy, capable of producing a force of 400 kilograms. 0.30 grams of TNT would be more than sufficient for this beast. Here, beast, savor the taste of TNT. As he observed the man-eater dragon preparing to roar once more, Lin Ke swiftly pulled the pins from both grenades and, utilizing his throwing skill, accurately tossed one grenade into the dragon's mouth. The other grenade landed atop the dragon's head, wedged between its flaring nostrils that a burst of flames erupted. Roar! The 2 sounds melded into one, followed by the man-eater dragon's anguished wail in the aftermath of the violent explosion. The felines of the insect cage clan were startled into a state of alarm, their fur bristling as they dropped their weapons. However, upon hearing the dragon's lament, they cautiously peered downwards as the smoke cleared. They beheld the man-eater dragon thrashing on the ground, howling in distress. Its mouth remained unharmed, save for a slightly blackened tongue, adorned with numerous dark fragments. Yet the most vulnerable nasal bones extending from its nostrils had been shattered, revealing white, bloodied cartilage beneath. It was merely a light injury. Given the dragon's robust vitality, the severed nasal bones would soon regenerate. The felines turned their gaze towards Lin Ke in unison. They recognized that it was this human who had cast the explosive device, resulting in such a devastating outcome for the man-eater dragon. Meanwhile, Lin Ke remained transfixed, staring blankly at his personal interface. Following the grenade explosion, he received a system notification, indicating he had triggered a world quest. World quest triggered. Azure Ascendancy, what a surprise. I thought the task was named Azure Beetle Ascendancy. Kindling Ascension, quest introduction. This is the 12th trial tasked with becoming the mightiest in the world. Upon the completion of all trials, players shall be bestowed with powers rivaling that of the deities, marking the ascent to divinity. Quest, the fate of the vanquished. First stage, quest introduction, a mangled dragon. Having narrowly escaped death in a territorial conflict, now roams near the Starry Dawn outpost, posing a grave threat to the lives of the insect cage clan residing among the stars, for the safety of the feline inhabitants. Players are urged to deliver the appropriate conclusion for the mangled dragon. The vanquished must perish. Quest rewards, 300 points of professional experience, that a rope of enslavement 1. Is this truly the main quest of the hunter's world? Such exaggeration, powers to rival the gods. Are these deities of the Western pantheon or the Eastern? Are we speaking of diminished divine power or that of profound might? The system offers no standards. After perusing the quest, Lin Ke, despite his inner excitement, couldn't resist a few habitual quips at that moment. The previously toppled mangled dragon rose once more. However, it refrained from attacking the starry gate again, emitting a thunderous roar instead, before turning and swatting its tail against the wooden door, then lumbering back into the jungle. Observing the retreating figure of the mangled dragon, Lin Ke felt no compulsion to intervene or attack in order to complete the quest. With his current strength, charging forth would merely serve as a meal for the beast. He needed to grow stronger swiftly as he watched the massive footprints fade into the depths of the jungle. Lin Ke mused quietly. Meanwhile, the insect cage clan's Ailu began to cheer and leap, celebrating their recent victory in repelling the formidable Anganav once more. All right, younglings, prepare the ingredients, for we shall feast. This is both a celebration of our triumph over Anganav and a warm welcome for our newly arrived guests. The words of the elder of the giant tree ignited another round of cheers from the assembled aliens as they descended the rocky cliff on their way back to the Starry Dawn outpost. Lin Ke walked alongside the elder, who expressed gratitude for Lin Ke's assistance, remarking that without his intervention, they would not have been able to repel the mangled dragon so swiftly. Lin Ke humbly acknowledged that he had merely done what was within his capacity. Attributing their rapid success to the elder's adept leadership, he understood that if he wished to quickly gain strength and hunt the mangled dragon, he would need the support of the insect cage clan. Thus, he sought to cultivate a favorable rapport with the clan leader. Just as they reached the Beast Bone Passage in Starry Dawn, a group of Ailu, led by a white figure, burst forth. The two parties collided, creating a scene of chaos. Thankfully, the elder's booming voice soon restored order, organizing the two groups, one to retrieve mushrooms freshly gathered from the ancient trees of Starry Dawn, and the other to fetch the fresh fish caught earlier that morning. All together in the dining area for the feast at a large water wheel, powered by cascading water, turned metallic gears that operated iron chains, linking a series of cable cars that functioned like escalators connecting the various functional areas of the fourth level of Starry Dawn. On the third level, the former Hunter-esque cafeteria, weapons and mountain pavilion, continued to serve its purpose. Lin Ke and the feline inhabitants of the insect cage clan arrived with their ingredients. He glanced at the supplies held by the cats, which primarily consisted of slender silver fish and mushrooms. Legion sardine aquatic creature. Ingredient quality. Ordinary. Description. Abundant in warm coastal waters. These creatures form large schools to feed on plankton. Specialty fungus mushroom. Ingredient quality. Ordinary. Description. A unique mushroom of the ancient forest, thriving in moisture-rich environments, seemingly endless in supply. These were excellent ingredients, and Lin Ke anticipated the culinary skills of the cats with eager delight. Soon, the third-level platform was bustling with over 100 cats standing on two legs, clad in garments. The elders stood upon a raised platform, directing the clan members in food preparation. Under the collective effort of all, a massive stone slab heated by flames below was piled high with sardines, left uncleaned and with scales intact, haphazardly heated to perfection. The mushrooms were neither sliced nor torn, simply laid whole along the edge of the stone slab to be grilled. Lin Ke felt his eyelids twitch at the sight of such rough and wild culinary practices. He almost forgot that the insect cage clan, residing in this new continent, differed significantly from the Ailu of the old continent, who had assimilated into human society. The Ailu of the old world had embraced culinary arts, with renowned chefs capable of crafting delectable dishes to delight the hunters' palates. In contrast, the insect cage clan, prior to their encounters with humans, could only be classified as a primitive tribe, even though they had learned some skills and ways of life after interacting with the hunters of Starry Dawn. Their dietary habits remained quite crude. Should he partake in the food prepared by these cats during the feast, refusing would seem impolite, casting him as an outsider. Yet, indulging would betray his own palate and stomach. Surely one cannot be at odds with oneself. While Lin Ke pondered the philosophy of life at the stone table, a white figure approached him, raising a paw and presenting something as if offering a treasure. Brother Lin Ke, this is a delicious find from the forest. A gift for you. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ke nearly toppled from his stone seat. In the cat's paw lay a plump, wriggling white maggot. Endurance thunderworm. Ingredient quality. Excellent. Description. A rare worm that feeds on decaying plant matter, capable of restoring stamina upon consumption. Having finished the mushroom in her possession, the cat opposite Lin Ke, named Yunduo, also devoured a grilled fish entirely. Indeed, she consumed every part, including the scales, innards, and even the bones. Now, Yun Duo sat on the stone bench, licking her pink paw that still bore remnants of her feast. Observing her, Lin Ke furrowed his brow and inquired, Yun Duo, why have you stopped eating? Yun Duo's paw-cleaning motion faltered, and she lifted her gaze, her bright eyes flickering as she averted his gaze, responding in a soft voice, Yun Duo is full da. Though Legion sardines are sizable, they are slender with little flesh. A single fish cannot satiate one's hunger. Why would you deceive me? Lin Ke pondered for a moment, then glanced around that he noticed that most of the Ailu, including the elder, like Yun Duo, had ceased eating after one fish. The stone platter, though initially abundant with grilled fish, had diminished significantly due to the number of cats present. However, he observed that a few smaller Ailu had managed to consume a second fish, all of whom appeared to be under the age of 15. Was there a shortage of food? It seemed that due to the disturbances caused by the mangled dragon, the insect cage clan's ability to gather and hunt had been severely impacted. Were they reserving food for the younger ones? How considerate of Yun Duo. With this thought, Lin Ke reached out to gently pet Yun Duo's fluffy head. He then glanced down at the platter before him, which held a dozen grilled fish. This was quite the sumptuous hospitality from the insect cage clan. Rising, he approached the elder of the giant tree and candidly stated, Elder, I have some additional food. If it would not be an imposition, I could offer it for everyone to fill their stomachs. The elder scrutinized Lin Ke, pondering, given that he had no luggage upon their first meeting, how much food could be concealed within those oddly shaped garments. Yet, he graciously replied, I am most grateful. There are indeed several little ones in need of nourishment at this time. The chieftain believed that the food Lin Ke could provide would barely suffice to satiate 2 or 3 individuals. Lin Ke flashed a toothy grin, but chose to remain silent, instead turning his attention towards the stone slab where food was being roasted. With a mere thought, a piece of golden brown meat materialized half a meter above the slab, before plummeting down with the force of gravity, landing with a bounce on the heated surface, steam rising from the succulent cut. The members of the bug cage tribe watched in awe, their mouths agape. Yet, before they could utter an amazed wow, more golden meat cuts appeared in the air, cascading down like raindrops onto the slab. Within mere seconds, a small mountain of meat formed atop the stone. White steam billowed upwards, and the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted throughout the 3-tiered platform. Wow! The crowd exclaimed in unison, salivating profusely. The chieftain of the giant tree tribe hurried to the stone slab. Undeterred by the heat, he extended his claws to grasp a piece of meat that had rolled off the top of the meaty mound. Lifting it to his nose for a sniff, that it was the flesh of a giant-toothed beast. Bobo, how did you conjure this? Are you truly offering it to us? This is a power I possess, Lin Ke declared loudly, gesturing towards the pile of meat as the feline onlookers gathered around him. Feast to your heart's content. If this is insufficient, I have much more to share. Over 100 large cats widened their round eyes in unison, gazing expectantly at their chieftain. Ahem, well then, let us express our gratitude to this human guest. Everyone, please partake, the giant tree chieftain proclaimed. Following his words, the adorable cats began to meow around Lin Ke before diving into the feast of roasted meat. Lin Ke chuckled heartily, offering a piece of still warm meat to the side, where a cloud-like figure awaited. Here, eat up, Cloud. Thank you, meow. Rubbing against Lin Ke affectionately, Cloud took hold of the meat with both paws and began to tear into it with delight. So delicious, meow. The meat is exquisite. Observing the cats around him savoring their roasted delicacies, their purring resonating in the air, Lin Ke felt a profound sense of relaxation wash over him. The giant tree chieftain watched as each member of his tribe devoured their meat. And he too began to gnaw at the piece in his claws. By the heavens, what a delightful fragrance, he exclaimed, purring contentedly as the roasted meat was consumed. The feast drew to a close, and the cats, their bellies full, departed the starry 3-tiered pavilion, bustling about to prepare for the evening's activities. The giant tree chieftain arranged for Lin Ke a spacious and comfortable room on the first floor of the star. Just how spacious, you ask? It was a boathouse, a structure built using the framework of an entire ship. Inside the boathouse, the space was ample, with numerous rooms. Lin Ke wandered for over 10 minutes, and still hadn't explored it all. However, the departure of the investigation team had left many furnishings absent, rendering the place somewhat barren. Nevertheless, essential wooden furniture such as tables, chairs, and beds remained. Accommodations were not an issue. One particular bedroom captured Lin Ke's affection, for it boasted a semi-open courtyard, complete with a large pool constructed from hefty black stones, surrounded by lush greenery. Having gone 3 days without a bath, Lin Ke promptly shed his clothing and leapt into the pool, relishing the soothing water. The water was crystal clear and pleasantly warm, likely sourced from a waterfall cascading down the cliffs of Starry Mountain. Leaning over the edge of the pool, Lin Ke gazed out from the courtyard's open viewing platform, taking in the breathtaking scenery of an endless blue ocean. His feet splashed in the water, and he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. From this moment onward, this would be his home in the new world. After bathing, Lin Ke dried off in the breeze. Shaking off the water droplets, he stored his soiled clothing in a spatial compartment. Meanwhile, in the cyber world, Lin Ke, now awake, finished showering in the bathroom and tossed both his and Cloud's dirty clothes into the washing machine. However, when he pressed the switch, the machine vibrated a couple of times before emitting a jarring beep. Just as Lin Ke feared the washing machine was malfunctioning, a feminine mechanical voice emerged from the machine. "Run! In this capitalist society, it truly feels like flesh is being stripped from bones. Without money, one can accomplish nothing." Lin Ke promptly sent a message to Gloria via his brain-machine interface. "Lin Ke, landlady. The washing machine is out of water. Please send some funds quickly." After a brief wait, Gloria replied, "I'm aware. And by the way, landlady is quite an unflattering title. Do not call me that." Lin Ke, understood. Landlady. Oh, by the way, the kitchen appliances are insufficient. Is there a machine that can substitute for fats and frying? Gloria, I'll send you a website. Connect to the apartment's network and browse for yourself. If you wish to buy something, send me the link. However, you only have 14,000 euros, so don't spend too extravagantly. Lin Ke, thanks. This amount is a trivial matter. In a few days, I'll send you a grand gift. Beautiful lady. He retrieved the sleeping bag and camping gear from his backpack, placing them in the room, then donned a fresh pair of underwear and 2 outer garments before stepping out of the boathouse. He had arranged to go fishing with Cloud in the afternoon. After greeting the ancient tree at Starry and the elder chieftain resting beneath it, Lin Ke called for Cloud, who was watering the small mushrooms, and together they boarded a small wooden boat to set sail. Paddling the boat, Lin Ke guided Cloud to the fishing area of the bug cage tribe. Here, the water reached depths of 8 to 9 meters, teeming with dense seaweed, and the seabed was adorned with vibrant coral reefs. Numerous small fish swam in this area, foraging for food, which in turn attracted larger fish. Due to their size, the bug cage tribe could only catch smaller fish with nets and rods, as the larger ones were far too formidable to haul from the water, with some even dragging the fishing gear and boat beneath the waves. Lin Ke's aim was precisely for these larger fish, seeking both sustenance and to hone his throwing skills. Thus, he refrained from using the bug cage tribe's nets or rods. Stripping down to just his underwear, Lin Ke lowered his legs into the water, moving slowly to avoid capsizing the small boat. Gripping the edge of the boat, he instructed Cloud, who remained on board. "Cloud, keep an eye on the boat while I check for any large fish beneath the surface." "Okay, meow. Be careful, meow." Rest assured. With gentle strokes, Lin Ke began to glide through the water's surface. Although he had never dived before, his innate learning ability allowed him to recall various diving videos and tutorials he had seen online. He quickly mastered some diving techniques, and with his robust physicality, he felt confident that he would encounter no mishaps. Taking a deep breath, he filled his lungs with oxygen-rich air, holding it in as he inverted his body, kicking his legs and gradually sinking beneath the waves. The underwater world was far more vibrant than what lay above. The afternoon sun streamed down, illuminating the shallow waters with a brilliant clarity, while the occasional ripples on the surface refracted colorful beams of light against the coral below. Amidst the swaying sea grass and coral reefs, schools of silvery fish flitted about in search of sustenance. However, from time to time, several large fish exceeding 1 meter in length would suddenly leap out of the water, resembling silver torpedoes that scattered the shoals of smaller fish as they devoured them. Lin Ke focused his gaze, scanning the surroundings. Gluttonous tuna, weigh 3rd tone, quality, ordinary description. The gluttonous tuna possesses a long, stout, and rounded form, streamlined for rapid swimming in the water, also known as the silver torpedo fish. A large fish that, once it has taken the bait, is eager to flee. "You're the one," he declared, propelling himself closer to the feeding gluttonous tuna. Diving over 8 meters deep, Lin Ke positioned his feet on a coral reef. Gripping the rough surface with the strength of his toes to stabilize himself underwater, he extracted his homemade four-pronged spear, uncertain of its ability to pierce the skin of such a large fish beneath the waves. From his backpack, he retrieved several pieces of winter-winged dragon entrails as bait, scattering them around him. Lin Ke assumed a throwing stance, holding his breath as he awaited the approach of the gluttonous tuna nearby. With a proficient throwing skill, his accuracy within a 50-meter range was impeccable. In less than a minute, a gluttonous tuna was lured by the bait, darting into Lin Ke's 50-meter radius. He aimed at the swiftly moving fish and forcefully hurled the spear. The skill characteristic, breaking the air, negated the resistance of the seawater at the spear's tip, allowing a straight white line to pierce through 50 meters of ocean and strike its target. Throwing proficiency increased by 1. The spear lodged itself into the silver-gray belly of the gluttonous tuna. Observing the fish's speed noticeably diminish after being struck, Lin Ke propelled himself forward, swiftly pursuing the wounded creature. Once he caught up to the injured fish underwater, he drew forth his hunting knife and plunged it into the top of the fish's head, ending the life of the 1.23 meter long creature, collecting merely a crude bloodstone soul crystal as a reward. Lin Ke swam towards the surface, cradling the large fish. Emerging from the water and catching his breath, he called out to the cloud-like figure standing on a small wooden boat nearby. Yin Duo. Look here. Isn't this fish enormous? Haha. Yin Duo quietly exhaled in relief, then praised Lin Ke upon seeing the sizable silver fish in his arms. Lin Ke, you are truly impressive. However, do not stay underwater for too long. It can be perilous. Rest assured, I shall surface regularly to breathe, he replied, stowing the nearly 100-pound fish into his backpack. Lin Ke took another deep breath and dove back beneath the surface, were it not for his concern for Yin Duo. He could easily hold his breath for over 20 minutes. Thus, Lin Ke repeatedly traversed between the depths and the surface more than 10 times. When fatigue began to set in, he utilized the bloodstone soul crystals extracted from the fish to restore his stamina and spirit. After approximately an hour and a half, he had captured over 10 gluttonous tuna, amassing a haul of over 1,000 pounds. At this moment, the sun had already set, its orange-red silhouette sinking behind the ancient trees, which towered like giant mountains. The scene of the sun and the colossal tree resembled a mythical tale, a sunset upon the eastern horizon. Climbing aboard the wooden boat, Lin Ke retrieved a clean towel from his backpack to wipe off the seawater clinging to his body, then donned his clothing before rowing back to the starry realm with Yin Duo and the other cats. Darkness soon enveloped the sky, and the 3 layers of stars cast a brilliant light across the entire weapons and mountain pavilion. Lin Ke glanced upwards at the hollow lantern crafted from slender vines, placed upon a high stone platform. Through the intricate gaps in the vines, he could discern the glowing creature within. Glowing winged insect. Item quality. Ordinary description. A flying insect that emits radiant light, exploding with blinding brilliance upon being struck. Another night had passed. In the kitchen, Lin Ke stored the freshly prepared food into his backpack. Fried small fish, extraordinary food, 10 servings, quality, ordinary description. Consuming this restores a small amount of stamina. Mushroom soup, extraordinary soup, 2 servings, quality, ordinary description. Drinking over 100 milliliters at once grants a vigorous energy boost lasting 3 hours. Grilled fish fillet, extraordinary meat, 5 servings, quality, ordinary description. Consuming this provides a small increase in strength for 2 hours. Since adding several cooking appliances to the kitchen, Lin Ke was now able to prepare multiple dishes simultaneously. In just half an hour, his professional experience increased by 100 points. Over the course of one night, he gained 1,500 points of professional experience, elevating his chef profession to level 6 and acquiring 2 additional attribute points. This time, he allocated both points to his constitution. With a constitution of 10, he acquired a passive skill, or rather, a form of resilience known as immune to all ailments. Name: Lin Ke. Age: 20. Identity: player dimensional backpack, 1 cubic meter fried small fish, 151 mushroom soup 12. Equipment slot: Brain Machine Universal Talent, Civilization's Eye of Truth Learning Body Attributes, Strength 8, plus 0.1, Agility 7, Constitution 10, Immune to all ailments Spirit 10, Perception, Detection Evaluation, transcended into the extraordinary. Now, as the external virus entered his body, it would likely be eradicated by his immune system. The body of immune to all ailments should also confer a degree of resistance to toxins. Toxicity resistance 1. Haha. With a constitution of 10, he felt frighteningly vigorous. Despite having stayed awake all night, neither his body nor mind showed any signs of fatigue. Lin Ke believed that even if he were to stay awake for another 3 days and nights, his body would not suffer significantly. Even if he felt tired, a bit of food and a few hours of sleep would suffice for recovery. However, the increase in constitution came with drawbacks, as the functions of his organs strengthened. His primal desires intensified. An insatiable appetite was one aspect. His stomach had expanded, requiring nearly 2 kilograms of food in a single sitting. Yet, for someone who was both a hunter and a chef, managing his intake was hardly a challenge. The more pressing issue was the second desire. Although his 10 points of mental will allowed him to suppress this fiery urge, excessive restraint could be detrimental to both body and mind. As the saying goes, it is better to let it flow than to block it. Lin Ke chuckled softly to himself. His thoughts traversed through the walls, sweeping over the figure on the bed in the bedroom. He then focused downward, locking onto a blue shoebox beneath the bed. His mental energy penetrated within, revealing not only a pair of unworn running shoes, but also 3 chips hidden beneath the left shoe's insole. To his surprise, David had stashed away some super dreams without handing them over to Gloria. The young man was quite mischievous. As Lin Ke tidied up the kitchen, a thought crossed his mind, and he retrieved the super dreams hidden beneath David's bed, stowing them into his backpack. Once Gloria was at work and David at school, he planned to thoroughly enjoy a future action film. A soft creak echoed in his ear, signaling the sound of a door opening. His perception confirmed. Gloria is awake. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was only 7:10 a.m. She seemed to have returned around 2 a.m., and he remembered preparing a late-night snack for her. Working 18 hours a day and getting less than 5 hours of sleep was truly exhausting. It appeared that this morning, mushroom soup would be the meal of choice. Lin Ke retrieved soup bowls and plates, preparing 2 servings of soup and 2 hearty grilled fish fillets, placing them on the living room table. Gloria, I've prepared breakfast and left it on the table. Please wake David up to eat. I'm heading to bed now. As he spoke, he sidestepped the still sleepy red-haired lady, entering the bedroom behind her before she could react. He instinctively flopped onto the bed, wrapping himself in a thin blanket warmed by his body heat. Rubbing his eyes, Gloria gazed at Lin Ke, curled up on her bed, a gentle smile gracing her fair face. She quietly closed the bedroom door, lest David see Lin Ke sleeping there and cause a ruckus like he did the previous morning. Disturbing his rest would not be ideal. Sighing, she thought how children, once grown, were far less obedient than they had been in their youth. After finishing her morning routine in the bathroom, Gloria knocked on David's door. Knock, knock, knock. David, wake up. Breakfast is ready. I know, Mom, came the reply. Upon hearing David's response, Gloria made her way to the living room. Taking a seat at the dining table, silently savoring the delectable breakfast before her, the steam rising from the soup caused her eyes to glisten slightly with emotion. Since David's birth, how long had it been since someone had cared for her in such a manner? 15 years? Or perhaps even longer? 3 days prior, she encountered a man who appeared suddenly, yet bore no malice. 2 days ago, she met a man who would protect her in times of peril. 1 day ago, she crossed paths with a man who would prepare breakfast for her. And today, she returned home, her weary body welcomed by someone who offered her heartfelt concern and would prepare a comforting supper for her. In the brief span of 3 days, it seemed she was gradually growing dependent on this individual. Mom, why are your eyes so red? Did you not sleep well? I'm fine. David, do give the soup a try. It's quite delightful. Night City is a metropolis nestled within the Northern California Free State. The city lies at the shores of the Del Coronado Bay on the west coast, the largest city within the Free State. It boasts a population nearing 7 million, making it the most populous urban center in California. The climate of Night City, situated in Northern California, offers a pleasant atmosphere, with temperatures typically ranging between 10°C and 26°C throughout the year. In the world of Cyberpunk 2077, the city is divided into 7 distinct districts. Watson District, once the most prosperous area of Night City, was characterized by towering skyscrapers, an array of nightclubs, top-tier hospitals, and a bustling black market. However, following the Unification War, all of this became a distant memory, and Watson is now regarded by the citizens of Night City as a poverty-stricken zone. Westbrook is considered a paradise in the hearts of all Night City residents. The most powerful and affluent individuals of Night City choose to reside in Westbrook. Downtown serves as the heart of Night City, a battleground from decades past during the Fourth Corporate War. Here, one can find the finest nightclubs, the most luxurious hotels, and the safest upscale apartments. Haywood is home to the majority of Night City's inhabitants, with numerous major corporations establishing their presence here. Santo Domingo is the oldest district in Night City, where many citizens sought refuge from the Fourth Corporate War, constructing numerous encampments. Presently, this area is utilized as a testing ground for various enterprises. The Badlands comprise northern oil fields, eastern wastelands, and southern deserts, where wanderers congregate, living a tribal family lifestyle. The primary gangs of Watson District include the Vortex Gang, with subdivisions in the North District, Badlands Coast, and Little Chinatown. Westbrook features the Mox Gang and the Tiger Claw Gang, with subdivisions in Japantown, North Oak, and Charter Hill. Santo Domingo is home to the 6th Street Gang, with subdivisions in the River Valley and Coronado Farms. Pacifica houses the Voodoo Boys and the Animals, with subdivisions in Seaview and Westwind Manor. Haywood is dominated by the Valentino Gang, with subdivisions in the Aqua District, Valley District, and Vista District, and the city center encompasses the Municipal Center and Company Square. The 6th Street Gang was originally formed by veterans of the Fourth Corporate War, aiming to protect the street residents and maintain order. However, over time, the gang has evolved from a community group into a large-scale criminal organization. The Animals are a street gang from West Pacifica, eschewing traditional cybernetics in favor of enhancing their bodies with massive doses of testosterone and growth hormones. The Vortex Gang occupies the northern industrial zone of Watson, with a fervent obsession for cybernetic modification technology, advocating for the mantra flesh and blood are weak, machine is superior. The Mox Gang consists of marginalized individuals, banding together to support one another in their struggles. The Tiger Claw Gang, comprised largely of individuals of Japanese descent, operates in Japantown, known for their ruthless and unforgiving demeanor. The Valentino Gang is predominantly composed of Mexican and Latinx members, with territory primarily in Haywood. The Voodoo Boys are a hacker gang that operates in Pacifica, specializing in telecom extortion, cyber blackmail, and information theft. Militech stands as one of the world's largest producers of weapons and military vehicles. Kong Tao is an emerging Chinese enterprise focused on smart military technology and security services, recognized as a world-class military-industrial giant. Arasaka is a family-run conglomerate from Japan, providing security, banking, and legal services to corporate giants, and is regarded as one of the most influential megacorporations in 2077. The Dream Machine is a revolutionary virtual reality technology that directly interfaces with the neural networks of the human brain. By implanting devices within the body, it records the current state of all sensory organs, capturing fragments of images, sounds, sensations, and spatial information. After editing and processing, this content can be crafted for others to experience. Nowadays, many sectors of the film and entertainment industry have adopted this groundbreaking technology, such as creating exhilarating romantic action films. Of course, the Dream Machine is not merely a tool for indulging in virtual fantasies. Yet many people engage with it primarily for that very purpose. At 1 p.m., he stepped into the bathroom and turned on a cool shower, allowing the cold water to gradually restore calm to his overheated body. He exhaled a long sigh. This Dream Machine is essentially an upgraded version of VR. It allows him not only to see images and hear sounds, but also to experience touch, smell, and a myriad of emotions such as arousal, joy, excitement, and stimulation. These sensory emotions stimulate the brain, creating an immersive experience, enabling one to engage in activities they have never tried or longed to do but lack the means. This technology is truly remarkable. While watching Dream Machine content, Lin Ke felt as though he was the protagonist of the film. However, it can also be regarded as a form of mental opiate, an enhanced version of escapism that should not be overindulged, lest it adversely affect one's physical and mental health. After finishing his shower, Lin Ke used his formidable willpower to block out the lingering images in his mind, dried himself off, and stepped out of the bathroom in his natural state. Seated on the sofa in the living room, Lin Ke donned his clothes while stealing a glance at his dimensional backpack. The fried fish and mushroom soup within the backpack had already been fed to the insect cage's ilu. However, the newly vacated space had quickly filled with fresh fish and mushrooms, as well as several large fish captured by hunter Lin Ke that morning. The backpack was indeed too small, becoming increasingly bothersome as it neared its capacity. Lin Ke, feeling somewhat troubled, ran his fingers through his hair. He had plans to venture out in the afternoon, which rendered it impossible to prepare a dinner of insect cage clan dishes from the ingredients at hand. Fortunately, there remained several pieces of fish fillet in his backpack. Dividing them should suffice to sate the hunger of the cats for the evening. With a mask affixed to his face, he turned to close the apartment door behind him. Stepping on the takeout boxes scattered on the floor and kicking aside a wayward soda can. Disregarding the homeless individuals seated on the ground, he traversed the graffiti-laden corridor of the 6th Street's gang and entered the elevator. After departing the towering H4 building, Lin Ke navigated towards an empty Sky Rail station, retrieving a magnetic card bestowed upon him by Gloria to swipe open the glass doors leading into the station. The Cart City passageway material is of ordinary quality, a ticket for the subway of Night City. The suspended rail transit, known also as a monorail or aerial train, is simply referred to as the Sky Rail. Observing the dynamic route map affixed to the station wall, Lin Ke selected a Sky Rail line from Santo Domingo to the northern district of Watson, and after a brief wait of 30 seconds, the train arrived. Stepping into the carriage, he cast a casual glance at the other passengers within. The carriage was sparsely populated, containing only 4 individuals, their identities flickering before Lin Ke's eyes. 2 teenagers clad in American military uniforms and donning stars and stripes bandanas were recent recruits of the 6th Street's gang. How amusing, mere cannon fodder that a middle-aged woman in a black suit, slumped in her seat and fighting off sleep, was a low-ranking employee of a small company. Poor thing, a corporate drone relentlessly exploited to support her family. The final occupant, seated at the rear of the carriage, was a street thug adorned with a Dream Eater headband, engaged in lewd gestures that I'd best keep my distance from him. In the freewheeling Night City, one could certainly encounter a myriad of oddities. Taking a seat at the front of the carriage, Lin Ke settled onto a clean row of chairs, awaiting their arrival at the destination. The northern district of Watson, also known as the Northern Industrial Zone, was once a bustling hub of industry that provided countless job opportunities for the residents of Night City. The industrial products emanating from this area propelled the city's economic growth, earning it the moniker of the Little Manchester of Night City. However, with the passage of time, outdated factories and their workers have been cast aside, leaving behind only the skeletal chimneys as solemn witnesses to a bygone era of prosperity. Half an hour later, the Sky Rail came to a halt at the station. Watson North had arrived. Once the most prosperous industrial area in Watson, it now teetered on the brink of oblivion. Lin Ke ambled out of the subway exit, taking in the expansive street before him flanked by orderly buildings, behind which lay a variety of factory structures that appeared to have long been abandoned. The street was nearly devoid of pedestrians, and only a handful of vehicles traversed the road. This desolate scene was even more pitiful than Santo Domingo. Crossing the street, he approached the outer wall of a derelict factory, where time had etched deep cracks and colorful graffiti adorned the surface. In the streets of Night City, aside from the litter, these unconventional murals were the most prevalent. Lin Ke gazed at the spray-painted artwork on the wall, slowly narrowing his eyes. Among the myriad of graffiti, one particular piece stood out with alarming intensity. Beneath a skull adorned with multiple blood-red eyes, 4 black legs resembling crossed blades protruded. This was a depiction of a cybernetic spider, its grotesque imagery evoking immediate dread in any onlooker. The multi-eyed spider, an emblem of a cyber gang, instilled fear in the hearts of Night City residents, who would go out of their way to avoid this area. For upon seeing the multi-eyed spider, one would know they had entered the territory of the Vortex gang, and to proceed further would be to ensnare oneself in their web, ultimately leading to utter annihilation. However, should a colossal entity intrude upon this web, the spider, as the predator, could also find itself hunted. Lin Ke regarded the spider motif on the wall, a grin breaking across his face to reveal his pearly white teeth, before setting off towards a fully abandoned food factory marked as such on his mental map. The factories and warehouses in the northern part of Night City were the long-standing stronghold of the Vortex gang, a faction notorious for its extreme violence and insanity, inciting fear in all who encountered them. Their ideology revolved around the mantra, "Flesh is frail, while machines ascend." They detested the ailments and frailty of the flesh, relentlessly pursuing cybernetic enhancements to eradicate the defects of human existence. The Vortex Gang ranks among the most powerful criminal organizations in Night City, boasting a storied history as the city's oldest cyber gang. Their origins can be traced back to the last century, long before Mr. Knight acquired the Coronado area. The Vortex Gang had even played a bloody role in the construction of Night City. In the 1990s, they orchestrated a horrific massacre in a small town named Morro Bay, an event that sent shockwaves around the globe and precipitated a plummet in land values. Seizing the opportunity, Knight purchased Morro Bay, renaming it Coronado Bay to disassociate from the grim legacy of the Morro Bay massacre, and began building his ideal city upon that land by the end of the last century. Knight had met his demise at the hands of an assassin, and Night City gradually evolved into its current form, yet the Vortex Gang remained steadfast at the entrance of the abandoned food factory. A recently installed surveillance camera transmitted footage to the control room. The video showed an elderly couple with graying hair rummaging through a mountain of refuse, searching for recyclable items within the depths of the factory. In a control room, a man reclined in a hacker chair, his crimson eyes fixated on the screen. He opened a communication channel and instructed in a gravelly, low voice, "Baladu, there are 2 elderly scavengers at the factory entrance. Bring a couple of men and take care of them. Send them to the hatchery for recycling." "Boss, do we really need to bring anyone to deal with 2 old geezers? One of us can handle it." In the security room of the factory, Baladu ended the call, lifting a canister from the table and inhaling deeply from its contents, releasing a pleasurable sigh. The premium stuff packs a punch. Black lace. Absolutely exhilarating. He slapped a deck of cards onto the metal table, shaking his head and rising to address the 2 subordinates seated across from him. "You 2 wait here. I'll take care of those 2 flies. Don't peek at my hand until I return." As he turned to stride toward the factory entrance, one of the subordinates attempted to follow but was restrained by the other. "Are you out of your mind? Don't you see the boss is looking for a bit of fun? Stay put and don't be a nuisance." Right. Thanks for the reminder, big brother. Not at all. That I'm just here to check the boss's hand. I'll win back a couple of those canisters in no time. Just keep your mouth shut, and if I win, I'll share one with you." Sure. I promise not to say a word." A grimy metal hand unearthed an unopened package from the refuse pile. Wiping the dirt from the bag onto her clothing, the elderly woman, her hair having turned white with age, held the bag up to her eyes, slowly pronouncing the words printed upon it. "Dinner is sorted for tonight. Heh." With a smile, she tucked the bag of food into the ample pocket of her coat. The elderly man rummaging through the trash alongside her also expressed his delight, completely oblivious to the half-buried multi-eyed spider image on the wall behind them. Why would anyone dare to scavenge in the territory of the Vortex Gang? "Oh, I see. Just 2 half-blind fools." That a sudden sound startled the elderly scavengers, causing them to tremble. They squinted toward the direction of the noise, but their foggy vision, eroded by the white mist, could only discern 2 indistinct figures. The Vortex Gang. We're leaving. To their dismay, they discovered that this abandoned factory was still occupied by members of the Vortex Gang, sending the 2 elders into a fit of trembling. "Too late. I've been cooped up in this shabby place for far too long. Just itching to fire off a few rounds for some fun. And you 2 have just delivered yourselves as targets, complete with the ability to run, scream, and spray blood. What a delightful experience this will be." Baladu exclaimed excitedly, drawing his pistol from his waist and aiming it at the 2 elderly figures before him. "Please, spare us. Have mercy." An elderly man steadied an old woman as he staggered backward, pleading for mercy in a pitiful tone. The sound of his supplications filled the air, igniting a thrill within Baladu, whose lips curled into a grin that stretched to the very roots of his ears. The intoxicating sensation of wielding power over life and death was simply exquisite. "2 more, you say? Since your eyes are of no use, let the old man carve a few holes in your faces." Indeed, there were 2 of them. That if these 2 elderly souls have unwittingly trespassed here, why not let them go? "What do you think, Baladu?" A clear voice resonated behind Baladu, coinciding with the weight of a heavy black blade pressing against his shoulder, its razor edge barely grazing the skin of his neck. "When did this assassin, this ninja, arrive behind me? Why didn't the surveillance cameras detect him?" Baladu froze, his mind momentarily clouded with confusion at that moment. The surveillance camera at the factory entrance dangled helplessly toward the ground, as if pinned down by some unseen force, unable to elevate or rotate. In the control room, A hacker from the Vortex gang stared at the static surveillance feed, which remained fixed on the ground, while his attempts to remotely maneuver the camera were futile. What a joke. And it's only been a few days. The steering wheel is already broken. Damn 2-bit trafficker. Baladu, aged 27, a staunch member of the Vortex gang, boasted a cybernetic augmentation rate of 67, but his record indicated illegal entry into corporate premises, assaulting company personnel, attacking NCPD officers, and 3 counts of first-degree murder. With a bounty of €280 on his head, presently he was clad in a black leather jacket and pants, embodying a heavy metal aesthetic. His eyes were replaced with 4 glowing red cybernetic implants, and his arms were adorned with numerous black tattoos rich in religious symbolism. His exposed chest bore multiple wounds, revealing the metallic structures beneath, marking him as a quintessential member of the Vortex gang. Despite his high rate of cybernetic enhancement, most of his augmentations were of ordinary quality, lacking the military-grade sophistication seen in others like Jacob. His bald head showcased a network of stitched scars embedded with dozens of metallic spikes. Truly a classic hedgehog look. What a bizarre amalgamation of cyberpunk, mechanical cult, and heavy metal rock aesthetics. Quite beyond my appreciation. Baladu, if you wish to avoid a grim fate, divulge the situation within the factory. How many members of the Vortex gang are present? What firepower do they possess? Moreover, is there a 17-year-old boy named Kuru Blues in the factory? Lin Ke had been crouched outside the factory for nearly an hour, eagerly awaiting the arrival of this Vortex gang member, and wasted no time in asking his questions. Haha, no one can threaten the Vortex gang. Even with a blade at my throat, I feel no fear, Baladu retorted, his expression unwavering. The black lace chemical agents coursing through his veins heightened his senses, rendering him oblivious to the concept of fear. Baladu discarded his handgun, and 2 blades sprang forth from his arms, twisting backward to strike. Damn it, Lin Ke muttered under his breath, retreating while simultaneously yanking the long knife. Skin, flesh, trachea, and spine were severed by the sharp edge, and Baladu's hedgehog head rolled from his shoulders, coming to rest beside a pile of refuse. Dark crimson blood gushed from the severed neck, splattering onto the ground. Observing the fallen body, Lin Ke shook his head in resignation that it appeared that communication with members of the Vortex gang was futile. Extracting information from them would prove challenging. Better to leave before attracting the attention of the factory's lunatics. As he scanned the ground for the headless corpse, he collected the spoils of his encounter. Just as he prepared to depart, Lin Ke paused. This Baladu was a member of the Vortex gang. Why hadn't the system awarded him experience for the kill? Intrigued, he opened the quest panel. Commission task, buried souls of history, world, task description. It is said that before Night City came into existence, there was a fishing town named Morro Bay, where men ventured out to sea to earn a living while women mended nets and cared for children. Hundreds of families thrived on fishing, leading tranquil yet comfortable lives until a horde of red-eyed demons descended, transforming the town into a wasteland overnight. Where did the townsfolk go? They remain here, their corpses buried beneath this city, their souls wailing in the obscured history of Night City. Players have arrived. Restless souls, the time for vengeance has come. Please eliminate members of the Vortex gang in Night City so that their souls may find peace. Task reward. For every Vortex gang member personally slain, 20 points of universal professional experience will be awarded. Since the task is still active, the system cannot be mistaken. This decapitated hedgehog head is still alive. Lin Ke stepped over the corpse, picked up the head, and sensed it. It was indeed alive. What madness is this? A mere head, and yet it clings to life. Has it become akin to a machine, no longer dependent on oxygen or blood? Gazing at the hedgehog head, its red lights extinguished, Lin Ke sneered inwardly. Quite the actor, aren't we? He picked up a black plastic bag from the garbage pile, emptied its contents, and placed the severed head inside, carrying it away. With no live captives to take, he could only bring back the head as evidence. One hand gripping the bag containing the hedgehog head, Lin Ke exited the alley where the All Foods factory was located. Standing at the edge of a wide street, he ran his fingers through his prickly hair in frustration. Carrying this head made it difficult to take the sky rail, though it was merely a head. It was still alive. Should it scream in a crowded area, chaos would ensue, and he would find himself surrounded by armed NCPD officers. The mere thought of it conjured an undesirable scenario. Sighing, Lin Ke lamented the inconvenience of not having his own means of transportation in Night City. With no better options available, he connected to Night City's public network via his neural interface and ordered a private car through the Draymond website. Thankfully, after purchasing appliances the previous day, Gloria had activated his online account and transferred the remaining balance of over €1,000, or else he would have been in a bind. After setting the address and confirming payment, his once four-digit balance dwindled to mere single digits. After waiting for approximately 3 minutes by the roadside, a sleek black business vehicle glided down the street and came to a gentle halt before him. As the electronic voice chimed, the rear door of the vehicle opened. "Draymond is pleased to serve you." "Quite prompt," Lin Ke remarked as he slid into the back seat, still clutching the hedgehog head. At that moment, a blue virtual avatar appeared on the screen mounted on the front seat's backrest. "Mr. Lin, a pleasure to meet you. Welcome to Draymond's service. Choose Draymond and leave your troubles at the door. Enough with the chatter, you bald-headed nuisance. Drive according to the address I provided. Of course, sir. Based on current traffic conditions, we estimate an arrival time of 1 hour and 21 minutes. As the vehicle moved, Lin Ke pressed the bag containing the hedgehog head to the floor with his foot. He dragged it across the floor like a soccer ball, the metal spikes puncturing the plastic, producing a jarring sound as they scratched the surface, leaving fine white streaks behind. Lin Ke cast a glance at the motionless Vortex gang member beneath his feet and sneered. Even in 2075, some intelligence could not solely be extracted through verbal means. Leaning back in his seat, Lin Ke opened the communication channel on his neural interface to reach out to Gloria. "Gloria, please send me man's contact information. I need to locate him for a matter." "What's the deal?" "Never mind, I won't pry. Just be careful, rest assured." "What time do you finish work this evening? I'll prepare a meal for you." "Probably around 11. Don't overexert yourself. I have other matters to attend to." "So I'll hang up now." Lin Ke ended the call and leaned back in silence for a moment that he needed to grow stronger quickly. He had no desire to witness the events of Edge Runners unfold once more in the cyberpunk realm. The predetermined fate would be shattered by my own hands. Let me set a small goal first. Let the next legendary figure of Night City call him father. Lin Ke opened the contact card sent by Gloria and initiated communication. "Man, are you available? I have a job proposition for you." "Man, we take on jobs as they come. Recently, we're nearly destitute. May I inquire about the nature of your commission?" "Lin Ke, I need to extract some information from an individual's mind. I have the person under control. What remains is the hacker's involvement. However, time is of the essence. It would be best if this could be accomplished within 2 or 3 hours." "Man, very well. Hold on a moment while I bring Sasha in. She is quite the expert in this domain." "Sasha. Hello. I've reviewed your information. If you wish to expedite this process, we'll require 2 hackers, one to extract the data and another to organize the retrieved information." "Man, I happen to know a hacker as well. We've collaborated a few times, and their skills are commendable. However, this will increase the remuneration you need to provide." "Lin Ke, money is not an issue." "Where shall we conduct this operation?" "Man, straightforward. Let us meet at the location where we last convened. It serves as our safe house and is equipped with basic deep dive equipment." Lin Ke hung up the communication, rubbing his temples. While the conversation had been swift, his current funds had diminished by €2 since their last meeting. Cooking at home had felt financially sufficient, but stepping outside revealed the reality that expenses are ubiquitous. It seems he must seek ways to earn some money. With access to an entire world of resources, how could he be stymied by finances? "Old duh. Alter our destination to the address I'm about to provide, Coronado Farm." "Sir, your newly designated destination is 3.8 kilometers farther than the original location, requiring an additional payment of €154. Damn it, I'm truly at a loss." Lin Ke glanced at the solitary euro remaining in his account, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "No funds left. Do me a favor and offer a discount." "Certainly, Mr. Lind, as this is your first time utilizing the Delamon car service, a discount has been applied, and you still owe €1. "Cursed be that bald head. Have you been peeking at my account? You wretched artificial intelligence, you're rather cunning. According to the Night City AI Protocol Manual, I have no authority to access guest privacy." "I don't believe a word of it, you deceitful, bald-headed machine." Just as Lin Ke continued to argue with Delamon, a message arrived in his neural inbox. "Boss Royce, I've been compromised. All I know is that it's a yellow-skinned monkey who is prying into our factory's internal affairs. Now, He has me in a Delamon taxi heading to Coronado. You must come quickly and deal with him." Reading the message, Lin Ke's expression turned to one of shock as he glanced down at the garbage bag at his feet. That to his surprise, it still contained a head, which was capable of sending messages. It seems that in the cyber world, one must aim for the head to eliminate a target. He would need to exercise more caution in the future. However, how had his neural device received the message from the hedgehog-headed second-in-command of the Vortex Gang? Lin Ke pondered for a moment. Beginning to understand, he feared that the feigning deaf hedgehog might cause unexpected complications. Thus, he had extended his perceptive senses, enveloping the area beneath him. Unexpectedly, mental power could intercept electromagnetic signals. Although Lin Ke was still unclear as to why the intercepted information was sent to his neural inbox, it appeared he had discovered another application for his mental abilities. This technique could be termed signal shielding or the art of disconnecting from the internet. An hour later, a sleek black Delamon business vehicle entered an abandoned construction site at Coronado Farm, halting before a modest two-story building. Retrieving a 1-meter-long tuna from his backpack, Lin Ke grasped its tail with one hand while holding a black garbage bag with the other as he exited the vehicle. Approaching the building's entrance, just as he was about to knock with his foot, the roll-up door ascended automatically, revealing a dimly lit room with 4 individuals inside. Man, the burly man with a buzz cut. Pila, the long-limbed, bearded pervert. Alongside them stood a robust, statuesque figure resembling a muscular Barbie and a short individual with green hair. Characters materialized at the corners of Lin Ke's vision. Doryu age, 28 occupation, cyber mercenary cybernetic coverage, 24 description, a seasoned cyberpunk and man's formidable girlfriend. Stepping into the room behind the roll-up door, Lin Ke handed the plastic bag he was carrying to Man and tossed the tuna toward Pila. He adjusted his attire, smoothing out the wrinkles in his clothing before placing his right hand over his heart and bowing in a Western greeting toward Rebecca. "Ms. Rebecca, my surname is Lin, and my given name is Ke. It is a pleasure to see you once more." Once more? Rebecca, with her striking red and yellow eyes, tilted her head in curiosity as she scrutinized Lin Ke. "But I have never seen you before." Her black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin left her convinced that she had never encountered this individual. At that time, my position was rather unique. Only I could see others while they could not perceive me. Half crouching, Lin Ke maintained eye contact with the lawful lowly enveloped in a large black punk coat, smiling as he spoke. "Rebecca, you have become much more three-dimensional and adorable than you were a year ago." At that moment, a bearded man wearing sunglasses squeezed in from the side. "What are you up to, kid? Trying to hit on my sister? And what's with this fish?" Pila, struggling to hold the hefty fish weighing over 100 pounds, stood between Rebecca and Lin Ke, shouting loudly. "Damn it, bro, what nonsense are you spouting?" Rebecca, hearing Pila's words, promptly kicked him in the rear with her chubby little leg. "Can't you think before you speak? You blundering fool?" Dodging Pila's charge, Lin Ke greeted the 2 towering figures standing nearby. "Good afternoon to you both." Doryu nodded in acknowledgement, making her way behind Rebecca, effortlessly scooping her up in a manner akin to cradling a sulking kitten. "Rebecca, quiet down. It's time for business to hoe," Rebecca replied obediently, now lifted off the ground. "Man, my commission this time is to extract some information from this individual's brain." Lin Ke gestured toward the bag man was holding. "Bardu, stop pretending. I know you're not dead. And don't bother sending any distress signals. I intercepted the dozens of emails you sent. Your boss, Royce, will not receive them." Man raised an eyebrow in confusion. Still processing, when a frantic voice emanated from the garbage bag. "Damn you. Have you been playing me this whole time? You scoundrel. Crap." Man nearly dropped the garbage bag to the ground, initially assuming it contained a bowling ball, only to discover it was a person, judging by the size and weight, likely just a head. Doryu, however, reacted swiftly, retrieving a chip from her pocket. She took the bag from Man, extracted the head, and inserted the chip into the neural socket behind the hedgehog head's ear. The incessant swearing from Bardu ceased immediately. "This chip can block biological signals and force a shutdown. It's a trophy from our last raid on the scavenger's lair," Doryu explained to Lin Ke. "This person belongs to the Vortex Gang, doesn't he? You have quite the audacity to provoke that group of lunatics," Man remarked, observing the distinctive fiery eyes emblematic of the Vortex Gang on the head. Giving Lin Ke a thumbs up, let us proceed inside and discuss the details of the commission. The group then entered the Safe House's lounge to deliberate on the specifics of the assignment. After a while, with half of his body sunk into the sofa, Man pointed at the silver fish resting on the coffee table with a rather helpless expression. "Mr. Lin, are you suggesting that the payment for this task will be this fish?" He had received 3 previous commissions from Lin Ke. The first was settled with a vehicle, the second with the corpses of 2 bountied criminals, but he never expected that the third commission would be compensated with a fish. "Is it a crime to settle in cash? I have no choice. I spent the money I earned from selling the car last time, and now I'm completely broke." Lin Ke leaned back against the sofa, spreading his hands to convey his lack of options. "Moreover, this fish has been raised in an entirely unpolluted environment. If you take it to Westbrook and find a reputable restaurant, you should fetch a good price for it." "Oh, it's a purely natural ingredient. That would indeed command a high price." Man raised an eyebrow. In the year 2075, after 4 global corporate wars, nearly all the oceans, lands, and even the air on this planet had been tainted by nuclear radiation and toxic chemicals. Thus, truly untainted, all-natural food could only flourish within the natural ecological laboratories established by large corporations, and the prices were exorbitantly steep that a bottle of pure water cost €100, while a single genuine apple was priced at €300, akin to extortion. "Pira, find a box to pack this fish, add some ice, and then drive to Westbrook to see how much it's worth," Man instructed Pira, who was standing nearby. "I still want to see Sasha here." Before Pira could finish her words, Rebecca kicked her. "Shut up. Just do what the boss asked. Stop with the chatter." Watching a dejected Pira leave with the box containing the fish, Lin Ke reminded, "It would be best to choose a sushi restaurant near North Oak District. Those affluent Japanese tend to favor this." "Got it," Pira replied. Barely a minute after Pira departed, the sound of motorcycle engines echoed outside the safe house of Man's team. 2 distinct growls. Shortly thereafter, light footsteps approached from the entrance. Lin Ke glanced over to see a delicate girl with fluffy black hair entering the room. As she stepped inside, she beamed a radiant smile, greeting everyone present. "Hi, Rebecca. Hey, Dorio. Good afternoon, Man. And you, handsome Lin. Oh my. Have you installed a neural interface?" Just let Sasha take a look." Zeta Technologies product. Average functionality, mediocre protection. It hardly befits your status, Sasha teased, her eyes glimmering as she sat beside Lin Ke with a grin. "As long as it works," Lin Ke replied, turning his gaze to the woman who entered behind Sasha, with golden short hair, a half-masked augment, and a tall figure clad in a red leather trench coat. It was Chi Wei. Lin Ke was not surprised to see Chi Wei again. He had deduced that the hacker mentioned by Man was indeed her. Sasha, however, appeared slightly astonished. "You two know each other." The room's occupants cast curious glances between the two. "We've met once." "Let's hear it. What information can be extracted from whom?" Chi Wei inquired coolly, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. "The Vortex Gang has a secret base in the Northern Industrial Zone, an abandoned organic food factory. I need to know the basic situation of the factory, the number of personnel, and the armament configuration. By the way, I'm also looking for someone named Kuru Blues, who was captured by the Vortex Gang 3 days ago. He should still be alive. I want to know his location within the factory." "Blues?" Chi Wei recalled the man who had exhibited cyberpsychosis in the mall that day. "Understood. I will handle the data mining for this task." "Sasha, you can take charge of the data editing. No problem," Sasha affirmed. "Since Lin is pressed for time, let's commence the deep dive work now. I'll go prepare the ice." Rebecca raised her hand. "Sasha, Chi Wei, let's head to the deep dive room to calibrate the equipment first," Dorio said, taking the hedgehog headgear and leading the 2 female hackers out of the room. Soon, as copious amounts of ice were poured into the bathtub, Chi Wei shed her red leather coat and gathered her golden hair into a bun. Exposing the deep dive interface at the back of her head, with Dorio's assistance, she connected the thick data cables and submerged herself into the icy water. Sitting at the computer, Sasha squinted her eyes, focusing on Lin Ke, who was leaning over the bathtub, his hands twitching with curiosity. While hacking in deep dive mode, one must not be disturbed. "Dear client, please maintain your distance from Chi Wei," sensing 3 gazes upon him. Lin Ke stood up, feigning nonchalance as he diverted his attention to the ice water bathtub. Cough, cough, purely out of curiosity. I've never witnessed a hacker in deep dive mode before, and I couldn't help but want to reach out and touch. Just take a look. Haha. Under the slightly disdainful gazes, Lin Ke cleared his throat, attempting to justify his earlier actions. The green-haired girl stood nearby, disdainfully pouting. Dorio, escort him outside. During my data recovery, no one is allowed in. Understood, Dorio replied, swiftly grabbing Rebecca by the collar and lifting her up, then addressing Lin Ke. Mr. Lin, please wait outside. All right, Lin Ke responded politely, following Dorio out of the deep dive room. The dim room fell into silence as Sasha took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Beginning to edit the data fragments that Chi Wei had decrypted on the computer, day and hour passed, and Sasha and Chi Wei had yet to complete the information extraction. Dorio stood guard like a sentinel at the door of the deep dive room, preventing anyone from entering. Meanwhile, Rebecca and Man sat in front of the display, playing an arcade game with an old-fashioned joystick. Initially, the three had played together, but Rebecca, dissatisfied with Man's lack of skill, ruthlessly kicked him out of the team. Having never played such a game before, and being unfamiliar with the rules and controls, he naturally struggled. In his previous gaming experiences, he had mastered various styles, from time-stopping swordplay to hacking exploits, and had excelled in numerous combat techniques. The green-haired dwarf truly lacked discernment. Now, feeling bored, Lin Ke wandered alone within Man's team's safe house, the power generation room, ammunition and weapon crafting area, and a small gym. This stronghold was quite well equipped. Eventually, Lin Ke discovered a small room tucked away in a corner of the safe house. The room was modest in size, perhaps around 7 to 8 square meters, and it was filled with a musty odor, likely due to a lack of human presence for quite some time. Observing the arrangement of the room and the kitchen appliances, Lin Ke surmised that it must have once been a kitchen, and his interest piqued as he stepped inside, since he had some free time. He figured he might as well prepare some food and level up his skills. Stepping onto the floor, thickly coated in dust, Lin Ke frowned at the stains on the kitchen appliances. How long has this kitchen been in use? If I want to use it, I'll need to clean it first. Cleaning? What a bother. However, despite the appliances being unusable, it didn't mean he couldn't do anything. Lin Ke glanced at the ingredients in his backpack and exited the kitchen. Heading to the ice maker next to the deep dive room, he pulled out the ice tray and, with Dorio by his side, replaced the ice cubes with clean water from his backpack. Lin Ke then reprogrammed the size of the ice cubes on the machine's control panel, the ice maker word to life. After 3 minutes, he obtained a solid 2-kilogram block of ice. Grasping the ice block, Lin Ke returned to the kitchen, rummaging through the cabinets for several bowls of varying sizes, which he cleaned and placed on the countertop, with an array of utensils lined up before him. He declared, "Let the cooking commence." Balancing the ice block in one hand and wielding a hunting knife in the other, he began to shave off fine shards of ice into the containers. The sound of scraping filled the air, the blade glimmering as the ice block gradually diminished, while the icy mounds in the bowls began to rise. Having finished with the ice, Lin Ke retrieved some walnut meat from his backpack and crushed it, evenly scattering the fragments atop the miniature snow mountains in the containers. Finally, he took out a barrel-shaped container from his backpack. Opening the lid revealed several pieces of honeycomb filled with golden liquid. This was a collection from the ancient forest, a token of gratitude from Yun Duo for Lin Ke's assistance to the insect cage clan earlier that morning. What a delightful treasure! Extracting the nectar from a piece of honeycomb, he filled half a bowl with the golden, translucent liquid. Winter honey ingredient seasoning quality. Excellent description. Pollen collected from the winter flower buds, brewed by the hive in snowy weather, low moisture, high sweetness, and comprehensive nutrition. The ice-cursed dragon, Bobo. Now, with the appearance of the winter flower, it seems the core ecological area of the ancient tree forest is on the verge of transforming into a half-frozen expanse. Lin Ke utilized his telekinesis to portion the honey according to the sizes of the containers. Then, it was evenly drizzled from above onto the small snow-capped mountain that had been sprinkled with crushed nuts. The cooking was complete. With the completion of the culinary task, 21 experience points were earned. The quality of the nut-infused honey-shaved ice drink. Exquisite. Description. Consuming it can eliminate current negative physical states for half an hour, granting the sweet dreams buff. The deep red glow in her eyes extinguished as Chi Wei's pupils focused, withdrawing from the cybernetic space. The fins of the cooling module on her back retracted, and the golden-haired woman, submerged in icy water, stood up from the bathtub. Several data cables connected to her back automatically disconnected. Popping out from the ports, the crystal-clear water droplets cascaded from her smooth skin, and the residual warmth from her implanted body rapidly evaporated the moisture on her surface. Chiwei retrieved a cigarette case from the pocket of her leather jacket resting by the bathtub, habitually lighting up a post-task cigarette. After taking a puff, she turned her gaze towards Sasha, who was still tapping away at the keyboard, and inquired, "How much longer?" 3.2.1 done. Sasha pulled the data chip containing the stored information from the mainframe and waved it in front of Chiwei. "Hee, the task is complete. Chiwei, check your account. Man has already transferred the commission." Upon hearing this, Chiwei opened her personal account. 113250. But just 10 minutes ago, there was a transaction of 10,000 euros. 10,000 euros. For just one deep dive. Such a generous payment. Chiwei mused, having expected only around 3,000 euros. The reward had far exceeded her expectations. Moreover, Man had paid the commission in advance, demonstrating a commendable straightforwardness, unlike some mercenaries who not only skimp on commissions, but also stab their partners in the back. Over the years, her identity as a lone wolf had led her to be duped several times, costing her dearly. Chiwei brushed her fingers across the cold mask on her face, a reminder of the price of misplaced trust. A lesson she would forever etch in her memory. Yet, perhaps it was time to seek a reliable leader in Night City. As Chiwei was lost in thought, Sasha's voice interrupted her. "What are you thinking about?" "Chiwei, let us head out to submit the mission." Coming back to her senses, Chiwei nodded lightly at Sasha, who was beckoning her from the doorway of the deep dive room. "All right." However, just as she took 2 steps forward, Sasha halted her with an outstretched hand. "Stop," Sasha interjected, making a pause gesture in front of Chiwei. "Are you really planning to go out like this? At least throw on a piece of clothing." Chiwei glanced down, realizing that she was accustomed to being nude in her apartment, but this was not her home. She turned around and quietly donned her clothes before exiting the deep dive room with Sasha. Joining Dorio, who was waiting at the door, as the three of them made their way to the conference room. As soon as Sasha stepped into the conference room, she spotted Lin Ke, Rebecca, and Man seated on the sofa, each holding a bowl and enjoying their meal. "You all ordered takeout. Is there any for us?" Sasha pouted, having spent 2 hours working hard with her little hands and brain, consuming a great deal of energy. Now, she too was hungry. Rebecca and Man did not respond, engrossed in devouring the food from their bowls. Lin Ke set down the thin wooden spoon he had been using to scoop the shaved ice and gestured towards the 3 bowls of ice sitting on the coffee table. "There are 3 portions left." Sasha approached and sat beside Lin Ke on the sofa. "The information from the Vortex gang has been extracted by Chiwei. Here's what I've compiled regarding the internal data of the factory." Handing the chip to her employer, Sasha then picked up a bowl of shaved ice from the table. The petite white snow peak was drizzled with a layer of golden, viscous liquid, reminiscent of the sun's rays illuminating a snow-capped summit at dawn. "Is this shaved ice?" she mused, recalling the dessert shops on Japanese Street that offered such treats, albeit in more vibrant colors than this. Sasha inhaled deeply, catching a hint of sweetness amidst the cold aroma. She took the small wooden stick planted at the edge of the bowl, scooping up a spoonful of the golden syrup-coated crushed ice and sending it to her mouth. As soon as it touched her tongue, the crushed ice melted, flooding her taste buds with a delightful sweetness. The cool nectar flowed into her stomach, igniting a warm sensation within her. The pangs of hunger dissipated, and the burdens of her numerous implants seemed to vanish, leaving her feeling utterly relaxed and at ease. This sensation was exquisite. The shaved ice possessed an almost magical quality that compelled Sasha to indulge bite after bite, reluctant to allow her mouth a moment of respite. Observing Sasha and Dorio also enjoying their treats, Lin Ke grabbed the last bowl of shaved ice from the coffee table, inserting a hollow, slender twig into it, and offering it to Chiwei. "Chiwei, give it a try and see how it tastes." Knowing that the mask on Chiwei's face concealed a hollow cavity where a nose, mouth, and even a tongue should be, Lin Ke wondered if she had intentionally crafted it that way or if she had suffered an injury in the past. Stealing a glance at Man and the others, who were silently relishing their shaved ice, Chiwei hesitated for a few seconds before accepting the food from Lin Ke. "Thanks," snuffing out her cigarette and carelessly tossing it to the ground. Chiwei inserted the straw into the hole beneath her mask, using it to sip the melted nectar from the bowl. With each swallow, a refreshing sensation coursed through her body, instantly dispelling the lingering heat from her back implant. Chiwei's eyes widened, yet she found herself at a loss for words to articulate her feelings. Just then, Man set down his empty bowl and let out a long sigh of satisfaction. That was refreshing. It was far more enjoyable than injecting immunosuppressants. Man flexed his robust, powerful cybernetic arms, feeling an odd sensation as if these limbs were no longer mere mechanical extensions, but his original arms. His mind guided his fingers to dance effortlessly, without delay, pain, or burden, a newfound lightness enveloping him. He snapped his fingers against his bicep. Clink. The metallic sound made him realize that he was no longer flesh and blood. Yet, the sensation was simply marvelous. Is it shaved ice? Man glanced down at Rebecca, who was still savoring her treat. Unable to resist licking his lips, if sensing man's gaze, Rebecca hastened her pace, quickly emptying her bowl and even licking the bottom for the sweet remnants of icy nectar. All gone. Man then turned his attention to the others in the conference room. The women immediately clutched their bowls and subtly shifted away from Man. Including his girlfriend, Dorio, Lin Ke observed Man's demeanor with a sense of resignation, crushing the wooden stick in his hand before handing over the remaining half bowl of shaved ice. That I've finished. You can have the rest. Oh, thank you, Man exclaimed, pleasantly surprised as he accepted the shaved ice. Yet it seemed the effects of the shaved ice in alleviating negative states held considerable appeal for those with numerous implants in this cyberpunk world. Lin Ke silently pondered as he watched the others relish their shaved ice, wondering if the fruits from the Monster Hunter world would prove useful to them. Glancing at the data chip in his hand, Lin Ke inserted it into the neural interface slot behind his ear and began to peruse the information meticulously organized by Sasha, beyond a few fundamental details regarding the internal operations of the factory. The chip contained several criminal records linked to the Vortex gang. Through the data, Lin Ke discovered that the abandoned Whole Foods factory had been unlawfully seized by the Vortex gang, with its principal figure being Royce, the second-in-command who had usurped power in 2077. Following their takeover, the gang had reconstructed a new synthetic meat production line using their proprietary technology. They cultivated high-protein insects in incubation chambers to extract meat protein, subsequently producing fresh synthetic meat labeled as chicken, pork, or beef after adding various food additives and starch. Moreover, the factory's underground level housed a location for filming snuff films, where the Vortex gang kidnapped innocent bystanders to produce gruesome and violent footage. Profiting from the twisted appetites of Night City's denizens, Lin Ke gleaned from the chip's dialogues and images that the gang did not waste any bodily tissues removed during filming. The usable parts were frozen for sale, while the unusable remnants were discarded into the insect incubation rooms as feed. 3 days prior, herbivorous had been abducted and imprisoned underground as a prop for their sordid productions. However, despite now knowing the location of his target, Lin Ke understood that rescuing herbivorous would be exceedingly perilous and arduous given his current physical attributes and capabilities. The Vortex gang concealed the spoils of their heists within the factory, stashing away weapons and equipment to sell once the heat had died down, while essential items were secured throughout the premises, including infrared alarm systems, motion-sensing cameras, laser-locked automated turrets, and laser anti-armor infantry mines. To compound the danger, dozens of the gang's members, heavily augmented and well-equipped, roamed the area. The thought alone was enough to give him a headache. Fortunately, the Vortex gang had yet to rob any military tech vehicles. Otherwise, a single Centaur mech would have posed a significant threat. With its ion beam turrets not to be trifled with, such anti-armor weaponry could spell doom for any human it struck. Sasha poured the last drop of syrup into her mouth. Savoring the lingering sweetness, she excitedly turned to Man and Rebecca. Which delivery service provided this incredible slush? This flavor and sensation are simply exquisite. Rebecca, tell me quickly. Sasha wants to order more. She still wants to eat. Sasha exclaimed, shaking Rebecca's shoulders eagerly. She Wei, sipping on the melting ice, gradually leaned closer, also yearning for another serving. Sasha, stop shaking me. This isn't takeout. Man, feeling quite content after the icy treat, was about to share a wave with Dorio when he heard Sasha's inquiry and responded resignedly. This isn't delivery, it's from Mr. Lin. He made it himself, using rather rare raw materials. He mentioned it was natural honey. Man glanced at Lin Ke, who was still engrossed in the chip's data. If it were takeout, life would be simpler. He could forego daily injections of immunosuppressants and suffice with a bowl of slush each day. Sasha, taken aback, released Rebecca, who had nearly been shaken dizzy. He made this? He can do that. Sasha whispered, pointing discreetly at Lin Ke, who reclined on the sofa. In her mind, Lin Ke was a runaway scion of the elite, so how could he possibly craft such a niche dessert so deliciously? Dorio, leaning against Man, scratched her cheek, and spoke softly. About an hour ago, this client used an ice machine to make some ice cubes, so I believe he indeed made it himself. That we bought these bowls last year when Man and I set up this safe house. But none of us have bothered to cook since. They've just been gathering dust in the kitchen. A voice interrupted their quiet conversation, but I possess a wealth of skills. You shall have ample opportunities to witness them. After reviewing the data, Lin Ke responded to Sasha and stood up from the sofa. He exited the conference room and headed towards the deep dive chamber. Now that he had obtained the desired information, he intended to complete one final task before departing. Picking up the hedgehog head from the ground in the deep dive chamber, he removed the data cable and stepped out of Man's team's safe house. Man and the others followed him, curious about his next move. Placing the severed head of Baratus atop an oil drum, Lin Ke retreated 10 paces and drew his handgun. With this wretch, I commemorate the souls departed. Those who kill for amusement shall face retribution. Bang, bang, bang. He completed the assassination mission and earned 20 points of universal professional experience. Retrieving his handgun, Lin Ke felt a twinge of discomfort. The images from the data chip left him unsettled. The victims coerced into filming snuff films, enduring both mental and physical torment. Those whose chests were cut open while still alive to extract their organs, and those reduced to hollow shells, devoured by maggots. Such visceral experiences were beyond what gaming graphics could convey. Although he did not know these individuals, he felt the empathetic burden of their misfortunes as fellow human beings. At that moment, a green-haired figure entered Lin Ke's line of sight. Wow, how did you make your gun disappear so quickly? Is it magic? Rebecca exclaimed, racing to Lin Ke's side in astonishment. As she lifted his shirt to probe for the weapon, he patted her head and mused. If that girl from the peaceful world saw the head on the oil drum, she would have screamed and fainted. Unlike this little one, who seems utterly unfazed, oblivious to fear, Lin Ke entirely overlooked that Rebecca was not merely a child. She was simply short, and perhaps even older than he was. Hey, that's too much, he exclaimed as he caught Rebecca, who was attempting to peer into his waistband. He hoisted her effortlessly and took a few steps back. Tossing her into Dorio's arms, Lin Ke surveyed the group standing by the roll-up door, his gaze shifting between Sasha and Chi Wei. It's getting late. I should be heading back. However, I find myself utterly broke. Who among you is willing to escort me home? You're broke? Who would believe that? The others exchanged skeptical glances, and then Man spoke up. That I'll take you back, Mr. Lin. That I'd prefer not to ride in a big guy's vehicle. Lin Ke declined. Compared to sitting in a bulky vehicle, he would much rather ride a motorcycle. Wrapping his arms around a lovely lady's waist as he spoke, his right hand made a sweeping motion behind him. And when it re-emerged, he was holding a bowl of slush. Who among you is willing to take me home? This last bowl of slush is yours. Whoa, how did you conjure that? Teach me, Rebecca exclaimed in delight while still cradled in Dorio's arms. As Sasha dashed forward to snatch the slush from Lin Ke's grasp, this commission is accepted by Sasha. Chi Wei silently withdrew her foot, which had been poised to step forward. Once Sasha placed the slush into the ice storage compartment of the safe house's ice machine and repeatedly warned Man and the others not to pilfer it. She hopped onto the motorcycle parked in the open area with Lin Ke. Sitting atop Sasha's pink motorcycle adorned with cute cat patterns, Lin Ke naturally wrapped his arms around the slender, yet firm waist of the cat girl. Listening to the rush of wind in his ears, he rested his chin on Sasha's shoulder and leaned in closer, whispering into her ear, as an additional reward for the ride, I'll share a few pieces of information with you. First, News Channel 54 is wholly controlled by military technology. Second, there is a collaborative relationship between biotechnology and military technology. The sound of the wind gradually blurred Lin Ke's voice beneath the setting sun. The youth stood in the shadow cast by the skyscraper, watching the girl with the pink motorcycle vanish at the end of the street. That a girl who could sacrifice her own life to seek justice for her mother should not meet such a meaningless demise. Interesting souls should not fade away into silence. Sasha, may your dreams tonight be sweet. After delivering his blessing, Lin Ke turned and entered the towering H4 building behind him, stepping into the weathered elevator that had borne the passage of time. He was subjected to a minute of advertisements before traversing the disheveled corridors of the floor. Utilizing the access granted by Gloria, he unlocked the door and returned to his first haven in the City of Night. The first thing Lin Ke did upon entering was rush into the bathroom for a shower, followed by donning a fresh set of clothes, after tossing his soiled garments, stained with smoke and pollution. Into the washing machine, he ventured into the kitchen to commence his culinary endeavors. No, that is not quite right. It was to prepare a delightful and nutritious dinner for the adorable cats of the Bug Cage clan. As he packed the freshly made fried fish and creamy mushroom soup into his backpack, Lin Ke unwittingly spent another 2 hours in the kitchen. It was strange indeed that in his previous life, he had been known for his short-lived enthusiasm, whether it be for gaming or caring for hamsters. Once the novelty wore off, boredom would set in, leading him to gradually abandon his pursuits, eventually forgetting them altogether. Yet, in this repetitive act of cooking, he found no sense of tedium. Perhaps this was the allure of the system. Each increment of experience brought him joy, and every rise in proficiency thrilled him. The clear and unmistakable feeling of steadily growing stronger is truly gratifying. Lin Ke opened his profession panel to take a glance. Profession, chef level, 6 experience. For 701000 profession talent. Super supplement, unique. Profession skill, soup, proficient, proficiency, 49600 effect. While simmering ingredients. All nutrients can be infused into the broth. Skill enhancement, purification. A headache ensued. He wondered if he could reach level 8 by pulling an all-nighter today. Presently, the 1,000 experience points required to elevate his chef profession from level 6 to level 7 was tenfold the amount needed to progress from level 1 to level 2. Although his experience acquisition rate had accelerated, the experience gained from cooking diminished with the rise in his chef level. He recalled that at level 1, he earned 3 experience points from his first attempt at cooking a standard quality dried meat soup. Now, having ascended to level 6, he could only garner 1 point from cooking a standard quality mushroom soup. This diminishing return on experience stifled his level-up speed. Lin Ke had a hunch that upon reaching level 10, cooking standard quality dishes would yield no experience whatsoever. Another version of myself. For the sake of our levels, let us strive to hunt more formidable monsters and gather rarer ingredients. At 1921, David, after school, flung open the apartment door, neglecting to change his shoes, and dashed back to his bedroom, where he crouched down to retrieve a shoebox from beneath the bed. Opening the lid, he reached in to feel for the shoes. Nothing. With a look of agitation, David pulled out his left running shoe, tipping it upside down. Nothing. Did I remember incorrectly? Undeterred, he grasped the right running shoe and rummaged through it. Oh no. A cry filled with despair pierced through the walls. Lin Ke, in the kitchen, rubbed his ears in resignation. David, just having emerged from his voice change period, had quite the penetrating voice. It's just 3 super dream chips. Was it necessary to wail so dramatically? A minute later, David ambled into the kitchen. He glanced at Lin Ke, who was simmering soup on the stove, with a conflicted expression, repeatedly opening his mouth yet unable to utter a word. Observing David's demeanor, Lin Ke found it to be quite the youthful melodrama. Lowering the stove's temperature and setting down the ladle, Lin Ke turned to face David. Speak up. What brings you here? Initially hesitant, David stammered. It's nothing. Could you possibly lend me 1,000 euros? Don't worry, I'll pay you back within a month at most. But under Lin Ke's penetrating gaze, David steeled himself and finally articulated the words that had been circling in his mind. Why the sudden need to borrow money from me? Why not ask your mother? Gloria, Lin Ke raised an eyebrow, intrigued by David's unexpected request for such a substantial sum. 1,000 euros was no trifling amount. For a typical worker in Santo Domingo, it would take an arduous 16-hour workday to earn just over 1,000 euros in a month. I lost the study chip that the school issued me, and without it, I can't attend many classes. A new study chip costs 1,600 euros, and I'm short 1,000 euros. Lin Ke, could you lend me that? I really don't want to burden my mom. She already works so hard. David was acutely aware of how tirelessly his mother toiled to afford his education at Hazaka Academy, and he wished to shoulder the burden himself rather than add to her struggles. After hearing David's explanation, Lin Ke nodded in satisfaction and snapped his fingers. Reason accepted. I shall lend you the money. However, are you certain the chip was truly lost by accident? The chip, nestled in the neural interface, was not something that could easily be dislodged by a mere shake of the head. He stroked his somewhat prickly chin, a figure flickering in his mind. Could it be her? Never mind. Let us secure the funds first. His account balance was currently at 0. Opening his communicator, he selected a contact. Lin Ke, I urgently need some money. Send me 2,000 euros, and I will provide you with equivalent recompense. Here is the account number. Man, you've been hacked by the voodoo gang. Lin Ke was momentarily taken aback. Lin Ke. No, I just need some money urgently. How about this? Tomorrow, send someone to Gloria's place, and I'll prepare 4 servings of the same smoothie as this afternoon for you. Add 3,000 up, man. Mr. Lin, could you please make 6 servings? I'll come by tomorrow to collect 6 servings. There are only 4 of us. Doria, Sasha, Rebecca, and Man. Even with Chi Wei, that only makes 5. Why does Man want 6 servings? Man must be planning to indulge himself. Add 1,000. The account received a transfer of 1,000 euros, and David breathed a sigh of relief. Yet he lingered in the kitchen, muttering to himself, if it weren't for the super dream chips I lost, I could have at least sold one for 1,000 euros and wouldn't need to borrow money from you. Really, how did my mom find it when I hid it so well? Lin Ke cleared his throat. Feeling a twinge of guilt, don't think too much about it, David. Gloria only wants what's best for you. Come, try this soup I made and see how it tastes. As night deepened, the clock soon struck 2200 hours. David lay in bed early, preparing for sleep. He needed to rise early the next day to obtain new Super Dream chips from the doctor. He planned to sell these chips to the children of wealthy families at school, hoping to earn a little pocket money from the price difference. This time, however, David intended to widen that margin a bit, for he still owed 1,000 euros that needed to be repaid within a month. In the kitchen, separated from David's bedroom by a bathroom, Lin Ke retrieved a complete set of fish bones from the greedy tuna, the pristine white bones gleaming clean, devoid of any trace of flesh or blood. With a knife, he expertly disassembled the entire skeleton along its joints, placing the pieces into the soup pot to boil with water. As the water temperature rose, the fish bones began to dissolve, and the broth turned a milky white that a delightful aroma wafted from the simmering liquid. Lin Ke marveled at how quickly the fish head bones melted into the broth, reflecting that this process was even more exaggerated than the concentrated sulfuric acid depicted in dramas. Moreover, the soup skill seemed capable of dissolving any edible ingredient with remarkable speed. Uncertain thoughts clouding his mind, Lin Ke hastily extinguished the dangerous ideas and set down the ladle, while waiting for the fishbone soup to simmer. He retrieved 2 pieces of tender belly meat from the winter pterosaur. He placed the beautifully marbled meat on the cutting board and minced it with the back of his knife. Then added a few chopped mushrooms and a splash of water to begin seasoning, half a spoon of salt to enhance the flavor, and a pinch of sugar to elevate the freshness. After blending the mixture, he transferred it into a round bowl, vigorously stirring in one direction until it reached a sticky consistency. Once the meat mixture adhered to his palms, he rolled them into small meatballs and placed them into the oven. Adjusting the temperature, he fried them until they developed a golden, crispy exterior, revealing a juicy and tender filling. At this point, the soup was nearly ready. Lin Ke took more than 10 golden meatballs and placed them into a soup bowl, then poured the creamy fish bone broth over them. A new dish was complete. With his cooking finished, he earned 5 experience points. Meatball fishbone soup, an extraordinary stew with a quality rating of excellent. Description: consuming it provides a slight replenishment of life energy, mending minor internal injuries, and significantly reducing mental fatigue. As Lin Ke prepared the late-night snack, he glanced at the time, 22:32. He figured that if Gloria had finished work, she would be on her way home now. He opened his communicator. Lin Ke, will you be back by 23:00? I prepared a delicious late-night snack. Gloria, sorry, I might have to work a few more hours tonight. Lin Ke, oh, all right, I'll wait for you. After sending the message, Lin Ke packed the steaming meatball soup into his backpack and continued to retrieve fresh ingredients from it to cook new dishes in the kitchen. The stark contrast between Watson North District and the adjacent Kabuki District was striking. It was as if an invisible wall separated this place from the bustling vibrancy beyond. On the other side of the wall, the night sky was illuminated by neon lights. Under the dark veil, towering skyscrapers rose and fell, adorned with colorful advertising billboards and dazzling holographic projections. The streets crisscrossed, teeming with traffic and pedestrians, weaving a tapestry of prosperity that showcased the essence of cyberculture. Conversely, this side of the wall was a quiet neighborhood nearly engulfed by darkness. Abandoned streets and silent factories characterized the vast industrial area, where only a few flickering streetlights remained to attest that this place had not been entirely forsaken by the city. At that moment, in an abandoned industrial park, a municipal corpse collection vehicle was parked. 2 workers in yellow uniforms hoisted 2 body bags containing headless corpses into the back of the vehicle. Damn it, These officers don't care about anything. They're nothing but bullies who turn soft when confronted with real danger. One of the workers muttered in a hushed tone, casting a fearful glance at the wall behind him. Let us hurry up and get out of here. This isn't a safe place. The other worker discarded a blood-stained disposable glove on the ground and quickly made his way to the driver's seat. Eager to leave this perilous area, running her fingers through her red hair, which fell across her vision, Gloria started the car. If it weren't for her dire financial situation, she would never have set foot in this wretched place. Hey, Gloria, do you think we'll get our pay docked for not bringing back those two heads? The loquacious worker in the passenger seat asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Let them dock it. I am not about to risk my life for a few bucks. Gloria glanced at the reflection in the rearview mirror, catching sight of the two multi-eyed spider designs painted on the wall. With a firm grip on the steering wheel, she recalled the unsettling spider patterns and felt a chill run down her spine. Those multi-eyed spider designs were not mere graffiti. She had been prepared to finish her shift. But an unexpected assignment had come up. The NCPD reported that two scavengers had died unexpectedly in the abandoned industrial park, prompting the medical center to send personnel and a collection vehicle for cleanup. Initially, she thought they were just two unfortunate scavengers whose deaths could be swiftly handled. However, upon arriving at the scene, the site was far from what the NCPD had described. Two headless corpses lay sprawled on the blood-soaked ground. On the wall behind the bodies, interlaced appendages were drawn in dark red blood, connecting not to flat shapes, but to two severed heads, one with white hair, nailed to the wall with 5 metal spikes. Its aged visage obscured by 5 congealed blood holes, it was evident that those two had been brutally murdered by the Vortex gang. Yet the NCPD reported it as accidental deaths. It was clear. Even the NCPD didn't want to provoke the insane Vortex gang over two inconsequential individuals. And as someone also at the bottom of the city's hierarchy, she was even less inclined to attract the attention of those red-eyed devils by defacing the Vortex gang's artwork. This time, she knew she could neither bring back the bodies intact nor dare to do so to Hea. A sharp, high-pitched male voice echoed through the streets of Night City. The moment the citizens heard that voice, it signaled the end of their nocturnal revelry and the arrival of a numbing new day. Wake up, it's time to get to work. The sun has risen. Good morning, Night City. First up was yesterday's dead lottery. Let us see. Wow, the final count reached an astounding 56. Aside from Santo Domingo, which only saw 6 unfortunate souls perish, Haywood led the count with a staggering 46 deaths, thanks to the relentless gang wars. In the territory dispute within the Haywood Leisure District, the Valentino gang narrowly defended their ground against the advancing 6th Street gang with a score of 21-25. Even the so-called no man's land of NID recorded 3 casualties, including a lunatic from the Vortex gang, along with 2 nailed spiders. Gulping nervously, Stanley stood in the studio, his legs trembling as he looked at the images accompanying the news release. The methods of the Vortex gang were indeed gruesome. Yet, as Night City's premier host, Stanley swallowed a sip of throat lubricant and quickly regained his composure to continue reporting the news. I'm your buddy Stanley. Let us kick off a new day in this city of dreams and freedoms. Lazily reclining on the living room sofa, Lin Ke tossed the fragrant fried meatballs into his mouth, his teeth breaking through the crispy shell, releasing the scalding savory juices that burst in his mouth without causing any discomfort. The benefits of his 10 o'clock physique allowed him to indulge while still hot. Unafraid of burns, he savored the freshly made fried meatballs. Lin Ke watched Stanley's morning broadcast. Upon hearing the phrase freedom to pursue dreams, he couldn't help but sigh. Dreams are elusive, visible yet intangible. For ordinary people chasing dreams in Night City, they often end up rotting in a corner dumpster. The number of deaths in Night City far exceeds the figures reported in the dead lottery. Gang wars, corporate overwork leading to sudden deaths, encounters with organ harvesters, and run-ins with cyberpsychotics contribute to the daily toll of accidental deaths or disappearances of hundreds. Yet, in this metropolis where tens of thousands perish annually from various mishaps, the population continues to grow each year. Those media outlets controlled by capitalists adorn Night City with the labels of dreams and freedoms, and to top it off, they dismiss the notion of nameless pawns. The name of this city resonates worldwide, continuously attracting young dreamers from every corner of the globe to immigrate and contribute to the flourishing of this nocturnal metropolis. Yet, in a city that embodies stark reality, beautiful dreams seldom belong to the common folk to ascend to greatness in this urban landscape. One must either conform or face utter destruction, ultimately becoming mere fodder for capital, burning themselves to provide warmth for others. Once consumed, nothing remains, leaving no trace in this city. It is all a ruse for the gullible. Speaking of the naive, Lin Ke is reminded of V. What is V's current status? Is he navigating the challenges of Atlanta? Or perhaps working in the anti-intelligence division of Arasaka? Or is he still wandering the wilderness, unable to detach from his tribe? If Lin Ke wishes to ascertain V's current identity, it would be simple enough. First, he could seek out Jack Wells. If Jack knows V, it would imply that V is an employee of Arasaka. Alternatively, he could consult the priest. If the priest recognizes V, it would indicate that V remains in Atlanta. Should both be unfamiliar with V, it would suggest that he is still a drifter. What is this V's name anyway? Vincent? Or Valerie? Chewing on his meatballs like a hamster, Lin Ke feels a sudden urge to head to Haywood to find the priest and Jack. But perhaps it's best to postpone such thoughts. He has little time to spare, and he should focus on completing his current task first. After swallowing his food, the fire of hunger within him subsides slightly. Lin Ke glances at his task panel. Mission: a father's last love. Mission description: rescue crew Bruce from the All Foods factory in the northern industrial zone of Watson. Time limit: 3 days. Reward: one-dimensional backpack space. Only 3 days remain. He must expedite his leveling up. He checks his professional level. Profession: chef level. 7 experience. 630-1000. Despite a night of effort, he has not yet reached level 8. It seems he cannot afford to rest during the day either. Lin Ke gazes down at his bare upper body. At this moment, from his abdomen to his chest and extending to his arms, his muscles bulge like tightly coiled steel, and as he exerts a slight force, all his muscles swell, veins pulsating, giving him an imposing presence. His exaggerated pectorals suggest he is built for wielding a heavy hammer. Lin Ke can't help but smile wryly. Who would have thought that merely allocating a few attribute points in his strength upon leveling up would result in such a significant transformation? Not only has his height increased by 10 centimeters, but his muscles have also broadened. The newly purchased shirt he acquired just a few days ago has now been torn asunder, and his once robust yet proportionate physique has morphed into that of a heavyweight giant. Walking now feels cumbersome, with his thick arms swaying ungracefully. Looking at his personal panel, he notes his 9 points in strength and 7 points in agility. Lin Ke is acutely aware that a vast disparity in physical attributes can lead to negative consequences. For instance, having 10 points in mental acuity but only 8 in physical constitution would result in bodily harm if he relies too heavily on mental strength. The current 9-7 gap between strength and agility has rendered his movements awkward and lacking in coordination. Thankfully, this increase in physical attributes occurred after Gloria and David had left. Otherwise, explaining such a drastic change in physique would prove challenging. It appears he needs to secure a private space conducive to his activities. After retrieving his outer coat from his backpack, which he had worn during the snowy weather, Lin Ke makes his way to the kitchen. After freezing some ice cubes, he begins preparing fried small fish, grilled fish fillets, and mushroom soup. 3 dishes that are quick and simple to make. He resolves to forego sleep during the day to elevate his chef level to 8 and allocate some points to agility, hoping to restore his physique to its former, more balanced state. When one is wholly absorbed in a task, the passage of time becomes imperceptible. In the cramped kitchen, a robust figure methodically engages in a streamlined cooking process. In the oven, sardines, stripped of scales and entrails, curl up as they roast, their skin gradually turning a crisp golden hue. On the griddle, fish fillets, seasoned with fine salt, sizzle on the hot iron plate, releasing a fragrant aroma. Standing before the stove, Lin Ke stores the freshly prepared mushroom soup in his backpack when the system's voice interrupts his focus, announcing, "Cooking completed. 1 experience point gained. Soup proficiency increased by 5. Skill soup has reached mastery level, and the player has acquired the professional equipment. Greedy soup cauldron." What? Professional equipment? Lin Ke is taken aback by the system's notification. He never anticipated receiving such equipment for free. As he notices an additional item in his system backpack, he eagerly retrieves it to examine the equipment. A large, rounded earthenware pot appears in his hands. Lin Ke cradles the pottery with both hands, his eyes widening in disbelief, his mind swirling with questions. The craftsmanship is subpar. Is this what the system has deemed worthy of my efforts? This so-called greedy soup cauldron appears to be an ancient cooking vessel. The yellow-brown surface lacks decorative patterns, marred only by the cracks that resemble dried mud, and the texture is noticeably rough, evoking an air of antiquity. It's rather unsightly. One might mistake it for a prehistoric artifact housed in a museum. As Lin Ke observes the pottery, the following attributes materialize in his mind. Greedy soup cauldron, professional equipment, equipable, quality, ordinary description, an ancient cooking utensil, its original colors faded over time, resulting in diminished quality. Equipment effect. When cooking soup dishes, there is a minuscule chance of altering the effects of the soup. Upon reviewing the equipment information, Lin Ke's interest is piqued. Can this vessel actually affect soup? It's not alive, after all. The description of the equipment effect is somewhat vague. It could use more clarity. Nonetheless, the idea of enhancing the equipment's quality through soup consumption is intriguing. Glancing at the hundreds of liters of soup in his backpack, Lin Ke places the cauldron on the counter and fills it with 2 liters of soup from the pot. Yet, by the time the last drop has been poured, there is no sign of change. Under the light, the cauldron remains empty, as if the liquid had been swallowed by another realm. Lin Ke continues to pour more soup from his backpack. 10 liters, 20 liters, 50 liters, until even the exquisite winter dragon bone soup he had reserved for himself is emptied into the cauldron. Still, the quality of the equipment remains ordinary, with only a few cracks on the surface fading, yet not entirely gone. Lin Ke's face darkens. Aptly named the greedy soup cauldron, it is indeed insatiable, consuming all without so much as a burp. With his current resources, he cannot afford to feed this bottomless pit. Perhaps once he has ample ingredients, he can consider upgrading it, placing the soup cauldron directly into his equipment slot. Lin Ke opens his profession panel, eager to see what new characteristics his upgraded soup skill has gained. Soup, mastery, proficiency, 0-2000, effect. When simmering ingredients, all nutrients from the ingredients can be infused into the soup. New skill characteristics, purification of non-food items. The soup liquid can dissolve non-food items, gaining a minor effect from that item. Non-food items. Lin Ke scans his backpack. A one-handed sword, firearms, a large flying elephant, and several Mutwo cards. These should all qualify as non-food items, right? Lin Ke decides to test the limits of his newfound abilities by preparing a pot of mushroom soup and carefully placing a new star revolver into the boiling pot. Before long, the metallic structure of the gun dissolves completely, transforming the light yellow broth into a deep, dark hue. Spray of mysterious soup? Quality, poor description. A culinary failure ensued. The addition of peculiar ingredients compromised the very essence of the soup, leading to gastrointestinal discomfort and transforming the drinker into a veritable projectile. Upon perusing the introduction, Lin Ke scratched his head. Realizing that not all ingredients could be combined with impunity, he decided to stow away the inky concoction. Lin Ke made another attempt, this time incorporating a dream chip into the mushroom broth. As pink bubbles began to rise in the pot, he activated the Eye of Truth. Endless dream, extraordinary soup quality, superior description. Upon consumption, the contents of the dream chip will solidify into your dreams, causing you to experience the same dream repeatedly throughout your sleep, effectively living within it for the rest of your life. Goodness, this soup is malevolent. Resisting the temptation, he put the soup aside. The newfound attributes of the soup skill ignited Lin Ke's curiosity, and just as he contemplated further experimentation, a communication interrupted his endeavors. "Mr. Lin, I have arrived at the H4 skyscraper," man reported. "Understood, everything is prepared. Come up and collect it," Lin Ke replied. Stepping out of the kitchen, he placed 6 bowls of smoothie on the coffee table in the living room and, after a moment's thought, added 3 servings of gluttonous tuna beside them. He planned to confront the gang of red-eyed lunatics the day after tomorrow, allowing man to sell a few fish to procure some equipment in advance. After all, in the cyber world of 2075, oceanic life had nearly been extinguished, and the fish that remained were products of genetic modification, adapted to their environment, with subtle alterations in appearance. The organic fish delicacies now available for the wealthy were primarily sourced from fully enclosed ecological farms constructed by large corporations. The gluttonous tuna he presented, both in appearance and flesh, bore a striking resemblance to conventional tuna, making it a prime candidate for sale as a zero-pollution organic delicacy. After a series of knocks, Lin Ke opened the door to find not only man but also Dorio, accompanied by a bearded man in sunglasses. Upon seeing Lin Ke, Man's expression shifted slightly to Mr. Lin. Have you undergone some combat augmentation? Your physique. Before Man could finish, a small green head emerged from behind, its red cybernetic eye widening in astonishment at the sight of Lin Ke. Wow, how did you grow so tall all of a sudden? Just had a splendid meal last night. Experienced a slight growth spurt, Lin Ke replied, stepping aside to allow the four individuals to enter the abode. Dorio and Man walked in together, gazing at Lin Ke's muscular outline visible through his coat, resembling that of the drug-fueled members of the animal gang. Please, take a seat. The smoothies are on the coffee table. We might as well discuss a commission while we're at it. The four robust figures sank into the sofa, which creaked under their weight. Man's throat bobbed as he eyed the smoothies on the table, but restrained himself, subtly signaling to Pyrrha. Pyrrha, however, failed to notice Man's subtle expression as soon as he sat down. His gaze was drawn to the three sizable fish, captivated by their true value. Now, this is genuinely worth something. Far superior to the smoothies Man has been droning on about all day. One of these could equal a month's hard labor. Dorio, exasperated, stood to retrieve Pyrrha's blue case from behind him. Opening the lid, he carefully began to pack the smoothies into the insulated box, which contained ice. Once the smoothies were secured, Man directed his attention to the stacked tuna. The sight of the three large fish together was far more impressive than a solitary one. Mr. Lin, what is your commission this time? After addressing Rebecca's concerns about what to eat to grow taller, Lin Ke smiled as he replied, I merely need your assistance in procuring a few items. Man, bare-chested, placed the punk coat concealing the three large fish into the trunk. Pyrrha, you're driving this time. Let's head to the shop where you sold the fish last time. Offload these, and then we can order firearms and ammunition from the weapon dealer. Got it, Man, Pyrrha replied, extending his long arm to open the car door and settle into the driver's seat, followed by the other three. The impatient Rebecca exclaimed dramatically as soon as she entered the vehicle. For large-caliber submachine guns, 3,000 rounds of full-power ammunition, 100 fragmentation grenades, 10 stun grenades, 10 flashbangs, for signal jammers, and 2 sets of heavy subdermal armor. What on earth does he intend to do? Launch an assault on a gang hideout? Rebecca, mercenaries need only fulfill the commission. Do not concern yourself too much with the employer's motives, Dorio interjected from the side. Haha, don't worry about Mr. Lin's affairs. Associating with such a prominent figure is far preferable to merely observing his demeanor from behind Faraday. After all, acquiring these arms shouldn't exceed 60 to 70,000 euros. We can turn a profit on this commission. Man, seated in the passenger seat, turned back and flashed a wide grin. Although Lin Ke's commission might not elevate their team's reputation, the prospect of easy money without risking their lives was too tempting to resist. All right, everyone secure yourselves. Destination Westbrook. Let's go. Pyrrha gripped the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, speeding down the sparsely populated street. After bidding farewell to Man and the others, Lin Ke returned to the kitchen, devoting nearly 2 more hours to his culinary craft, ultimately raising his chef level to 8. That he allocated the acquired attributes to agility, feeling an intangible energy sweep through him. His bulging muscles gradually receded, the expanded fibers compressing into a tighter form, and the lines of definition between them became smoother. Lin Ke's robust physique visibly slimmed down. Although he could not reduce his height of 190 centimeters, he could now reach the midpoint of his back with his hand. Stepping into the living room, he seated himself on the sofa, consuming several pieces of fish fillet to replenish the energy expended from his recent enhancements. He then rose and began to shadowbox, his fists transforming into a blur before him, the force of his strikes generating a gust of wind that howled through the living room. After completing his warm-up, he retrieved a heavy iron one-handed sword from his backpack, wielding it in one hand while holding a shield in the other, practicing basic maneuvers within the confines of the small room to adapt to the changes in his body from the attribute increase. Thrusts, downward strikes, horizontal slashes, sword shield combos, horizontal cuts, counterattacks, and spinning slashes followed one after another, despite the limitations of space preventing him from executing advanced techniques like the Dragon Ascend combo or the aerial strikes. He felt the immense inertia at play. His grip on the sword, weighing over 300 pounds, still left him with a sense of it slipping from his grasp. It appeared that the 8-point strength requirement for wielding the one-handed sword was merely the foundation. 9 points barely met the threshold that to wield this weapon effectively. He would need at least 10 points of strength. With his training concluded, he resolved not to sleep for the next day or so. Striving to elevate his chef level to 10, he decided to first raise his agility to 10 points to enhance his reflexes and agility, effectively preparing him to face those madmen outfitted with spinal reflex augmentation. After all, in the realm of martial prowess, speed reigned supreme. The following day was spent in the kitchen, and after another night of relentless cooking, he reached level 9 in his profession and increased his agility to 9 points. He continued to prepare an unending supply of mushrooms and sardines. Since hunter Lin Ke began hunting large fish in the Bug Cage tribe's fishing zone, the population of large fish had notably dwindled. With the absence of larger fish to disrupt the ecosystem, the Bug Cage tribe's daily catch had increased significantly, now providing Lin Ke with nearly 1,000 sardines each day. Thankfully, he had enlisted some help to handle the scales and entrails, streamlining the preparation process. Otherwise, he would have been quite overwhelmed. As another day and night passed, the third morning arrived, bringing Man and Dorio, each carrying 2 gray alloy cases containing the weapons and gear Lin Ke had ordered. Once they departed, Lin Ke opened the weapon case, revealing 4 submachine guns, 2 standard F-58 models from Kanto, and 2 DS-1 pulses. All 4 were basic models, devoid of any additional function slots or upgrade accessories, essentially. They were plain weapons. However, for Lin Ke, the rapid firing rate and lethal power of the bullets were sufficient to ensure a fatal outcome. He carefully stowed away the weapons and opened the second box, which was filled to the brim with 50 long magazines, stacked in 2 layers. Selecting 2 magazines, he inspected them thoroughly. Both were high capacity, containing 60 rounds each, and found to be in perfect condition. After securing the ammunition, Lin Ke proceeded to open the third box, the largest and heaviest of them all, which contained 3 layers. The first layer held 40 grenades. One by one, he took out the grenades, examining them with his eye of truth. Once confirmed safe, he removed the fuses and placed them into his backpack that he intended to utilize the time-stopping feature of his dimensional backpack to eliminate the need to pull the fuses before throwing the grenades. After emptying all 3 layers and ensuring that there were no issues with the type or quality of the grenades, Lin Ke opened the 4th box. Inside, he found 2 sheets of encapsulated armor plates in dust-free bags, along with 4 square black boxes. Signal jammers, of ordinary quality, were described as wireless signal interference devices capable of disrupting external telecommunications signals. He placed the boxes into his backpack and turned his attention to the remaining 2 bags of armor plates. The subcutaneous armor implants were of ordinary quality, described as heavy-duty subdermal armor that could be fitted to anyone regardless of their natural physique. Utilizing nanoceramic steel technology and graphene materials, it formed a protective layer beneath the skin, capable of withstanding light machine gun fire for a short duration. Lin Ke unwrapped one of the subcutaneous armors and chose to integrate it into his equipment. The implant in his hand vanished without a trace. He felt around his body, noting that aside from his head, hands, and lower body, the rest of his physique bore a layer of flexible armor between his skin and muscles. The convenience of implanting cybernetics without the need for a cybernetic surgeon was remarkable. Lin Ke equipped the subcutaneous armor merely to add an extra layer of protection to his life. He had no intention of relying solely on his flesh to withstand bullets. After all, even if the bullets failed to penetrate the armor, the outer skin was still his own and would hurt and bleed if damaged. He systematically packed away the 4 boxes and tossed them into the monster hunter world. Holding the remaining piece of subcutaneous armor, Lin Ke entered the kitchen, preparing to experiment with using it as an ingredient to concoct a soup with special defensive properties. He poured a small amount of clear water into a pot and placed it on the heat. From his backpack, he retrieved a 1-meter-long bone from a bobo. Holding it in his hands as he submerged it into the pot as the temperature rose, the bone rapidly melted, with the portion above the surface resembling a towering white spire, gradually sinking beneath the water. Observing the almost gelatinous white broth in the pot, Lin Ke opened the dust-free bag and added the pieces of subcutaneous armor 1 by 1.5 minutes later. Upon completion of the cooking, the greed soup cauldron in his equipment suddenly emitted a faint glow. Cooking complete, he had gained 5 experience points, and his soup proficiency had increased by 10. The greed soup cauldron had activated, and the effects of the soup had transformed. So easily triggered. Wasn't it supposed to be an extremely low probability? Bone soup shield extraordinary soup, transformed quality. Excellent, supreme effect. Description: upon consumption, A layer of invisible shield forms on the surface of the body, capable of resisting energy attacks, kinetic attacks, and mental attacks for a duration of 4 hours, a hardened potion in bone soup form. Just like how hunters consume alchemical potions for buffs before slaying colossal beasts, he could now drink this soup to grant himself a protective shield before embarking on a mission, life insurance one. This soup should be enough for 3 servings. After storing the gelatinous white broth in his backpack, he glanced at the system panel. There were only 15 hours left to complete the life-saving mission. And he needed 600 more experience points to reach level 10 as a chef. This time frame should suffice for him to achieve that level. Yes, better to be cautious. Lin Ke decided to allocate 10 hours for cooking to gain experience. And when the time was up, regardless of whether he reached level 10 or not, he would head to the Watson Industrial Zone to complete the task. He had fully equipped himself with firearms. And after consuming the soup, he would have 2 layers of defensive armor, complemented by his physical prowess, which was several times that of an ordinary person. Surely, nothing would go awry. If needed, he could always resort to stealth techniques to infiltrate and rescue the individual. The rapid pace of life in Night City is a consequence of its high level of urbanization that in this metropolis tightly controlled by major corporations, time seems to be firmly grasped by the capitalists. During the day, work hours stretch endlessly, while the night offers only fleeting moments of personal time, vanishing the instant one closes their eyes. This moment, just past midnight, a tall figure walked along the silent streets of the northern Watson Industrial Zone. Under the dim lights, the figure appeared to be walking normally, yet behind him trailed several afterimages with each step. If one were to observe through optical cyberware, they would witness a bizarre frame drop effect, akin to watching a presentation slideshow, with each flicker of the figure covering distances of over 10 meters, speed that seemed beyond human capability. Only those equipped with sea and wasteland cybernetic enhancements could achieve such an otherworldly speed. Before a dilapidated factory, the figure came to a halt. Lin Ke, I have some matters to attend to tonight. The supper I prepared for you is kept warm in the oven, so remember to eat it. Gloria, be careful out there so late. Avoid the dark alleys. If you hear gunfire, run. Lin Ke. Haha. Don't worry, I'll be cautious. After ending the communication, he removed the neural implant from his equipment and stowed it away in his backpack. Standing under the dim streetlight, he gazed at the all-food factory just across the street and chuckled. Right now, the most dangerous entity outside is none other than myself. He withdrew a bowl of viscous bone soup from his backpack and poured it into his mouth. The texture of the soup was akin to tasteless jelly. After a few chews, he swallowed it down to in his vision. A translucent shield composed of countless small hexagons materialized, enveloping his entire body. Lin Ke drew forth his hunting knife and, applying slight pressure, made several cuts on his arm. The blade, sharp enough to slice through the flesh of colossal beasts, left not even a white mark on his skin that he then pressed the knife tip against his chest with force. But the armor's defense remained unbreached. The defensive capabilities were impressive. From his backpack, he retrieved a wooden mask crafted by hunter Lin Ke, donning it over his face, revealing only his bright eyes that he crossed the street and entered the alley of the abandoned all-food factory. He pressed a button on the intercom mounted on the wall, adorned with a spider motif. After a crackling sound, a deep, raspy voice emerged from the intercom, reminiscent of a mechanical tone. Who are you? Hee, aren't you already watching? Dum-dum. Lin Ke spoke rapidly, laced with a teasing tone, raising his masked face to regard the camera overhead that was scanning his identity. That a cowardly figure has come looking for trouble in the Vortex Gang's territory. Do you want to die that badly? I indeed came seeking death. Someone entrusted me to send you trash to hell. The sharp crack of gunfire shattered the tranquility of the nearby streets, reverberating with 2 resounding shots. The bullets obliterated the surveillance cameras above. A feeling of impending reckoning hung in the air as Lin Ke stowed away his submachine gun, gripping his shield with his left hand, and forcefully smashed the intercom mounted on the wall. With his right hand, he drew a long blade, bringing it down decisively upon the rolling shutter door that obstructed his path. This moment, more than 10 meters behind the door, the turret-mounted machine guns flared to life. Their lasers igniting as they rotated, the large-caliber muzzles warming up, aimed directly at the entrance. The moment the infrared lasers detected a human heat signature, these turrets would reduce it to mere fragments in an instant. Lin Ke, however, was acutely aware of the scene beyond the door. Whether in the game or in the memories of the spiky-haired figure, he possessed knowledge of these turrets. Yet, with his current physical attributes, the unmanned turrets posed no obstacle to his advance. He would let the bullets find him first. Name: Lin Ke. Age: 20. Identity: player. Dimensional backpack: 1 cubic meter. Equipment slot: subdermal armor. Greed cauldron. Universal talent: Eye of Civilized Truth. Learning body attributes: strength 9. Agility 10. Bullet time. Physique 10. Resistant to all illness. Spirit 10. Perception, evaluation, mind, spirit, and soul unified, fostering profound perception. With the 3 treasures of vitality intact, he possesses a body impervious to ailments. Have you slowed down? No, I have merely accelerated. With an agility rating of 10 marking a transformation, his reflexes had become extraordinarily exaggerated. The movements of others appeared sluggish, akin to observing a sloth. Time itself seemed to decelerate within his perception. When he believed 5 seconds had elapsed, the clock indicated that only 1 second had passed. It took Lin Ke considerable time to gradually acclimate to the changes in his physique following the enhancement of his attributes. The long blade cleaved a V-shaped notch into the rolling shutter door. He raised his shield in front of him and forcefully propelled himself forward, crashing into the door. The metallic sheets of the shutter shattered upon impact. Infrared lasers locked onto the figure that had burst through. Virum. The shell casings were ejected. Bullets discharged. .2 metal projectiles formed an orange-red crossbeam that swept toward him but missed its target, striking the empty space instead, while the metallic storm merely tore the already damaged shutter door into shreds. Lin Ke deftly dodged the hail of bullets as he leaped onto the concrete floor, transforming into a shadow and covering the distance of over 10 meters in an instant, arriving at the base of one turret. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he channeled the strength from his calves, thighs, and back into a powerful thrust, pressing his arm against the shield as he collided forcefully with the turret. Iron Mountain crash. A thunderous roar drowned out the sounds of gunfire as the machine gun turret trembled violently, its base screws flying apart, the metal shell warping, internal components shaken loose, and the entire turret emitted black smoke before falling silent. Having neutralized one turret, Lin Ke pushed off the ground and reversed his direction, charging toward another turret a few meters away. However, as Lin Ke halted, in the brief moment of his attack, the remaining turret pivoted, its muzzle aimed at him. Instantly, dozens of bullets formed a linear barrage toward him. Lin Ke raised his shield to deflect the incoming fire. The bullets left shallow dents on the curved surface of the shield before ricocheting off into the adjacent wall. With a downward strike, he misaligned the gun barrel, then retreated, raising his shield once more for a sudden advance. Iron Mountain crash. With a resounding boom, the remaining turret too fell silent. Meanwhile, in the factory's second-floor control room, Doom, reclining in a hacker's chair, jerked upright as if jolted by electricity. He promptly activated the factory's full-area communication channel to issue a notification. Listen up, folks. We have an unwelcome guest. Arm yourselves with the most powerful weapons and head to the first floor to deal with him. As Lin Ke traversed the dimly lit corridor, he stowed his one-handed sword and retrieved a signal jammer, affixing it to the wall. This device should interfere with the factory personnel's attempts to call for assistance from the Vortex gang. The interference would last for 30 minutes. He wished to avoid drawing more adversaries into the fray. Arming himself with 2 submachine guns, he prepared to confront multiple foes within the confines of the building. For ranged weapons were the swiftest instruments of slaughter. With heightened perception, Lin Ke obliterated all surveillance cameras along his path and collected several activated anti-infantry mines into his backpack as he ventured deeper into the factory. As long as he eradicated every member of the Vortex gang, this would be a flawless infiltration unnoticed by anyone. The reason the citizens of the Night City referred to the Vortex gang members as cybermaniacs was their frenzied, bloodthirsty, and utterly reckless methods, coupled with a morbid obsession with cybernetic enhancements. Yet, there existed a distinction between maniacs and fools, aside from a few reckless youths whose thought processes diverged from the norm. Most members of the Vortex gang retained the reasoning and behavioral patterns of ordinary individuals. For instance, at this moment, with their stronghold under siege, dozens of cybernetically enhanced individuals with glowing crimson eyes gathered on the factory's first floor under Doom's command. Assembling in a spacious workshop that spanned over 1,000 square meters and soared 6 meters high, this area served as the factory's production hub for meat, raw material shredders, protein separators, flavor-mixing devices, and fully automated production line consoles filled the workshop. Mechanical devices for synthesizing meat were strewn about, and packages of vacuum-sealed crimson meat hung from the metal tracks overhead. Beneath these meat packages lay numerous boxes containing the raw materials for synthetic meat, now serving as natural cover. Scattered throughout the workshop, dozens of Vortex gang members readied their weapons, aiming at the sole entrance through which one could access this workshop at this moment, apart from the hum of machinery. The vast space was enveloped in an eerie silence, in another realm, one reliant on the material world, the cybernetic space of the abandoned food factory. All Vortex gang members within the factory connected to the internal local network. Within the communication channel newly established by Doom, lines of electrical signals representing emotional language darted about. We really need this many people to deal with just one individual. Why lay an ambush? We could just charge straight in and take him down. Doom, Boss Royce put you in charge of the factory, not to mobilize such a grand show over a minor incident. It's not like the corporate dogs are attacking. I was just enjoying myself in the dream chamber when I got called up. Doom, you're ruining my creative inspiration. In the dimly lit second-floor control room, Doom glared at the screen displaying a series of extinguished surveillance feeds. Bellowing with rage, "Shut up! Now, listen to me." The intruder stands at approximately 191 centimeters tall, weighs around 90 kg, and is masked, obscuring his appearance. No useful information can be gleaned from him, and he appears to possess data-level signal jamming. Our hacking methods are temporarily ineffective. He can unleash a reaction speed 6 to 7 times that of an ordinary person, surely equipped with high-level military-grade neural acceleration cybernetics, and possesses considerable strength. His muscles and bones have likely been augmented. In confined spaces, he could easily eliminate us one by one. Not underestimate him. This is a dangerous individual with a high coverage of cybernetics. Once Doom concluded his assessment, the channel erupted with a flurry of electrical signals. Military-grade cybernetics? We have those too. No need to get all worked up. Once we take him down, don't damage him too much. I was just thinking of upgrading my own bones. The signal from the anti-infantry mines laid out in the corridor was lost. He commanded, "Prepare to concentrate fire and eliminate him." The voice of Dum resonated through the communication channel. Upon hearing it, the members of the Vortex gang immediately activated the infrared thermal imaging function of their cybernetic eyes. Dozens of gun barrels aimed at the pitch-black corridor. Boom. Several round grenades flew out from the passage, crashing onto a few crates. After a series of explosive detonations, the crates were obliterated, and the blood-red chunks contained within splattered everywhere. However, the multitude of obstacles within the factory limited the damage that such explosive devices could inflict. Moreover, in this straight corridor, the grenades thrown could not curve to strike the heads of those hiding nearby. Boom. More fist-sized objects hurtled in from around the corner of the corridor, bouncing twice on the workshop floor before erupting violently. Blinding white flashes expanded in size, and in an instant, over 9 million candela of intense light flooded the vicinity of the passage. For ordinary optical implants, even closing one's eyes and turning away would not shield them from such high-intensity light. Their field of vision would surely become pixelated or even turn white. Yet, this brilliant light had a limited effect on the fire-eyed, gold-eyed implants, designed for combat rather than aesthetics. Although the momentary searing white light from the flashbang did impact the infrared thermal imaging of the implants, it lasted but a fleeting second. Open fire. The thunderous roar of firearms erupted in rapid succession. Within the visual field of the cybernetic eyes, everyone aimed at the crimson figure that had just charged out of the dark corridor. Continuously pulling the triggers, under the barrage of bullets, Lin Ke, who had just dashed out of the passage, could not evade the onslaught and was struck by numerous bullets that pierced through his clothing and impacted his body. Although the bullets were deflected by the protective shield on his surface, the force still caused him to falter in his forward momentum. The second wave of bullets came in swift succession. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ke's mind raced with thoughts. Relying on the shield to withstand the fire was not a wise choice. Evading this concentrated fire was the correct course of action. Lin Ke stowed his submachine gun, braced his knee, and lunged sideways, executing a series of rolls that propelled him out of the bullet-swept zone and behind a metal crate. His speed was such that the Vortex gang members had no time to redirect their aim. They merely witnessed a fleeting red shadow, and the target vanished from their sight. "Damn it, come out. I see you." One Vortex gang member, merely 7 or 8 meters from Lin Ke's hiding spot, emerged from behind cover. He raised his shotgun, firing as he advanced towards Lin Ke's location. Lack, go, smash this bastard. Damn it, a single person dares to provoke the Vortex Gang. Seeking death, the other Vortex Gang members across the workshop adjusted their aim towards Lin Ke, providing cover for the actions of the member named Lack. With each step forward, Lack pulled the trigger, his modified porous shotgun capable of unleashing hundreds of grams of metal pellets in a single blast. The rounds pounded against the crate, perforating it with countless holes. After a few shots, the metal shell of the crate was utterly demolished, and a swarm of white insects erupted from within, many of which, still alive, writhed on the ground, only to be crushed beneath Lack's boots. The sickly yellow-green ichor splattered everywhere as the distance closed. Lack could see the head of the figure behind the crate through its shattered edges. He raised his gun, lowering the muzzle to aim at the silhouette. A twisted smile creeping across his lips, he relished the might of such weaponry, reveling in the visual pleasure of reducing a person to a mere pile of flesh with a single shot. Die? The surrounding scene vividly played out in Lin Ke's mind, who was waiting for this individual to draw near. With a swift kick, he sent the already battered crate hurtling towards the approaching figure, shielding himself from the incoming hail of bullets. Using Lack's body as cover, Lin Ke retrieved a grenade, its pin already removed, and with a surge of muscular strength, hurled it forward in a mere 2-meter distance. The grenade struck Lack's head like a cannonball, shattering the hard metal casing and obliterating much of his cranial structure. Lack staggered back 2 steps before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. If the grenade hadn't killed him. The impact certainly had. Mission target eliminated, awarded 20 points of general experience. Then, the grenade inside his skull detonated, reducing his head along with a portion of his torso to a gruesome mess, fragments of white bone, along with shards of cybernetics and an array of unidentified liquids, splattered everywhere. The remaining Vortex Gang members erupted in furious curses, and the metallic barrage once again rained down upon Lin Ke. Meanwhile, Lin Ke maneuvered through various crates and obstacles to evade the onslaught, closing in on the gun-wielding Vortex members. Yet, he was forced back by a hail of bullets from over a dozen angles. Lin Ke found himself in an exceedingly precarious position. The coordination of fire among the Vortex Gang members was remarkably synchronized, continuously compressing Lin Ke's hiding space with crossfire, some even through grenades. Obliterating the crates he relied on for cover, countless white maggots were launched into the air by the shockwave of the grenade explosions, only to rain down like a grotesque downpour as Lin Ke brushed the dead insects from his hair. He felt disgusted, aware of the unsavory diet of those creatures. To put it kindly, they feasted on organic waste. To be blunt, they thrived amidst refuse mixed with excrement. Infuriated, Lin Ke hurled grenades in the direction of those firing at him. He still had over 100 grenades with their safety pins removed in his backpack. Damn it, this place was devoid of allies. Only enemies surrounded him. One by one, grenades were forcefully thrown. The thunderous booms echoed incessantly. The workshop was filled with the deafening sounds of explosions, and sparks erupted from various control panels, interspersed with the venomous curses of the Vortex Gang. After launching 30 grenades, only one unfortunate soul met their demise, granting Lin Ke an additional 20 points of general experience. Lin Ke himself could not ascertain whether the individual was killed by his throw or by the explosion of a grenade. Despite the loss, the barrage directed at him showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, a few bullets even curved mid-flight, circumventing obstacles to strike his head. His mask shattered. Fortunately, the shield absorbed the impact. Otherwise, he would have been struck dead. The intelligent weaponry was employed, showcasing the exceptional quality of these scoundrels' equipment. Intelligent weapons are a featured armament in Cyberpunk 2077 that rather than being mere firearms, they function as small, handheld launchers capable of firing actively guided missiles. They can lock onto targets through smart connections, eliminating the need for aiming. The bullets can adjust their trajectories autonomously, guided by internal chips to track and strike their targets, so you want to play with smart ammo. I'll give you a few bad reviews, Lin Ke muttered angrily. Now that his mask was gone, he decided to forego wearing it altogether and hurled all 10 stun grenades from his backpack toward the various cameras. The immediate cacophony of deafening noise and intense flashes engulfed the entire workshop. Even with his back turned, the protective metal crates could not shield him entirely. The blinding light still pierced through. illuminating his eyes, rendering even closed lids incapable of shielding him from the crimson glare. Fortunately, he had thrown them at a distance. Otherwise, it would truly be a case of hurting the enemy 1,000 while inflicting 800 damage upon oneself. Damn it, my hearing module is damaged. How could this person maintain such speed? Were they continuously activating the St. Andrews? Where on earth did they pull so many grenades from? Is their head made of iron? Bullets can't penetrate. In the second-floor control room, all monitoring screens related to the production workshop were rendered obscured by the overwhelming brightness. Yet, before the blinding screens, Dum Dum had already witnessed the machinery and production lines severely damaged by the explosions. Regretting his choice to stage the ambush in the production workshop, this facility boasted a daily output of 3 tons of synthetic meat, which could yield the Vortex Gang a substantial monthly profit. If it were to be entirely destroyed, Boss Royce would undoubtedly have his head mounted on the wall. Dum Dum shouted frantically over the communication channel, "Deploy heavy firepower immediately to eliminate him. If this drags on, the entire production line will be lost." As soon as his voice fell, 2 red-eyed lunatics immediately rose up, shouldering rocket launchers and pulling the triggers. The roar of the tail flames echoed as the projectiles were launched. 2 rockets, trailing golden-red tails, shot toward Lin Ke's hiding spot. The sharp whistling of their flight pierced the air. Although Lin Ke was half-crouched, his back pressed against the cover, his heightened perception was actively scanning the surroundings. The scene within a 10-meter radius unfolded vividly in his mind. The moment the 2 rockets entered his perceptual range, they were instantly locked onto by his mental acuity. Unlike bullets, rockets do not possess the capability to break the sound barrier. Particularly, freshly launched rockets require a significant distance to gain speed. However, the cramped workshop, measuring merely 40 meters in width and length, offered insufficient space for the rockets to reach their maximum velocity. Lin Ke locked onto the 2 rockets, withdrew his twin guns, and stood up from behind the crate, pulling the triggers at the incoming projectiles. More than 10 bullets swept through the air, obliterating the 2 rockets that were merely 5 meters away. Flames erupted with the explosion, engulfing Lin Ke in a fiery embrace. The shockwave, accompanied by metallic shrapnel, shredded the upper half of his clothing, causing the protective shield covering his chest to fracture, while the remnants of fabric clinging to him caught fire. The scorching heat of the flames was now palpable against his skin that it seemed the shield had reached its defensive limit. Amidst the fire, Lin Ke grasped a handful of his unscathed hair, retrieved a bowl of bone broth from his backpack, and swallowed it down. A new translucent shield, composed of countless small hexagons, materialized, successfully replacing the soon-to-fail shield. The shield refreshed, isolating him from the searing heat of the flames. "Haha, I'm not dead yet." The gunfire in the workshop ceased, and the members of the Vortex Gang erupted into frenzied laughter at the sight of the 2 fireballs rising nearby at that moment. As flames surged, a figure wreathed in fire charged out, resembling a fiery demon racing toward the Vortex Gang's stronghold. Except for a few members equipped with Kalashnikovs who managed to react and fire at Lin Ke, the majority of the Vortex Gang remained oblivious, still reveling in their apparent victory over the troublesome intruder. Enduring the sporadic bullets, Lin Ke leaped forward, covering 20 meters in a few strides, stirring up a wave of heat as he surged into the Vortex Gang's territory. With a powerful push against the ground, he soared over 3 meters into the air, landing atop a nearby covered in midair. Amidst the burning flames, Lin Ke aimed at the 2 Vortex Gang members wielding rocket launchers below and pulled the trigger. The classic firearm spat out 2 deadly volleys in close-range fire. The bullets shattered their skulls with ease, eliminating both foes. The moment Lin Ke landed, he exerted force through his legs, propelling himself toward another cover where a Vortex Gang member was hiding. Without the oppressive barrage of bullets, Lin Ke fully unleashed his speed advantage, executing a ruthless slaughter within the confined space of the Vortex Gang's territory, weaving in a Z-shaped pattern. Even when bullets pursued him, he chose to endure, and despite being struck by several rounds, his speed remained unimpeded. The howling winds generated by his rapid movements extinguished the flames clinging to him, transforming him into a specter of death in the wind. Each flicker of his form obliterating 1 or 2 skulls in less than a minute. Lin Ke had eliminated half of the life forms within the workshop, earning hundreds of points in general occupational experience. At that moment, 3 frenzied members of the Vortex Gang emerged from behind cover. Their guns trained on Lin Ke's swiftly moving figure as they pulled their triggers. Die, you bastard, amidst the chaotic spray of bullets. Aside from ricocheting off the ground or striking various metallic instruments, the final emptying of their magazines left only a few bullet holes in Lin Ke's clothing. Once more, he charged toward the trio who were busy reloading. Raising his gun, he emptied the last few rounds from his twin guns, taking down one of them. Before rushing to face the remaining two, he brought his arms together, targeting their heads, delivering two powerful elbow strikes. With a physical strength surpassing that of Olympic weightlifting champions, bolstered by speed, he unleashed a ton of impact, shattering their faces. With a resounding crunch, the red optical implants shattered, mingling with flesh, bone, and teeth, transforming their brain matter into a pulp. The two deformed, concave skulls propelled their bodies backwards several meters before crashing onto the floor, their mechanical limbs twitching briefly under the influence of neural signals before falling still, stepping over the fallen corpses. Lin Ke had just begun to reload when a figure suddenly charged from the side. Surprisingly matching his speed point, two mechanical arms ejected serrated blades, slicing toward Lin Ke's neck from both sides. "I'll sever your head." The crimson glow of the optical implant, the metallic visage covering half the head, and the menacing grin reflected in Lin Ke's dark eyes. Time seemed to pause in that instant. The player consumed 280 points of general occupational experience. Hunter level increased by 2 levels, earning 2 free attribute points. Strength attribute increased by 1, now at 10 points. Strength, 10 muscle control. Mastery over every inch of muscle in the body has reached its zenith. Agility attribute increased by 1, now at 11 points. It's my turn to take your head. Lin Ke's left hand deftly intercepted one of the blades with his metal firearm, while his right-hand weapon vanished. And his fingers deftly grasped a hefty black longsword. Executing a horizontal slash, the serrated blade was deflected by the shield that manifested around Lin Ke's neck. His razor-sharp blade cleaved through the underlying armor, slicing through bone and severing the adversary's head. In that fleeting clash, the outcome was determined. How could this be? Did not expect this, did you? I'm also using hacks. Lin Ke swung his sword down, cleaving the still-talking head in half, thus ensuring the complete demise of this Vortex Gang lunatic, whose cybernetic coverage exceeded 60%. His physical prowess surged once more, turning the ensuing battle into a one-sided massacre. 1 minute later, the expansive workshop was left with only Lin Ke still standing. As the slaughter concluded, he disregarded the shattered corpses sprawled around him and sat on the ground, ravenously consuming food from his backpack. With each powerful bite, he crushed the food in his mouth before swallowing, transforming into an emotionless machine, relentlessly devouring large quantities. Only after the fire of hunger in his stomach subsided did Lin Ke slow his pace of consumption, using chopsticks to pierce a piece of meat. He sat on the ground, reflecting on the challenges faced during this infiltration that he had initially believed his superior physical prowess would allow him to dominate, yet it had turned out to be quite the opposite. While he could easily handle 8 or 9 cybernetic adversaries simultaneously, being surrounded by dozens of enemies, under the crossfire, rendered him incapable of leveraging his speed advantage, with barely any opportunity to fire back. Had it not been for the friendly fire from those 2 rockets, this infiltration would not have concluded so swiftly. Having satisfied his hunger, Lin Ke stood up, stepping over the various corpses in their grotesque states, treading through the various fluids splattered on the ground, and walked toward the elevator that would lead him to the 2nd floor. Access denied, no permission. Still daring to refuse service? Noticing the message displayed on the elevator screen, Lin Ke raised an eyebrow. Knowing it was the handiwork of that elusive doomed, he inserted the tip of his knife into the elevator door's seam, prying it open, then thrust his arms through the gap. Applying force, amidst the shrill sound of metal scraping, he pried the elevator's iron door open violently and stepped inside. He forcefully hacked a gap in the top of the elevator with his knife, then leaped onto the elevator's roof, gripping the cables suspending the elevator with both hands, easily climbing up to the machinery room on the 2nd floor. This moment, the machinery room was shrouded in darkness and silence. Under the coverage of his perception, he discerned that only a few electronic devices were still operational, with no one hiding within. It appeared that Doom was aware of the annihilation below and had fled elsewhere. Well then, I've missed the chance to collect big wood, but isn't it true that V will also miss out on the one-handed baton and the faux artifact? Upon this thought, Lin Ke couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, The golden pompadour of Stott exuded a certain charm. Regardless of whether it was man versus woman or woman versus woman, none could be deemed at a disadvantage. With no one in the machinery room on the second floor, Lin Ke felt no inclination to seek out the members of the Vortex gang hiding elsewhere in the factory. Instead, he forcefully hurled several grenades into the electronic equipment within the room. Just before the explosion, he leapt into the elevator shaft, returning once more to the first floor, where he began to scavenge some undamaged firearms and implants from the bodies, stowing them into his backpack. Once the backpack could hold no more, he intended to have Hunter Lin Ke retrieve it from the room of Xingqian. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Ke followed the memory of a route reminiscent of a hedgehog's path. Descending a sunken staircase in the factory to locate the Vortex gang's filming site for the Black Super Dream on the negative first floor. From the entrance, he beheld a corridor 3 meters wide and 20 meters long. On one side stood over a dozen neatly arranged large iron cages, while the opposite side was filled with an array of intricate instruments, and, well, how should one describe them? They could be considered torture devices. Judging by the fragments of flesh and dried, blackened blood clinging to them, it was evident that these implements had seen extensive use. Merely gazing upon them induced a wave of discomfort. Furthermore, the air was thick with the stench of excrement and decay. The Vortex gang, in their negligence, had failed to install any exhaust fans, allowing the place to nearly fester into a bog. Donning a mask, Lin Ke stepped into this prison-like chamber. As he traversed the corridor, he sensed a surge of consciousness, various scenes flooding his mind, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Each large iron cage contained one or more men and women, excluding 4 who had already succumbed. There remained 21 individuals still drawing breath, resembling livestock, half alive, shackled by iron chains around their necks. Almost every person bore mutilations. Some were missing limbs, while others had grotesque, makeshift cybernetic implants embedded all over their bodies. As Lin Ke passed by cage after cage, he finally found his target in the last enclosure. A young man, covered in stitches from head to toe, had undergone extensive modifications, every removable part replaced with various odd cybernetics of unclear purpose. Were it not for the eye of truth, Lin Ke would have been at a loss to identify him. Kuru Balu age, 16 identity, student of Esher High School cybernetic coverage, 68 description, an exemplary student. Now facing severe rejection due to excessive implantation of substandard cybernetics and viruses, his life entering its final countdown. 2 hours, 31 minutes, 54 seconds. The cage was unlocked, and Lin Ke directly pulled open the iron door. Crouching beside Kuru Balu to retrieve the mutated recovery potion he had initially acquired, attempting to administer it. However, upon inspection of the diminutive head, he found no discernible organ resembling a mouth. Observing Kuru Balu's imminent demise, Lin Ke scratched his head in frustration. If Kuru Balu were to perish on the way out of the factory, it would spell disaster for his mission. At that moment, a weak male voice floated from behind Lin Ke. "Hey, brother, are you a mercenary? You've taken care of those Vortex scum outside. I'll pay you, just save me." Extending his perception, Lin Ke discovered the voice belonged to a young Asian man lying on an operating table. Lin Ke stepped out of the cage and approached. "I've taken on a commission to rescue people, and naturally, I've dealt with those Vortex scum." He gazed at the man on the operating table. His limbs severed at the joints. Tang Wenyue age, 32 identity, supervisor of the weapon sales department at Kontao, stationed in Night City cybernetic coverage, 2031, description, a frequent patron of Lisbar. A high-ranking member of the Cloud Top Club, a flamboyant rogue, and star of the Black Super Dream, hardcore human cutter. Currently, he relies on advanced implants in his torso to sustain his life. Wow, this guy has quite the resume. Lin Ke thought, feeling a pang of envy. Well, only for the first 2. I wonder if he has ever crossed paths with Evelyn. Yet, it was indeed a tragic fate for the supervisor of weapon sales at Kontao to have been kidnapped by the Vortex gang to film a Black Super Dream. However, this kind of Black Super Dream, linked to corporate dogs, might find favor among the lower echelons of Night City. Lin Ke addressed the young Chinese man, who could be considered a high-ranking corporate figure. "Fellow countrymen, your situation is rather dire." A fellow countrymen. "You're from our homeland. Please, help me remove the interference chip, and I will reward you handsomely afterward." Tang Wenyue grew animated. He had long since given up hope of survival. His mind wandering to thoughts of what would happen to his advanced implants after his demise. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope arose. causing his heart rate to spike, triggering a series of alarms from his cybernetic eye. One must rely on family at home, but abroad, one cannot depend on compatriots. Next time, be cautious. It's best to bring along a few bodyguards. Lin Ke reached out and directly extracted the interference chip from Tang 1U's neural socket. The moment the signal was restored, Tang 1U's brain-machine interface was inundated with hundreds of emails from the trauma team, NCPD, Kongtao Security, and his parents, leaving him no time to read them. Forget about my reward. When the trauma team arrives, you can spare some funds to get everyone else out of here. Save who you can, and for those who cannot be saved, just burn them. Lin Ke gestured towards the others in their cages, directing his words at Tang 1Ue. Yes, don't worry, I will. With newfound hope, Tang 1Ue nodded vigorously, then began replying to messages from important contacts. Farewell then. Lin Ke departed from the operating table and returned to Herbivorous' cage. Examining it closely to locate the neural socket, where he indeed found another signal-blocking chip inserted, he promptly removed it and exited the area without looking back, quickening his pace to leave the factory. As a Golden member, he had enough leverage for a swift response from the trauma team. The system task did not stipulate that Lin Ke must rescue Herbivorous as long as Herbivorous was freed from the factory. He should fulfill the mission requirements. Just as Lin Ke sprinted out of the alley housing the factory, a mechanical voice with a feminine intonation echoed above him. This is the trauma team. We are currently en route to rescue the client. Emergency evacuation in progress. All hover vehicles must clear the airways immediately. He ran several more meters, donning his clothes and taking cover in the shadows. Watching as two trauma team hover vehicles descended from the sky. 15 minutes later, as the two hover vehicles ascended, a prompt from the system resonated in Lin Ke's mind. Commission task. Last fatherly love, completed. Player reward. Dimensional backpack space increased by 1. Lin Ke beamed with delight at the prospect of his backpack space expanding nearly tenfold. After donning his attire, he prepared to summon a Delamain when the previously tranquil street was once again disrupted by the sound of engines. A procession of over 10 NCPD patrol cars rolled onto the scene, followed by 4 ambulances from the City Medical Assistance Center, while the sky lit up with the tail flames of numerous hover vehicles belonging to various news media outlets, including News Channel 54 and WNS, all converging upon the site. Someone had boldly infiltrated the Vortex Gang stronghold, withstanding the firepower of dozens of cyberpsychos, and after enduring 2 M5 armor-piercing rocket hits, single-handedly eliminated all the cyberpsychos, departing unscathed. Riv, is this what your on-site report indicates? I can't be misunderstanding. The incredulous tone of his superior echoed through the police channel, as if to say, do I look like a fool to you? Am I so easily deceived? Sir, this is the conclusion drawn by News Channel 54 and WNS after gathering on-site information. You should know that their reconnaissance and analysis equipment is far more advanced than ours. Riv replied, his tone laced with resignation. The NCPD's funding has been continuously slashed by those municipal scoundrels. We can barely afford salaries, let alone upgrade our equipment. Cough, cough. All right. I thought those exaggerated battle statistics were from Adam Heavyhammer. I will log your on-site report into the database. Once the rescue center has evacuated the kidnapped citizens, you are to withdraw. Leave the remaining items and bodies untouched. The Vortex Gang will handle that themselves. The superior officer on the other end of the communication briefly explained the situation and then proceeded to outline the subsequent tasks for the NCPD. And then, we shall not concern ourselves with it. The scoundrels of the Vortex Gang have been abducting innocent citizens, engaging in illegal detention, committing willful bodily harm, trafficking in human organs, and filming illicit activities while being implicated in dozens of murders. We have ample eyewitness accounts and material evidence tucked away in the basement. Reeve's emotions surged. The brutal scenes from the basement and the frozen body parts stored in the refrigerator left him unable to remain composed. This is the directive from above, Officer Reeve. We can only comply with the orders laid out for us. Beep. The police channel cut off communication. Thud. Damn it. Even NCPD has begun to clean up after the gangsters. The African-American officer Reeve Ward slammed his fist against the metallic wall behind him. Yet, that was all he could do to vent his frustrations. After all, he was merely a grassroots detective, incapable of making any real decisions. Take it easy. Matters between the bigwigs are not something we lowly figures can interfere with. Old Han approached, patting his overly righteous partner on the back. offering words of reassurance. Although dozens from the Vortex gang had perished this time, they remained one of the most formidable gangs in Night City. Taking down such a colossal entity would undoubtedly result in the loss of hundreds, if not thousands, of colleagues from the NCPD. Reeve glanced at Old Han and then at a colleague smoking against the wall not far away. Sigh. I know. I just feel reluctant. Reeve pressed his back against the cold metallic wall, forcefully suppressing the rage within him. They won't let us investigate this, nor that. Being part of the NCPD truly feels suffocating. He observed the reconnaissance drones flying above the manufacturing site, and the 4 personnel in sealed protective suits equipped with scanning devices, still analyzing data to reconstruct the scene. 54 and WNS staff. The expressions on his dark face were a whirlwind of emotions, a mix of shame and helplessness. IT was one thing that their investigative equipment surpassed that of the NCPD. But even the professionalism of the staff outshone that of most detectives in the NCPD. IT was no wonder the citizens of Night City held them in such disdain when trouble arose. They would not seek the NCPD, but rather turn to mercenaries for resolution. With gangs running rampant in the urban areas, a society where money reigns supreme, and rampant corruption in the political arena. How had Night City devolved into this state? Night City should not be like this. In the dead of night, the well-informed intermediaries and corporate executives of Night City were aware an unidentified lone wolf mercenary had single-handedly swept through a gang stronghold guarded by dozens of cyber psychos. And just a few hours later, at dawn, the entire Night City would learn through Stanley's dead lottery of the Vortex gang's unprecedented downfall, with dozens of their members eliminated overnight. Beep. Destination reached. Skyscraper H4. Please exit from the left side door and choose Delamon. Leave your worries outside. Point 2. 21 a.m. Lin Ke stepped out of the Delamon and returned to his apartment located in H4. His hand briefly paused over the door lock. His heightened senses clearly perceived the blue lights still aglow in the living room. A red-haired woman sat on the sofa, her dark crimson eyes fixed intently on the door, despite the barrier of the metal door. Lin Ke felt as though Gloria was gazing directly at him. What are you doing awake at this hour? Don't you have work tomorrow? Lin Ke murmured as he lowered his gaze to inspect the clean clothes he had changed into inside the Delamon. Still feeling a bit uneasy, he lifted his arm to his nose and sniffed, detecting no scent of synthetic oil or the metallic tang of blood. Surely, Gloria wouldn't have noticed what I was up to. Would she? Click. He unlocked the door and stepped inside quietly. You're back, Gloria exclaimed, immediately rising from the sofa to greet him. Her eyes scrutinized Lin Ke from head to toe, and upon seeing no signs of injury, her previously anxious heart finally settled. Yes, I'm back. After changing into slippers at the entrance, Lin Ke felt a twinge of awkwardness as he spoke. The tone of the conversation seemed overly familiar, as if they were in a romantic relationship or a close marriage. Before he could ponder further, Gloria placed her hands on her hips and spoke in the same lecturing tone she used with David. Lin Ke, you should carry a handgun when you go out at night. Night City can be quite perilous after dark. Observing the undeniable fatigue in Gloria's eyes, Lin Ke sighed with resignation. All right, I understand. You should get some rest. It's getting late, and I'm tired too. I'll shower and then sleep. Just remember what I said, bring a gun, and if it's not necessary, avoid going out at night. After her lecture, Gloria stifled a yawn and turned to retreat to her room. After showering and lying on the sofa, Lin Ke, who hadn't slept in 3 days and nights due to task completion, quickly closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. The arrival of dawn heralded the beginning of a new day. Those with jobs had to go to work, and students still needed to attend school. Clad in her work yellow jacket, Gloria strolled through the living room and exited the apartment. She drove her G240 out of the underground parking lot, headed to the medical center in Watson's Little Chinatown for her shift. David followed closely behind, dressed in the Arasaka Academy uniform. Before stepping out, he cast an envious glance at Lin Ke, who lay snoring on the sofa. The relentless academic schedule at Arasaka Academy left him no opportunity for late mornings. At a hot food stall beneath the skyscraper, David spent €5 on a beef burger. He walked towards the Sky Rail station, nibbling on the burger in hand. As he chewed, he found the once delicious taste of the burger to be oddly off today. All right, David admitted. Having indulged in Lin Ke's exquisite meals for several days had certainly spoiled his palate. Yet, he knew he had to reacquaint himself with the flavors of these foods. After all, Lin Ke was only staying temporarily. Perhaps by the time he returned home from school this evening, Lin Ke would have already departed. After finishing his burger, David crumpled the wrapper and tossed it to the ground, his face grim as he boarded the sky rail heading to the municipal center. Behind Sartre Street in the Watson Kabukicho district, adjacent to the Liz Bar, within a high-rise apartment building, stood a tall blonde woman clad only in a towel draped over her shoulders, her bare figure silhouetted against the floor-to-ceiling window. Through the transparent glass curtain, she gazed out at a corner of the bustling metropolis. Kiki held a cigarette between her fingers, simultaneously smoking while listening to Stanley's Dead Lottery and the news channels of News 54 and WNS. For her, as a hacker, gathering information online and listening to city news were among her methods of staying informed about the outside world. Good morning, industrious citizens of Night City. Did you all enjoy a splendid night like I did? Who am I? I am your good friend, Stanley. Now let us delve into today's main topic, the eagerly awaited Dead Lottery. Wow, what a spectacle. In total, 87 lives were lost yesterday, and you want to believe which area had the highest casualties, the long-suffering NID. This time, NID accounted for 48 of the dead, taking the top prize. I must ask, Vortex Gang brothers, what is going on with you? Great renown, but little strength. Not only did you get called out, but 43 of you were wiped out all at once. Goodness, whom have they provoked? While Stanley reports on the fatalities associated with the lotto, News Channel 54 and WNS are nearly synchronizing their coverage. The primary focus is on an unidentified lone mercenary who stormed the abandoned all-food factory, currently under the control of the Vortex Gang, and within a mere 10 minutes of gunfire, eliminated 43 members of the gang entrenched within. Upon hearing the broadcast, Chiwe's gaze wandered as her thoughts drifted back to the network deep dive commission from 4 days prior, the abandoned all-food factory. The Vortex Gang, the unidentified lone wolf, Kuru Blues, the cigarette, now reduced to ash, burned her fingertips, snapping Chiwe back to reality. In no way could it be him? Just then, a communication request echoed in her mind. Sasha Yakovleva connected the video call, and Chiwe realized she was not the only one harboring suspicions about his involvement. The golden sun hung high above the city at noon. Lin Ke was just awakening from his slumber, after a satisfying stretch on the sofa. He proceeded to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. In truth, since his physique had risen to 10 points, Lin Ke's teeth were now closely aligned, rendering him impervious to food residues, let alone the breeding of bacteria that could lead to yellowing and halitosis. His daily routine of brushing and washing was merely a habit cultivated since childhood. First, he brushed his teeth, then washed his face, followed by breakfast. After completing his morning rituals, Lin Ke sat at the table and retrieved from his backpack a steaming serving of fried fish fillet and mushroom soup, indulging in a delightful breakfast. Once breakfast was concluded, he began organizing the spoils from the previous night. First, the experience points gained. Last night at the all-food factory, he had dispatched 43 members of the Vortex Gang, alongside the Hedgehog leader he had eliminated 3 days prior. Through the Global Commission task, he earned 20 general experience points for each Vortex member slain, culminating in a total of 880 general experience points. He had also elevated his hunter profession to level 3 during the battle, spending 280 experience points, leaving him with 600 points remaining. Next were the items acquired from the battlefield. With his backpack now enlarged, he gathered all the loot stored in the Starship House that a quick inventory revealed 16 rolls of cash, totaling over 13,000 euros for the funds residing in the electronic accounts of the deceased Vortex members. They would likely benefit the banks, though the amounts were not expected to be substantial. After all, these lunatics would prioritize upgrading their implants with any spare cash in this cyber era. The very essence of the lower-class individuals constituted their greatest asset. Additionally, he had collected various implants from the cybermaniacs. However, most of these implants utilized proprietary software developed by the Vortex Gang themselves, having passed through 3 or 4 owners before reaching him. Lin Ke would never consider utilizing or cooking with them. Among the higher-end items, such as the Sandway stand chip and Krelnikov, which he could not retain during combat, were largely damaged. Thus, Lin Ke resolved to sell all these implants for potential buyers. Oldway would not accept second-hand implants extracted from corpses. To dispose of these items, he would either seek black clinics or mercenaries specializing in such dealings. Naturally, Lin Ke had individuals in mind. Lastly, he gathered various firearms and ammunition, including 2 finely crafted smart firearms. which he could not utilize due to the absence of smart connections and optical implants, rendering them ineffective. The remaining weapons were of similar capabilities. Lin Ke chose to keep 2 shotguns and 4 shells, selecting a kinetic shotgun for himself. The rest, along with the implants, would be packaged for sale at a deserted construction site of the Coronado farm. The 5 members of the Man team convened in their safe house. In the conference room, they sat in a circle, with Man casting a serious glance at Sasha. Sasha shook her head, her fluffy black hair swaying with the movement. She had gleaned no useful information from Chiwei and sensed that she was concealing something. However, Sasha had decrypted an emergency list from the Night City Medical Center from the previous night, which included a trauma team golden member named Kuru Blues. 4 days ago, Mr. Lin's commission was to extract information about him from the mind of that Vortex gang leader. At that time, the individual named Kuru Blues was still confined within the abandoned all-food factory. The intelligence gathering from 4 days ago, the weapon purchases from 2 days ago, everything seemed to be orchestrated in preparation for last night's operation. It appeared that the lone mercenary who had wreaked havoc in the all-food factory was undoubtedly Mr. Lin. Man, seated on the sofa, mused. Many mercenaries on the streets were speculating about the identity of this lone wolf who had single-handedly slaughtered dozens of cyber maniacs. Among the surviving legends in Night City, only Morgan Blackhand and Adam Heavy Hammer seemed capable of such feats that in just half a day. This nameless lone wolf had already become a recognized legend among mercenaries. While others pondered how the Vortex gang had incurred the wrath of such a formidable individual, Man was already aware. This was merely a simple rescue operation from a gang stronghold. Who would have thought we could connect with a legendary figure like Morgan Blackhand? What an honor, remarked Pyrrha, resting her hands behind her head against the sofa, voicing the collective sentiment of the room. However, one person remained unconvinced. Rebecca, the shortest member of the team, sporting green twin ponytails, isn't it just killing a few dozen Vortex lunatics? Is that really legendary? Haven't we done the same? She retorted, crossing her arms defiantly. Pyrrha, sitting nearby, facepalmed, bemused by her sister's obliviousness to the situation. Dorio, seated next to Man, explained, Rebecca, the ones we've taken down before were merely the Vortex's lowly minions who donned red cybernetic eyes. The dozens who perished last night were the true Vortex gang members, each with over 50 cybernetic coverage. Those are the genuine cyber maniacs. To be able to single-handedly eliminate such individuals within 10 minutes. That person deserves the title of a legend in Night City. All right, while we've encountered such a legendary figure, we must also carve our own name in Night City. One day, we too shall become a legendary team. She concluded, a leader who cannot inspire his team with motivation is hardly a competent leader. Just as Man prepared to rally the troops with more encouragement, a communication request popped up in his field of vision. Lin Ke was calling. The hulking figure stiffened. Shoo. Man placed his finger to his lips, signaling the others in the conference room to be silent. And Mr. Lin is on the line. The room fell silent, and everyone shrugged. Not having spoken either, Man was simply nervous. However, if a legendary figure were indeed calling, they should not be much less anxious than Man. Man answered the call, and the room's occupants fixated their gaze on him. His expression was grave, and throughout the conversation, he used only okay, and understood, which starkly contrasted with his usual composed demeanor. Phew, he sighed. Hanging up, he had nearly held his breath while listening to Mr. Lin's commission request. Surveying the room filled with curious faces, Man cleared his throat and said, Mr. Lin mentioned he has a batch of implants and firearms that require our assistance in selling, with profits to be split 50-50. Implants? Firearms? From the Vortex gang? Man raised his hand to stop Dorio from continuing. And Mr. Lin cautioned me that the items are tricky and bear unique gang markings that we should be cautious of. Sasha and the others have arrived with the task of decrypting the data from the implants, erasing previous user information, and re-editing the data. Pyrrha, you are to inspect some external cybernetic limbs and firearms, and find a way to erase the gang symbols. Very well, Sasha understands. Shall we retrieve the items ourselves? If there are some advanced cybernetics, I would like to disassemble and reassemble them for practice. Pyrrha excitedly remarked that Mr. Lin stated that a Delamain luxury vehicle would be dispatched. First, we will fill the trunk of the business vehicle with weapons and firearms, then place the 4 large boxes filled with implants in the back seat. Lin Ke closed the car door and cautioned the bald man. All packed. Let us go to be careful not to get robbed on the way. Opting for Delamain. Please remain outside. Delamain Freight. Mission guaranteed. AT the base of the skyscraper H4. After sending off the Delamain, Lin Ke did not return upstairs to cook for his upgrade. As usual, in this world, he could no longer gain experience through cooking for the time being. He opened his attribute list. Name. Lin Ke age. 20 identity. Player dimension backpack. 10 cubic meters equipment slot. Subdermal armor. Gluttony soup cauldron. Brain computer implant. Universal talent. Eye of civilization and truth learning physical attributes. Strength. 10 agility. 11 constitution. 10 spirit. 10 evaluation. Human. The changes on his personal panel were significant, particularly the system's evaluation, which infuriated Lin Ke. I possess the same 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes, and 1 mouth. How am I not human? What sets me apart from others? Damn it. Fine, the system's evaluation was secondary. The crucial matter was the change in his profession. Profession, chef level. 10 experience. 00, assessment task required, professional talent. Super supplement, unique, professional skill. Soup task, chef's self-proof advancement assessment description. Prepare a dish of rare quality to demonstrate the value of being a chef. Task reward. Unlock experience acquisition for chef profession levels 10-15, chef profession skill crystal. The experience bar was locked. Without completing the advancement assessment, he could not gain proficiency even by cooking exquisite dishes. If he were merely a chef in this cyber world, his career would be at an end. Fortunately, he still held the identity of a hunter in another realm, the carefully selected fungi of the ancient forest. The rare abalone from the lush coral plateau, the premium meat from herbivorous dragons, the rare white liver of elven deer, and the precious materials hidden within the bodies of colossal dragon beasts. As long as his hunting skills were sufficient, Lin Ke believed he could soon complete the advancement assessment. However, for now, this was fine. Having been in Night City for quite some time, he had yet to properly explore the city. Over the next few days, he would experience the unique cybernetic culture of Night City. Lizzie's Bar, the Twist Street, and the Wild Wolf Bar were all places he intended to visit, while also accumulating some general experience. In front of the grand gate of the New World Star, Lin Ke waved goodbye to the Elder Tree Chief and the cats behind him. Be cautious in the jungle, especially of the Mangler Dragon. The great tree bellowed. Rest assured, I am merely seeking rare ingredients in the forest. If I encounter a Mangler Dragon, it will not outrun me. If it truly appears, I shall treat it to a couple of rounds first. Lin Ke thought to himself, goodbye, Elder Chief. Farewell, everyone. Worry not. Yun Duo will ensure Lin Ke's safety, he said, gently ruffling the fluffy head of Yun Duo resting on his shoulder. Let us embark, Yun Duo, in search of delicious food. The meat of the Mangler Dragon should be edible, right? Oh, let us go. The shadows of trees were sparse, and the brook babbled gently. In a small patch of jungle, the hard ground was mixed with scattered rocky layers. 3 long-eared small beasts with gray fur curled into a tiny circle, their heads resting on their fluffy tails, basking in the warm afternoon sun upon a protruding rock. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft whispering sound, accompanied by the distant chirping of birds and buzzing of insects, inducing an irresistible urge to close one's eyes and take a nap. Suddenly, one gray small beast perked up its long ears, leaped from the rock with both feet, triggering a chain reaction as the other 2 small beasts also stood upright, their large ears taking up a third of their bodies, scanning their surroundings as if sensing imminent danger. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, from over 30 meters away in the bushes, 2 shadows shot through the air, striking the heads of the long-eared small beasts. With tremendous force, the small beasts' heads were crushed, and their fluffy ears were torn away from their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the 2 small beasts lay sprawled on the rock, their necks broken. Yet strangely, no blood gushed forth on the rock. The last remaining small beast, frightened, squeaked and leaped down, fleeing into the bushes. Lin Ke, you throw stones remarkably well, dressed in a deep green outfit woven from leaves and fine vines. Yun Duo emerged from the bushes, leaping onto the rock to collect the 2 deceased small beasts. The adorable cat turned to Lin Ke, who stood in the bushes, and shouted loudly. Haha, just average, Lin Ke replied, draped in a camouflage green cloak, stepping out from the bushes to take the 2 small beast carcasses from Yun Duo's paws. Crawling rabbit quality, ordinary description, possessing large, soft ears, it can detect the faintest sounds. Upon sensing danger, it will flee. The purpose of hunting the rabbit is, of course, for sustenance. Tonight, we shall feast on honey-glazed roasted rabbit. Picking up a bloodstone soul crystal, the size of a grain of sand, Lin Ke stored the two nearly headless crawling rabbits in his backpack, scooping up Yunduo from the rock and placing her on his broad shoulder as they traversed the rocky terrain towards the depths of the forest. Let us go, Yunduo. We must reach the mushroom patch you mentioned before nightfall, though. Yunduo will lead the way. On the outskirts of the ancient tree forest, unaffected by icy climates, the forest displayed its abundant produce. Towering trees stood one after another, their dense canopies forming a green ocean, barely allowing sunlight to penetrate through. Under the shadow of the canopy, Lin Ke, bearing Yunduo on his back, followed a path likely carved by large beasts toward a gathering spot previously recorded by the insect clan. Along the way, every few steps, he gathered some decent items from either side of the beast path. Now, his backpack contained over 10 waterball mosses and several herbs with healing and detoxifying properties. Meanwhile, Yunduo carried a small insect cage woven from vines on her back, filled with a few blue beetles. Thus, they continued on their journey while gathering resources, before the forest fell into complete darkness. He and Yunduo arrived at the mushroom patch noted by the insect clan. This area was a clearing created by the collapse of dozens of towering trees, with clear water seeping from the fertile black soil. Surrounding the decayed giant trunks, forming a perfect habitat for fungi to thrive on the damp, decaying trunks, clusters of mushrooms crowded together, their soft pink caps glistening with dew, while their thick, white stems promised exquisite flavors. A catchy tune involuntarily echoed in his mind. Red umbrellas, white stems, after eating, we lie down together. After a moment of astonishment, Lin Ke led Yunduo into the mushroom patch. Yunduo, let us start collecting. Oh, Yunduo will do her best. Each individual dispersed into the mushroom grove, while Lin Ke navigated purposefully among the towering, decayed trees, contrasting with the fixed position of the clouds above as they harvested mushrooms from a single withered trunk. Characters flickered and vanished before his eyes as he began to selectively gather mushrooms, bypassing the common varieties in favor of the superior specimens. Premium mushroom fungi ingredient quality, ordinary, superior, description, a fine specimen from the ancient forest's prized mushroom collection. Renowned for its rich flavor and exquisite texture, as the sun gently descended below the horizon, fireflies danced sporadically among the grasses and shrubs, while two luminous winged insects flitted through the air, casting a brightness that rivaled the fading sunlight over the mushroom grove. With a sigh, Lin Ke placed the last of the selected mushrooms into his backpack. His eyes ached from the strain. Yet he had failed to locate the desired mushroom among the tens of thousands present. Resigned, he returned to the side of the clouds and collected the mushrooms gathered by his feline companion. Together, they resumed harvesting the remaining ordinary mushrooms from the massive, decaying trunks. Hours passed, and by the time the full moon ascended to the sky, they had harvested mushrooms from over 10 colossal trees. Barely a third of the entire grove. Jumping down from the trunk, Lin Ke lifted the steaming cloud from the branches. All right, Cloud, let us call it a night for mushroom gathering. Lead me to the campsite established by your insect cage clan nearby. We shall enjoy dinner and rest for the night, returning to complete our harvest tomorrow. Cloud, nestled against Lin Ke's arm, languidly extended its pink tongue to pat its now flat belly. Good Cloud is also tired and quite hungry. Meow. Lin Ke retrieved 2 bloodstones from his backpack, placing them on Cloud's tongue, and gently caressed the soft fur atop its head. This Cloud, oblivious to the need for a short respite, was truly an adorably earnest little cat. Cradling Cloud in his arms, Lin Ke was about to set off under the cat's guidance when the moon reached its zenith, casting a silvery crescent directly above the mushroom grove. The soft moonlight illuminated 2 glowing spheres upon the decayed tree trunks, their brilliance undiminished even by the vast expanse of moonlight. Instantly captivated, Lin Ke's gaze was drawn to the radiant orbs. And upon closer inspection, an expression of ecstatic joy spread across his face as he rushed forward to collect the 2 mushrooms enveloped in silvery light. These were the rarest and most delectable mushrooms in the forest. Spiritual mushroom fungi ingredient quality, excellent, supreme, description, a treasure among mushroom communities. This rare delicacy from the ancient forest is a coveted specialty, enveloped in a dreamlike glow that leaves chefs in awe. Before him stood a colossal tree trunk, over 10 meters in diameter and 5 to 6 meters tall, not particularly remarkable amidst the towering ancient forest, parting the parasitic vines that draped from the trunk. Lin Ke discovered a small tree hollow about a meter high. Following Cloud, he crouched and squeezed into the tight space with some difficulty. To his surprise, upon passing through the hollow, he found a spacious interior. In the darkness of the hollow, Lin Ke assessed the surroundings with his senses. The area spanned over 30 square meters, with a height of 2 meters, allowing him to stand upright without feeling confined. The ground was covered in a thick layer of dry moss, soft underfoot. The hollow was sparsely furnished, containing only a few antiquated clay pots in the corners and 2 murals adorning the walls. Insect Cage Clan Murals. Conveyed message. Safety. Insect Cage Clan Murals. Conveyed message. Campsite. This is a campsite we established long ago. Meow. Cloud approached one of the pots, retrieving a small woven cage made of vines. Shaking it gently to check for movement, and seeing none, she opened the cage, spilling out the remains of long-dead insects. In the darkness, Cloud's large, round eyes sparkled. The glowing bugs are gone. Meow. Did I have something? Lin Ke said, extracting an outdoor camping lamp designed for the cyber world from his backpack. Upon activation, a cool blue light illuminated the entire cave. Setting the lamp in the corner, Lin Ke lamented the light pollution of Night City. Lamenting the unavailability of normal incandescent bulbs, rubbing his equally famished belly, he said, Cloud, just a little longer, and we shall have something delicious. Cloud will patiently await it. With a knife, he carefully skinned the gray fur from the wandering rabbit. But alas, his skill was lacking, resulting in 2 poorly cut, inferior quality pelts. After removing the more challenging internal organs, he scored the thick thighs and chest of the rabbit, sprinkling fine salt for flavor, setting the 2 marinated rabbits aside. He took several premium mushrooms from his backpack, washed them, and placed them whole into a pot of soup to simmer. Next, he retrieved a honeycomb, extracting the honey and mixing it with a bit of cool water. Stirring until the sticky, gelatinous winter honey was liquefied, he evenly spread it over the marinated rabbit meat, pressing with his fingers to tenderize the flesh and allow the honey to infuse. After brushing the rabbit with a layer of beast oil extracted from bobo fat, he placed it in the oven to heat and roast. When the surface of the rabbit meat began to bubble and the skin turned a golden red hue, he removed it from the oven. Brushing on another layer of honey before returning it for a second roast. Timing was crucial. Under such high temperatures, overcooking would cause the honey to caramelize, resulting in a bitter taste on the tongue. Cooking completed. Soup skill proficiency. 2 exquisite mushroom broth. Extraordinary soup quality. Excellent description. Consuming over 100 milliliters at once grants a surge of energy, rapidly restoring physical fatigue and repairing overexertion injuries. Honey glazed roasted rabbit. Extraordinary meat quality. Excellent description. Eating this dish slightly enhances muscular strength. The 2 honey glazed roasted rabbits, devoid of fur and entrails, weighed 10 pounds, allowing Lin Ke to consume an entire one. While considering Cloud's size, it could manage only a hind leg. Lin Ke decided to reserve one hind leg for Gloria as a late-night snack, with the remainder to be shared with David. In the Tree Hollow campsite, Meow, the rabbit smells so delicious, Cloud purred, as was its custom, emitting a soft purring sound upon encountering delectable food. Lin Ke sat cross-legged beside Cloud, savoring the sound of its contentment while he fiercely tore into a succulent piece of honey-soaked rabbit meat. Delicious. After relishing their delightful dinner, Cloud washed its face with its paws before curling into a fluffy white ball, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Ke lay back on the soft moss, his bright eyes wide open, contemplating how to effectively dispatch the massive beast, measuring 16 meters in length and nearly 100 tons in weight. In the normal gravity of this new continent, those dragon beasts could sustain their massive bodies for running and hunting. Their skeletal density and physical strength formidable. Lin Ke doubted that even expending the 4 armor-piercing rocket grenades in his backpack would suffice to slay the fearsome creature, that he needed to devise strategies to weaken the beast beforehand, concocting poison from toxic mushrooms and poisonous vines, repairing the paralyzing trap with a lightning bug, or utilizing the dark liquid from his backpack, perhaps spraying the enigmatic brew. If we could somehow manage to pour this soup down the throat of the man-eater dragon, it would undoubtedly have a significant effect. Unbeknownst to them, an entire night slipped by, and after indulging in meatball soup together, the early risers, Yunduo and Lin Ke, set off once more to return to the mushroom grove. Humph! As Lin Ke and Yunduo approached the grove, they were met by several uninvited guests, voraciously feasting on the succulent fungi sprouting from the decaying wood, with thick layers of white chitinous armor. Resembling a round cap perched atop a pig's plump head, these creatures sported broad backs, covered in moss, that rose high like massive green rocks. Their sturdy hooves boasted bulging muscles that rippled as they moved, presenting an imposing sight. From their position in the dense forest bordering the mushroom grove, Lin Ke and Yunduo gazed in bewilderment at the four colossal beasts voraciously consuming the fresh fungi. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to giant mushroom pigs, but their exaggerated size was truly astonishing. Had they been injected with hormones or excessively indulged in protein powder, towering over 2 meters at the shoulder? Their weight surely surpassed several tons, their massive bodies dwarfing even an off-road Hummer. The giant mushroom pig, a creature of remarkable mutation, quality, excellent description, possessing a keen sense of smell, it can locate its favorite mushrooms and stealthily follow behind. Discovering various types of fungi, the four gigantic mushroom pigs resembled massive harvesters, their snouts pulverizing mushrooms of all sizes as they voraciously consumed them. Their hasty eating habits sometimes resulted in large chunks of rotten bark being chewed off the decaying wood that nurtured the fungi. A crude feeding method that destroyed both the mycelium and the growth environment of the mushrooms. If left unchecked, their gluttony would soon obliterate this grove, rendering it incapable of producing another mushroom. Suddenly, the four merciless feeding machines ceased their consumption, turning their massive bodies towards the thicket where Lin Ke and Yunduo were concealed. Chewing on remnants of fungi, they flared their nostrils, their acute sense of smell detecting an unusual scent in the air. At that moment, Lin Ke had already taken Yunduo up a tall tree, perching on a branch over 20 meters above the ground, his keen sense of smell, sharper than that of the mushroom pigs, picked up the increasingly pungent odor of sulfur in the air in the forest. Heavy footsteps drew closer, the ground trembling slightly, accompanied by the crackling sound of breaking branches. The colossal creature, resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex, passed beneath the tree, its spiny tail swept against the trunk, stripping away a layer of bark. Just as the parasitic fungi attract foraging animals, the gathering of these animals inevitably attracts predatory giants. This exemplifies the brutal cycle of life in the hunter's world. Lin Ke, it's dangerous here. We should move quietly, Yunduo whispered from her perch on a branch. Let us observe first. It won't be so easy for the man-eater dragon to snatch its meal. If the opportunity arises, we may just take it down here, Lin Ke replied, gesturing reassuringly to Yunduo as he pushed aside the branches obstructing their view. He checked his weapons and gear in his backpack. To fulfill our mission, I've prepared something special. Soon, it will have a treat to savor in the mushroom grove. The mushroom pigs, positioned far below the man-eater dragon in the ecological hierarchy, chose not to flee, whether emboldened by their massive size or unwilling to abandon this bountiful feast. They began to dig into the ground with their sturdy forelegs, lowering their heads and presenting their hard, dome-like shells toward the approaching dragon. Undeterred by the size disparity, they boldly charged at the man-eater dragon. How brave, Lin Ke marveled from his vantage point. Yet, this was no wooden foe. Such an assault would scarcely faze the mighty beast. The man-eater dragon merely shifted its body slightly, delivering a powerful kick with its hind leg that sent the first charging mushroom pig tumbling. With a fluid motion, it turned and swung its formidable tail, colliding with the two pigs that followed, smashing them against the fungus-laden dead wood. After a swift 360-degree spin, the man-eater dragon opened its powerful jaws, filled with sharp teeth, and clamped down on the last charging mushroom pig, piercing through its thick layer of fat and into its robust muscle. The unfortunate creature struggled in the dragon's grip, emitting desperate grunts in the next instant. The man-eater dragon lifted the several-ton pig, swinging its neck from side to side, and Lin Ke, observing from the tree, could already envision the dragon's next move. Poor split-haired fellow. No. It was the giant pig. After a few vigorous shakes, the dragon brought the mushroom pig down with a tremendous crash. Boom. Lin Ke felt the tremor beneath him, even from dozens of meters away. The unfortunate giant mushroom pig was instantly silenced, meeting its end without a trace in this fleeting clash. One lay dead while three were injured, showcasing the man-eater dragon's dominance at the apex of the ancient forest's ecological niche. As the bloodied man-eater dragon prepared to feast upon the remaining 3 mushroom pigs, Lin Ke knew he could not stand idly by, for he too wished to sample their flavor. He retrieved a flashbang, disengaged the safety, and held it for 2 seconds before hurling it toward the beast. The fist-sized projectile flew in a straight line, exploding above the dragon's head. A blinding light erupted, temporarily blinding the man-eater dragon and depriving it of its sight. Unable to see, the dragon began thrashing its head and tail, wildly attacking everything in its vicinity. Deadwood splintered beneath its tail, and countless mushrooms were crushed underfoot. Meanwhile, the 3 surviving mushroom pigs rose from the ground, undeterred by danger, and charged at the man-eater dragon once more. One was struck and sent flying by the dragon's tail, while the remaining 2 pigs, like out-of-control bulldozers, collided with the dragon's flank. The tremendous force of the impact sent the man-eater dragon reeling, its massive body crashing down onto the soft, dark earth, sending mud and water splattering. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 pigs relentlessly butted their hard heads against the dragon's abdomen from his perch in the tree. Lin Ke also took advantage of the moment, retrieving a tube and expertly loading a rocket-propelled grenade, hoisting it onto his shoulder and aiming at the dragon's head as he pulled the trigger. In less than 40 meters, the rocket propelled quickly, striking the dragon's lower jaw. The conical explosive detonated upon impact, unleashing a searing jet of molten metal that tore through the man-eater dragon's jaw. The resounding explosion echoed through the forest, drowning out the dragon's anguished cries. Yunduo, covering her ears, witnessed the power of Lin Ke's weapon and couldn't help but recall the hunters of yore. Some among them wielded a weapon known as a crossbow, launching an explosive called armor-piercing grenade 3. With a power akin to this, the smoke and flames dissipated, revealing the man-eater dragon's head. They saw its entire lower jaw had been blown apart, hanging limply from its face, while its once closed mouth now gaped wide, missing half of its tongue due to the explosion. Lin Ke surveyed the scene with deep satisfaction, pulling from his backpack the secret weapon he had crafted the previous night specifically for the man-eater dragon. These were several black water moss balls. Water moss, symbiotic algae. Item quality, ordinary. Description, a unique moss that thrives in damp environments, containing moisture. It serves as an emergency water source and can also be used as a projectile to wash away the hardened shell from the bodies of mud dragons and soil dragons. Note, hitting a creature that dislikes water will provoke its ire. Last night, he had extracted all the water from the moss balls and soaked them in a cauldron, absorbing 3 liters of the black soup. If all this were to be forced down the man-eater dragon's throat, it would surely expel it. Yunduo, stay hidden in the tree. Lin Ke uttered a single phrase before leaping down from a tree towering over 20 meters high. Upon landing, he expertly absorbed the impact with the balls of his feet, bending his knees and rolling forward to mitigate the force of his descent. His formidable core strength and bone density ensured that this rapid descent from such heights resulted in no mishap. The hunter does not perish from a fall. Stepping boldly into the 40-meter range of the man-jaw dragon, Lin Ke grasped the ball with both hands, targeting the creature's gaping maw, which could not close. He hurled it repeatedly. 10 black water balls soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before plunging accurately into the dragon's throat, sliding down its esophagus into its stomach. However, as Lin Ke prepared to launch a few more grenades into the creature, the man-jaw dragon denied him the opportunity, rising once again. With a sudden lunge, its massive body charged sideways, employing the iron mountain tackle, and sent 2 large mushroom pigs flying. Its flared nostrils opened wide. The still-developing nasal wings quivered, and its small eyes bulged as it fixated on Lin Ke, emitting a piercing roar. Sparks erupted from its throat, and its dorsal membrane unfurled as the man-jaw dragon entered a state of fury. Transforming into a berserk creature, Lin Ke covered his ears. The dragon's roar was terrifying, nearly shattering his eardrums as he observed the colossal beast charging towards him. His scalp prickled, prompting him to sprint away. The dragon pursued with great strides, covering over 20 meters in a single second, while Lin Ke maintained a distance of just over 10 meters ahead. He accelerated as the beast surged forward and slowed when it did, carefully preserving a safe distance while leading it in circles around the mushroom field. He was biding time, waiting for the potion's effects to take hold. Cloud, hidden in the trees, covered her large eyes, peeking through a small gap between her claws, her worried gaze tracking Lin Ke's swift movements. Be careful. Meow. After 2 laps around the man-jaw dragon, Lin Ke noticed its speed gradually diminishing, yellow liquid dripping along its path. Once the dragon finally halted its massive form, a torrent of liquid sprayed behind it was utterly incapable of controlling the sphincter at its rear. Taha. It's working. Donning a mask, Lin Ke swiftly produced a grenade and hurled it. The man-jaw dragon, having experienced the potency of these small devices, unleashed a fiery breath from its throat, igniting 2 grenades mid-air. The shrapnel inflicted no damage upon the man-jaw dragon. However, the eruption of flames only intensified the chaos from behind. As a copious amount of foul, liquid excrement erupted from its posterior, with each step forward, the droppings it once used to mark its territory transformed into liquid, gushing forth. Its legs, supporting its hefty bulk, began to tremble. Roar! Lin Ke circled the man-jaw dragon, incessantly throwing grenades from a distance until it could no longer expel flames, extinguishing its fury. Only then did he retrieve a rocket launcher, racing to the side of the dragon to pull the trigger. The rocket, trailing a fiery tail, struck the dragon's spine, and upon detonation, flames dissipated, leaving behind only a few slender, bloodied skeletal remnants where its wing-like membranes had once been. Roar! The man-jaw dragon howled in agony. Retracting its flared nostrils and collapsing once more, Lin Ke dashed forward, tossing 2 grenades into its throat. But to his surprise, the dragon curled its tongue to block the entrance, swatting the grenades away. Damn, that walnut-sized brain is quite clever. Retreating swiftly to evade the explosion, Lin Ke unsheathed a one-handed sword. Wielding a shield in his right hand and the sword in his left, he charged at the dragon's head. Delivering a swift strike, clang, the sharp metallic sound echoed. Lin Ke's sword failed to penetrate the flesh, ricocheting violently instead. A ricochet. Is the meat still this tough? Undeterred, he slashed at other parts of the dragon's body, only managing to groom its fur and trim its scales, inflicting minimal damage. The few minor cuts did not even yield blood. Well, this novice weapon lacks the cutting power, while the prolonged state of fury extended the dragon's time on the ground. His futile attempts to slash only squandered precious moments. Observing the dragon's legs struggling to rise once more, Lin Ke resolved to leap atop its head, angling the sword's tip downward to thrust it forcefully into one of the dragon's eyes. Pop! A faint sound echoed as the blade pierced the eyeball but became lodged against the bony socket, unable to penetrate further due to its width. With one eye blinded, the man-jaw dragon stood, violently shaking its head in an attempt to dislodge Lin Ke. However, Lin Ke had already stowed his sword, clinging to the dragon's head, securing himself by grasping a few scales on one side of its skull while gripping the ruptured eye socket on the other. The dragon, realizing it could not shake off the tiny figure atop its head, extended its tongue outside its mouth in a futile attempt to lick him off, only to find its tongue severed and out of reach. While its short forelimbs proved ineffective, attempting to inhale for a roar, the air instead escaped uncontrollably from its rear. At that moment, the dragon turned its head toward the nearby forest, its remaining eye glinting with intent. As it lumbered toward a massive tree, dragging Lin Ke along. Look over here, meow. Unbeknownst to Cloud, she had climbed down from the tree and rushed toward the beast, hurling stones in an effort to divert the man-jaw dragon's attention, hoping to grant Lin Ke a chance to descend. Yet, the dragon ignored her, lowering its head to charge Lin Ke against the stout trunk. Don't meow. Thud. The tree shuddered, leaves cascading like rain. Cloud lowered her small head in despair, tears welling in her eyes and splattering onto the dark soil. Cloud, don't worry. I'm fine. You need to run far away. This monster is about to go berserk. Lin Ke's voice echoed from above. Cloud's face lit up with surprise as she raised her head, her teary vision catching sight of Lin Ke, who was precariously positioned on the side of the dragon with its blinded eye. Lin Ke had discerned the dragon's intent and had let go of one side of the scales, flipping down from the dragon's head to the other side, narrowly avoiding being crushed. Stay safe, meow. Watching Cloud scurry away, Lin Ke plunged one hand into the dragon's eye socket, gripping something and pulling forcefully. A shattered eyeball, roughly the size of a human head, tethered to a thick mass of bloody nerve tissue, was wrenched from the man-jaw dragon's socket. Roar! The anguished cry reverberated through the mushroom field. The excruciating pain drove the man-jaw dragon into a frenzy, crashing its body and head against the trees. Meanwhile, Lin Ke firmly gripped the cavernous eye socket to stabilize himself, Cheeks puffed as he swallowed the last remnants of bone broth, an invisible shield manifested at his surface, absorbing the relentless impacts. With his left hand securing the eye socket and his right hand wielding a hunting knife, Lin Ke drove his entire right arm into the dragon's eye socket, piercing through the skull. Swiftly swirling within the soft, fragile brain tissue, the terrifying vitality of the beast manifested here. Lin Ke felt as though he had completely pulverized the dragon's brain, yet the man-jaw dragon continued its rampage through the forest for over a minute before finally collapsing lifelessly. The hunter's innate skill in killing activated 2 crystal shards, one red and one white, each the size of a fist, fell from the man-jaw dragon's vacant eye socket. Quest: the fate of the vanquished, completed. Man-jaw dragon's life crystal bloodstone quality. Excellent. Superior. Description: a crystallization of the beast dragon's vigorous vitality. Consuming it can enhance current physical attributes by 2 points of strength. Man-jaw dragon's soul essence soul crystal quality. Excellent. Superior. Description: purged of wildness, ferocity, and other negative influences. It is the pure essence of spirit. By affixing the item to his forehead, one could enhance their current physical attributes by a point in spirit. He retrieved the remaining green water orbs and meticulously cleansed his bloodied and brain matter-stained arms. Just as Lin Ke stowed the bloodstone soul crystal he had collected into his backpack, a snow-white figure dashed towards him, and in an instant, darkness enveloped his vision, his face completely covered by soft, fluffy fur. Lin Ke felt an overwhelming sense of danger. It had truly been perilous moments ago. Yin Duo, with limbs wrapped tightly around him, resembled a large, face-hugging creature, clinging to Lin Ke's head. Hearing the tremor of tears in Yin Duo's voice, Lin Ke could only comfort her, stroking her back gently, and said in a deep, soothing tone, There, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Yin Duo, you are a brave ranger of the woods. You must be strong. Yin Duo was merely afraid that something might happen to him. I know my limits, but if you don't let go, I might suffocate. Meow. The emotional fluctuations of children are swift and fleeting. Under Lin Ke's comforting words, Yin Duo quickly regained her previous innocence and vivacity. Climbing up a large tree to stand watch over their surroundings, vigilant against any predators drawn by the scent of blood. Meanwhile, Lin Ke returned to the mushroom field, observing the 4 giant mushroom pigs that had previously restrained the manticore dragon. One had been crushed to death, while another lay motionless on the ground, having been struck by its tail. The 2 remaining giant mushroom pigs were sent sprawling to the ground by the manticore dragon's Iron Mountain strike. Blood still oozing from their mouths and noses, indicating their impending demise. Lin Ke had no choice but to use his small knife to pierce the eyes of the 2 pigs, putting an end to their suffering. The bloodstones and soul crystals obtained were merely a tenth of those from the manticore dragon. Though their quality was exquisite, if used by him, they would only serve to provide a momentary restoration of stamina and energy. It seemed that with the enhancement of his physical capabilities, he would need to hunt beasts far stronger than himself to acquire high-quality bloodstones and soul crystals that would augment his attributes. However, these 4 crystals should suffice to bolster the strength and spirit of other weaker beings. After collecting the crystals, Lin Ke drew out his knife and began to skin the prey. After all, the combined size of the 4 giant mushroom pigs and 1 manticore dragon was far too large. A mere 10 cubic meters of backpack space could not accommodate them all. He could only dismantle them on site and selectively harvest the best parts of the prey. Lin Ke spent over an hour preparing the pigs, filling his backpack with 3 cubic meters, having accumulated nearly 4 tons of meat. His yield had now escalated from kilograms to tons. Exiting the mushroom field, Lin Ke approached the lifeless manticore dragon. Despite delivering over 10 strikes with his one-handed sword, he could not inflict significant wounds on the armored hide. However, his small knife, with a blade over 10 centimeters long, effortlessly sliced through the seams in the realm of reality. This was indeed quite unscientific. He carved off several thick pieces of dragon hide adorned with hard scales, then cut open the dragon's abdomen to extract the flesh. After dismantling the robust leg meat and slicing off substantial portions of the tender chest and belly meat, he delved entirely into the manticore dragon's cavity, segmenting out long ribs. Finally, clutching the still warm flame pouch, he emerged, and then he cut off the dragon's tail meat, reputed to be the most delectable. From this 100-ton behemoth, he procured 9 tons of the finest meat, completely filling his backpack. Regrettably, such a massive creature yielded no precious gems. It was high time to establish a personal safe haven and construct a large cold storage facility. It felt wasteful to leave behind so much meat. Gazing at the enormous dragon heart on the ground, Lin Ke could not bear to abandon it. The manticore dragon's heart, a culinary ingredient of excellent quality, was described as the life source sustaining the giant beast, a veritable treasure trove of nutrients. He could not simply discard the ordinary quality ingredients in his backpack to make room for the dragon heart. Tossing out ingredients and forfeiting them due to lack of space were two entirely different matters. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ke took out a fist-sized blood crystal and bit into it. Despite its diamond-like hardness, it shattered upon contact with his teeth. Creak, creak. Much like biting into an apple, he quickly consumed the blood crystal in just a few bites. Instantly, a tremendous surge of life energy coursed through his limbs and bones. Under the influence of this life energy, Lin Ke's entire musculature evolved towards greater strength. His strength increased by 2, bringing his total to 12 points. And his body, now infused with such power, surged to a height of 2 meters. His clothes once again transformed into tattered rags. He bent down, arms positioned behind him to grasp the dragon heart's arteries. And with the aid of his legs and core, he hoisted the nearly ton-weight heart onto his shoulders. Let us go, Yin Duo. We must return to the Tree Hollow camp. Lin Ke, you've grown again. How impressive! As they gradually moved away, the remnants of their hunt would soon attract other carnivorous creatures, thunder dragons, thieving dragons, and transport ants. Upon their next visit, only pale skeletons would remain, outside the Tree Hollow camp. Lin Ke leaned against the dragon heart, while consuming large chunks of freshly roasted meat from his backpack. Beside him, Yin Duo clutched a piece of roasted dragon meat larger than her head. Eagerly tearing into it, they needed to quickly devour the ingredients in the backpack to make room for the dragon heart, as the humid forest environment was unsuitable for preserving fresh meat. The reason they didn't eat inside the camp was that Lin Ke, now larger, could no longer fit through the tree hollow. If his strength continued to increase and his size persisted in growing, he pondered, how would he ever find a partner? He wondered if there would be dishes in the chef profession that could shrink his size, as he contemplated while eating, once his stomach was satiated. Lin Ke spent 100 universal experience points, along with the 300 points earned from the quest reward, to elevate his hunter profession to level 4. He allocated the newly acquired free attribute point to his constitution, allowing his stomach contents to be digested rapidly, with his robust organs swiftly extracting the nutrient energy. His previously distended belly flattened once more. An enormous hunger pang followed suit. After refreshing his hunger, Lin Ke continued to consume the roasted meat until he was once again full. He then took out the soul crystal from the manticore dragon and pressed it against his forehead. A refreshing sensation enveloped his entire brain, enhancing his mental strength and expanding his perception range once again. However, his stomach did not diminish. The energy from the soul crystal completely compensated for the brain's nutritional demands. Now, his 4-dimensional attributes stood at Strength, 12, Agility, 11, Constitution, 11, Spirit, 11. It was only after both he and Yin Duo had consumed dozens of pounds of roasted meat, and the cooking station and refrigerator were stuffed with pork, that Lin Ke finally stowed the enormous dragon heart into his backpack. In the kitchen, chewing on the meat in his mouth and gazing at the overflowing kitchen of roasted pork chops. Lin Ke had no choice but to notify the 5 members of the man team and Chi-Wei to come and take away some of the meat. Having too much food was indeed bothersome. Looking at the over 10 tons of various meats in his backpack gave him a headache. Wouldn't he be stirring up smoke in the kitchen? He wondered what expression Gloria would have upon seeing this month's exorbitant electricity bill. After stowing the dragon heart, Lin Ke stood outside the Tree Hollow camp, examining the item he received as a reward for completing the first tier of the Azure Ascension quest. It appeared as a black rope fashioned into a circular noose. The ensnaring lasso, a hunter's tool of rare quality, was described as capable of ensnaring creatures that could not resist, thereby taming them as mounts for the hunter. The lasso was reusable, but could only control one life form at a time. Could a human also be considered a rideable creature? As Lin Ke pondered this, the system promptly generated a quest notification that a new system quest has been created. Selection of a mount. Description: use the item, the ensnaring lasso, to tame a rideable creature. Quest reward: 20 experience points and unlocking the mount slot. Intriguingly, a new quest involving mounts. The first thought that crossed Lin Ke's mind was of the fire dragon. It wasn't that he did not wish to ride stronger creatures, but given his current strength, he could only entertain the idea of targeting the flying dragon species. Nonetheless, the emergence of this item had planted a seed of ambition within him. In the future, he could possess an even more formidable and impressive mount. The lights ignited on the banks of the river of the underworld. Are you now a ghostly lantern or a ghostly crimson? If you have already successfully transformed, then the title of ghostly crimson may no longer suit your rank. You should be referred to as the Crimson Dragon, the true Crimson Emperor. As he fantasized about riding atop the divine being, showcasing his prowess with a burst of crimson brilliance. Lin Ke felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, the mere thought sending waves of exhilaration coursing through him. He set a resolute goal, to become the man who rides the red dragon. However, before that, he needed to experiment with the peculiar artifact in his possession. Glancing at the nearby cloud, which lay sprawled on the ground with a round, full belly, Lin Ke quickly dismissed the idea. He ventured into the forest, locating a tall tree, and with a combination of hands and feet, he skillfully climbed to the top, expending considerable effort to reach a height of over 100 meters. He pondered the prospect of procuring a few drones in the cyber world to facilitate his search for items. Clinging to the slender branches beneath him, Lin Ke surveyed the verdant expanse of the forest that stretched for hundreds of miles in all directions. Soon enough, he spotted several dark figures soaring in the eastern sky, approximately 10 kilometers away. That's the one, he decided. Swiftly descending the tree, Lin Ke scooped up the still digesting cloud, positioning its plump belly forward, and fashioned a makeshift harness from the tattered cloth hanging from his body, securing the creature to his chest. With his leg muscles coiling with energy, he dashed through the jungle with remarkable speed, exceeding 30 meters per second. Navigating through the underbrush and leaping over fallen trunks, nothing could impede his velocity. He resembled a humanoid supercar capable of accelerating to 100 kilometers in merely half a second. While the cloud, nestled in the plushest seat, became the navigator of this extraordinary vehicle. Meow, too fast. I feel like I'm going to be sick. 20 minutes later, Lin Ke and the cloud reached their target after traversing 10 kilometers of dense forest. If it weren't for the cloud's comfort, he could have halved that time. He unfastened the harness, placing the now limp cloud on his back, and crouched low, using the underbrush for cover as he advanced over 100 meters. Observing the dragons circling above the treetops, he discreetly retrieved a flashbang. Flight dragon, small dragon quality, ordinary description, a creature fond of the scattered walnuts from fruit trees. It can be suspended by ropes from its claws and is capable of flight. Using a flashbang doesn't seem like a wise choice, Lin Ke thought, tucking the device away and spotting some walnut kernels in the corner of his backpack, a plan forming in his mind. After hiding among the bushes for 5 minutes, he produced a handful of roasted walnut kernels. Ordinary roasted walnut kernels quality, ordinary description. The aroma disperses, attracting creatures within a certain range that enjoy walnuts. He munched on a few savory snacks before scattering the walnuts in front of him. Within a 10-meter radius, as long as a flight dragon was drawn down, he could swiftly pounce and subdue it with a harness. The enticing scent of the walnuts wafted upward, soon luring 3 flight dragons to the ground to feast. Locking his eyes on one of the dragons, which had a wingspan of nearly 4 meters. Lin Ke tensed his thigh muscles and, with a powerful leap, launched himself forward like a predatory cheetah. The 2 startled dragons flapped their wings and cawed in alarm as they ascended into the sky. The largest flight dragon, however, found itself pinned down by Lin Ke, its head restrained while he stepped on its membranous wings, rendering it immobile. Gripping its parrot-like beak with one hand, he deftly looped the harness around its neck. Gah! The dragon, previously struggling, suddenly fell silent. Task completed, he earned 20 experience points and unlocked the mount section. Disembarking from the dragon, Lin Ke circled around it as it gathered its wings and pecked at the nuts on the ground. With a mere thought, the flight dragon vanished from sight, absorbed into the mount section. Name: Lin Ke. Age: 20. Identity: player dimensional backpack, 10 cubic meters. Equipment section: subdermal armor, greed cauldron, brain implant. Mount section: flight dragon. Universal talent: Eye of civilized truth. Physical attributes: strength, 12. Agility, 11. Constitution, 11. Spirit, 11. Evaluation: you seem to have drifted even further from the realm of humans. in the apartment atop skyscraper H4. Lin Ke stared in astonishment at the mount section on his player information panel, having assumed that mounts were restricted by profession. In the living room, he attempted to summon his mount in the cyber world. A burst of brilliance flickered before fading, revealing a flight dragon, towering above him. Crouched on the tiled floor, its wings folded that it pecked at the hard tiles a few times, tilting its head and staring at Lin Ke with its beady eyes. As if to ask, "Where are my nuts?" He retrieved some nuts from his backpack to feed the dragon from another world. An idea sparked in his mind as the dragon pecked at the nuts in his palm. He untied the harness from its neck. When the flight dragon did not vanish back to its original realm, he quickly reattached the harness. Haha, this is intriguing, truly fascinating. The corners of Lin Ke's mouth curled upwards uncontrollably. Was this a clever exploitation of the system, or did it inherently permit such actions? He severed a green vine from the tree, tugging at it with strong arms until it wouldn't break, then secured one end to the dragon's claw. The other end he wrapped around his left wrist, gripping it tightly. Lin Ke then gestured to the cloud. "Let us go, little cloud. We're heading back to the stars." At the mention of this, the cloud's eyes sparkled with excitement. It leaped effortlessly onto Lin Ke's shoulder. "We're flying home." In the days when hunters roamed the land, the cloud often witnessed them riding flight dragons into the forest to hunt and gather, feeling envious of those who could soar through the skies atop the hunters' backs. But back then, the cloud was young, and the elder chief forbade it from joining the hunters after their departure. It never had the chance to experience the sensation of flight. Now, however, the cloud could perch on Lin Ke's shoulders and ascend into the azure sky. "Take off," instructing the cloud to hold on tightly. Lin Ke commanded the flight dragon, its neck adorned with the harness. Gaga. Upon receiving the command, the dragon spread its wings, creating a gust of wind as it took to the skies, the vine snapping taut. Soaring into the air, the flight dragon flapped its membranous wings vigorously, generating enough lift to gradually elevate Lin Ke and the cloud, who together weighed over 100 kilograms, off the ground. They pierced through the canopy. Soaring above the treetops, pointing toward the stars, the pair ventured into the new continent, experiencing their first flight. Beneath them lay an endless sea of trees, above them an infinite expanse of blue sky. The strong wind rushed against Lin Ke's slightly longer hair. With no obstacles in sight, his vision opened up almost boundlessly. The cloud clung tightly to Lin Ke's shoulder, its round eyes struggling to remain open against the wind. Yet it radiated uncontainable excitement. This is the feeling of flight. Meow. This is the aspiration of terrestrial beings, liberated from the grip of gravity, soaring toward the azure sky. This is freedom. Lin Ke urged the flight dragon to ascend higher. But the dragon responded with two caws, indicating its reluctance to obey the command. High altitudes belong to the realm of kings. Flying higher was fraught with peril. Lin Ke deciphered the warning in the dragon's cries. The threat of fire dragons, perhaps. The flight regulations of the new continent. This illusory freedom that it appears that from the ground to the sky, wherever life thrives and distinctions of strength exist, absolute freedom remains an elusive concept. The return journey unfolded without any unforeseen incidents. Suspended in the sky for half an hour, Lin Ke and Yun Duo traversed the distance that had taken them over 4 hours yesterday. Finally beholding the grand ship perched atop the highest cliffs by the sea, the command to descend was issued. As their feet touched the solid, robust wooden floor, they landed in the designated area. Lin Ke untangled the vines from the talons of his flying wyvern, allowing it to seek its own sustenance, unconcerned about how far it might wander. After all, through the reins, he could sense the wyvern's location. Summoning it back to his side with ease, disregarding the spatial distance, together with Yun Duo, he approached the ancient tree. The elder of the giant tree remained unchanged, leaning on his staff while donned in a coarse linen garment. Seated in the shade of the tree, with diligent descendants bustling about behind him. Elder Chief, we no longer need to fear Onganafu. We can venture out to gather and hunt," exclaimed Yun Duo, bounding excitedly to convey this splendid news to the elder of the giant tree. Little Yun Duo, have you discovered a path to circumvent the territory of the barbaric jaw dragon? The elder inquired kindly. Gazing at the lively Yun Duo with a smile. No, Lin Ke is incredibly formidable. He is as powerful as those hunters, having vanquished Onganafu near the mushroom field. What? Startled, The elder swiftly rose from his seated position. Turning to face the approaching Lin Ke, "You defeated Onganafu." "Indeed, it was a fortuitous encounter, and I seized the opportunity to eliminate it," Lin Ke replied nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. However, the elder's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he confirmed the news multiple times. He then summoned over 10 felines from the tree and, alongside Yunduo, expressed their profound gratitude through the ancient customs of the insect cage tribe. "Thank you for avenging the children who perished at the jaws of Onganafu. The insect cage tribe shall remember your kindness." The display of gratitude made Lin Ke feel somewhat bashful. Consequently, he produced a segment of dragon tail, adorned with scales and barbs, weighing over 100 kilograms. "Tonight's main dish will be roasted barbaric jaw dragon tail, to bolster everyone's spirits. What do you think, Elder?" "That sounds splendid. I shall eat until I can no longer fit another morsel." Roasted dragon tail meat quality. Excellent description. Consuming this will grant a moderate boost to strength and a slight boost to stamina. Lasting 4 hours, as night fell, with 3 layers of stars above. The cats of the mountain pavilion gathered around Lin Ke, celebrating the bountiful harvest with joyous dances before indulging in large chunks of roasted dragon tail meat. Seated on a stone bench, Lin Ke caressed the purring Yunduo beside him with his left hand while savoring the succulent, juicy roasted dragon tail with his right, but he sighed, reflecting on the arduous path ahead. It seemed that rare-level dishes, much like those in the world of Monster Hunter, required a variety of high-quality ingredients for cooking. "Perhaps I will explore the forest tomorrow," Lin Ke mused, turning to Yunduo. "Are there any plants in this forest that possess flavors such as salty, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, or numbing?" "Sour, spicy, numbing. What do those flavors taste like, meow?" "I don't know," replied Yunduo with a youthful lilt from Lin Ke's right side. "Sour is when you want to swallow after tasting it, while spicy is the opposite, causing your mouth to sting and salivate. As for numbing." Lin Ke turned to look at Yunduo, and his hand's motion slowed. "If Yunduo is on my right, then who am I petting with my left hand?" "Don't stop, it feels quite pleasant," came the elderly voice of the giant tree chief from Lin Ke's left. His hand froze mid-motion. "Keep scratching for a bit longer. I am somewhat familiar with those flavors you mentioned. All right," Lin Ke replied, his mouth twitching before continuing the scratching motion. In the past, hunters would gather peculiar plants and fruits with strange flavors from the forest, which they referred to as spices. The following morning, Yunduo, along with the other cats, dashed out at dawn, plunging into the ancient forest as a scout for the insect cage tribe. Yunduo relied on her keen sense of smell and agility to scout paths and warn her kin of lurking predators during their gathering and hunting excursions. Lin Ke also entrusted these outgoing cats with the task of collecting honey for him, with the dual support of being both a benefactor and a provider for the insect cage tribe. His modest request was readily accepted by the cats. Ascending to the first layer of stars, Lin Ke resecured the vines to the talons of the flying wyvern, bidding farewell to the giant tree chief as he took flight toward the rising sun. Directing the wyvern toward the eastern expanse of the ancient forest, the wyvern's speed in the air was not particularly swift. Its wing beats covered distances comparable to Lin Ke's maximum running speed on the ground, traversing hundreds of kilometers in an hour. Yet, this same speed and distance afforded the advantage of circumventing various terrains and obstacles that would hinder ground travel. There was no need to scale mountains, navigate treacherous terrains, or cross rivers. A direct path could be maintained, minimizing detours. However, after hanging in the air for an extended period, Lin Ke felt the strain in his arms and contemplated fashioning a suspension ring. Akin to those in Monster Hunter, to relieve the pressure, he resolved to seek a larger mount to ride, as dangling beneath a mount could hardly compare to the comfort of riding atop a dragoness back. After meandering through the sky for over an hour, the scenery began to shift ahead. Towering trees became sparser. The terrain transitioned from flat to rugged. From above, Lin Ke observed an increase in streams and rivers, while the expanse of low shrubs and thickets grew in the distance. His keen eyes, sharp as an eagle's, discerned several enormous black anthills resembling mountains, alongside an expanse of barren sandy land. This was the Great Anthill Wasteland. Not choosing to press further, Lin Ke opted for a winding river below, directing the wyvern to descend gently, for he had reached his destination. This locale marked the boundary between the ancient forest and the Great Anthill Wasteland, a narrow transitional zone spanning thousands of square kilometers. Due to its location between two distinctly different ecological environments, the climate here was variable, with a diverse terrain that combined forests, wetlands, and sandy hills, housing a rich array of flora and fauna. Additionally, influenced by the ice-cursed dragon, many creatures from the heart of the ancient tree had migrated here, leading to a plethora of species and biological diversity. Most of the spices frequently gathered by hunters, as mentioned by the giant tree chief, thrived in this region. After securing the winged wyvern in the mount stable, Lin Ke stood by the river, merely 6 meters wide, twisting his waist and stretching his limbs to relieve the tension in his body. After hanging in the air for over an hour, his arms felt slightly sore, and his feet were mildly numb. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to recover quickly after just a few minutes of rest. "All right, let the foraging journey begin," Lin Ke declared, unleashing his formidable perception that spanned a 15-meter radius. He walked along the riverbank, his mind racing with images of the various lush plants lining the banks. His objective was to locate the seasoning plants that matched the elder's description. After walking merely 30 meters, Lin Ke came to a halt. He sidled over to a spot just 10 meters from the riverbank and retrieved an acorn shovel used by Elu. Digging around a green plant approximately half a meter tall, the shovel swung with a swift arc, unearthing heaps of black soil. Beneath the verdant foliage, the roots and tubers of plants protruded slightly from the dark soil, revealing a hint of yellowish exterior. The excavation reached nearly a meter deep. The soil transitioned from loose to compact, and only then did the swollen tubers beneath the green plants emerge halfway. Lin Ke continued to dig down another half-meter, feeling satisfied with the depth before retracting his spade. Gripping the top of the root plant with both hands, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, shifting his weight back and exerting a powerful tug. With a resounding crack, the immense force severed the fibrous roots entangled deep within the earth. As he fell backward, he successfully unearthed the colossal tuber buried beneath the surface. Gently brushing away the remnants of black soil from its surface, the yellowish exterior became visible, its oval shape reminiscent of an oversized potato magnified 100-fold. Gazing at the nearly 40-pound behemoth now cradled in his hands, tears of joy welled in his eyes. The quality of the tuber was undeniable, a superb specimen, deeply buried underground, rich in vitamins, proteins, and carbohydrates, surpassing that of other vegetables and fruits. A truly comprehensive source of nourishment. After reading the information provided by the Eye of Truth, Lin Ke blinked in astonishment. He used a small knife to peel away the earthy skin, revealing the yellow flesh within. Crunch! He took a hearty bite. It was incredibly tough. Lin Ke felt as though he were gnawing on a stone. His steel-hard teeth only scraped away a thin layer of the inner flesh. The texture was indeed rather firm. This potato could certainly be ground into flour. Did this mean he had unlocked the potential for making pasta, steamed buns, dumplings, noodles, always consuming meat? It was time for a change in palate. Lin Ke, with a hint of surprise on his face, stowed the large potato away. He then wandered nearby, where those deeply buried tubers were rendered visible under the powerful coverage of his perception. After unearthing 3 more sizable potatoes, Lin Ke decided to cease his digging. Several hundred pounds of potatoes would suffice for now. His primary objective for this expedition was to gather seasoning plants, not to fill his backpack with potatoes, which had only just begun to have some space freed up. Continuing along the riverbank towards the flowing waters, Lin Ke's perception revealed an abundance of fish, shrimp, and shellfish in the gently meandering waters. However, they were of ordinary quality. While occasionally indulging was acceptable, he only caught a few to add to his backpack as he ambled along. The ever-present allure of novel plants compelled Lin Ke to gather more specimens. His heart raced at the sight of various flora: the heartfall mushroom, detox herb, blue mushroom, paralysis fungus, and flowing grass. Although these items were not culinary staples, his advanced soup-making skills could effectively incorporate them into his cooking. Consequently, the already limited space in his backpack became filled with numerous hunting-related ingredients. He could not afford to collect any more. Suppressing this inexplicable desire to gather, he decided to focus solely on culinary seasonings for the remainder of his journey. In such an expansive forest, why were there no sounds of other birds or beasts? Lin Ke scrutinized the dense thickets flanking the riverbank. Apart from the occasional chirping of insects, he had yet to encounter any traces of other wildlife. How peculiar. Following the river, he eventually emerged from the thicket, where the air became noticeably more humid. Standing on a steep incline, He noticed the terrain ahead suddenly flattening out. Before him, multiple streams converged, their rippling waters forming a vast expanse of wetland grassland. With the underbrush no longer obstructing his view, his sight expanded dramatically. Underneath the azure sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, flocks of birds flitted about, rising and falling in pursuit of insects that eye in the distance. Several large herds of herbivorous dragons grazed peacefully across the grassy plains, the ample waters of the wetland providing abundant sustenance. Lin Ke focused his gaze on a group of over 10 herbivorous dragons. Varying in size, leisurely munching on the lush grass thriving in the wetlands. Herbivorous dragons. One could only imagine the delightful flavor of their meat. The flesh of herbivores likely had a superior texture compared to that of carnivores. And as a staple source of meat in the hunter's world, it was bound to be delectable. Now, as a foodie in this realm, Lin Ke was eager to sample the taste of herbivorous dragon meat. Prompting him to take action, he descended the steep slope. Moving closer to the dragon herd, he stepped into the waist-high grassland. Countless birds concealed within the foliage erupted into flight, swirling above him in a cacophony of chirps. Peach source bird, quality, ordinary, description, a domestically reared avian species, adorned with abundant pink feathers, notable for its round eyes and heart-shaped face. The delightful peach-hued plumage conceals tender, delectable flesh. Under the coverage of his perception, he discerned over 100 nests hidden within the nearly 1,000-square-meter grassland, many of which had already hatched their chicks, whose relentless peeping rivaled the noise of the birds above, ducking to avoid a descending white projectile. Lin Ke collected over 10 lifeless, intact eggs before hastening away from the nesting area of the peach source birds. If his backpack had any remaining space upon leaving, he might catch a few for tasting. Surely, the cloud would enjoy avian meat, considering he was part bird himself. With this thought in mind, he pressed on, approaching the herbivorous dragon herd. However, he suddenly halted, noticing several plants distinct from the grassy surroundings. Parting the nearby grass, he carefully uprooted the peculiar green specimens. Dozens of slender roots connected to robust white stalks, culminating in hollow, cone-shaped green leaves adorned with a small white flower at the tip. These plants bore a striking resemblance to flowering scallions. Lin Ke brought one of the pristine white stalks to his nose and inhaled deeply. A sharp, pungent aroma assaulted his nostrils, intense enough to induce a sneeze. The scent was overwhelmingly onion-like. Observing the scallions in his grasp, the following description materialized. Rod scallion. Quality, ordinary. Description, the stalks are crisp and tender, with a spicy flavor that enhances the digestion and absorption of protein when paired with meat. He decided to take a few photographs for his collection. Stowing the rod scallions away, Lin Ke crouched low and continued his approach toward the herbivorous dragons, collecting every rod scallion he encountered along the way. When he was within 50 meters of the dragon herd, he retrieved a single-handed sword from his backpack. Fixing his gaze on a medium-sized herbivorous dragon standing 2 meters tall, he prepared for action. Herbivorous dragon, quality, ordinary, description, a gregarious herbivorous creature that flees in panic at the slightest hint of danger. Gathering his strength, he charged forward. His sturdy form became a swift, dark line, as the grass was trampled underfoot. Carving a straight path through the verdant in less than 2 seconds, Lin Ke had plunged into the midst of the dragon herd. Before the dragons could react, he raised his sword and struck downwards. A shadow flashed, and flesh and bone were cleaved in twain. The herbivorous dragon he had targeted met its demise, a gaping wound opening at its neck, its blood vessels severed without a hint of agony. He collected 2 crystals that fell from the gash. The lifeless body of the dragon crumpled to the ground. The remaining members of the herd finally reacted, scattering in alarm and fleeing deeper into the grasslands. Stowing away the crystals and his sword, Lin Ke knelt to slice open the dragon's abdomen. Beginning to harvest the glossy, tender red meat, he cut through the connective tissue and severed tendons. The vibrant flesh twitched slightly. Just then, amidst the chaotic bird calls, he detected a faint rustling of grass. Though subtle, the sound emanated from dozens of locations simultaneously. Something's amiss. Lin Ke quickly stowed the first piece of dragon meat into his backpack. His leg muscles coiled. He leaped nearly 6 meters into the air, adjusting his body to face the source of the noise. Suspended in midair, he caught a fleeting glimpse of numerous green creatures darting from the distant thicket. Plunging into the wetland grassland and sending flocks of birds into a frenzied flight. In a mere glance, he noticed hundreds of tracks spreading from the thicket onto the plains. Thieving dragons? How could there be so many? A little over 100 meters in front of him, more than a dozen tracks in the grass were rapidly approaching his position. Beneath the blades of grass, the creature advancing towards him was adorned with yellow-green scales, patterned in lines from head to tail, standing over a meter tall and measuring more than 3 meters in length, resembling an enlarged green iguana. However, while the green iguana primarily feeds on vegetation, this creature was decidedly carnivorous. Did it perceive me as an easy target, coming to seize my prey, or did it intend to devour me as well? In that fleeting moment of contemplation, as gravity tugged him downward, Lin Ke retrieved his submachine gun. Disengaging the safety, he leaped once more into the air. Suspended in midair, he lowered the gun's muzzle and pulled the trigger at the approaching raptor. Bang, bang, bang. The searing metal bullets erupted from the muzzle, tearing through swathes of grass, shattering scales accompanied by a splatter of blood, as several raptors at the forefront fell to the ground, struck down. The remaining raptors, witnessing this, hastily halted and veered off to the sides, circumventing Lin Ke's position, heading towards an area teeming with herbivorous dinosaurs. Standing firm with his submachine gun, Lin Ke was intrigued as to why so many raptors had congregated for a hunt. When the distant forest provided the answer, towering trees swayed violently, and low shrubs were utterly crushed as a colossal creature emerged from the thicket, charging towards him with the force to uproot mountains and topple trees. Lin Ke's expression momentarily froze. Before shifting dramatically, he quickly released his pterosaur and commanded it to ascend. Only after soaring hundreds of meters into the sky did he gaze downward at the enormous beast crawling across the grassland. If the raptor resembled an enlarged green iguana, then the creature on the prairie was a raptor magnified hundreds of times. This gargantuan beast, from head to tail, was estimated to be at least 40 meters long. Its weight in the hundreds of tons as it traversed the prairie, leaving deep claw marks and traces over 10 meters wide in its wake. The verdant vegetation was completely pressed into the earth. Its immense size imparted a staggering sense of visual oppression. The yellow-green scales shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Adorning its massive head and broad back were clusters of fleshy tufts resembling dreadlocks, evenly splayed from the center and cascading to either side, nearly dragging on the ground. Lin Ke felt that his own 2-meter height and 100-kilogram weight paled in comparison to just a single dangling tuft of this behemoth. Was this the center-parted brother? Its dimensions dwarfed even the formidable raptor king by several folds. What had it consumed? His eyes fixated on the massive creature below, which had just devoured his prey. As a character appeared in his vision, elite raptor, quality, excellent. Description: the leader of the raptor pack, a voracious predator known as the fierce jackal dragon, an exceptionally unique, battle-hardened individual within its species. It has attained a tremendous increase in size due to consuming another battle-hardened individual under the influence of mysterious energy. As he read the system's description, a bolt of realization struck Lin Ke. Good heavens, it truly had consumed something extraordinary, a battle-hardened individual that could amplify its size. This colossal raptor must have swallowed that battle-hardened raptor king along with the ether crystal, suspended high in the air. Lin Ke's perspective widened. Below, he observed over 100 raptors forming an orderly line, driving dozens of herbivorous dinosaurs from various directions, herding them towards the gigantic raptor. This enormous creature, moving with an unexpected speed for its colossal bulk, barreled through the herd of herbivores, effortlessly dispatching them with its sheer weight. One unfortunate raptor, unable to evade in time, was crushed into the mud beneath the weight of the colossal raptor. Lin Ke watched as the gigantic raptor pivoted, opened its massive jaws, and snatched up an herbivore that had been crushed to death, tilting its head back to swallow it whole, then repeating the action. The combined weight of the several herbivores consumed was easily in the tens of tons. Yet the creature's abdomen only slightly bulged. Roar. The roar, laden with hunger, spurred the raptor pack to reassemble and continue driving herbivores from all corners of the prairie. Lin Ke remained suspended 100 meters in the air, his eyes wide as he observed the gigantic raptor continuously devouring dozens of herbivores until its belly was distended like a balloon, before finally ceasing its feast and lumbering back toward the forest, creating a wider beast path on the prairie. Not a morsel was left for the younger ones. Such insatiable greed and terrifying appetite. Surely it could swallow an entire manticore in one go. As he watched the colossal figure of the raptor nearing the forest, Lin Ke directed his pterosaur to follow, intending to ascertain the location of its lair, hoping to avoid it in the future. Yet, just as the gigantic raptor entered the forest, it tilted its head back and unleashed a torrent of foul-smelling yellow acid, mingled with undigested chunks of meat, soaring 100 meters into the sky. Goodness, an anti-aircraft gun. Lin Ke was relieved he hadn't ventured too close. Otherwise, he would have been struck down alongside his pterosaur. Beneath him, numerous raptors gathered around the piles of meat ejected by the colossal raptor, eagerly feasting to prevent the creature from launching another barrage of meat chunks. Lin Ke commanded his pterosaur to ascend several dozen more meters, following the wide beast path carved through the forest. He trailed the greedy giant, which crawled with its swollen belly concealed beneath the branches of the leaves. He had not followed for long. After hanging in the air for over 10 minutes, he arrived above a barren mountain. The hill, composed of gray rock, jutted out from the ground, its hard, rocky terrain devoid of towering trees. With the obstruction of trees removed, Lin Ke could clearly see the large cave at the foot of the barren mountain, slowly engulfing the gigantic raptor's massive body. Only when the last segment of its long tail vanished into the cave's shadow did he shift his gaze, observing the small excavated burrows around the cave. Evidently clawed out, these small burrows surrounded the immense cave, haphazardly arranged at the base of the rock. The cursory glance revealed dozens of them. He watched as raptors emerged from the burrows, darting into the surrounding thicket, while others, clutching prey in their jaws, scurried toward the caves. Some carried small game, such as rabbits, forest geckos, or the fledglings of the tien birds. Others worked together to drag larger prey, such as young herbivorous dinosaurs or the meat chunks expelled earlier by the gigantic raptor. They uniformly piled these offerings at the entrances of the burrows, then issued a couple of calls towards some of the burrows, eliciting immediate responses from within. More juvenile raptors, each less than a meter in length, emerged from the cave, surrounding the hunting raptors and eagerly gnawing at the food brought back. The sheer number of these juveniles completely overwhelmed the offerings brought back by the adults. There must have been 200 or 300 of them. Suspended in the air, Lin Ke observed the small white mound formed from countless tiny bones at the mountain's edge, then turned his gaze to the massive raptor congregation at the foot of the barren mount. He stifled the urge to drop a grenade onto the ravenous young raptors, managing a wry smile. With such a large raptor population residing here, the smaller creatures of the forest were likely on the brink of extinction. Explaining why he had seen none along his journey, it seemed that this battle-hardened raptor king had either driven away or consumed the larger predators in the vicinity. After all, according to the ecological norms of monster hunting, the manticore would pilfer raptor eggs, while the thunder dragon would glide through the trees to prey on raptors, and even manticores themselves would hunt the larger raptors. But now, with this battle-hardened raptor king reigning supreme in the absence of natural enemies, the raptor population was bound to expand unchecked, ultimately devastating the ecosystem in this area. One wondered if this forest could spawn a more powerful dragon beast to deal with this battle-hardened raptor king. Yet, there were likely not many formidable dragon beasts in the entirety of the new continent capable of taking down this colossal raptor. Lin Ke surveyed the surroundings from his lofty perch. He found no signs of large flying dragon species in the skies above. In the past, while hunting, he would often be interrupted by such creatures swooping down. Now, in this situation, he couldn't help but wonder where that world police was to drop a few bombs. Mark this lair of the thieving dragon. Lin Ke's mind swirled with thoughts as he commanded his pterosaur to return to the wetland grasslands. This moment, the sun had ascended to its zenith, indicating it was indeed midday. His primary task for the day remained the continued search for spice plants. If necessary, he could wait until his chef profession reached level 15 and his hunter profession hit level 10 before returning to maintain the forest's ecology. The audacity to steal from a hunter's prey would not be forgotten. Lin Ke's memory was not short. The herbivorous dragon from which he had only taken a portion of belly meat before being devoured by the great thieving dragon would linger in his mind for years. Once his strength increased, he would seek retribution. Chef Chinsure ingredient quality. Common description: water celery, growing near wetland water sources, possesses a unique flavor and rich aroma. It is known to lower blood pressure, clear liver heat, and alleviate pain and cough, making it a dual-purpose medicinal vegetable. Ghost onion ingredient quality. Common description: a root vegetable thriving by the lakeside. Tender yet with a spicy, stimulating juice, it aids digestion and possesses antibacterial properties. Fortune smiled upon Lin Ke as he discovered 2 types of ingredients along the lakeshore of the wetland. Coupled with the previously found green onions, he had identified 3 potential seasoning ingredients within this wetland grassland. Now, his task was to gather a more substantial quantity based on the growth habits of these ingredients. As time transitioned from midday to evening, Lin Ke traversed a significant portion of the wetland, gathering dozens of kilograms of each ingredient. Under the golden hues of the setting sun, he gazed at his well-stocked backpack, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Today had indeed been a fruitful day. Noticing that time was slipping away, he planned to locate another herbivorous dragon's nest, procure an egg, and hunt a few peach source birds to enrich his ingredient stock before concluding his foraging journey. The ingredients that could not fit in his backpack would be bundled in a piece of clothing and hung on his person for the journey back to the stars, tracking the herds of herbivorous dragons across the grassland. Lin Ke stumbled upon 3 dragon nests piled with hay, yet found no eggs within. It was not until he approached the 4th nest that he finally discovered 4 still warm dragon eggs. Observing that the dragon herd had not yet returned, he spread a piece of clothing over the hay pile, grasped a dragon egg weighing several dozen kilograms, and carefully placed it atop, forming a bundle. One-handedly carrying the bundle, he exited the dragon nest and summoned his pterosaur from the mount pen, grasping the vine to take flight, intending to hunt a few more peach source birds by the edge of the wetland grasslands. However, just as he prepared to land at the wetland's edge, the grass below erupted with numerous trails, and the distant forest began to sway. Could it be? Not again. Hadn't they just consumed dozens of herbivorous dragons at noon? That was hundreds of tons of meat. Watching the hungry beasts emerge from the grass, devouring the herbivorous dragons, Lin Ke found it increasingly intolerable. He had assumed these beasts would return to their lair after their midday feast, at least resting for 10 days to half a month to digest their meals. Much like a python. After all, both creatures swallowed their food whole, and in appearance, this great thieving dragon was merely a 4-legged version of a python. Yet, now observing the vast creature on the grassland below, its belly already having shrunk, he realized it had an insatiable appetite, needing at least 2 meals a day, each consisting of dozens of herbivorous dragons. With such voracity, the several dragon herds numbering in the thousands of herbivorous dragons on this wetland grassland would likely be completely depleted within a month if he returned to this wetland then. Frustrated, Lin Ke secured the bundle to his back, drew out a tube, and suspended in midair, loaded it with ammunition before pulling the trigger, launching a rocket at the great thieving dragon below. Boom! The rocket struck the enormous head of the thieving dragon, comparable in size to a small 2-story villa, with precision, resulting in a thunderous explosion that erupted in a flurry of sparks. Surrounding the blast site, several large, pot-lid-sized yellow-green scales were dislodged by the shockwave, revealing a thick layer of white membrane beneath its flesh. As the dust settled, the surface of this white membrane appeared only slightly charred by the flames. There was no blood. Was this even considered a breach of defense? Lin Ke's expression of rage faltered as he witnessed the damage inflicted by the rocket. The great thieving dragon merely swayed its massive head slightly, its eyes, larger than a human's, not even glancing upward. It felt akin to tossing a firecracker at someone's head and singeing a few strands of hair. World Quest triggered. Azure Ascent. The fury on Lin Ke's face quickly transformed into surprise. Just yesterday, he had painstakingly defeated that fierce jaw dragon, completing the first stage of the task, and now, barely 24 hours later, he was entangled in a mainline quest. However, the conditions for triggering this world quest were rather unfriendly. Did it mean he would have to recklessly engage with any large creature he encountered in the future? After gathering his thoughts, Lin Ke opened the quest panel to review the details. This triggering mode could only be tested at noon. Quest: The Price of Greed. Stage 2. Quest description: A great thieving dragon that has consumed an otherworldly energy crystal, radiated by the light of the ether, has undergone a transformation. As its size rapidly increases, so too does its appetite. Greed is endless, and its hunger knows no bounds. Such a ferocious feeding behavior has reached a point of ecological devastation, provoking discontent among hunters. Slaughter is also a form of balance. If you've eaten everything, then what shall I eat? Please utilize the means of a hunter to hunt down this gluttonous behemoth. Quest rewards: 2,000 profession experience points, 1 backpack space, and a divine mechanism 1. The experience points were over 3 times that of the first stage task. Additionally, an increase in backpack space was a welcome boon. The larger the backpack, the better. Lin Ke's face radiated with delight at the rewards until he reached the last item. The divine mechanism. Was it akin to the reins of enslavement as a profession tool? Though he was uncertain of its effects, the name struck a familiar chord, reminiscent of something he had heard before. Godslayer? Chimin Dunjia? Ah, never mind. He would discover its nature once the task was completed. Suspended at an altitude of roughly 150 meters, Lin Ke resolved to retain his mental acuity and observe the task target below. Devising a hunting strategy was of utmost importance. His gaze fixated on the great, thieving dragon below. Now bloated and satiated, as he scrutinized its every detail at that moment, Lin Ke noted that the area atop the dragon's head, where it had been struck by the rocket, had diminished in size by half. Zooming in, he could see that the edges of the white membrane were regrowing new yellow-green scales at a visible rate. That it appeared that the ether crystal not only enlarged the great thieving dragon's body, but exponentially enhanced its life force and regenerative speed. Given the regeneration speed he observed, it would take no more than 3 to 4 minutes for the slight damage inflicted by the rocket to be entirely healed. This task's difficulty was somewhat exaggerated. Lin Ke sensed that this mission was exceedingly challenging. Hunting a creature with such monstrous regenerative capabilities and a size surpassing most ancient dragons was no small feat, even if he possessed an infinite supply of rockets and could continuously bombard the great thieving dragon from the air atop his pterosaur. The dragon would not remain a passive target. Once its health diminished, it would undoubtedly retreat into the dense forest or burrow into some vast cavern whose dimensions remained unknown. After a couple of hours, it would re-emerge fully healed. How was he to handle this? The strategy of attrition to gradually wear down its health would not suffice. Lin Ke needed a weapon or trap capable of inflicting massive damage in a single strike. One that could bring the great thieving dragon to the brink of death, preventing its escape. He contemplated 2 types of equipment from both worlds that met this requirement. In the hunter's realm, there were large dragon-slaying guns or dragon cannons specifically designed for ancient dragons that in the New World. He currently finds himself unable to procure such formidable weaponry. Within the cyber realm, Lin Ke could only contemplate the plasma cannons mounted on the centaur mechs or nuclear warheads. After all, his understanding of this world was limited to the fragmentary information gleaned from games and anime, rendering his knowledge quite superficial. That in a technologically advanced cyber world, there must undoubtedly exist weapons of greater potency and variety. However, such weapons are not like common handguns readily available in vending machines. Those high-powered arms are surely tightly controlled by major corporations, classified as military-grade ordnance that will never grace the market, leaving him with no means to acquire them. Weapons, poisons, traps. What strategies could he employ to slay this monstrous dragon and obtain the bloodstone soul crystal? The thought weighed heavily on him. The gluttonous behemoth, having gorged itself on the last herbivore, now waddled into the thicket with its enormous, rounded belly. Observing the long furrows carved into the grassland by the dragon's girth, Lin Ke experienced a sudden epiphany. He recalled a type of trap that could be highly effective against such a colossal creature. With his gaze sweeping the prairie below, he mentally retraced his thoughts and directed his winged dragon to descend towards a patch of grass. He needed a particular item to validate the feasibility of his idea. Once his feet touched the ground again, he commanded the winged dragon to remain stationary, then released the vine and crouched down, rummaging through the grass at his waist. Eventually, he unearthed a yellow-green scale from the muddy earth. Rising from the grass, Lin Ke cradled the scale, which had exploded from the dragon's crown, inspecting it closely. The scale resembled a large, handleless fan. Aside from some cracks along the edge of the root, the rest of its surface gleamed like a mirror, reflecting his indistinct visage. Holding the scale upright with both hands, he noted its thickness of over 10 centimeters, causing his lips to twitch. To describe such a robust scale as AP seemed rather inadequate. Tucking the dragoness scale under his arm, Lin Ke abandoned his avian pursuit, grasped the vine, and ascended into the twilight sky, returning to starlight beneath the last vestiges of the sun's golden hue. First, he needed to find a razor-sharp blade capable of cleaving the entire scale in one stroke. A sharp blade indeed. Clutching a vinyl record, Lin Ke stood before a stall, his thoughts meandering. After a brief interlude, he leaned on the glass counter, where the stall owner, clad in an orange sun hat, gazed at the towering man before him, who held merchandise yet exhibited no signs of purchasing. Are you going to buy or not? If not, please don't disturb my business. He opened his mouth several times. Yet each time he swallowed the urge to voice his impatience. The stall owner, genuinely hesitant to press this towering figure, sensed an unusual gravity in the air, while Night City was home to numerous individuals of considerable height. This particular customer exuded an aura akin to that of a fierce beast with sharp fangs and claws. Any slight sound could spell his doom. Cautiously, the stall owner cast a glance around. The lines of age deepening on his face. Stalls selling fried noodles, hamburgers, and ceramic trinkets had their share of patrons, yet before his record stall stood only this imposing figure. Passers-by lacked even the courage to linger next to him, let alone engage in commerce. A knot formed in the stall owner's throat as he recalled the impending deadline for the rent owed to the Tiger Claw gang. Gritting his teeth, he resigned himself to fate. Compared to the dire consequences of failing to pay rent, being torn apart by a beast seemed trivial. Sir, have you found anything to your liking? I have exquisite albums from the Wuxia band here. The stall owner swore that apart from this instance, he had never employed such a polite and courteous tone to address a customer. Returning to his senses, Lin Ke looked down at the trembling figure of the stall owner and flipped through the vinyl record in his grasp. Bark Lafa's Love Songs, a cover by the Wuxia band. Quality, ordinary. Introduction. Emotion is the most vital element in music. The white cylindrical lamp base utilized holographic projection technology, crafting the illusion of numerous cherry blossom trees surrounding the road. Virtual pink petals drifted from the branches, passing through pedestrians and merging with the ground. This modest market, nestled between towering buildings, had earned the moniker of Cherry Blossom Market due to the enchanting cherry blossom scenery, attracting a significant flow of customers and flourishing commercial activity. Conducting business in the cherry blossom market was straightforward. One could simply set up a small stall to sell hot food or trinkets without interference, provided the monthly fees to the Tiger Claw gang were duly paid. What? This area is municipally managed, and the Tiger Claw gang has no authority to collect fees? The stall owner sighed. Listen closely. Buddy, this is the territory of the Tiger Claw gang, and if you can't pay this month's protection fee, I'll sell you to those kidney harvesting scoundrels. With a sharp snap, a gleaming samurai sword was unsheathed and pressed against the stall owner's shoulder, the blade grazing his skin and drawing blood. And no money. Then come and take out a loan. This debt must be settled today, under the relentless threats of the two members of the Tiger Claw gang. The stall owner ultimately succumbed to their loan services. The moment he shakily inscribed his name on the loan contract, he felt as if all vitality had been drained from his body. Collapsing to the ground, he had become, as the two gang members had previously stated, entirely the property of the Tiger Claw gang. Humph, at least you know your place. The gang member, donning a grotesque mask, watched as his companion stored the loan contract on a tablet, nodding in satisfaction. The other stall owners in the cherry blossom market observed silently, too fearful to interfere with the Tiger Claw gang's operations. Clutching their prepared savings chips and cash, they awaited the moment the two gang members completed their collection before hastily handing over their payments to dismiss these harbingers of misfortune. Once the Tiger Claw members had gathered all the stall fees, they exited the cherry blossom market, turning into another street shrouded in the shadows of towering edifices. That moment, a robust figure trailed behind the two gang members, stepping into the dimly lit thoroughfare. The pink lights illuminating the street sign read, Twist Street. Lin Ke removed the neural interface from his equipment bar, trailing the two members of the Tiger Claw gang from a distance of over 10 meters. His expression bore an unusual complexity. He anticipated that after visiting the renowned Liz bar in Night City just yesterday, he would find himself in this infamous red light district today. Of course, his visit to Liz had merely involved indulging in several enthralling dream films produced by the Mox gang and edited by Judy Alvarez. Entering Twist Street, his sole objective remained the samurai sword hanging from the waist of the Tiger Claw members. M51 Power Sword by Jianli Military Industry. Jianxiao, Adachi Military Industry. Quality, superior. Introduction. Crafted from the finest materials and incorporating the latest micro-serrated crystal blade technology, this weapon boasts a lethal yet elegant design, capable of dismembering foes with effortless precision. Lin Ke yearned to ascertain whether this sword could slice through the dragoness scales in one swift motion. Purchasing it was out of the question. After all, why not seize a readily available opportunity? However, considering the throngs of people around, it would be unwise to attempt to procure the sword just yet. He resolved to observe the local customs of Twist Street first. The thoroughfare was a melange of characters, featuring casually dressed street thugs, sharply dressed corporate employees, and eccentrically adorned gang members. Men and women of all sorts mingled without hesitation, seeking to unwind during their leisure. Those with wealth flocked to the H8 skyscraper above Twist Street, home to a high-end entertainment venue operated by the Tiger Claw gang, known as Cloud Top. Meanwhile, those with lighter pockets sought amusement along the bustling streets, where underground casinos, dream film theaters, shops selling exotic cybernetic enhancements, and an array of sex dolls were readily available. These dolls varied in gender, with some exhibiting ambiguous sexual characteristics, all equipped with pleasure plugins and behavioral chips. While the lower-tier versions may lag behind, their user experience undoubtedly pales in comparison to the exquisite pleasure provided by high-end establishments. Yet, they possess an undeniable advantage: affordability. They cater to the desires of various individuals seeking revelry. In shop windows and along the streets, the sex dolls stand provocatively, enticing passers-by with their sultry poses, while lewd and explicit phrases waft through the air at every corner. Hey, care to join? I can keep you hard for hours. Whatever you desire, I shall oblige. In Night City, although sex dolls occupy the lower rungs of society, they are nonetheless recognized by the government as a legitimate profession. This means their trade is legal. In contrast, cyber mercenaries and hackers are the ones deemed illegal in this city, those who are often notorious and quick to earn wealth. This is the cyber era. This is the city of sin. The members of the Tiger Claw gang did not arrive here, as Lin Ke presumed, merely for amusement. Instead, they strayed further off course, eventually finding themselves in a narrow alley, descending a set of sunken steps into the underground passage of Twisted Street. However, as he intended, it was not a suitable location for a confrontation amidst the throngs of people. It would be more prudent to eliminate the two here. Lin Ke followed closely behind, entering the passage and extending his senses. In his mind's eye, he conjured an image of two members of the Tiger Claw gang standing before a half-open warehouse, conversing with a blond man dressed in a black trench coat and sunglasses. Leaning casually against the wall, Lin Ke recognized this man. His name was Lenny Nero, a dealer of black super dreams on Twisted Street. Lenny had little talent, his voice grating, and Lin Ke recalled that during a previous mission, he had shot him for his pretentious demeanor after purchasing a super dream. What business did the Tiger Claw gang have with a black super dream dealer? Lenny retrieved 5 chips from his coat pocket, placing one back while respectfully handing the remaining 4 to the gang members before him. This month's earnings from the super dream sales are all here. According to our agreement, I take 20%. And the remaining 80% is yours. That the gang member donning a green devil mask inspected the chips before pocketing them with satisfaction, then produced a batch of unopened super dream chips from the other side of his coat. This is next month's stock, Lenny-san. Please sell them well. The master wishes for his creations to be appreciated by more people. Haha, Mr. Jotaro's work is of exceptional quality, far surpassing other inferior products. Recently, it has garnered much attention from employees of various companies. Lenny accepted the chips with both hands, tucking them into the lining of his trench coat, while surreptitiously flattering Jotaro before the 2 gang members. Very perceptive, the Tiger Claw member beside the green devil mask patted Lenny on the shoulder. Just as he was about to say more, a deliberately lowered voice echoed through the passage. You're not afraid of being sucked into Jotaro's super dream by flattering him so shamelessly? Since you all have ties to that garbage Jotaro, I shall send you on your way. Baka, who the hell? Angered by the words, the 2 Tiger Claw members turned toward the source of the voice, one drawing a gun while the other unsheathed a knife. Yet before they could discern the newcomer, they felt an invisible pressure slam against them, a massive figure appearing before them as if teleporting. Before their bodies could react in defense, 2 large hands were already resting upon their foreheads. Thud. Only then did the sound reach their ears, as their vision plunged into a chilling darkness. Their hands fell limply at their sides as Lin Ke propelled himself forward, his calf muscles flexing with explosive power, driving his body several meters ahead. In just 2 strides, he crossed over 10 meters, halting abruptly before the 2 Tiger Claw members. That moment, A single second stretched infinitely in his perception. Whether it was the sluggishly rising weapons of the Tiger Claw members or the dawning shock on Lenny's face, everything around him seemed to unfold at a tenth of its normal speed. It was the perfect opportunity to test out a new technique he had learned from the chipped. A thought flickered through Lin Ke's mind. He raised his arms, the muscles in his shoulders and back swelling, causing his upper body to expand impressively. With his hands spread wide and palms facing down, he descended upon the heads of the two Tiger Claw members with an appearance that was deceptively slow, yet rapid in execution. Casting a detached gaze upon them, Old Bear crushing a gopher, his arms, each imbued with the strength of 1,000 pounds, unleashed a force that felt as though several tons were pressing downward. Akin to a hydraulic press. Thud. It was as if he had thrust a cork forcefully into a bottle, compressing not just the cork, but also the very bottle itself, which began to crack under the pressure. Liquid spilling forth from the rupture, Lin Ke snatched up the finely crafted katana before the blood pooled beneath it could reach the ground. In the blink of an eye, the two debt collectors from the Tiger Claw gang had been reduced to grotesque heaps of flesh. While Lenny stared in disbelief, his jaw dropping in shock as he turned to face Lin Ke, Lenny was gripped by fear, instinctively shrinking back into the corner of the wall. Kaba. Ignoring the pain, he raised his right hand to support his chin, his left hand shielding his front as he spoke. Terror etched across his face. I didn't see anything. Please spare me. I'm just a chip dealer. This esteemed brother. Sir, your conflict with the Tiger Claw gang has nothing to do with me. Lenny Nero. Age, 31. Identity, Super Dream Direct Salesman, Cybernetic Coverage, 17. Description, a dealer of black super dreams in the underground passage of Twisted Street. He is entangled not only with the Tiger Claw gang, but also has connections with the Cleaners and Vortex gang for super dream sales. After perusing the text that appeared at the corner of his vision, Lin Ke shook his head. I am indifferent to all that you have said. Clanged. He unsheathed his blade. The crystalline, semi-transparent edge reflected Lenny's face of despair, without allowing Lenny a chance to flee. Lin Ke stepped forward, gripping the sword and bringing it down. The serrated blade sliced through flesh, bone, and metal cybernetics, cleaving Lenny in two from head to waist. I merely wished to test my blade upon you. Having scavenged the spoils from the corpses, Lin Ke exited the underground passage of Twisted Street with an air of nonchalance. Half an hour later, a lower-tier sex doll, lacking even a fixed transaction room, entered the underground passage, having just secured a new deal. What is that smell? The man sniffed repeatedly, eventually glancing down at the dark red liquid pooling beneath him. Following the flow of the liquid, his gaze traveled further. Oh no, a corpse. The bolder sex dolls approached the body, hoping to find something of value. However, upon noticing the Tiger Claw gang tattoo exposed on the corpse's arm, they recoiled in horror. What the hell? It's the Tiger Claw gang, inside a pachinko parlor on Twisted Street, in a traditionally decorated Japanese room at the back. The owner, Wakako Okada, listened impassively to her subordinate's report. Among the dead in the underground passage were two members responsible for collecting premiums from the Sakura market, Nagano and Matsushita, along with a dealer of black super dreams. Have we identified the perpetrator? I have reviewed the surveillance footage from the nearby streets and found a person who followed Nagano and Matsushita from the moment they entered Twisted Street. A data tablet was reverently placed before Wakako, and a hand reached from the side to click on the tablet, displaying over 10 surveillance feeds simultaneously on the screen. However, it was peculiar. No footage captured the individual's face, not even a profile. And analysis yielded no useful data regarding the person. A pair of hands aged with liver spots suddenly seized the tablet, trembling fingers pausing and enlarging several images on the screen. Wakako compared these images with the surveillance snapshots stored in her mind. After a prolonged silence, she slowly spoke. Relay to the leaders of the Tiger Claw gang that this matter ends here. Do not pursue it any further. Should they inquire about my whereabouts, I shall elucidate matters to them clearly. Hi. As she watched her subordinates take their leave, Ogata Wakako exhaled deeply, gradually calming the tumult within her heart. She never anticipated that the lunatic causing chaos in Watson District would venture into her territory on Twisted Street. Ever since the incident at the All Foods factory commenced, the past few days have seen no less than a dozen or 20 members of the Vortex gang meeting their demise each day in Watson District. All surveillance footage capturing the assailants, much like this instance, has failed to record a clear visage of the perpetrator. Only a handful of somewhat clear rear-view snapshots have circulated among the middlemen in Night City. Ogata Wakako merely extracted the information and compared it with the cases on her end: black short hair, yellow skin, height between 190 to 205 centimeter, the varied fates of those from the Vortex gang, either perishing from powerful blows or being felled by blades. Leave little doubt. The one who killed Nagano and Matsushita is none other than him. The madman of Watson District, the latest nameless legend of Night City. However, the question remains, why did he come here to slay these three individuals? As she pondered, the wrinkles on Ogata Wakako's face deepened. Ultimately at a loss, she dispatched a message to her subordinates. Investigate who Nagano and Matsushita have recently associated with, and also look into that Cyberdream peddler named Lenny Nero. Although Ogata Wakako wished to avoid such troubles, it is prudent to clarify the situation. Hadn't she noticed how most of the Vortex gang has retreated into the dance of death? It was surprising that those lunatics would feel fear. As darkness fell and neon lights flickered, Night City once again became the brightest beacon in this wasteland. Unaware of being dubbed the Madman of Watson, Lin Ke boarded the aerial rail bound for Santo Domingo. It was the evening rush hour, and having changed into a fresh outfit, he couldn't even find a seat. The man who instilled fear even in cybernetic lunatics could only stand in the aisle alongside countless weary workers returning home after a long day. With his arms crossed and feet spaced approximately 10 centimeters apart, Lin Ke stood firmly on the gently vibrating metallic floor of the carriage. His towering stature and an aura that discouraged approach created a noticeable space around him, contrasting sharply with the other passengers who were packed in closely. With his eyes closed, Lin Ke maintained a portion of his awareness to remain vigilant of his surroundings, while most of his thoughts were immersed in a corner of his backpack space. Examining the system's data panel. After a day spent roaming, the rewards had been quite satisfactory. This morning, he had dealt with 14 members of the Vortex gang in the Kabukicho district, earning 280 points of universal experience and scavenging over a dozen firearms and secondhand implants. In the afternoon, he earned some extra cash on Twisted Street, pocketing the premiums that the two recently apprehended members of the Tiger Claw gang hadn't yet submitted. Lin Ke tallied his supplementary earnings. The Black Cyberdream peddler had yielded 7 chips containing cash, each valued at 1,000 euros. Additionally, the two Tiger Claw members had produced 38 savings chips, 34 of which held 800 euros each, while the remaining 4 contained 1,000 euros each. Including various banknotes, he had amassed over 50,000 euros. Furthermore, the man team had been handling and selling the implants and weapons he had supplied. His account received significant transfers daily, with the balance now reaching 5 figures. And with today's earnings, his monetary reserves were on the verge of breaching 6 figures. He could consider purchasing an off-road vehicle or motorcycle, suitable for both worlds, with a purpose for his newfound wealth decided. Lin Ke proceeded to examine the remaining items he had scavenged. First was the power sword, which Hunter Lin Ke had tested in the starlight. Its blade was capable of severing steel cables as thick as a wrist with ease. Yet it could only slice through half of the great thief dragon's scales. The sharpness did not meet his expectations, as this particular scale came from the dragon's head, known for its inferior meat quality. Of course, Lin Ke's target was the scales protecting the chest and abdomen, which should possess even lower quality flesh. Hence, he chose to retain the power sword as a backup, besides this finely crafted katana. He had also acquired over 20 firearms and several implants. However, the ordinary quality of the latter did not pique his interest. He kept only a few bullets and prepared to bundle the rest for man to handle. Lastly, there were dozens of Cyberdream tapes taken from the peddler. Titles such as Torture Compilation, Episode 8, Hardcore Dismemberment, and Acid Bath portrayed gruesome and perverse themes that held no appeal for him, and he planned to dispose of them in a trash bin after disembarking. However, one particular title did catch his attention. That wasn't that the film starring the notorious Casanova. It was already being released so soon. Just as Lin Ke continued to organize his backpack, the monorail arrived at the Memorial Park station in the city center. An announcement notified passengers of the stop, and as the doors opened amidst a throng of boarding and alighting passengers, a tall figure glided through the crowd like a flash of pale light, ultimately entering the last carriage. After a brief pause, the doors closed, and the aerial rail set off toward the next platform. In the final carriage, a stylish silver-haired girl surveyed the crowd ahead with her iridescent eyes, as a faint glow ignited within them, allowing her to read the identity information of most passengers within the carriage. Quickly analyzing the data, she pinpointed her target. The girl crossed her slender fingers in front of her chest, flexing her wrists in a fluid motion. Completing her warm-up before commencing her task, her agile and nimble figure seamlessly blended into the throngs ahead. Each time she paused, a passenger dressed in a suit would be beside her, their neck's neural interface flickering with a faint red light that a nearly inaudible click resonated as the detachable chip within the interface ejected without the owner's knowledge. The chip floated momentarily in the air before she deftly caught it, stowing it away in her black waist pouch. Her exceptional hacking skills, combined with her swiftness, allowed her to pilfer 3 times without any of the passengers noticing her theft. After thoroughly rating the 3 Arasaka employees in a single carriage, the girl smirked, her lips curling in triumph. Before stepping into the next carriage, the reason for her thievery of Arasaka employees' chips was to ascertain whether any information regarding her was mentioned within. If so, she would need to prepare for a hasty retreat, for she had been on Arasaka's wanted list for nearly a decade. Conversely, if she detected no clues about herself in the texts, she would sell the stolen chips, as information about Arasaka's internal affairs could fetch a decent price on the black market, serving as her sole source of income since arriving in Night City. The orange-yellow data holograms flickered within her iridescent eyes as she swiftly read the identity information of the passengers. Emaristeka, Arasaka Information Department Clerk. Ori, Dock Worker. Lin Ke, unemployed. The girl with hair matching her brows furrowed slightly as she gazed at the conspicuously tall figure in the carriage. Her computational abilities effortlessly decrypted the individual's neural IC, retrieving information from the detachable chip within the neural interface. Kwai by 95 Series Combat Chip, Collector's Edition, Traditional Martial Arts, Free Fighting, Thai Boxing, Jiu-Jitsu. With it, you shall become an unparalleled champion of unarmed combat. Such a skill chip was not something an unemployed person could afford. The girl accessed Night City's public network to check the price of this chip on the Kwai by official website. Official price, €29,999. Upon seeing the price, her heartbeat quickened. It was nearly equivalent to 1/8 of a ticket to the lunar ship, although she had only stolen items from the Arasaka employees. Encountering such a high-value item was an opportunity she didn't want to miss. Morality held no sway in Night City. With light-footed steps, she slowly approached. Standing beside the man, the girl feigned interest in the scenery outside while she infiltrated the adjacent person's neural interface. However, she did not immediately seize the data slot's ejected chip. The young girl awaited the opportune moment. For such a high-value item, she wished to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. The station was Martin Luther Avenue. At the instant the carriage's announcement echoed through the air, the girl forcibly ejected the chip from the slot. With a swift motion, she caught the flying chip in her palm. The carriage doors opened simultaneously. She stepped out amidst the crowd, exiting the station. Turning into a deserted alley, the girl's silvery hair glimmered in a spectrum of colors under the dim light. "Success!" she exclaimed, tossing the detached chip in her hand. Her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. Even if it was secondhand, it could fetch a price exceeding 10,000, bringing her one step closer to her ticket off the moon. But at that moment, a clear voice rang in her ear, and the bright smile on her face abruptly froze. "That I have nearly mastered the combat skills recorded on that chip. If you desire, I can simply gift it to you. After all, I still owe you 2 favors." The tall figure seemed to materialize out of thin air, causing her to shudder involuntarily. When did they get so close without her noticing? The girl chastised herself for being careless. Her mind raced to devise a strategy, her back against the stranger, making no overt movements, while her hands inched closer together. "What? From your words, it seems you know me." She sought to divert the attention of the person behind her, her left hand discreetly extracting a golden monomolecular wire from her right wrist. She recalled her senior's words, "Trust no one in Night City." Indeed, counting this encounter, we have met 3 times. In terms of fate, that qualifies as half a friend, doesn't it? Why are you drawing the monomolecular wire? Planning to choke me? Lucy, the monomolecular wire, renowned for its military-grade precision, was a concealed and lethal weapon, its blade merely a single molecule thick. Capable of effortlessly slicing through high-strength alloys, to it seemed this tool was rather fragile, unsuitable for confronting the formidable dragon. After reviewing the information, Lin Ke promptly discarded the monomolecular wire from his trap's crafting catalog. "All right, it appears this gentleman is not only skilled at tracking, but also possesses a touch of mind reading. He even knows my name." Lucy, hearing her name spoken by a stranger, maintained an expression of indifference as she retracted the monomolecular wire. Slowly raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. Lin Ke, is it? Then please enlighten me on when we have crossed paths. I do not recall befriending any wealthy individuals like yourself when mentioning the affluent. The girl's accent slightly thickened, her delicate fingers waving the thin chip in front of the owner. Lin Ke regarded the girl before him, clad in a fitted black leather jumpsuit that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Layered with a tailored white off-shoulder vest, her long legs were enveloped in sheer, textured stockings, and the patches of skin visible outside her attire appeared almost luminescent in the dim light of the alley. Why do all female hackers favor leather attire? Sasha is like this, Chue too. Oh, and T-Bug as well. The punk girl's outfit remained as alluringly fierce as ever, and Lin Ke couldn't help but mentally critique her fashion choices. Nevertheless, he made an effort to clarify his relationship with Lucy. Look at this face. Does it ring any bells? We met over 10 days ago. Lin Ke slapped his own cheek, his rugged facial contours slightly rough to the touch. Ever since he ingested the bloodstone of the manticore, his muscles had doubled in size, altering the definition of his facial structure. Yet, Lin Ke felt confident in his appearance. After all, Gloria had praised him for maturing significantly. Exuding a distinctly masculine aura. Only David, that fool, remarked he looked particularly menacing that oh, really? I must ponder that. A smile crept onto Lucy's delicate features, her gaze fixated on the tall figure blocking the alley's sole exit. Her eyes cold and filled with wariness. Lucy had layered multiple virtual personas over her real identity. From renting a home to shopping, she utilized false identities, and only Chue knew her name in all of Night City. If someone could instantly reveal her true name, it could only be. The thought sent her heart plummeting that it could only be an Arasaka agent sent to hunt her down. Damn, they found me after all. The influence of Arasaka in Night City was not as constrained by other major corporations as she had presumed. Refusing to remain idle, Lucy launched a cyber attack. She remembered breaching this person's neural interface's ice with ease. If she could overload the operating software in their neural processor, causing their cybernetics to overheat, then, why was there no electronic signal from the implant? Her iridescent pupils ignited with an orange glow. But the data feed from her optical implants revealed no electromagnetic signals emanating from the figure before her, a stark contrast to what she had previously observed. The fabricated smile on Lucy's face faltered, and in a moment of disarray, she voiced her confusion. How could your neural interface model vanish? In response to Lucy's inquiry, Lin Ke chuckled, lightly caressing his smooth neck. It is one of the many skills I possess. One click on installation. Your intentions were rather transparent. I have no desire to experience the sensation of being cooked by a hacker. It seemed you truly do not remember me. Sigh. Some matters are indeed difficult to explain. Lin Ke, slightly exasperated, raked his fingers through his hair. How about this? I'll give you the chip as a token of gratitude for your assistance in watching over Gloria at the supermarket. Furthermore, your kind warning in the Badlands counts as a favor. Plus your help in restraining those two scoundrels from the Ripper gang. Let's see. The words spoken by Lin Ke caused the silver-haired girl, who had been prepared to fight to the death, to hesitate. Blinking, Lucy scrutinized the towering stranger blocking the alleyway. She simply could not reconcile the 2-meter-tall, robust young man before her with the foolish boy who had crouched by the power tower just days ago. The transformation was astonishingly drastic. Ultimately, she chose to trust Lin Ke's words. Relaxing her grip on her handgun, Lucy withdrew her hand from the gun holster within her vest. Only 4 individuals knew what transpired in the Badlands 10 days prior. Yet, her moment of benevolence could only be heard by one person besides herself. Lucy was unaware of how Lin Ke had learned her name, but as long as he wasn't an Arasaka agent, that was sufficient. The ominous cloud looming over her heart dissipated, and her spirits lifted. Wasn't your original height this tall? How come now? Lucy took a few steps closer to Lin Ke, gesturing with her palm 5 centimeters above her head. Then rising onto her toes to stretch her right hand, her palm brushing against Lin Ke's cropped hair. Lin Ke gazed down at the silver-haired girl nearly pressed against him. The girl's previously cold demeanor softened, her arched brows no longer betraying indifference or suspicion. Instead, they radiated joy and curiosity. In that moment, Lin Ke resolved how he would repay the favor. Lucy, just as the silver-haired girl acknowledged, a black loop encircled her slender neck. For a fleeting moment, Lucy experienced a disorienting sensation, When she regained her bearings, the surroundings had transformed drastically, and no longer were there piles of garbage and plastic bags at her feet, nor were the graffiti-covered metal walls beside her. The faint scent of burning had vanished. The scene before her left her agape that a white cat donned in clothing, and a man, resembling Lin Ke yet, with a single hand gripping the neck of a creature akin to a pterosaur, stood before her. Upon seeing him, Lucy was suddenly overwhelmed with an urge to kneel in submission. But before she could act, the noose around her neck loosened and was removed. That instinctual urge to submit dissipated instantly. Reapplying the reins onto the pterosaur's neck and securing it within the mount's enclosure, Lin Ke regarded the still-dazed, silver-haired girl. Welcome to the new world, Lucy. The sky above was adorned with a dazzling river of stars never before seen, while behind her lay an expansive forest of towering trees, yet to be encountered. Lucy grasped the ropes of the three-tiered railing, her iridescent eyes reflecting the boundless ocean that mirrored the celestial expanse above. Under the luminous glow of the moon and stars, the gentle undulation of the waves made it seem as though the entire sea had been ignited. Wow! How beautiful! The scene before her was a breathtaking world that even her dreams could not conjure. It truly is magnificent. Beneath the moon's pearly light, Lucy's eyes sparkled, her mouth agape, the crimson curve of her lips forming a joyful arc. Lin Ke was taken aback. The girl, with her cool and delicate features, could radiate such a childlike, innocent smile. The waves crashed against the rocks, and the sea breeze softly caressed her hair, which shimmered in a spectrum of colors. She inhaled the salty scent carried by the wind. Was this the ocean's original essence? Lucy stood on her tiptoes, leaning forward, her upper body extending beyond the protective railing, determined to etch this moment into her memory forever. Caution, meow. Just as her optical prosthetic captured a photograph, Lucy felt a furry creature cling to her thigh, a considerable force pulling her backward several steps. Upon looking down, she saw the very creature she had first encountered. Its soft, snow-white fur exuded a sense of familiarity. Bending down, Lucy placed her hands on her knees and inquired, "Little one, what is it that you need?" Meow, 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 meow. The small creature, with its paws on its hips and face tilted upward, spoke with an air of seriousness. What was this little one saying? The punk girl from the cyber world could not comprehend the beast language of the bug cage tribe from the new world. So she turned to Lin Ke with a pleading gaze. After swiftly organizing the items sent by the collection team, Lin Ke translated the creature's words with a serious expression. Your earlier actions were quite perilous. In the bug cage tribe, only children who have not yet matured engage in such reckless behavior of climbing railings. And if the elder chief sees this, you shall be reprimanded. This is the new world. Lucy, you can stay here as long as you wish. Your new life has only just begun, so it is best to forget those reckless habits from the city of night. Lucy glanced back at the railing, which was merely a rope barrier, with a sheer drop of several dozen meters to the waterfall below. It dawned on her that her previous actions had indeed been dangerous. All right, I understand now. Thank you for your concern, little cat. Ruffling the small creature's round head, Lucy made her way to the stone table in the dining area, surveying the items laid out before her. Several dusty ceramic jars filled with golden, amber-like liquid released a sweet fragrance into the air. Surrounding the jars were a dozen black and purple mushrooms, alongside yellow mushrooms adorned with spotted caps. It was the bouquet woven from various flowers that particularly captivated Lucy's attention. The pale golden stamens, tender petals adorned with glistening droplets of water, and the incomparable natural fragrance made it evident that this was no ordinary artificial arrangement. Isn't it beautiful? She exclaimed, extending her hand. But before her fingers could touch the petals, all the items on the stone table vanished in an instant. Lucy's gaze darted to Lin Ke, seated across from her at the stone table. Only this mysterious young man, who had brought her to the new world, could perform such feats. Avoiding Lucy's inquisitive stare, Lin Ke rose to his feet and looked up at the chief of the bug cage tribe. Perched on a stone pillar, the chief had waited long enough. Dinner was ready, and it was time to gather everyone for the meal. That's wonderful. Energized, the chief inhaled deeply, his chest swelling as he bellowed from the stone pillar. Little ones, dinner is served. Oh, time to eat. Lin Ke says tonight's menu features braised dragon belly meat and fragrant tuna soup. Starlight Cabin. You will reside here from now on. This house is sufficiently furnished with bedding and furniture, and the living water flows directly from the waterfall. ensuring no issues for washing and daily US.AS for electricity. It is currently unavailable, but in a few days, I will deliver a pure energy generator and several appliances, allowing you to set up your own electrical circuit. Regarding meals, if I am present, I will prepare food at 7 a.m., 12 p.m., and 6 p.m. If I am absent, you will have to subsist on the primitive meals prepared by the little cats. Lucy, this marks the beginning of your new life. Embrace happiness and joy. Echoes of Lin Ke's words lingered in her ears as her fingertips brushed against the wooden furnishings of the cabin, her eyes brimming with joy. After meticulously exploring each room, Lucy stepped into the open courtyard of the cabin. She removed her knee-high boots and carefully stepped onto the soft grass, slowly making her way to the pond at the courtyard's edge. Sitting on the rocks by the pond, her feet dipped into the cool water, she gazed up at the radiant full moon hanging amidst the sea of stars, feeling a sense of tranquility and stability she had never known before. After completing dinner for the bug cage tribe and feeding David, Lin Ke reclined on the sofa, reassembling his brain machine interface into his gear. Inserting a blank data chip into the slot, he began multitasking. While translating the bug cage tribe's beast language into the language of the City of Night, he connected to the network of the latter, continuing his search for machinery capable of swiftly cutting through heavy armor. Precision horizontal saws, plasma cutters, water jet cutters. There was an abundance of information available online, yet most were unsuitable for trap installation. After over 2 hours of searching, he finally found a cutting tool suitable for traps. Its name was the High Vibration Particle Cutter. Just from its name, Lin Ke initially thought it was a tool used by EVA to pierce through apostles. Upon reviewing the details, he discovered it was a device that utilized a high-speed vibrating blade to generate high-frequency heat. Swiftly melting and cutting through metal.it was intended for dismantling obsolete cruise ships and decommissioned warship armor. With a target in mind, Lin Ke focused on this tool and began his search. After another hour, he found a suitably sized cutter and placed an order for 2 units at a total cost of $24,000. That a simple modification by someone should allow it to breach the Great Robber Dragon's belly armor. Removing the edited data chip from the interface, Lin could check the time. Unbeknownst to him, it was already midnight. Thinking that Gloria should be returning soon, Lin Ke took out the bouquet he had meticulously arranged. Spring bloom bouquet quality. Excellent description. Composed of healing herbs, luminous flowers, wisteria, and large blossoms. This beautifully woven bouquet emits a fresh and delicate fragrance, alleviating nerve fatigue and repairing subtle cellular damage. Mr. Lin, I have sent you 3 boxes of second-hand prosthetics and weapons. You can keep the money from this sale. However, in the future, do not haggle over the prosthetics Gloria sells you. Mr. Lin, I purchased 2 industrial cutting tools, and the address is set to your team's base. When they arrive, have that long-armed fellow, what was his name, Pika, modify them according to my specifications. After reading the information in his brain machine interface, Man replied with just 2 words, received. Ending the communication, Man surveyed his surroundings. His safe house had nearly transformed into a second-hand prosthetic refurbishment factory. Sasha and the newly joined Chi-Wei were busy resetting user information on various implants and weapons. Pika was modifying some iconic prosthetics and gang-patterned weapons, focusing on aesthetic adjustments and painting. Meanwhile, Rebecca sat cross-legged in the corner, frantically repackaging the refurbished prosthetics and weapons. Man himself needed to negotiate prices with buyers and then drive the merchandise to various pickup points in the city. Although these prosthetics and weapons were second-hand, they were essentially a no-cost business, and lowering the price was not a concern for selling. The black market doctor operating the underground clinic, the roving tribes outside the city, and various mercenary groups all favored such second-hand goods priced below 1/3 of the market rate. In just a few days, hundreds of thousands worth of goods were sold, allowing the team members to avoid dangerous assignments and each earn over 10,000 a day. It was indeed a pleasure to thrive alongside the big brother. At present, the reasons remain elusive, as Stanley's dead lottery has ceased to report the death toll in Watson District. However, Man has managed to infer the number of casualties incurred by the Vortex gang yesterday through the supplies dispatched daily by his elder brother. Given Mr. Lin's method of killing, can the Vortex gang possibly endure for 2 months? The following morning, after attending to the backpack cyborg, Lin Ke did not rush to Watson to accrue experience as he had done in previous days. Instead, he returned to the kitchen to prepare for the hunt of the great dragon thief. Although his culinary profession could not be advanced at the moment, the greed soup cauldron had, over the past few days, absorbed copious amounts of exquisite broth, elevating its quality to that of excellence. The surface cracks of the cauldron had vanished entirely, and what was once a somewhat grainy, rough ceramic surface had transformed into a smooth finish. As the broth continued to flow, ancient decorative patterns began to emerge upon its surface. The effects of the equipment had also evolved with the enhancement of its quality. Greed soup cauldron equipment quality. Excellent description. A culinary vessel from antiquity. Its faded colors have gradually returned to their original hue through the chef's offerings. Effect 1. When cooking soup dishes, there exists a slight probability of causing an aberration in the soup's effects. Effect 2. When cooking soup dishes, the equipper may transfer their current negative status into the broth in addition to the amplification of the original equipment effects. Lin Ke had discerned some applications for the newly acquired effects through several culinary experiments. Mushroom cream soup drowsiness extraordinary dish quality. Ordinary description. The enhancement from the soup dissipates, and consuming it induces a sense of drowsiness on a mental level. The soup made from 2 types of mushrooms was soon completed, and Lin Ke glanced at it through the eye of truth. Mushroom soup extraordinary dish quality. Ordinary description. Consuming it allows for a rapid restoration of stamina upon reading the text that appeared in his peripheral vision. A flicker of realization crossed Lin Ke's eyes that he raised his right hand and lightly tapped his forehead with his knuckles. I forgot that the soup skill can purify toxic substances. A failed cooking. However, as a chef, one must still taste the soup they have prepared. Silently, Lin Ke retrieved a bowl and filled it with both types of soup. As he sipped the bubbling soup, his taste buds were met with a delightful mushroom flavor, and the texture was even smoother than that of the mushroom cream soup. The flavor was quite pleasant. It seemed that he could experiment with soups made from all varieties of mushrooms available in the New World. Loving mushrooms? Max level of mushroom goodness. Lin Ke pondered for a moment, and an idea began to form in his mind that it appeared he would need to conduct some experiments utilizing the second effect of the greed soup cauldron. With the thought in mind, he proceeded to store the 2 pots of broth in his backpack, placing new ingredients into the now empty cauldrons. However, before beginning the cooking process, he needed to prepare a few additional items for safety. Lin Ke retrieved from his backpack detoxifying herb 10, blue mushroom 10. The hunter's notes contained several methods for concocting various medicines. He placed the detoxifying herb on a tray and sent it into the oven for low-temperature baking, while the blue mushrooms were juiced to extract their viscous liquid for later use. Once the moisture from the detoxifying herb had dried sufficiently, he ground the entire plant into powder and mixed it with the juice from the blue mushrooms, creating a fist-sized black medicinal paste. Lin Ke took 1/10 of the prepared paste, rolled it into 3 pill-sized spheres, and placed them into the oven to further dry out any residual moisture. 5 minutes later, the cooking was complete that he retrieved 3 black pills from the oven and examined one closely. Detox pill extraordinary medicine quality. Excellent description. 3 pills constitute 1 dose. Consuming 1 dose can instantaneously eliminate toxins from the body and treat minor wounds. Satisfied, Lin Ke rolled the remaining medicinal paste into pills and placed them in the oven. Let us add another layer of insurance. He took out several bundles of medicinal herbs and placed them into a blender along with clean, cool-watered the mixture was ground into a grassy green juice. He retrieved 5 glass bottles containing expired recovery potions, emptied their contents, and rinsed them with clean water. The machine automatically filtered out the herbal residue, and Lin Ke poured the juice into the 5 beverage-sized glass bottles. Observing the prepared recovery potion, he then took out a dusty ceramic jar. Recovery honey ingredient quality. Excellent description. Honey brewed from the nectar collected by bees from recovery dew grass. It serves to nourish the body and heal injuries. He scooped a spoonful of the translucent, viscous green honey and mixed it evenly into the glass bottles. Cooking complete. Recovery potion great extraordinary medicine quality. Excellent description. Consuming it allows for rapid healing of severe bodily injuries. 5 bottles of great recovery potion, 10 doses of detox pills, double insurance. Poisonous mushroom ingredient quality. Ordinary description. A toxic fungus found in the forest. It contains a venom potent enough to affect colossal beasts. Lin Ke retrieved a poisonous mushroom from his backpack, grasped the stem with one hand, and took a bite of the plump black-purple cap, chewing a couple of times before swallowing. The effects of the mushroom's toxin were immediate. The moment his tongue touched the mushroom juice, a tingling sensation began to spread. Even with his constitution of 11, He found it difficult to resist the potent venom of the mushroom as a stabbing pain surged within him. Lin Ke could feel his green health bar shifting to a bluish-purple hue. Start the fire and cook the soup. Suppressing the gradually expanding pain throughout his body, he began to simmer 2 pots of broth and, utilizing the second effect of the greed soup cauldron, transferred his negative status into the soup as the broth boiled. The spread of the toxin was curtailed. 20 minutes later, the cooking was complete. The 2 pots of broth were finished. Yet Lin Ke's toxic state had not dissipated. His lips turned from dark blue to black, and large purple spots began to appear on his skin. Fortunately, however, the toxicity had diminished significantly, even though the cooking was complete. His constitution of 11 barely managed to suppress the continued spread of the toxin within him. Lin Ke contemplated for a moment and decided to convert all the universal experience he had accrued over the past few days into his hunter profession. Experience conversion complete. Hunter level increased to level 5 profession. Hunter level 5 experience. 150600 professional talent. Killing, unique. Professional skill. Throwing, proficient. Proficiency, 540600. Effect, throwing objects, achieving a perfect hit within 50 meters. Increases skill characteristics. Piercing void. He allocated the newly acquired attribute points into Constitution. With a boost to his Constitution, the spread of the purple spots on his skin halted, without the aid of medicine. Lin Ke felt he could endure for a day or two, allowing his body's organs to expel the toxins. However, as his Constitution increased, a hunger began to stir within him. He casually gnawed on a couple of meat ribs to alleviate his hunger before resuming his culinary endeavors. This state of hunger could not be wasted. Throughout the day, Lin Ke utilized the hunger state induced by his Constitution boost to create 20 liters of hunger soup. After consuming 5 poisonous mushrooms, he concocted 180 liters of deadly poison soup. Pork rib soup, deadly poison, extraordinary dish quality. Excellent. Superior. Description. The enhancement from the soup dissipates, and consuming it induces excruciating pain as it purges the body of corrupt blood. Memories long buried began to resurface in his mind. The imperial artifact, was it not the Crimson Eye? At the moment the name escaped his lips, scene sealed within his memory began to unfurl frame by frame. The gentle Hill, whom he adored for her endearing naivety, the boisterous Brand, admired for his loyalty, the cunning Chelsea, cherished for her vivacity, the lovable Maine, who represented equality among all beings, the righteous Tasmi, who battled against the demons without retreat, and his affection for Leona, the nurturing elder sister, a youthful dream. Rab, black eyes, is death, and finally, the crimson in those youthful days, Navi, and easily swayed. He watched this series reputed to be healing, leaving him feeling as though he had received a heavy blow, casting an indelible shadow over his tender heart. After much effort to forget, it had now resurfaced once more that I truly took a long time to recover, as Lin Ke, seated in the Delamon taxi, sought to bury the vivid memories that flitted through his mind. He exhaled the pent-up frustration from his heart. At that moment, the screen on the back of the passenger seat flickered to life, casting a blue glow to Mr. Lin. It seems your mood is rather poor. Delamon recommends several soothing music albums for your relaxation. And of course, we will provide you with a discount on the fees. The sales pitch of the bald-headed attendant was abruptly interrupted by Lin Ke's dark expression. Shut up. All care that was tied to monetary concerns felt so insincere, so odious. He flicked his thumb against his index finger, sending a snap towards the screen before him. The fingertip cut through the air, striking the LCD display of the bald-headed figure. With a resounding crack, the screen shattered, leaving a circular hole surrounded by spiderweb-like fissures that Mr. Lin, maliciously damaging the vehicle's interior, will incur compensation fees. The blue silhouette of Delamon reappeared on the screen behind the driver's seat. Go fix it yourself, you artificial intelligence nuisance. Ignoring Delamon's protestations, Lin Ke turned his thoughts entirely to the commission task at hand. That he recalled that in the game, Jatar Kujo, Zai and Gottfried all appeared in a commission task given to V by the intermediary Regina Jones and Watson. They were 3 scoundrels active in the Watson district. Among them, Jatar Kujo was an officer in the Tiger Claws gang, whose stronghold was the Phoenix Club in the Watson Kabuki district. Gottfried was associated with the Black Super Dream Studio, likely located in an abandoned industrial park in the northern Watson region, which also housed several members of the Vortex gang. The last, Zai was a scavenger without a fixed base, frequently roaming the lower-income areas of Watson, engaging in the illicit trade of human trafficking, with ties to both the Cloudtop and J-Tar Cujo. This commission task triggered by the system simultaneously targeted 3 nefarious forces in Night City. Aside from the future Cyborg V, he was the only one willing to take on this job. The rewards for this task. Would they be a romantic artillery, essence of demons, or supreme power? How exhilarating. Lin Ke mused for a moment, but his thoughts returned to reality. It seemed finding these 3 individuals would not be an easy endeavor. His commission task did not come with textual prompts or route guidance. The best he could do was to pinpoint a rough area based on the locations displayed in the game. After all, Night City boasted a population of nearly 7 million in recent days. He had traipsed about the city, noting that, aside from the iconic structures that mirrored those in the game, many buildings could not be replicated one-to-one. The actual urban expanse was more than tenfold greater than what the game portrayed. Unlike in the game, where one could drive around in less than an hour, locating the unknown abandoned factory where Gottfried was likely hiding proved challenging, let alone tracking down a scavenger adept at evasion like a mouse. Presently, the only definite location he had was the Phoenix Club where J-Tar Cujo resided. He decided to start his search there. Lin Ke accessed the city map through his neural interface, meticulously enlarging the Kabuki district, yet he found no establishment by the name of Phoenix Club. It seems to be rather clandestine. He shifted his gaze to the bald-headed figure on the screen. This professional taxi driver should know the location. Delamon, I wish to change my route to the Phoenix Club in Kabuki district. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Lin, but my navigation system does not have an address for Phoenix Club. Please provide a detailed address, and I will alter your destination. Damn it, forget it. Let's stick to the original address. That moment, Delamon was cruising along the road near the Japanese street, close to the inner sea bay, outside the left window. Disregarding the passing traffic, he could see the hazy neon reflections dancing on the water's surface. Looking further afield, he noted the rocket launch pad leading to the moon, dividing the municipal center from the Watson district. He had finally arrived at the place where Lucy rented in Night City. Once he completed the heist task against the Great Dragon, he would enhance his strength for a future visit. After alighting from the taxi, he took a moment to admire the dazzling neon lights amidst the towering buildings of Watson before entering the modest 7- or 8-story apartment block. This aging structure might have been built in the last century, or perhaps was a remnant from the post-nuclear explosion era of the 2020s. Lacking even an elevator, ascending the dimly lit staircase, guided by the faint blue-green light, he reached the building's top floor. Utilizing the access granted by Lucy stored in his neural interface, Lin Ke unlocked the apartment door and stepped inside. Check-in, he activated the lights, revealing an interior layout reminiscent of what was depicted in the anime. Upon entry, the spacious living room greeted him, with only minor differences in the decor, directly opposite the entrance. The floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the vibrant nightscape of Night City. To the left stood a desk equipped with a computer and a half-open door leading to the bathroom. To the right was a fully enclosed workspace and an integrated bedroom. Lin Ke purposefully approached a corner of the living room, retrieving a black chair along with the intimate garments draped over it, stowing them into his backpack. This was the room's most valuable item. A hacker chair purchased by Lucy after selling her off-road motorcycle, a necessary piece of furniture for cyber hackers. The silver-haired girl had expressed her disdain for the unscrupulous landlord, indicating she had no plans to return anytime soon. He also stuffed several bottles of liquor and a few unopened packs of women's cigarettes from the glass coffee table into his backpack. Lin Ke then entered the bedroom bathed in pink light to the right of the living room. Opening the wardrobe, he packed away over 10 outfits into his backpack and grabbed the Super Dream headset and several Super Dream cards from the bedside. This, he surmised, constituted Lucy's personal belongings. His acute perception swept across the apartment like the most precise radar. There were still a few items left. Lin Ke exited the bedroom and pushed open the bathroom door. He collected all the toiletries from the sink and, upon opening the washing machine, retrieved a batch of clean and dried women's underwear. His eye of truth uncontrollably glanced over. D+, not bad. With a satisfied nod in her heart, Lucy finally managed to pack away all of her belongings. Fortunately, there wasn't much to collect. Otherwise, the remaining space in her backpack would have proven insufficient. Lin Ke left the apartment and headed straight for the large mall on Japan Street, intending to purchase a pure energy generator. The reason was that Lucy, a semi-mechanical girl with nearly 50 cybernetic augmentation, could not entirely power her prosthetics with her biological energy alone. Particularly, the single-molecule wire in her right arm required recharging every few days. The compact pure energy generator was situated in a corner of the wooden cabin. Once fully combusted, it transformed energy into electricity, which flowed through cables to a sizable battery bank nearby that a slender black wire extended from the battery's interface, snaking along the wooden floor and walls of the house into the bedroom. Within the spacious bedroom of the quaint little cabin, a bluish-green lamp cast a soft glow over a small area. Lucy sat on the wooden bed, her long legs elegantly crossed, as a delicate charging cable connected her right arm's prosthetic to a power outlet installed at the head of the bed. While recharging the miniature battery implanted within her body, she also tidied up the disheveled clothes strewn across the bed. Lucy couldn't help but marvel at her newfound freedom to traverse two worlds, casually taking what she desired. What a mysterious man he was, defying scientific explanation. It was astounding that mere acts of kindness could dramatically alter the course of her life. She had finally escaped the nightmare of Arasaka, distancing herself from a world akin to hell. This new land felt more like an ideal home than even the moon. Although it lacked the extravagant entertainment brought forth by technology, it offered an untainted, comfortable environment, wondrous sights she had never encountered, and a group of innocent, charming, and utterly guileless elu. Lucy effortlessly integrated into the lifestyle here. Each morning, she would embark on fishing expeditions with the cats at sunrise, catching silvery fish, clawed shrimp and crabs, and tangled green seaweed. Each haul brought with it unexpected delights, pleasures unattainable in her previous world. In that realm, the oceans had long succumbed to pollution from countless wars, tainted with toxic chemicals and radioactive elements, where marine life was nearly extinct, and the waters only hosted the relentless killing machines unleashed during conflict. Once the cradle of life, the ocean had become a forbidden zone. In this new world, however, she could dive freely into the vibrant seas, assisting the cats in untangling fishing nets caught on colorful coral reefs, receiving their heartfelt gratitude in return. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, she would climb trees with the cats to water plants and gather mushrooms, sharing in the joy of a bountiful harvest. Each day spent here felt fulfilling. Moreover, with power now available in her room, she could recline on her soft bed at night and watch movies. Lucy relished her current, pressure-free, leisurely existence. As dawn broke, the distant horizon shimmered with a hint of gold, and the cafeteria of Starry had come alive with activity. Delicious! Meow! Purr! Purr! The elu gathered around the stone grill, feasting on the unlimited grilled meat provided by Lin Ke, their fluffy tails swaying behind them like the undulating tendrils of coral. The towering elder, having devoured 3 meat slabs, let out a hearty belch, patting its full belly while shoving another piece into its mouth, observing the mountain of meat on the grill and the lustrous fur of the surrounding youngsters. The elder sighed, stroking its snowy whiskers with its paw pads. It seemed that welcoming this otherworldly guest had been the wisest choice of its life, if such magically delectable food could be partaken indefinitely. Perhaps its withering form could still care for these adorable descendants for thousands of moons to come. Exquisite. At the dining stone table, Lucy sat gracefully in her chair, deftly using chopsticks to lift a piece of original flavored grilled mushroom from her plate and savoring it. The rich, meaty texture of the mushroom delighted her palate, prompting her to quickly grab another slice of grilled meat before she had even swallowed the last bite, with her chopsticks dancing rhythmically. She continued to indulge until she could no longer fit another morsel, reluctantly setting down her plate, her cheeks puffed up like a hamster's. How satisfying! To enjoy such exquisite food daily felt like living in a fairy tale. After swallowing the last bite, Lucy let out a contented sigh. The elder had informed her that she was to join the gathering team. As she finished her meal, Lin Ke slid a bowl of scallion egg soup towards her across the table. The forest outside is not as safe as it is in Starry. You must have reviewed the data chip I provided. Your petite frame wouldn't withstand encounters with those colossal beasts. I want to go out and see. Is that all right? Lucy earnestly looked at Lin Ke, her adventurous spirit ignited by the world outside their base. Besides, she would merely be accompanying the gathering team in the vicinity. Surely, she wouldn't encounter any of those monstrous creatures. Lucy had heard from the elu that the only dangerous beast near Starry had already been hunted down by the very man before her. Of course, I have no intention of restricting your outings. However, I also wish to prevent any mishaps while you're outside. Here, take this. Lin Ke spread his hands, then retrieved an object from his backpack and handed it to Lucy. She accepted the spherical crystal from his hands, her optical implants magnifying the crystalline image, revealing its 2-centimeter diameter in tenfold clarity. "What is this?" "There's a little pig inside. This is a soul crystal." "Quite extraordinary," Lin Ke explained. "I also gave one to Cloud, and now she can see further, hear fainter sounds, and smell subtler scents." Cloud, perched on Lin Ke's shoulder, opened her bright eyes and addressed Lucy. "Using this will enhance your sensory acuity, accelerating the transmission speed of signals between your brain's neurons, effectively increasing your cognitive speed." Lin could gently stroke the cat's head resting on his shoulder while slowly elucidating that in simpler terms, it upgrades your CPU and GPU. "Oh, I see." Lucy gazed at the crystal in her palm, which suddenly felt weighty. Just hearing its description made her acutely aware of its value, a treasure for which the wealthy, yearning for immortality, would pay millions. After all, no matter how many organs they replaced, the irreplaceable brain marked the end of their lifeline. As the bright sun ascended behind Lin Ke, the silver-haired girl, now nearly half cybernetic, clutched the round, transparent crystal and cautiously inquired, "Can I too? I apologize for my body." Her visual, respiratory, auditory systems, and even her brain had been augmented. Would this crystal still enhance her senses? Indeed, that was my oversight. The soul crystal only benefits flesh and blood. Lin Ke took the crystal back from Lucy and placed it in his backpack, his expression filled with regret. Yet before Lucy could feel disheartened, a glass of clear water was presented before her. "Pure soul soup, extraordinary quality, excellent, superior, description, pure spiritual essence. Drinking it will permanently enhance mental fortitude." The pristine liquid flowed into her mouth. Lucy need not swallow. The soup, imbued with extraordinary power, melded into her body through her tongue. A refreshing sensation radiated from the core of her brain, and within mere seconds, her cognitive speed and brainpower doubled. The iridescent pupils in her eyes flickered with light, as if the world had been unveiled. Becoming clearer than ever, simultaneously, the auditory module within her cochlea emitted a subtle hum, like a hymn being played. "Cloud, Lucy, I've prepared the antidote pills and recovery potions for the gathering team. Use them promptly in case of emergencies." "Understood, meow. Rest assured, I know my limits." Before the beast bone passage at the starry stronghold, Lin Ke bid farewell to the gathering team as he released the pterosaur, gripping the rope he had crafted just yesterday with one hand. He stepped onto a metal ring and ascended into the air. This method of departure was inspired by the hunter's outings in the game. After orienting himself, he flew towards the northeastern boundary. The grand heist of the great thief dragon was about to commence. After an hour of travel, Lin Ke arrived above the wetlands and chose a patch of grassland, far removed from the water network, to descend. Crouching down, he parted the grass to reveal the dark soil beneath. Pressing down vigorously with his hand a few times before extracting a shovel to dig a small hole, half a meter deep, he noted with satisfaction that the soil he had unearthed, while soft, was not as waterlogged as that near the water network. After feeding the nearby pterosaur a few kilograms of salted roasted walnut kernels, which it consumed with cheerful calls, he stored it back in the mount pen. Estimating the hunting range of the great thief dragon, which was roughly 2 kilometers away among the trees, Lin Ke retrieved a uniquely designed shovel from his backpack. The shovel featured a cylindrical head with a diameter of 20 centimeters and was a full meter long, attached to an elongated metal handle. This 2-meter-long shovel resembled an oversized horseshoe shovel, also known as a loyang shovel. He had commissioned it at a metal smelting factory in Santo Domingo, specifying the use of high hardness, wear-resistant manganese steel. Inside, a special curing agent was included, which would seep out through small holes around the handle when compressed, coating the inner walls of the excavated cavity to solidify the soil and prevent collapse. In a capitalist society, as long as one has the funds, even such modest design requests can be readily fulfilled. He began setting the trap, standing tall with legs apart and gripping the long handle. He brought the cylindrical shovel head to the ground and forcefully drove it down into the earth between his feet. He rotated the handle. The sharp head sliced through the soil, penetrating deeply in less than 10 seconds, achieving a depth of 1 meter. Collecting the earth from the center of the cylindrical shovel into his backpack, he took out a 1-meter-long metal rod and attached an additional handle to the threaded end of the shovel's handle. By repeating this operation and rotating rapidly, the cylindrical head drilled through the soft soil like a bit, and within 10 minutes, he had descended over 10 meters deep by screwing on 10 metal handles. At this point, his technique shifted from rotating the handle to lifting the shovel's body, utilizing the shovel's weight to excavate further. After more than half an hour of vigorous digging, he finally encountered fragments of rock, prompting him to halt. With the Luoyang shovel now several hundred kilograms heavy, he unscrewed the handles and segments until he had retracted the scorching cylindrical head, having removed a total of 18 handles. 19 meters deep would suffice at an abandoned construction site in Santo Domingo, which had lain idle for over a decade. Lin Ke stopped the concrete mixer and opened the discharge outlet. Gray cement flowed from the outlet, which he collected into his backpack before mixing it with a quick-setting agent to pour into the prepared deep hole. This was the primordial method of creating a gray sacred body. He continued pouring until the cement rose to within 2 meters of the hole's opening. After waiting for more than an hour for the cement to begin setting, Lin Ke retrieved a high-vibration particle cutter, which had transitioned from manual to remote control. This cutter, over a meter long, consisted of a cylindrical all-metal base and a 30-centimeter-long conical high-density alloy blade, resembling a large pencil, with vibrations exceeding 100,000 times per second. The blade's surface achieved extreme temperatures over 4,000 degrees Celsius, allowing it to melt through most metals. Should flesh encounter such a heated blade, it would likely vaporize instantly. Lin Ke was unconvinced that the great thief dragon, unlike the ancient dragons, would withstand such cutting that he had already tested the blade on a scale of the great thief dragon's thick scales, which yielded to the cutter as effortlessly as butter meets a red-hot wire. Placing the base atop the slightly dried cement pillar, he poured more cement around the base to secure both together, with the alloy blade now merely 20 centimeters from the hole's entrance. Lin Ke hastily covered it with leaves and soil. Rising to wash his hands, he stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. The next phase was one of waiting by the time the great thief dragon came for its evening meal. The cement should have fully setted at that point. He would entice the dragon to consume more food than usual, stretching its belly slightly more and thinning its hide before luring it over the trap. In an instant, it would meet its demise. The Insect Cage Tribe's gathering team was tasked with collecting unique materials from the forest, such as various special mushrooms with diverse effects, wondrous insects with unique traits, and plants serving various purposes. A white figure darted among the green leaves and branches, leaping between the towering trees. After circling the jungle, the young ranger confirmed there was no danger before returning to the team above. Yin Duo perched on a sturdy branch, leaning down to address the gathering team below, who were collecting a particular plant. "There's a primordial bird on that large tree ahead, Uncle Mushroom. Shall we hunt it?" "No, Yin Duo. The tribe has no shortage of meat now, and the meat of the primordial bird is not as delectable as that of the fragrant mushroom pig. Lord Lin likely has no need for such ingredients," replied a cat-like creature, taller than its companions by half a head, waving dismissively at Yin Duo. "All right, Uncle Mushroom." After responding, Yin Duo climbed higher into the giant tree to keep watch for potential dangers in the forest. The mushroom was a light yellow-furred Ailu, possessing a robust physique and agile prowess. Having previously partnered with hunters, he had acquired extensive knowledge of the hunter's world and currently served as the leader of the Insect Cage Tribe's gathering team. At this moment, the mushroom captain was explaining some special plants to the new recruits. "This plant is called gunpowder grass, that we gather its red flowers, dry them, and grind them into powder with a wooden pestle to obtain flammable first-grade gunpowder. Filling this powder into small wooden barrels creates small explosive barrels." "Understood," Lucy replied, half squatting nearby, embodying the demeanor of a diligent student. After listening to the mushroom captain's explanation, she used her prosthetic eye to capture a photo of the plant, storing it along with text information in her neural hard drive. One more thing to note. The flowers of gunpowder grass cannot be stored with those of water flow grass, as it would affect the gunpowder's production later. The mushroom pointed to a bundle of deep blue flowers in a cat-like creature's backpack, cautioning Lucy Doe. "But Captain, why do these two plants have such different functions when their flowers are the only apparent difference?" "The leaves and stems are quite similar," Lucy asked, puzzled. "They are essentially the same plant. It's just that their growing environments differ, along with the influence of certain properties. However, my understanding of these properties is limited." The mushroom replied. "Properties? They can influence plant growth. I wonder if they also affect organisms. This presents yet another new concept." Lucy mused silently as she diligently noted the mushroom's words. having completed the collection of a small patch of gunpowder grass. The mushroom paused his lecture and stood at the front of the group. Recently, we need to replenish the tribe's fishing nets and lines. Our next target is ivy leaves that if we encounter any glimmerwing insects, let us catch them as well, as they can be used for lighting and creating stopping insect cages. Understood, Captain, came the chorus of agreement as the sun dipped low in the west, scattered rays filtered through the gaps in the branches. And the members of the gathering team returned to the starry stronghold, each laden with their bounty. Grandpa Chief, we're back. Chief, here are today's harvests. Soon as the collection team returned, they hurried to the ancient tree. Seeking out the elder of the giant tree tribe, they placed their burdens down, and the elder began to allocate today's harvest. Of course, this was merely the distribution of tasks. After all, the gunpowder grass needed to be dried and ground into powder before it could be utilized, while the ivy leaves required special treatment to extract the fine threads suitable for fishing lines and weaving nets. Lucy set down her load, massaging her shoulders that bore the marks of strain, and gritted her teeth as she inhaled sharply a few times. The paths through the forest were indeed treacherous, especially while carrying heavy burdens. The brambles that obstructed the way and the steep cliffs that required grappling with vines had certainly taken their toll on her. However, the thought of all she had seen and learned in the forest today, coupled with the treasures she had brought back, made her feel that the discomfort was a trivial matter. I wonder what he is doing now. At that moment, several diminutive ilu descended from the tree, curiously surrounding the basket Lucy had just set down. Lucy, what do you have in your basket? It looks so peculiar, with so many sharp thorns. This is the first time I've seen such plant fruits with my own eyes. Lucy crouched down before the little ilu, who stood at her knee. She suppressed the ache in her shoulders, gently patting each of the adorable creatures on their tiny heads, then glanced into the basket at the two volleyball-sized greenish-blue spherical fruits she had carried back, aside from their distinct color. These fruits bore a striking resemblance to a fruit known as durian. Lucy named the fruit she had seen in the Super Dream film, then turned her gaze to the elder of the giant tree tribe, who had just completed the task allocations. Elder, has Lin Ke returned? I heard he was collecting some plants, and I believe he would need these fruits. Lin mentioned he would be hunting a large thief dragon today. I suspect he will return later. A thief dragon? Is it a colossal beast? Is it dangerous? Lucy inquired urgently. Standing nearby, Mushroom noticed Lucy's anxiety and gently patted her arm with a paw as a gesture of comfort. Fear not, Lucy. Although the thief dragon is indeed a large carnivorous dragon, its ecological status in the forest is only slightly above that of herbivorous dragons. Lord Lin is a formidable hunter who has successfully hunted even the fierce mandibular dragon. A mere thief dragon poses no challenge for him. Yes, indeed, Lin Ke is quite powerful, she replied. The golden red sun had already sunk halfway beneath the western horizon, and most of the creatures of the grassland had returned to their nests. Just before darkness enveloped the land, the jungle by the wetland erupted into sudden commotion. Hundreds of thief dragons burst forth from the dense thickets, leading the charge across the grassland, accompanied by the tremors of the earth. The king of the thief dragons, a colossal creature measuring over 40 meters in length, emerged from the forest, proudly lifting its head. The royal banquet had commenced, having awaited the target for some time on the grassland. Lin Ke summoned his winged dragon and soared into the sky. The winged dragon flapped its wings, swiftly carrying Lin Ke above the great thief dragon. Below, more than 10 herbivorous dragons, driven by the throng of thief dragons, frantically fled towards the larger beast. As they realized they faced an even greater giant, the panicked herd of herbivorous dragons had no time to turn back and escape before a massive dragon cart surged forth, crushing the earth beneath it with an overwhelming force. The sound of bones shattering echoed as the dragon herd was reduced to over 10 enormous, blood-red meat patties, sinking into the mud of the grassland. Observing the great thief dragon as it devoured its meal, Lin Ke commanded the winged dragon to descend to a height of 50 meters. At that moment, the thief dragon reared back its upper body, tilting its head to swallow, its gaping maw appearing larger than Lin Ke himself. Let me enhance your feast, he proclaimed, dropping a 300-kilogram slab of pork belly from his backpack. The succulent, juicy pork landed perfectly within the thief dragon's wide-open mouth, gliding down into its belly alongside the dragon meat patties. Watching the thief dragon consume the specially prepared, water-infused pork, a grin spread across Lin Ke's face. He had injected 40 liters of hunger-inducing broth into that pork, Experience my insatiable appetite. Go ahead, eat even more. After swallowing Lin Ke's concocted morsel, the thief dragon's pace of consumption noticeably accelerated. With each bite, it continued to devour the dragon meat patties, showing no signs of pausing to drive off new herds of herbivorous dragons. With a mighty roar, the massive creature, supporting its immense weight on sturdy limbs, began to move. Its colossal feet crushed the grass stalks as they sank into the soft earth, and its sharp claws tore through the darkened soil. With the ground trembling slightly, it ventured deeper into the grassland. High above, Lin Ke observed the thief dragon's rapid movement, mentally calculating its speed that it crawled half its body length in a single second. Reaching an astonishing 30 meters per second, the initial speed of the dragon cart's dash was likely to surpass 80 meters per second. Its crawling speed matched Lin Ke's full sprint, making the close-range lure rather perilous. However, surely it would be unable to run fast after gorging itself. Lin Ke guided the winged dragon to pursue the thief dragon across the grassland, finding that the airborne creature was struggling to keep pace with the ground-bound behemoth. The thief dragon moved swiftly across the grassland, its vast form wreaking havoc on smaller creatures. The nests built by birds in the underbrush and the burrows of small beasts were all obliterated in its path. Its scaly belly carved a trench in the grassland, and its massive body disrupted a body of water, altering its flow. Merely by moving, it reshaped a small area of the terrain, and the only thing that could halt its advance was the need to feed. The herbivorous dragons of the grassland could not outrun the thief dragon, whether large or small, alive or dead. Any that fell prey to its pursuit would be consumed. Night fell completely. The thief dragon's belly had swollen considerably. Lin Ke lowered his altitude once more, tossing another piece of water-infused pork into the gaping maw. The succulent, broth-soaked pork, along with a struggling herbivorous dragon, plunged down the thief dragon's throat, and the hunger-inducing broth began to take effect. The flames of hunger ignited once more within the thief dragon, its beastly eyes turning a fierce crimson. Reverting to its most primal instincts, it devoured ravenously, consumed by its need to feed. The 2 rows of ribs that protected its abdominal organs were gradually stretched by its expanding stomach, and the layers of fat beneath its scales thinned under the pressure. Watching the thief dragon, with its bulging belly nearly ready to burst as it devoured the last of the herbivorous dragons, Lin Ke sensed that it was nearly time to conclude the hunt. After all, the herbivorous dragon herd in this vicinity has been entirely devoured. The moment presents itself as an opportunity, descending 100 meters away from the great thief. Lin Ke stowed his pterosaur, stripped off his outerwear, and retrieved a soup pot from his backpack. With his hands, he scooped out a semi-congealed paste from the pot, evenly spreading it over his body. This was a concentrated broth, derived from 10 pots of meat soup, containing the nutritional essence of over 100 pounds of herbivorous dragon snowflake belly meat. Once he had smeared the entire paste onto himself, Lin Ke performed a few chest-expanding exercises and took a deep breath that a surge of oxygen compressed through his lungs infused his bloodstream, invigorating his heart, which began to beat rapidly, crimson blood coursing through every corner of his body. His body temperature escalated swiftly, soon surpassing the normal human safety threshold, the scalding heat emanating from his skin mingling with the paste he had applied. As a drop of crystalline soup dripped down, the sealed fragrance erupted suddenly. In the next moment, a pure, rich meaty aroma radiated outward from him, as if he had transformed into bait enticing the great thief dragon. The massive head, drawn by the scent, turned toward the delectable morsel 100 meters away. In the instant those beastly vertical pupils locked onto him, Lin Ke wasted no time and sprinted towards the trap. With a triumphant roar, the great thief dragon charged forward, its ample belly leading the way, stirring up a mix of grass and mud as it swiftly closed the distance to its prey. Lin Ke could already feel the rush of wind behind him, prompting him to toss a heavy block of water-infused meat from his backpack onto the ground. As the great thief dragon paused to consume the tainted raw flesh, he quickly increased the distance between them. The chase ensued, with Lin Ke and the dragon reaching the trap zone in mere minutes. With acute perception, Lin Ke deftly leaped over the trap and circled around in an arc, producing a palm-sized remote control from his backpack. He turned, his expression calm and composed, observing the colossal beast charging towards him from 100 meters away. With a finger, he pressed the lone button atop the remote that a high-frequency buzzing resonated, causing the grass above the vibrating particle blade to wither and ignite. the unsupported earth collapsing into the trap below, vaporizing upon contact with the intense red blade. That moment, the great thief dragon barreled past directly above the blade, its extreme heat effortlessly slicing through scales, membranes, and fat. However, the creature felt no pain. The searing blade not only obliterated the pain nerve endings at the cut, but also hindered the healing process, yet it did not disrupt the dragon's charge. Just as the dragon opened its gaping maw, closing in to within 20 meters of Lin Ke, several bursts of flames ignited in its abdomen. Boom, boom, the sounds of consecutive explosions echoed across the prairie. 8 anti-infantry landmines, previously buried by Lin Ke, detonated, further widening the narrow gash in the great thief dragon's belly, a substantial section of its stomach wall spilling out, connected to its intestines, with the abdominal cavity no longer supporting it. The distended stomach, laden with food, tumbled out through the gash. The immense inertia from the dragon's charge dragged forth more organs alongside the heavy stomach. Its hind legs inadvertently trampled over the dislodged organs, resulting in the severing of most vital organs, completely severing the cycle of life within. In that fleeting moment, its vigorous vitality was siphoned from its colossal form. With a mournful wail, the great head collapsed, forever halting mere 2 meters before Lin Ke. The experience from Ghost Blows Out the Light had not been in vain. The second version of the cyber trap for dragon stripping had perfectly achieved, even surpassed, my expectations. At this moment, the great thief dragon lay before Lin Ke, still alive, although with most of its vital organs detached. Even with its extraordinary regenerative capabilities, survival was no longer feasible, despite its resemblance to a colossal lizard. It was improbable that it could regenerate its internal organs like a sea cucumber. The vibrant life force surged forth from the vast opening in its abdomen, akin to a dam breaking. Observing the waning vitality of the great thief dragon, Lin Ke swiftly advanced a few steps, stepping onto the creature's jaw and gripping the edges of its scales, scaling up to the eye socket. He retrieved a hand sword from his backpack and plunged it into the nearly 60-centimeter diameter, still mobile eyeball. With a squelch, blood, reeking of iron, splattered across his face and body. The mortally wounded beast could scarcely manage the simplest of breaths, let alone muster the strength to struggle. Hunter Lin Ke, now a ruthless butcher, traced the blade along the edge of the eyeball, cutting a complete circle around the eye socket until he extracted the several 100-kilogram eyeball in its entirety. Peering into the bloodied eye socket, Lin Ke hesitated not, first leaning in with his head, then his body, and finally, he fully immersed himself within the sanguine cavity. The sounds of flesh being severed echoed from the hollow eye socket. Lin Ke sliced through the labyrinth of blood and sinew, following a thick optic nerve deep into the fleshy cavern until he discovered a vast expanse of white soft tissue. 1 minute later, the great thief dragon had completely lost its life force. Task, the cost of greed, completed. The player gains 2,000 points of professional experience, an additional space in the backpack, and the divine machine 1. An imperceptible white light swept over the great thief dragon's entire body, and subsequently, 2 crystals, one red and one white, each the size of a volleyball, tumbled out from the hollow eye socket. Extracting the bloodstone soul crystal from the eye socket, Lin Ke, now drenched in blood, leapt from the dragon's eye cavity. His clothing was utterly ruined. He stripped off the sticky pants, shoes, and socks, then summoned water from his backpack, pouring it over himself from head to toe, washing away the white residue, clinging to his hair and arms, cleansing the blood from his body. Lin Ke dried off and donned clean attire, excitement illuminating his face as he began to tally the spoils of his endeavor. Essence of life stone from the veteran thief dragon, quality, rare, description, a crystal of vitality infused with ether energy. Consuming it can enhance current physical attributes by 2 points of strength. Essence of soul crystal from the veteran thief dragon, quality, rare, description, the essence extracted from the soul, elevated by the light of ether. Using it on the forehead can augment current physical attributes by 3 points of spirit. Lin Ke gleefully stowed away the crystals, sufficient to elevate his physical attributes by 5 points, into his backpack, which had expanded tenfold upon completing the task. He then rummaged through a corner of the backpack, which boasted a volume of 100 cubic meters, retrieving the system's task reward. How heavy? A broad, dark iron sword was drawn from the backpack, its blade crashing down heavily against the ground. The earth erupted in a shower of dirt, shaking beneath his feet. What is this? A jet sword. Lin Ke gripped the sword's hilt, his eyes involuntarily widening. This weapon bore an uncanny resemblance to the jet sword from the world of Monster Hunter, were it not for the information provided by the Eye of Truth. Lin Ke would have suspected the system had mistakenly awarded him the wrong item. Divine Machine Steel Wing Great Sword. Weapon quality. Rare. Description. A weapon specialized for combating the wild gods, crafted with oracle cells as its core, and adapted by the system to suit this world, removing the necessity of injecting specific dietary factors for its use at mind's eye. In combat, it can absorb the cells of formidable creatures upon contact to inflict damage. Evolution. The Divine Machine can repair weapon damage and enhance quality by consuming Dragon Jade energy. 0. Form. The Divine Machine possesses the ability to transform weapon forms. Its current melee form is the Great Sword, while its ranged form is the heavy crossbow defense mechanism. As weapon quality increases, more weapon forms can be added. After perusing the information at the edge of his vision, Lin Ke gripped the sword hilt tightly, attempting to lift the seemingly ton-weighted great sword. With all his might, his feet sank into the mud as he barely managed to hoist the sword. He delivered several powerful strikes upon the great thief dragon's head, shattering scales and leaving deep gashes that exposed bone. He then tested the transformation ability, converting the great sword into a heavy crossbow. The dark, massive sword in Lin Ke's hands contorted and folded like a Rubik's Cube, transforming into an exaggerated caliber heavy crossbow in the blink of an eye. An influx of information surged into his mind along with the transformation, in the heavy crossbow form of the Divine Machine. There is no need to load bullets. It generates all types of ammunition, including mechanism dragon bullets. By consuming the cells of creatures during combat, the more biological cells one devours, the stronger one becomes, resulting in an increase in both the quantity and potency of the generated ammunition. Currently, the ammunition that can be produced includes LL5 regular bullets, L2 armor-piercing rounds, and L one-shot shells. Incredible! Lin Ke displayed little outward excitement, yet internally he was screaming with unrestrained joy, akin to a child receiving a coveted toy. With both hands supporting the weighty firearm, he aimed its muzzle at the night sky and pulled the trigger, unleashing bullets in a playful manner for 2 minutes, until his arms grew weary and he reluctantly stowed the marvelous weapon in his backpack. After utilizing the bloodstone of the great thief dragon, he anticipated he would acclimatize to the weapon's heft. Time was also of the essence. He still needed to attend to the great thief dragon. Lin Ke circled the carcass of the great thief dragon, his perception penetrating the scales and skin to delve deep into the flesh and bone. Conducting a thorough scan, fortune smiled upon him. Indeed, he found precisely what he needed. With a beaming countenance, Lin Ke donned his windproof goggles, wrapped his head snugly in clothing, and donned gloves. Ensuring that every inch of his skin was concealed, he retrieved his hunting knife and sliced open the resilient gastric sac of the great thief dragon, dragging out the undigested remains of herbivorous dragons one by one. Soon, dozens of herbivorous dragon corpses, coated in acrid gastric fluids, piled up into small mounds of flesh across the prairie, attracting the wandering thief dragon pack. Lin Ke refrained from actively attacking the thief dragons. After all, these herbivorous dragons, already ravaged by gastric acid, needed the thief dragons to clean them up. He had no desire to return in a few days to find the entire wetland prairie swarming with flies and reeking of decay. With only his bright eyes exposed, Lin Ke turned and, using both hands, spread open the walls of the stomach, stepping into the now empty gastric sac of the great thief dragon. Inside the spacious cavity, capable of accommodating several heavy trucks, Lin Ke held his breath and waded through gastric acid that barely reached his ankles, locating 2 growths attached to the stomach wall. With a deft stroke of his blade, he revealed 2 gleaming crystal stones. Within point 1 was a sizable blue crystal, nearly the size of a person, while the other was a bluish-green stone, about the size of his fist. Ether crystal energy stone quality. Epic description: an energy crystal from another realm, connecting the 6 great elements and balancing the boundary between life and death. This crystal is a solidified mass formed from an eruption of ether energy deep within the Earth's veins, and its energy radiation can enhance the essence of life in biological beings. Cradling the blue glowing ether crystal in his hands, Lin Ke could feel the immense energy contained within, even through his clothing. This very energy was responsible for the substantial growth of dragon beasts. The sudden thought crossed his mind, and Lin Ke's smile widened further. This treasure now belonged to him. He stowed his spoils in his backpack. Indifferent to the fact that Mogulai also needed this crystal to return to his original world. However, with the ether crystal now in existence, he wondered if the dragon crystallization site might also harbor a behemoth. If he were to encounter such a creature, Lin Ke doubted that hiding behind a rock would suffice to shield him from a falling celestial meteor. He resolved not to venture into the dragon crystallization site until all his attributes reached at least 20 points. Setting this goal for himself, he turned his gaze towards the stone. Great Dragon Jade Mineral Quality. Rare description: Dragon Jade, through the accumulation and sedimentation of time, has evolved into a colossal and magnificent mineral. It can be utilized in the forging of weaponry and the crafting of protective artifacts. With a beaming smile, Lin Ke extracted the Great Dragon Jade from the growth, marveling at how his desires had materialized. Considered a rare and battle-hardened entity, it was no surprise that this great thief dragon had yielded such valuable jade after consuming the battle-hardened king's sword, just as he prepared to exit after unearthing his treasures. A series of explosive booms erupted from outside the gastric sac. Boom, boom. The resounding explosions, accompanied by shockwaves, overturned the very sac itself. Damn! Lin Ke was involuntarily flipped within the sac, drenched by the residual acidic fluid. Expanding his perception, he beheld the true nature of the explosive devices. They were oval-shaped black objects descending from the sky, resembling stones about the size of basketballs. Once they struck the ground and were inadvertently touched by the thief dragons, they emitted a dangerous red glow, followed by a resounding bang. One explosion triggered a chain reaction, causing the remaining stones to ignite with ominous red light. Boom, boom, boom. The world spun chaotically as a series of explosions engulfed the great thief dragon's body and everything in the vicinity. When the flames and smoke finally dissipated, dozens of craters, 2 to 3 meters in diameter, marred the ground, and a rain of blood, mixed with chunks of flesh, fell from the sky. Before long,